Belinda Audiobooks presents this unabridged recording of Tommo and Hawk, written by Bryce Courtney and read by Humphrey Bower.
Hello, wherever you are. This is Bryce Courtney, and quite obviously I'm the writer of Tommo and Hawk. Tommo and Hawk is a second of what I call my thank you notes to Australia. And it was a time in Australia where we went from being basically prisoners of Her Majesty, or His Majesty at the time, to being free citizens. It was the time of the Great Gold Rush when suddenly the first huge migration of free people came into the country. And in a sense, it was that time in Australia when we became Australians. Curiously enough, people don't understand that the economy at that time was not based on the land at all, but it was based on the sea. It was based on whale oil. So Tommo and Hawk talks about the whaling industry, and that takes us to New Zealand as well. And here we tackle the Maori Wars, where in fact we finally dispossessed the Maoris of their land. And so Tommo and Hawk is really the story of both Australia and New Zealand, and about the two twins, one black and one white, rather incongruously but correctly, which were adopted by Mary Abacus, who is one of the major characters in Potato Factory. Let me tell you how that came about. Every now and again in those days, the dockside whores were enormously promiscuous, and they'd take on the whole crew of a whaling ship. And by some fluke of nature, and it is possible, sperm whale Sally gave birth to a perfectly black and a perfectly white child, so-called twins. And they were called Tommo and Hawk because she had a tomahawk emblazoned or tattooed on her breast, and Mary adopted them. And this is the story of Tommo and Hawk as they discover a brand new Australia. It takes us to New Zealand, it takes us to the Maori Wars, and then takes us to the Gold Rush, where we in effect became, for the first time, a country which was not based on convicts. I do hope you enjoy it. It was a great joy writing it.
And now here's your narrator, Humphrey Bower, with Tommo and Hawk.
For Alex and Belinda Hamill. Acknowledgements. To Benita, my wife, who is first to read my work, and who endured mostly with good humour the painful process involved in a partner writing a work of fiction. Owen Denmead, who helped in 1,000 ways with small and large chores. Margaret G., who constantly combed my manuscript for errors of form and function and always improved upon it. Bruce G., who undertook the task of major researcher and never failed to find both the important facts and wonderful tidbits that give a novel both veracity and colour. Christine G., my indefatigable publicist. Adrian Collette, Adam Courtney, Tony Crosby, Alex Hamill, Alan Jacobs, Sylvia Manning, Lisa Mills, Essie Moses, Phyllis Pike, Roger Rigby, Sardine, Dr. John Tooth and Dr. Brent Waters. Professor Terry Sturm at the University of Auckland, who read those sections dealing with the Maori Wars. The Tasmanian Museum and Art Gallery, the State Library of Tasmania, the Sydney Maritime Museum, and the inestimable State Library of New South Wales, and in particular the staff of the Mitchell and Dixon Libraries, for their unstinting and generous help. My abiding gratitude to the hundreds of past writers of books, newspapers, magazines and pamphlets, from whom I have learnt both narrative form and fact, and whose prior work made mine possible. To my publishers, Bob Sessions and Julie Gibbs at Penguin Books Australia, who never flagged in their efforts to help me meet my deadline. Finally, my editor, Claire Forster, who together with editor Laurie Critchley, worked long and hard to take my words and make them sing. What a joy it has been to work with you all. I have a boy who cannot speak, and a boy who will not speak. Both I love with all my heart, but do not know how to keep. Mary Abacus. Book 1. Chapter 1. Tommo. Hobart Town, July 1856. It ain't long now before Hawk comes to fetch me, to scrape his brother off the floor of Brodie's Sly Grog Shop. Funny that. When you're mostly scared in life, you feel things brave folk don't bother to feel. I know he's coming. I can hear his big footsteps coming down the hill 2 miles away. When you've been listening to fear as long as me, you can't never be fooled. Fear is always the little brat in you, ears pricked, heart thumping, listening to what can't be heard, knowing what's going to happen by the way your arsehole is puckering like a rabbit's nose. No matter what you learns in life, the fear in you never grows up. That first fear, when you were 7 and stolen from your family and took into the wilderness. That first big begetting of fear in your life becomes a part of every fear you has ever afterwards. Fear builds up like rust in a metal water pipe. Its beginning, its first trickle, is always about being alone. Not loneliness, but being alone and helpless, with no one what cares, no one what gives a fig, what will flick an eyelid if you lives or dies. You're a small creature alone what has no defences of its own, and so is the natural prey to a world full of hungry mongrels. It don't matter if you grows to be big and strong, and cunning as a shithouse rat. It don't matter if you can defend yourself with fisticuffs or use an axe or knife like nobody's business. Fear don't take notice of them things. It just don't grow up and start being brave. It stays with you, so you can't put faith in nothing and nobody. If you can't trust, then it stands to reason you can't love, because if you does, you'll become some mongrel's prey. There is always someone watching you in the tall timbers. You learn to feel him like an itch under your skin, like a chill breath on the back of your neck. You knows in your thumping heart it's a wild man coming for you, a mongrel with arm in his heart. You can't see nothing, but he's lurking, creeping, minding his feet so his steps don't warn you. He's moving closer, 1 foot raised like a kangaroo dog. But you don't know where or which way to run. The wind roars in the treetops like waves crashing against the shore, killing the small sounds, the snap of myrtle thicket, the sudden flutter of a bird, all the things you depend on to catch him out. You pull the air through your nose, sniff deep, testing for the sour smell of a grown man. But the early morning sun sucked the perfume from the eucalypt, the sassafras and King Billy pine, filling the frosty air so you can't smell nothing behind the sweetness at the end of your nostrils. You begin to tremble. You know what's coming. If he gets you, he'll bugger you, put his thumb and finger to his nose and snort his snot onto your back as he swives his cock into your arse. Then he'll hold you pinned and whistle over to his mates to come. If you struggle, he'll pull back your head, twist and snap your scrawny neck like you was a newborn pup. Other mongrels comes over, charging through the undergrowth, brushing aside the fern, boots cracking twigs, urgently pulling down their breeches, tripping as their pants fall to their ankles, laughing. You stretched over a felled hewn log what has its bark ripped off, its lemon yellow, naked, just like you, your face kissing the damp, dark, musty earth. Are you? Dog shut. Yes, boss. Your teeth chattering. You ain't seen nothing now, you hear? No, nothing, boss. I ain't seen nothing, no one. What are you, then? Dog shit, boss. Louder. Say it loud, boy. Dog shit. That's better. You'll say naught to no bugger, you understand? Tell them we'll come again. Kill you. Cut your throat ear to ear. Yes, boss. Then the crash of myrtle twigs as they melt into the trees, ghosts in the morning mist. You alone again in the forest. The bellbirds begin to call again, the sound of an axe striking deeper into the bush. You snivels a while, and try to wipe away the blood from your arse with a bunch of green leaves. Then you scrapes the muck from your back and what's running down your legs with a strip of bark, ashamed. Nobody you can tell what cares. You shit bright red for a month after. That's the all of it. It never changes. One fear begets another, but it's always the same fear. The same small brat in you facing the same mongrels. Once fear gets a hold of you, you can't trust no one no more, not even yourself. 'Cause you know they be right. All you be is dog shit.
and all they wants to do is bugger you so you never forgets what you is. I've got to drink down fast, get a few into me. Brother Hawk don't countenance me staying on no matter how much I plead at him to let me be. I'm not afraid of Hawk, just of Hawk coming. I'm afraid of Mary, of Sunday dinner, of myself. Mr. Brodie, sir! Another snort of aquadine! I held up me last shilling, won yesterday at Euchre. Got to find a game today, but it ain't so easy on the Sabbath. Here! I twist the silver coin to catch the lamplight. I've got the money, now quick, Mr. Brodie, if you please. Brodie shuffles over, sniffing, stepping over bodies, spilling some of me precious tot. He grins toothless and puts the little glass down. There you go, Tommo. He grabs up me shilling in dirty woolen mittens what's got no fingers. Then he holds up sixpence change he has ready in his other hand. Shall I fetch t'other half, then? He twinkles the sixpence. Why not? I've got to go soon. Bring it right off, will you? I nod. Brodie smiles, a smarmy smile on his ugly gob like he don't believe me, and he makes a fuss of fumbling at the front of his waistcoat, pushing the sixpence back into a greasy pocket, his dirty fingers dancing like spiders' legs over his pot belly. The aquadine doesn't hit as hard as it should. Barely tickles me throat. Bastard's watered it down. Doused the fire in it to make it last longer. Though it's better than the Cape of Good Hope brandy he serves to most of his Sunday drunks. More like Cape of No Bloody Hope. All the good hope in it watered down to make a gallon of misery out of half a pint of Trooper's Joy. Don't suppose I blames him, human nature being what it is. Fair enough, I reckon. The pubs are closed Sunday, so we're in his hands, ain't we? He's got us drunks all to himself. Brodie milking a few more pennies from the slops of Saturday night's barrel and charging us double for the privilege. Dare say I'd do the same. Can't feel too sorry for a Sunday drunk, can you? The sun should be well up by now, if it ain't raining outside. That'd be Hobart Town, all right. Sunshine, then rain, snow, hot, cold, calm and blow, all in the course of the same morning. Not that I mind, used to it. The wilderness be mostly rain and wind and bone-snapping cold. Could be nearly noon. Now who'd know here in the oil-lantern darkness? The shadows be the same now as if it be always midnight in the world. I comes in early, not much past dawn, with the mist still hanging on the river. Birds just beginning to chitter, currawong, kookaburra, green rosella calling and silver gulls wheeling. They be the early risers and the noisy buggers. Then come the little uns, scrub tit, scarlet robin, yellow wattlebird and blue wren, kipping in a bit, then starting to talk with the sun. Tide coming in, slapping, spiffing and spuming on Salamanca Beach. I couldn't sleep no more, even though I was sozzled last night and should have been well able. But me restlessness is getting worse. Time to move on. Hawk knows I ain't going to stay in Hobart Town now he's back from England. But he still talks of us joining Mary, of being a proper family again and doing brewery work up at Strickland Falls. It would be our fortune made, Tommo, he reckons. Ha bloody ha. A fortune in me hands would be poured down me throat or lost at the dogs and horses. Can't make a copper penny stay long enough in me pocket to even gather warmth. Hawk will be here soon. Silent, bending double to get through the door, a great dark shadow hunched over, his head bumping against the rafters. Him so black the lamplight don't show nothing but the whites of his eyes, the silver sheen of the scar on his neck, and the shine on his nails where he holds his fingers to his nose. A nigger for me brother, though I be as white as one of Mary's best Sunday tablecloths. Hawk be twice my size, too, though we be born of the same mamma. Different from the start, Mary reckons. From the day she set eyes on us, two mewling orphans in a basket. Even more different now. Hawk wouldn't be caught dead down here if it weren't for yours truly. Even the stink's too bad for his well-raised nose. But I don't smell nothing no more. Don't take no notice. Not even of the farts from the drunks lying at me feet, or curled up in the dark corners, snorting bubbles in their spew, or seeing things terrifying what ain't there. Reckon that'll happen to me soon enough. A few more years on the grog, and some mongrel like Brodie'll add too much acid to give a kick to his watered-down spirits, and that'll be the end of dear little Tommo. Over I topples, a nicely pickled feed of flesh for the waiting worms. Or it'll be the horrors. I've seen it happen to some younger than me, holding their ears and closing their eyes and screaming for the snakes to be took away. You'd think I'd be shitting myself, but I ain't. Truth be, I'm more scared of Hawk coming to fetch me to Mary's Sunday roast. More feared about sitting at her clean white tablecloth and chewing through a plate of mutton with Mary's green eyes watching on me, so as I want to jump up and make for the door and keep running until I don't feel the disappointment in her eyes no more. There be so much I've forgotten the 7 years since I was snatched from Mary's tender care. 7 years I've been in the wilderness, but I never forgot Mary's white cloth, spread on the kitchen table for Sunday dinner. She'd spread it like forgiveness. Like whatever we done wrong in the past week was forgiven when we sat round her Sabbath table. Mary's white tablecloth religion was most accommodating of our weekly wickedness. You'd sit down a sinner and rise up with a full belly and a clear conscience. Not a holy word spoken, neither. When I were left to mind Sam's Slits whiskey still beside the river, cold, wet, starving, drunken alone in a timber-getter's bark hut, I'd recall into my mind Mary's kitchen of a winter's Sunday. The same wind churning the river and howling in the hue and pine. I was that wind, battering at Mary's kitchen door, rattling on the glazed windows of her cottage. And then, when it couldn't find no way to come into the warmth, howling its protest high up in the eaves. Wind off the Antarctic Sea, the banshees howling be the widow ghosts of dead sailors, Ikey, picking his teeth with his pinky nail, would say when it got particular furious outside. Inside Mary's warm kitchen there were no need to heed the rain, beating on the steamed-up window glass like a boy's tin drum. We was seated there at her Sunday table, snug as a bug in a rug. Mary at the head of the table, Hawk and me at either side. And at the end, tucking in like there was no tomorrow, Ikey Solomon, what handed us over to Mary's care when we was born. It were Ikey what give us his name, too, though he weren't our papa, nor Mary's husband neither. Ikey died before I found me way back, but he comes to me mind often. When we knew him, he was just Ikey. But before he got nabbed, he was the most highly regarded villain in all of London town. The Prince of Fences, they called him, with a finger in every pie. I've heard say that he and Mary were in the brothel business together. But Mary be a ticket to leave now, and owner of the Potato Factory Brewery. She don't like much to dwell on the past. So there we'd sit, a small, strange family. In front of us, on a big white oval plate with a picture of blue willow trees and two Chinamen on a little bridge, were a huge leg of hot-roasted mutton, the very best butcher's hogget, with Mary standing over it, big fork in one hand, knife in t'other, carving onto each tin plate, then pouring on a rich steaming river of gravy. Little pearl onions glistening and swimming in the bright brown gravy, what covered the thick slices of tender meat. Mary always put in the same on my plate as Hawk, her full knowing I could never eat all of it, that Hawk would polish off what I left, then eat Ikey's leftovers, and then what meat was still on the bone. It were her way of feeding Hawk while not showing me up to be a runt. And that's where I always supposed God would be on a howling winter's Sunday. He'd be seated at our kitchen table, sharing our leg of mutton, with Mary's best sharp knife and fork in his almighty hands, his holy elbows on the snowy white tablecloth of forgiveness, fork stabbing at great chunks of meat, champing away like nobody's business. Him, the nabob of heaven, there with us, instead of presiding over all the God business going on down at St. David's Church, where the true Merinos, free settlers and lags, what should have known better, be praying and hymn-singing and freezing their bollocks and titties off. Them in church thinking they be earning extra points in heaven for going out in all the flurry and howl of a winter's blustering morning. And meanwhile, God be sitting at our kitchen table all cosy like, getting a good feed of Mary's best mutton and enjoying himself. Touch more gravy, God?
Don't mind if I do, Tommo, my dear.
God, polite as you like, while I pours in more gravy, little onions tumbling out of the jug. God ever so grateful to be out of the devil's breath weather what comes roaring and snorting down the mountain. I'd lie there in the forest hut, wrapped in me wet blanket, coughing and shivering, dreaming of Mary's Sunday kitchen. "I'll come back, Mama," I'd cry, teeth chattering fit to break. "You just watch and see. Little Tommo will be back sure enough, soon as I can find my way to Port Davy and stow away aboard a timber ketch." But now since I come back, me appetite's quite gone. Nothing tastes good no more. Sundays were always me best days in them old days. Now they's bloody purgatory with me afraid to look into Mary's sad face. Me here drinking Brodie's sly grog, scared shitless because Hawk's going to make me sit down to Sunday dinner with our own Mama. How can I face Mary when I've forgot how to deal with kindness in me life? Hawk with his hands moving, 13 to the dozen, trying to make cheerful conversation, and me with me eyes on me plate, not wanting none of it except to get up and run for me life. Though Hawk can't talk no more with his voice, I can still hear him in me head. When he speaks with his hands, I can hear him, clear as a bell. All them years away, and I never lost the sound of him. I promised myself when I were miserable that I were going back to my Mama's Sunday dinner and to my brother's deep, sweet voice. Now it's gone. His voice, what was always a comfort to me when I was away, always steady, unafraid. Hawk's beautiful blacky boomer voice is gone, rubbed away by the wild man's horse rope. Even then, in the wilderness, I had most strange feelings, like something were trying to choke out Hawk's voice. But I tried to put it out of me head, for remembering was all I could hang on to. Mary's told me what happened to Hawk when we was both kidnapped on the mountain and later became separated. A wild man took Hawk and starved him, and led him behind his horse by a hide rope around his neck until his voice was rasped away. All he's got now is his necklace of scars. I've asked Hawk about this time, but he says with his hand language he can't remember anything, except that we was took on the mountain by 4 men, and afterwards nothing. I can't remember the early part either. I can remember how it were with Sam's slit, but I don't want to talk about it. Maybe one day we will. I suppose I should count myself the luckiest cove in the world that I was spared the terrible thing done to make Hawk lose his voice. But I don't think myself lucky. Poor dumb Hawk, he's the lucky one. He didn't stay away long enough from Mary to learn to be afraid. Fear never took him and introduced him to the mongrels. He can still feel things. I've seen the tears brimming when he tries to ask what happened to me in the wilderness. His confusion when I shakes me head because I can't say for the bitterness inside of me. I can see my brother's concern for me, but I don't feel it. Can't feel the love I know Hawk has for me. I could do before I was took. I could feel everything we were feeling, like we were 2 fingers on the same hand. Shit, now I don't feel nothing no more. Not for Hawk, not for Mary, not for myself. That's what the wilderness done to yours truly. It took all the feeling out of old Tommo and left only the fear of the mongrels, what's always lurking in the tall timbers waiting to get you. I calls for another shot. Brodie brings it, but before I can pretend to search for a sixpence I know I ain't got, a drunk on the floor begins to shout and jerk, taking a fit. Brodie curses and forgets to ask for me money. He goes over and kicks the poor sod in the head. Brodie knows his stuff. When a man's took to fit in, a kick in the head sometimes will bring him to calm again. Suppose it'd be the shock. I can feel Hawk is close. Better drink up quick, Tommo. Hawk says we got a purpose, him and me. Me, quick and nimble with a mouthful of cheek. Him, strong and thoughtful and silent. It's a right rare combination what could work together, he says. Mary says we are her team to build up the brewery she started soon as she was freed. It's up to us now to gain folks' respect. Be someone what our kind has never been before. What them Merinos think the likes of us can never be. It's the world's best opportunity for the taking, Hawk says. We'd soon be proper toffs, and your children, Tommo, they'd be true Merinos. But old Tommo here knows that's crap. There's no purpose, no opportunity for the likes of me. You can't make nothing good out of nothing. Take a look at me, will you? Mary's little lamb has become a drunk, a useless scum what wakes up and needs a drink. Somebody what can't think of nothing but a bottle to leach the anger and the hate out of his rotting guts. What's I going to do? Wear a clean collar and learn clerking? Sit in an eye chair with a green eye shade, sharpen quill and blacking, working at profit and loss? Mary's precious little bookkeeper, Tommo X Solomon, beer baron in the making? Load of rubbish if you ask me. I ain't clever, but me hands now, they's a different story. Dog baiting and fist fighting and timber getting and burns from Sam Slit's whiskey still, that's what made 'em look bad. Every finger and knuckle looks broke or dog-bitten. And what's skin for other folk is scars for me. Scar tissue, what can take most kinds of pain. They don't look much chopped, but they be good hands, even if I do say so myself. That's the difference, see? They ain't like Mary's hands, what are black and twisted and broken. And I think most painful of movement. That's me one big secret. Hands what looks battered, but as sly as a fox. Other broadsmen see me holding cards at cribbage, or the Yankee game of poker, what's catching on among the troopers and gold miners. And they thinks, here's a go. Little bugger can't do nothing nasty with the flats using them poor sodding little mitts. Ha! What they sees is timber getter's hands, bashed in the saw pit, calloused on the axe handle, cut, broken, burnt. Hands what ain't capable of handling a deck or palming a card in broad daylight, so that the most suspicious sharper can't see what's going on right in front of his very own eyes. No danger in them pathetic, scarred and sorrowful little paws. No, sir, not them. But that's where they be wrong. That's their biggest mistake. What Ikey taught us at cards, me hands took too natural, like they had a mind of their own. Ikey himself were most complimentary about this. Most elegant and nimble, full of guilefulness and most diabolical of purpose. Flippers tailor-made by the devil himself to belong to a broadsman of most superior talent. Congratulations, my dear. Ikey were right. Me hands has a pure and natural ability for winning at cards by means of cheating. They's good enough kept on the straight, mind. They hold their own and more in any honest game, if such an event be possible. But they's most amazing on the cross. Sometimes they do things with a deck of flats what can even astonish me. Never's the day they don't earn me grog enough to dampen down what's ugly and frightening and burning inside me. There's always some mouth who fancies himself at cards, and who's got a silver sixpence to lose in an hurry. Or a trooper with the Queen's florin he wants to double or treble, and who grows most confident when he watches Tommo's clumsy little hands busy at spreading the cards around the table. That be me only asset. Hands what are up to no good. Good only for cheating at cards, fist-fighting, dog-baiting, and being most fast and nimble when they are clasped round the handle of a small lopping axe, like the one I always carries on me belt in case of mongrels. Them's me total credentials, me hands. Hawk says he'll learn me reading again, the trick of which I've long since forgotten. But I'm not so sure I can pick it up again. Look, he says. You learned Ikey's hand language soon enough again. Reading is the same. You'll soon be schooled back to it again. But reading be a thing of the head, and Ikey and Hawk's hand language be a thing of the hands. That's the big difference. Me head's fucked, but me hands ain't. Nastiness is the only thing what I'm well schooled in now. Mary's nicely brought up little lad, Tommo, what even at 7 years old had some book learning and writing, is now everything what's deemed bad. But Mary and Hawk expects that with a bit of plumping up, kindness and affection, what I am become will go away again, that the niceness is still inside me, only for a moment drowned out by me wilderness life, that with a bit of gentleness and love and a few gravy-soaked Sunday dinners under me belt, it'll all bob back to the surface like a cormorant what's been fishing, and there I'll be, good as new, floating merrily down the river of happiness and contentment. How the hell, I begs to know, does I do that? For 7 sodding years I had the living daylights kicked out of me by mongrels, the like of Sam Bloody Slit. Now I'm supposed to pretend all is forgiven, and the world ain't no longer a bad place. Can't them two see that ain't possible? That what's inside me is all screwed up for good? A large hand comes down on the back of me neck and squeezes. Not so it hurts, but firm enough. Crikey, it be Hawk. I didn't see or feel him come in. So lost am I in my own stupid misery. I grabs at the tot in front of me and tries to knock it back. But me head won't go back because Hawk's holding me neck, and I spills most of the precious liquid onto me blouse. Damn! I twists away angry and looks up. Sure enough, Hawk's got his finger and thumb pinching at his nose, lamplight shining on his fingernails. I can't help but smile. Hawk lifts me from the bench by me scrawny neck. He don't do it rough, but he don't intend to have no protest from me neither. I could still twist and kick him in the bollocks, double him up, then headbutt him as he's coming down. I'll take on any cove what's up to a foot higher than me, and bigger yet if I be drunk. Besides, I got me axe. But I don't, of course. I don't fight Hawk. He's like a band of iron around me neck. It ain't him what's making me angry. So I lets him steer me towards the door. Brodie shouts I owe him 6pence. Hawk lets go my neck, digs in his coat and flips him a shilling. Then he touches me lightly on the shoulder, directing me once more to the doorway. Brodie clasps his mittened hands together but misses the spinning coin and curses as it clatters to the floor, and two wretches, growling like a pair of pit bitches, come alive and scramble for it at his feet, tits falling out. Brodie jumps aside, dancing a jig, then kicks out wildly at the two soaks, screeching like a demented cocky parrot. Outside the sunlight be so bright I'm blinded, and Hawk waits while I hold my hands up against me eyes and rubs. He can't say nothing to me till I can see proper, till my eyes adjusts to the sunlight. So he stands and rests his big hand soft on my shoulder. We stand outside with all the tiny lights flickering in front of me eyes, little stars and explosions floating in blackness. Hawk's hand on my shoulder feels safe, feels good. Jesus, it's coming back to me. Coming back into me heart. But then I thinks maybe it's only Brodie's crook grog what's pumping through me veins, giving me a drunk's false hope. So I rolls me shoulder and shrugs off his hand. No point him imagining what ain't true. I could see clearly again, and I note it's well past noon by the position of the sun. Hawk is standing, waiting. Now he has his arms folded and clasped to his chest, looking down at his boots, his dark shadow cast in the dust, as nearly twice the size of me own. Mary, is it? I sneer. Commanding yours truly to Sunday bloody dinner? Hawk looks down sideways at me, his eyes narrowed, then shakes his head slowly and spits to the side of his boot. Come, he signals to me. Our ship is leaving on the afternoon tide.
Chapter 2. Hawk. Hobart Town, July 1856. Tommo's come back to us bad. The wild men have made him bad, taken his niceness and smashed it. His blue eyes are hard, the laughter in them gone. Tommo's come back to us damaged, Mamma, I say to Mary with me hands, the language I now use between us. He's lost himself somewhere.
Hush, you hear?
Mary says. She doesn't like what I'm saying. She looks at me accusingly.
You're still good despite what you've suffered, so why not him?
I shrug. It's not the same. I'm a nigger. Niggers aren't supposed to have feelings. She leans forward across the table.
Nonsense. Now you listen to me, Hawk. He'll come good. All he needs is a lot of loving.
She purses her lips.
I'm not much good at mothering no more. A bit old for all that malarkey. But now he's back, he'll get lots of good food and proper care. Least I can do.
Yeah, I say, trying to look more hopeful than I feel. He'll get that and more. I hope you're right, Mamma. The wilderness took a lot from our Tommo.
Not more than it took from you.
Sudden tears well up in her eyes, and Mary points to my neck, to the rope burns, the permanent scars that ring it in a band of silver tissue an inch wide against my black skin.
The wild man took your voice.
Her lips are pulled thin as she wipes her mouth with the back of her hand.
Nothing could be as bad as that, now could it?
She has never said anything about my voice before. Never spoken about it since it happened. Since the day she found me in the mountains. Now I can see that it's more than she wanted to say. That she thinks it's come out wrong. So she thinks a moment, then smiles, brushing away the tears. Trying to brush away the horror she's felt all these years of what was done to me.
It was such a nice voice, Hawk. You was just a little un, but your voice were already deep.
She smiles at me.
Did you know that, son?
I nod and she continues.
Lovely it were, like a melody. Folk would listen when you talked, even when you were a sprat. The wild man took that. There's no making up for that.
She shrugs, eyebrows high, mouth twisted.
You've come good. Tommo's got no lasting damage, a little to his hands. But not like what happened to you, not like that.
It's inside, Mama. I think about how Tommo's afraid. That's where he's broken. Something's broken inside him. Mary looks strangely at me. She doesn't tolerate folks who feel sorry for themselves. When she speaks, her voice is sharp again.
Whatever it were what happened to Tommo, it were no worse than most of us gets in life. This poxy island be full of past suffering. Sadness be a part of this place. Suffering beyond the wildest imaginings of them what's not like us. Tommo's still young, only just growed up, plenty of time for him to settle down. Work'll fix what ails him.
She says all this quickly as if she'd thought it all out. Mary mostly keeps things to herself. Thinks them out, then keeps them. Holds them tight to use only when needed. Now I sense she's worried about my brother too. When you've lost your speech and must talk in hand language, you learn to watch people more carefully. Ike always said,
Listen with your eyes, Hawk. It be your eyes what's your best ears.
And he was right. I don't want to say it, but I must. Mama, I don't think Tommo will want to work in the brewery. Mary draws back sharply.
What's you saying? What's you talking about?
It is late Sunday morning, with a high blue sky over the mountain, and the winter's sun polishes the river like mirror glass. Mary's kitchen is bathed in sunlight. The window panes reflect bright squares that burn out the colour where they make a pattern on the dark brick floor. Specks of dust turn to gold, dance in the shafts of light. Tommo has gone down to Wapping to drink at Brodie's Sly Grog shop. Since he's been back, he does a lot of walking on his own, learning Hobart Town that's grown and changed so much since we were kidnapped. He walks, then stops off to play euchre or poker in a pub or grog shop, coming home late and drunk, sad drunk. A 15-year-old who finds no cheer in the drinking he does. Mary and I are sitting at the kitchen table, which is covered with a white cloth. On Sunday, Mary always spreads a white cloth on the kitchen table. Damask, she calls it. It's like her Sunday altar. We don't go to church. Mary doesn't believe in it. And Ike, the closest thing we had to a father, was a Jew. So was our real mother, or so he said. He used to tell Tommo and me that we were too. Mary says she doesn't know anything about that. All she knows is that our mother was Sperm Whale Sally, a whaleman's whore. She says Ike made up a lot of things to suit, like the X he put in both our names. Ike added it on the spur of the moment when the government man said it wasn't Christian to have only one name and demanded a second be given. So Ike scratches his noggin and thinks a moment and then says, Israel and Moses. And the man says they aren't Christian either, and he isn't going to write anything down until Ike comes up with good Christian names for second.
Tell you what,
says Ike,
I'll put X, and then they can both choose a second name to their own liking when they've grown a bit.
The government clerk thinks for a moment, scratching his head.
Fair enough, all right then, exit B. He can't immediately think of a reason why X is not Christian, it being a sort of cross and all, and he doesn't really care. So now it's Hawk X Solomon and Tommo X Solomon forever after.
Can't trust the silly old bugger to get nothing right,
Mary said when she first told us she wasn't our real mother, nor Ike our father, even though he gave us his name with the X added.
Probably gave you his name, then got nervous that maybe it weren't quite kosher, so he cancelled it by adding the X. Nothing would surprise me with him.
Mary snorts each time the story comes up, but she's got a smile on her face too as she thinks of him.
Ike always did have a bet each way.
Mary also told us that Tommo and I are twins, the same but different, the same mother but different fathers. A fluke of nature, she said, that happens sometimes with oars. Tommo came out with white skin and blue eyes, small as a tadpole, an eye as black as the ace of spades and big as a bullfrog. It's very confusing to other folk, but not to Tommo and me. We're twins in the heart and in the head. Whether Jew or Mohammedan, twins of their own religion. Anyway, Mary isn't much concerned with religion.
Tell 'em you're Church of England,
she says when we're asked.
Don't suppose it matters, do it? God ain't got no religion now, does he? As far as worshipping goes, it's best not to take sides.
She decided for all of us when she pointed to the mountain towering above us.
Best off worshipping that.
She was not jesting either, for she loves the mountain.
God lives in that mountain, right above the organ pipes,
she told us once. The organ pipes are the shafts of rock that form a steep cliff to one side of the top of Mount Wellington. When we were little, Tommo and I always skirted well clear of those pipes when we climbed the mountain, just in case Mary was right and we should bump into God. What would you say to God if we should meet him up there? I once asked Tommo. Tommo thinks for a moment, then says right off,
I'd invite him to Sunday dinner.
Why? I asked.
'Cause that's the most holy place we got, silly.
He was right, too. Once when Mary spread her damask cloth, we asked her why, and she said,
It be our way of giving thanks to him what keeps our bellies full. It be our altar cloth. We belongs to the white tablecloth religion,
Tommo once told the curate at St. David's, who stopped us in the street and asked why we didn't come to Sunday school. As for not going to church, Mary always says,
If folk don't like it, well, that's just too bad now, ain't it? Knowing right from wrong is all what matters. And I've yet to meet the preacher on this God-forsaken island what does.
There is little doubt Sunday is important to her, though, and a special occasion. Almost every time she spreads the cloth, she says,
One day I'm going to buy us some silver, some Sunday silver.
But I don't think she ever will. Such a gesture would be much too flash for Mary. And we're still eating off the same tin plates and using the most ordinary cutlery you can buy. Since I've come back from England with Ike's stolen fortune, Mary could have a crystal chandelier in the kitchen if she wanted, and bone china and silver cutlery heavy enough to sprain your wrist. But Mary doesn't want people to think she's a free settler or a toff, or that she believes herself better than the rest of the lags. She isn't ashamed of who she is, a convict who has earned her ticket to leave and had her freedom granted after serving her sentence.
It's who you is when folk knocks at the door of your heart what counts,
she always said when we were young.
Hide the past and it gives them what's jealous of you the power to bring you undone.
I remember her telling us always,
Never give no one the power to shame you. Keep everything clear and in the open. Hiding from the past be the main business of this cursed island. People trying to pretend they's better than other people, when they's dirt, the scrapings of the barrel, just like what we is. Hannah Solomon be the prime example, putting on airs and graces, talking like a toff and trying to be a free settler, when she ain't and never can be.
Hannah was Ike's lawful wife, but all she did was try to do him harm. Now she and Ike's children live with a cove named George Madden in New Norfolk. Mamma once taught 3 of Ike and Hannah's brats, David, Anne and Sarah, when Hannah was a prisoner seamstress in the cotton factory.
They was bright too, those young'uns,
Mary told me. Mary doesn't care much for the free settlers here.
Who'd come to this miserable place even if it were free? Unless they was third-rate to begin, is what she says.
But she is not being altogether truthful about her feelings. She'd not return to Blighty even if the governor granted her free passage. Mary loves this island. It is where she found the chance she was always looking for. Tasmania is what saved Mary and gave her back her character. She doesn't pine for the good old days like Ikey did.
Blimey, what good old days was they then?
She'd say sarcastically when Ikey got to reminiscing about London town.
For the likes of me, they was shit.
And this ain't shit, my dear? Ikey asks, sweeping his arm to include the whole island.
Yes, but there be a difference,
Mary snaps back.
There you was buried permanent in it. Born in shit and drowned and died in it. No bleeding hope of rising above it. Here, if you pushes hard enough, you can get your head up through the surface.
And when you does, my dear, Ikey cackles, all you can see is arseholes. But Mary would not give in.
Life's too bleeding short to be frightened of what's already been, she'd say. Can't get yesterday back and change it now, can you?
That is why Mary can't see what has gone wrong with Tommo. She won't ever look backwards. When we were put to bed as young'uns, she'd often say,
"Today's all we got, ain't it? I mean, who knows? Tomorrow we could all be dead."
She'd take Tommo's hand and mine so that we were joined to her.
Be honest, fair, listen, keep your gob shut. Anyone can get through one day at a time. It's light and then it's dark, and it's bleeding over, ain't it? Persistence. That's all what gets you there in the end. Believing in yourself and persistence.
Then, after she'd made this little speech, she'd let go our hands and tug at the chain about her neck, and produce from her bosom the gold Waterloo medal Ikey gave her. She'd hold it tight in her fist.
"What's it say?"
she'd demand.
"I shall never surrender,"
Tommo and I would shout together, that being the legend written on the back of Mary's talisman.
"And don't you never forget it,"
Mary would say.
"Persistence and character."
That is everything Mary believes. Never give up, no matter how painful the journey. Overcome and persist. I know that in her heart she can't understand Tommo, how he's sorry for himself and won't forget the past now that things are good again. Drowning his sorrows in grog, not showing grit in his character, that's what she can't abide in my twin. I can sense she sees too much of Ikey in him. Not the Ikey of London town, not the successful fence and forger much admired among thieves and villains, and even accorded a grudging respect by policemen and magistrates. But the broken Ikey, the Ikey who was brought to his knees by hard convict labour and trained to obedience with the warder's whip. Now I've told her Tommo doesn't want to take up her legacy of persistence and character to work at her beloved brewery. She looks down at the white damask cloth and begins to smooth it with both her poor broken hands. A little frown forms, her top lip covered by the bottom one. Then she begins to speak quietly without looking at me, like she's thinking out loud.
"Course he'll want to work at the brewery. Tommo never were a lazy boy. He'll do his share. He'll come good,"
she says, as though she's trying to convince herself, as though she secretly fears she might not be right about my brother. Mamma, it's not that. He isn't ready to come back to us yet. But Mary will not look, doesn't want to see my hands, and continues.
"We'll buy all the new land in the Huon Valley we can get. We'll do it through Mr. Emmett, so nosy parkers what can't mind their own business don't catch on. Surprise the buggers. We'll grow all the hops we need for the use of the brewery and maybe some for the new colony of Victoria."
Mary lifts her chin and her eyes narrow.
"We'll not get caught short again because some bastard beer baron tries to put us out of business. Not never again."
She grips the sides of the table, then she looks up and becomes aware of me again.
"Hawk, you'll not talk to no one about the money, Ikey's money, ever. You understand?"
I've been back from England 3 months, and this is the first time Mary's talked about what we'll do with the fortune I took from his and Hannah's old Whitechapel home. Ikey's stolen treasure had lain there for years. hidden in an Austrian safe. For though Ike and Hannah knew half its secret combination each, they never trusted each other enough to tell each other their half. Hannah believed she and her brats deserved the lot, and sent her son David to claim it, but with a little luck and cunning, I got there first. "You know I won't tell anyone, Mamma," I nod.
Not even to Tommo, you hear?
I look at her, shocked. There is nothing I have ever hidden from Tommo. "Mamma, Tommo's my twin." Mary gazes down at the table.
Tommo's been away. We don't know where, he won't say.
She looks up, her eyes steady.
You hear me, Hawk Solomon? Don't you never tell your brother until I say.
There is a part of Mary that's hard as granite, that won't brook any contradiction. Her mouth is drawn in a thin line, the skin seeming to barely conceal the hardness of the skull beneath. Mary has a look that can frighten me, and now she's used it against Tommo, her dearest Tommo, whom she loves with all her heart. She lowers her eyes again.
You know about growing hops. You learnt it in England. That will be yours to concern yourself about. The Ewan Valley, what we can buy of it, will be yours, Hawk. Tommo can work with me at Strickland Falls and prove himself. Prove he may be trusted. He must learn what you already know about brewing. Catch up like, be an apprentice boy.
I bang my fist on the table so she is forced to look up. Mamma, Tommo won't. He won't come back, not yet. But she's too quick for me. She doesn't hear the half of it because her eyes are squinched tight closed, and she can't see my hand speaking to her, though she's heard the smack of my fist and knows full well what I'm trying to say.
The potato factory,
Mary says fiercely, her eyes still closed, like it's a holy catechism,
comes first.
She opens her eyes and spreads her crippled hands against the white of the cloth, fingers splayed as wide as they'll go. Then it comes to her what she's just said, and she adds,
That be after you and Tommo, of course.
Mamma, we've got Ike's stolen fortune. You don't ever need to work again if you don't wish. Mary is silent a moment, then she says,
That be the old problem. He has to make what's been stolen honest again.
She can see that I don't understand her. She shrugs.
All Ike's money's been gained on the cross. Not one penny comes from honest toil. It all comes from fencing, forging, laundering money, brothel keeping, and having his brats at the Academy of Light Fingers pickpocket for him. As for Hannah Solomon, hers comes from running scams in bawdy houses. All right, I put in me time in such places too, but I never cheated nor used poor kids what can't defend themselves. We has to put the money to decent use and make it clean.
But, Mamma, I stole that fortune. I opened Ike's safe using the combination we worked out from Ike's riddle. We've no more call on that money than the Solomons have.
Hawk!
Mary shouts in protest.
You know it's not the same. Ike gave you the riddle that held his 3 numbers to the safe. He were as good as saying that if you be the clever one to crack the riddle what opens his half of the safe, then providing he could also work out Hannah's set of numbers, what were in it be ours. His to share with us.
Mamma, Ike didn't say anything of the sort. He didn't know you already knew Hannah's half of the combination. You never did tell him, did you? Ike always thought it were just a clever riddle he'd given me to test me wits. Mary purses her lips.
More fool him, then, she says, but softly. He were a fool to underestimate the both of us. You in particular.
But even if I'd cracked Ike's part of the riddle, he knew it would give us only half title to the money. She smiles.
If Ike were alive, he'd be proud. Most proud that we beat the wicked cunning of that bitch, and her miserable brat David Solomon. They were his natural family, but he saw them for what they were.
She gazes at me fondly now.
I were right to send you to England, to learn the growing hops. Heaven knows we didn't have a penny to spare at the time, not for sending you, nor for purchasing land when you returned to do the growing. But I always knew it were the right thing to do. She clasps her hand suddenly. And look what happened. You returned with Ikey's fortune and the knowledge we needed. Now we can buy the whole Ewan Valley if we want.
Mamma, perhaps we could argue that if Ikey hadn't died before the safe was opened, he would have left us the part of the fortune that was his to give. But half of what came out of that safe rightly belongs to Hannah Solomon. Ikey was willing she should have her share. He always said so. But Hannah demanded more, much more, and that's what stopped him giving her half in the first place. The thought that she wouldn't rest there. That, and the fact that he didn't trust her to do right by him, stopped them from dividing it fairly in the first place. They were both ruled by greed. But what was Hannah's wasn't Ikey's when he was alive, nor is it for us to have now that he's dead.
Her half share be our compensation for the kidnapping of you and Tommo.
Mamma, we can't prove that she and David Solomon were behind the kidnapping.
Huh, and Hannah can't prove you opened Ikey's safe before David arrived in London either. That's two can't proves. We're quits then, ain't we?
Mary looks smug.
Far as she's concerned, you were waiting in London with Ikey's half of the combination, and the two of you opened that safe together and found it empty.
Her expression turns grim.
I know it were them.
She taps her chest with her finger.
In me heart. I know it were David and Hannah Solomon what kidnapped my boys.
She points her finger at me, shaking it.
All the bleeding dosh in the world can't bring back your voice, or undo what's been done to Tommo. They've got to be punished.
Mary suddenly realises that she's shouting, and looks around. She lowers her voice to almost a whisper, even though there's no one about to hear us.
Besides, if Ikey were alive, and you'd brought him back the old fortune from London, do you really think he would have divided it in half and given Hannah her share? Not bleeding likely he would. I'll tell you something for nothing. He wouldn't have given her a farthing, not a brass razoo.
Mary folds her arms across her breasts.
By keeping the lot, we're only doing what Ikey would have wanted most.
I shake my head slowly. Mamma, we don't know that. It isn't a decent thing that we're doing. Mary's face reddens. She is suddenly furious.
Don't talk to me about decent. Decent be what decent does. That bitch done nothing decent in her frigging life. I ain't giving that or nothing, you hear, over my dead body. Not a bleeding penny, you hear me? Me conscience be clear on the matter.
I've never seen Mary so fierce, and Ikey's words come back to me. Out of a clear blue sky, my dears, with not a cloud of contention to be seen, not a fluffy puff of ill humour on the far horizon, Mary can evoke a hurricane in minutes. She don't give a tinker's cuss for the consequences to herself of her malevolent tongue. Mary has a temper what can turn the sweetest harmony, the calmest waters, into a raging storm at sea, greater than that what wrecked the Spanish Armada. There is nothing more I can say in the face of her anger. I shrug, but Mary's not finished yet.
You think Hannah's going to be happy with half? She'll be off to the law in a flash if she knows we've got Ikey's money. Besides, who's to know what's hers and what were Ikey's?
She stabs a finger at me again.
You going to let her decide? Let Hannah Solomon tell you what's her fair share, eh? You going to do that? You bar me or something?
What Mary says is logical. Hannah will never be satisfied until she has the lot. But Mary knows Hannah won't go to the law. When Ikey was sentenced to transportation for purchasing stolen goods, the Old Bailey ruled that whatever could be recovered of his stolen goods was the property of the Crown. Ikey always said that if we recovered any of the money, we should never speak of it. The law has big ears, my dear. Ears what can gather taxes and fines like a dredger gathers mud. When it comes to money, stay stum. The less known all round, the better, know what I mean? I remind Mary of this, knowing full well that she doesn't need reminding. Mamma, you know Hannah won't go running to the magistrate. She won't want to draw attention to herself. Besides, she'd have done it before if she'd thought it an advantage to her. She already suspects we've got Ikey's money. Mary frowns, then shakes her head.
Suspecting and knowing for certain ain't the same thing now, are they? Once Hannah and that son of hers knows for certain they'd be after us. David Solomon would never let up. The humiliation of him knowing it were you what tricked him would be enough. He'd kill you.
I shrug. Mama, you recall I left a ring in the safe with a little note that purported to be from Ikey. Remember, always leave a little salt on the bread. Seemed a good joke at the time. David still thinks Ikey outsmarted them. He thinks the fortune was taken when Ikey was still in England, and that the note was intended for Hannah. As far as he knows, Ikey had the money and couldn't spend it before he died, so it must be here.
No, Mary says. There's no proof of it.
I shake my head. Listen, Mama. David must conclude that Ikey left the money to you. That would be a natural enough assumption, don't you think?
Assumption. Assumption ain't proof. That ain't knowing, Mary snaps, still protesting.
Ah, but if you buy the land in the Huon Valley, he'll know soon enough, won't he? Mary thinks a moment, then sighs.
Oh, you be right.
But, Mama, what if we tell them we wish to make peace? If we admit that Ikey left you all the money, but that you wish, out of the goodness of your heart, to do the right and proper thing and give Hannah her half? Mary looks at me astonished. She's lost for words, so I continue quickly. Mama, it would wipe away the wrongs done and guarantee our safety. Ikey always said, mutual greed can make the worst of enemies the best of loving friends. Mary sighs and looks at me despairingly.
Hawk, you is always trying to fix what can't be fixed between folk. This ain't a peace what can be bought. Them lot is filth. They won't abide by no goodwill, no conditions.
But don't you see, Mama? We'll make it so they must. We'll leave a sealed envelope with Mr. Emmett. They know he's the governor's chief clerk as well as being your good friend, and so can't be corrupted. We'll give him instructions that it's only to be opened if harm comes to any of us and they're involved. The note will tell the authorities about Hannah's possession of Ikey's money, that rightly belongs to the Crown. Then we'll tell Hannah and David about the letter lodged with Mr. Emmett.
Huh, fat chance of pulling that off. What about our money? The law would confiscate that too.
What money? I smile. We'll say Ikey left instructions before he died to give Hannah all his money. That when I came back from London, I only acted as a courier for a small commission. You were his executor, entitled to 10%, that you're now perfectly prepared to rebate to the Crown. Mary shakes her head and tut-tuts.
You've gone balmy, Hawk.
But I can see she's thinking, frowning and drumming her fingers on the white tablecloth.
Tell you what,
she says at last. I shrug and spread my hands. What?
Get Tommo to stay put. To stay at home with us, and after he's been sober 1 year and worked with me in the brewery, we'll do it. We'll give Hannah a quarter share. That'd be more than what rightly belongs to her.
She looks closely at me now, reading my consternation.
And you still can't tell Tommo about Ikey's money, neither. You hear me now, Hawk Solomon? You've got to stay stum.
I shake my head. Mama, I must give Tommo a reason to stay. I must tell him. Helping to protect you from any harm might be the only way to convince him to stay. Please, Mama.
No, Hawk. He's not to be trusted yet.
Mama, Tommo would do nothing to harm us. Mary's lips are pursed.
Be that as it may, you're not to tell about the money. Nor about David and Hannah hating us. Tommo ain't no fool. He'll want to know why.
Now Mary looks directly into my eyes.
I'm worried he's going to run away from us. You'd not Scarpa too. Go with him, would you, Hawk?
My heart sinks. She must be able to see how distraught I am, how my throat aches with concern for her. Mary is counting on me, and now, with Tommo returned, him also. She knows, though, that the brewery can get along without Tommo, but it will be harder without me. Mama, I can't leave my brother. I swore that if Tommo came back to us, I'd never leave him again. If he goes, I must go too. I can feel the tears running down my black face now. I sniff, my hands working fast. Please, Mama. I beg you to understand. You must let me get the badness out of Tommo. Then we'll come back to you. I promise. Mary says nothing. Instead, she pulls at the chain around her neck to bring up her Waterloo medal, which she clasps tightly in her fist. When Mary holds her good luck charm, it means she's not going to budge an inch. She will never surrender. I feel defeated. Telling Tommo about Ike's money was the last card in my deck. My only chance to make him stay. I was willing to compromise Tommo's peace of mind for the greater good, believing truly that he would be best off here at home with us. But now Mary forbids me this. She expects me to let Tommo go away on his own again. She's making me choose between my love for Tommo and for her. Mary, whom I love with all my heart. Mary, to whom Tommo and I owe our very life, who made us her own when Ike brought us home in his tobacco basket. 2 brats of a whore died in childbirth. Rats already eating the birth mess when he found us in the early morning sunshine. I know what Mary has done for us. Tommo and I saw it often enough when we were small. Each morning at 8 o'clock, after the Reverend Smiles had eaten lamb's kidneys and fresh eggs, with his napkin still tied about his neck, he'd take up his prayer book and come out to the churchyard beside the Foundling Home to bury the newborn dead. He would say what passes for a prayer for the unwanted infants left to perish in the churchyard or on the docks, under bridges and in ditches. In a hurry of words too fast for their meaning to be understood, he'd bury what the scavenger cats and dogs and the dock rats had not eaten. Dust to dust, ashes to ashes, rubbish to rubbish, he might as well have said. For it makes no difference when there's nobody to mourn. Tommo and I would have been in that graveyard, if Ike had not found us and Mary taken us in. They weren't man and wife, not even living as such. But they became our mother and father. And Mary raised us up properly. She tutored us in reading and writing and sums, until we were more advanced in these skills than other children and even most adults on the island. She loved us with a great fierceness, scolded us, bathed and bandaged our cuts and scratches, dried our tears and taught us how to be on our guard against a hostile world. Each night she held us tenderly. "My boys," she always said, kissing us on the cheek. "My lovely little boys." It was the last thing we heard every night. Then, when we were kidnapped, she went into the wilderness to look for us. She went on her own where no woman had ever been alone before, her life 100 times endangered in the process. When she found me, she killed the wild man who'd captured me. Now we are back together, and all she asks of Tommo and me is that we stay and share in everything she's built with her own hands. That we stay and build her precious brewery now that Ike's fortune makes it possible. That we become rich and happy and give her grandchildren to rock on her knee in her old age. But we will not. We cannot. Tommo's broken inside and needs to go away. And if I let him go alone, I know he'll never come back. Tommo doesn't think his life's worth a pinch of shit, and it's up to me to help him see otherwise. If he'd never come back from the wilderness, perhaps I could have eventually lived my life. But I grieved him every day he was away, and I always knew he wasn't dead. He was in my head first thing on waking and last thing at night, and 100 times in between. Whatever should come to pass, I can never let Tommo go out of my life again. The silence grows between Mary and me until it is almost unbearable. I sit at the table looking out of the window through my tears with nothing I can say, and Mary waits. Finally I cease blubbing. "Tommo coming home for dinner then?" Mary asks at last. "There's a nice leg of mutton in the oven." She says it quietly. Then, when I don't answer, she asks, "Whopping, is he?" I nod, grateful that she's left the topic of our conversation, but dreading she'll return to it.
Drunk again, I suppose.
She looks up to see my hands reply, but I keep them in my lap and say nothing.
Me old man were a drunkard,
She says quietly.
How long's Tommo been drinking?
Since almost when he was taken into the wilderness. 6 years, maybe more. He doesn't say exactly. The timber getter he was with ran us still. Mary sighs and shakes her head.
Don't make sense. He can drink all the beer he wants here at home.
She looks up and gives a bitter laugh, her eyes bright and wet.
His mamma owns a bleeding brewery. Tomahawk's the best drop of beer in Tasmania.
Mamma, it's spirits he's taken to. He says it's the fire that's needed to kill the cold inside him.
Jesus!
Mary is suddenly angry.
He even talks like a drunk. Drink don't drive away the demons, only character can do that.
Mary clucks her tongue.
You can't make excuses for him, son. He'll promise you everything, but he'll let you down, Hawk. Tommo will break your heart before it's all over.
She stabs her finger at me.
Mark me words. If Tommo don't stay, you won't cure him by being with him. Love never cured a drunkard. Hard work and watching over him like a hawk. That'd be the way if there be a way at all.
Watching over him like a hawk. That's funny, but Mary doesn't notice the pun. She leans over and touches my hand.
Listen to your mamma. If he stops here with us, at least we can both watch over him, keep an eye on him. We can see he don't come to no harm. Maybe even bring him eventually to a cure.
Mamma, Tommo's afraid. He's scared that if he stays, he'll shame you, spoil things here. Mary looks aghast.
Shame me? Me? What's been the lowest of the low? Shame me? How do you propose he can do that? Tommo don't even begin to know what real shaming be.
Tommo knows most folks think highly of you here in Hobart Town, Mamma.
And you think I care? You think I put them miserable lot before my boys, before little Tommo?
Mamma, it isn't what you think, it's what Tommo thinks.
Thinks?
Mary is growing furious.
Drunks don't think anything but where their next drink be coming from. I know, I were practically one myself. Me old man were one. Christ, don't tell me about drunks. I seen it, been it. I've been broken like Tommo, let me tell you. See these?
She holds up her terrible hands.
I got them broke by men. Clerks, looking for a job at bookkeeping. There was a job down the docks, see, East End. We waited, hundreds of us, lined up to apply. All men, except me. I gets the billet. Out of all of them, I'm chosen, and it's the happiest day of me life. I walks home, it's misty, and you can't see nothing down the wharfs. They's waiting for me. Dozens of the bastard, waiting in the mist. Woman taking our job, says they. Clerking ain't for women, understand, bitch?
Mary begins to weep softly.
They threw me down and raped me. Then they held me and stamped on me hands till every finger was smashed and every bone were broken raw.
She places her hands into her lap below the table.
That's how I become a tart. It were all I could do, me hands being useless and all. Then I were in a brothel and had a fight and run away, and they sent the acid man after me, the slasher.
She turns her head slightly, showing the scar which disfigures her pretty face.
I know how the bottle tempts you. Numbs your pain when you're hurting. For a long time that were all I had, no hope of the future, nothing. Then I hears on the grapevine that Ikey Solomon the fence be looking for a bookkeeper what'll keep their gob shut. I goes to Ikey, and he gives me a job clerking, then later running a bawdy house. Ikey were the one what first gave me a chance to come good when nobody else would.
Mary sniffs and jerks her chin upwards, knuckling the wet from her eyes.
And that's what we'll give Tommo. A chance to come good. To make something of himself and forget what they done to him. To stop feeling so bleeding sorry for himself and get on with it. Begin a new life, just like I done. Believe me, there's not too many gets that chance given.
But Tommo is not strong like you were, Mamma. He's not the same cheeky boy we loved, full of fight and vim.
Mary's eyes soften at the memory of how Tommo was, then grow sad.
He don't hardly say boo to a goose. He's been home 9 months and he ain't laughed proper once. Just answers me polite like, yes, mamma, no, mamma. He don't never meet me eyes.
The anger has now gone from her voice, and she speaks barely above a whisper. She looks up, appealing to me.
What's wrong with him? What's I done wrong to Tommo?
Nothing, Mamma. I've told you. Tommo loves you, but he's shamed. Scared he's not good enough for us. He loves you, but it can't come out. It's stuck inside. He's forgotten how to bring it out. Mary's face grows hopeful now.
Then we'll teach him. Me and you, Hawk. We'll show him how we both loves him. Show him there ain't nothing in the bottom of a bottle what can help him.
She jumps up and waves me away with the back of her hands.
Go fetch him.
She's laughing.
Go on, Scarper, be gone with you.
She moves over to the hearth, wiping her hands on her pinny.
I'll get the cabbage cooked. Roast will be ready in half an hour. Tell him I done little onions and brown gravy, too. Always liked a nice drop of gravy, did our Tommo.
Mary hasn't yet given up on the prospect of keeping Tommo. Or she doesn't want to face what we both know to be the truth. I don't know which. I smile sadly and shake my head. Then I rise and go to where she's standing beside the hearth. Mary's head comes to not much above my waist. I'm 15 years old, 6 feet and 4 inches tall, and no beanpole. I stoop down to kiss her. It's not something I do often, and it's most clumsy. Mary brings her hand up to her face and touches the place where I kissed her. A tear runs down her cheek and disappears into the notch between 2 fingers. Then she buries her head against my waist and clasps me tight.
Don't leave me, Hawk. I loves you with all me heart. You won't leave your old mamma, will you?
I can feel my heart pushing up into my throat, filling my lungs so I can't breathe. Oh, God, Mary is begging me. Mary, the hardest rock I know, is crumbling. Suddenly I hate Tommo, hate the ties that bind me to him, hate him for spoiling all our lives. And I hate myself for my disloyalty to Mary. Mary is crying, sobs coming out of her breast so soft there's scarcely a whimper. And now I can't see her for my own tears. I'm crying, not because she's forced me to choose between her and Tommo, but because I love her so very much. I put her gently away from me. Mamma, please, I beg you. I try once more. Let me tell Tommo about Ikey's money. Perhaps he'll stay if I tell him about the threat you face from Hannah and David. Perhaps that will be the difference to make him stay on.
No!
Mary shouts.
No, no!
She bangs her fist hard against the kitchen wall, then turns to me again.
You'll not dare tell him about the money!
I can barely move my hands to talk, for the pain in my chest. Then I must go with him, Mamma, I signed to her. I can't let him be parted from me again. Something snaps inside of her. I can see it. A dark thing that bursts out of her. I've seen Mary angry. Her temper is well known, but I've never seen her like this. Her whole body begins to tremble. There is fire in her green eyes. Suddenly she charges at me, pushing me in the belly. She's screaming and hammering her fists against my chest.
Go! Go! Go to hell, the both of you!
These are words I've never heard from her, and they break my heart. Mamma, please. I clasp her wrists. Mamma, Mamma. She pulls away, but I hold onto her wrists and she spits in my face.
Let me go, you black bastard!
So I let go of her and cover my face, weeping. She's beating against me again.
And don't you call me Mamma! You both come from a whore's cunt, a nigger and a drunken runt. You ain't no part of me. You ain't no sons of Mary Abacus.
I hold my hands out to her, pleading, sobbing.
Mary pulls back suddenly and grabs at the medal hanging from its chain around her neck and holds it in her fist in front of her furious face.
I've been on me own before. It ain't nothing new.
Her skin is ashen and her voice grown cold. She is breathing hard, talking in short bursts, hissing out the words, her chest heaving.
You hear me, Hawk? If you go with your brother, the two of you will not be back. Never again. Not to this house. You'll not get what's mine. I swear it.
She pauses a moment and shakes the fist holding the Waterloo medal.
What's swore on this can't be took back, you hear me? Now fuck off! Get out of my house, pack your bag and get out! I don't want to see neither of you never again!
I'm weeping again, though it is not for Tommo and me that I cry, but for our mamma. I know on the morrow or the day after Mary will beg our forgiveness. She loves us with all her heart and mind and soul. But like Tommo, what's happened in her life can't be banished, despite what she's always said. All her own hurt comes flooding back when she's backed into a corner, and she knows only how to snarl and claw her way out to safety or perdition. She's the small brat who's never been loved. She's on her own, and to her own mind, when she's crossed, all she's got is herself to depend on. In her heart of hearts, I know Mary's lost hope in Tommo, and doesn't think he'll ever come good. But she won't come out and say it. She can't say it of her own son. If she does, she'll be admitting she loves me more than him, when before we were taken it were always slightly the other way. When we were brats, Tommo always made Mary laugh. He was just about the only one who could. Mary has always blamed herself for not finding him, not rescuing him as she did me. And now he's come back. She's once again lost what she wants most to love. To realise Tommo doesn't want her, has no place for her in his life, must be more than she can bear, and so she fights and orders us away. She has made me choose between her and Tommo. Either I go with Tommo, for he will not stay here with me, or I lose him forever, and that I cannot do. I rise slowly from the chair, and without signalling another word to our beloved mamma, I leave the kitchen, not sure if I shall ever return, but knowing that I will ever love her. Chapter 3. Tommo. The Pacific Ocean, November 1856. We've been at sea for 3.5 months, sailing north on the Yankee whaling ship, Nankin Maiden, what be out of New Bedford, Massachusetts. The master is Captain Mordecai O'Hara, a fierce and pious man. The Nankin Maiden's an old ship, a bark, but a good 'un. 150 feet from stem to stern with a beam of 30 foot, 300 tons, and well known these 30 years in the Antarctic, Southern Ocean and Pacific waters. She's after sperm whale. We was quickly told the Yankee sperm whalers are the toughest there be on the 7 seas. From the looks of it, there ain't many Yankees aboard, except for the 3 mates, the ship's carpenter, the cook, blacksmith, cooper, sailmaker, and of course the master himself. That's only 9 out of 42 men. The rest is all volunteers like Hawk and myself. Rough men of every colour and shape, from seaports in the Indies and the Caribbean, Cape of Good Hope and the islands of the Pacific Ocean. There is also a few Limeys, Irish and Dutchies, mostly picked up in Rio. Though Hawk were brung up better than me, here he's treated as a nigger. There is 4 others, but they be true niggers, 2 from the Indies and 2 from the Cape. Hawk's bigger than all on board, except for one of the Maori, and I'm glad to have him about. There be another black what's not counted a nigger, an aborigine from the Stony Creek tribe named of Billy Lanny. Hawk says he must be one of the few Tasmanian natives what's not been shot as vermin, or what died when they was took to be settled on Bruny Island. Lanny keeps to himself, though he's friendly enough when you talks to him. Lanny's a small man, no bigger than myself, though his head seems larger than suits the body what carries it. Under his canvas breeches, what is rolled up for deck scrubbing and the like, he has sparrow legs, thin pin-like sticks.
He's built a narrower chest, too, but he seems amazing strong for such a little fella. He wears a beard of tiny curls, close to his face, and his hair is 1,000 or more tight, springy curls clung to his head. They're quite different looking to Hawk's. He has deep-set eyes and most pleasing white teeth when he smiles. This bloody ship is owned by a Rhode Island syndicate, all of them Quakers, what have vowed it a dry cask afloat, meaning that grog ain't permitted on board while she's at sea. The past 3 months and 16 days have been the worst of me life. Not a drop of grog has passed me lips. Any breach of this rule is punished most cruel, as we witnessed a week out to sea with Billy Lanny, the victim. Lanny, a regular crew member much experienced in the whaling game, come back on board ship in Hobart Town and brung with him a quart bottle of Cape brandy. He knew he'd be punished if it were found, but he didn't care. Sure enough, it were found by the first mate, Mr. Crawlin' Nestbite. We were just 3 nights out to sea when he found Billy Lanny drunk as a lord, dancing a merry jig in the forecastle and singing a bawdy ditty. To my mind, the real tragedy of the whole affair is that only a quarter of the bottle were consumed before the first mate found out. The sentence would not have been a single stroke more had Billy drunk the lot, as I'd surely have done. In the presence of the lot of us, the rest of the precious brandy were poured overboard by the first mate, while me tongue stuck to the roof of me miserable mouth. Nestbite, like the master, is a Quaker, and told us that the Lord in heaven did not propose to show any mercy to the feckless black, nor should we expect any from the highest authority on earth. This authority turns out to be Captain O'Hara himself, who, it seems, knows all about the will of God. 5 days later, at 10 o'clock on Sunday morning, we'd be called on deck to hear Billy's sentence. The captain, in best black cloth suit and white lace bibby, stands on the forecastle to address us. Billy Lanny is made to stand before him, his hands clasped to his front and his head bowed as though in prayer. Nestbite stands beside him with one hand on Lanny's shoulder and the empty brandy bottle in his other hand.
The Christ within us lives in you all, because something of God exists in every man.
O'Hara begins in a most reasonable voice. Then he says to Billy,
Even in thee, an ignorant savage.
He turns to us and goes on.
In thee also, in every man here, there is the inward light if he should take it into himself and illuminate his heart in Christ Jesus' name.
He brings his attention back to Billy.
This inward light is a guide to us of good and evil, in thee and me. In thy case, Billy Lanny, I have sought to discover the will of God by deliberation and by illumination of that same light in me.
The captain pauses and stares towards the topmast in a sort of holy-looking way. Then he fixes his eyes on Billy again.
It has been made clear to me by divine revelation that thou art to be most severely punished. Evil exists in all of us, and we have witnessed it now in thee. And bringing strong drink aboard, we have seen clearly the spirit of Satan confronting the spirit of the Lord Jesus himself. It is written that thou shalt take no strong drink, and thou hast disobeyed, and so this evil must be punished. Billy Lanny, whaleman on the good vessel Nankin Maiden, in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ our Saviour, I pronounce sentence of 100 lashes.
There is a gasp from the crew. For 100 lashes with the knotted rope be severe punishment. The captain then picks up a book. What he explains to us is the articles of the ship. I can't remember the exact words, but it more or less says that the Nankin Maiden be under the tender and loving care of the Lord Jesus, and be therefore, according to the Holy Scriptures, an empty vessel to be filled with the Spirit of the Lord. The captain is responsible for interpreting the Word of God in all matters requiring discipline, and for delivering punishments with his own hand in the name of Christ Jesus. Amen. This means he can punish Billy any way he likes. When they strips Billy naked and ties him to the mizzenmast, his back be so scarred from past floggings that the rope at first can't cut through the flesh beneath. Billy don't take no leather strap to bite down upon, and all the way through the terrible beating, he don't make no sound except a grunt as the wicked whip strikes him deep to flay the meat from his ribs and backbone. When all's done, The captain stands bent over him with his hands clasped upon his knees, sweat pouring off, and him panting like a bitch on heat. O'Hara wears a gold signet ring on his right hand, with a flat top the size of a shilling. Now a piece of Lanny's flesh is stuck upon it, so that it looks like it's set with a large ruby. There is smiles of wonderment among the crew at the way Billy's taken his flogging. Some say that even if Billy be a black, never a braver man has put to sea, and all vows that they would man a whaleboat with him any day of the week. This is rare praise on board a vessel where it's every man for himself. The many languages the men gibber away in keeps them apart, and the English is spoke only to give instructions, organise the whale hunt, or give out punishment. But when the hunt is on, the 6 men who crew together in each of the 4 open whaleboats share a common destiny. They knows their lives to be in mortal danger, and they stays close the better to survive. A crew member what's shown his mettle is not forgotten, and Billy Lanny's courage under the captain's lash will hold him in good stead. This be even more true after what happens when he's cut loose from the mast. When they cuts Billy down, he stands unsteady, with the blood running down his open back to his scrawny bum and forming puddles of crimson at his heels. Then he straightens and faces out to sea, sniffing the air in great draughts. We watch his silent, thinking that perhaps he's about to jump, when from deep within him comes the howl of the wild Tasman tiger dog, a long, mournful sound that I've heard 1,000 times at night in the wilderness. 2 Irishmen immediately crosses themselves, and others is astonished, not knowing what to make of the strange noise so foreign to the human voice. Then Billy turns slowly to Captain O'Hara and gives him a most gentlemanly bow, pointing to the master's white Quaker bibby, which with the rest of his blouse is stained with Billy's blood and flecks of skin. The black man gives a smile of tender sweetness and says, "God bless thee, Captain. You'll be washed in the blood of the Lamb and forgiven." He says this in perfect English, which I ain't never heard from him. O'Hara gasps and takes a step backwards.
"Blasphemy! Thou hast blasphemed!"
he yells, shaking his finger at Billy.
"A heathen savage hath taken the name of the Lord God in vain!"
He orders Billy tied back to the mast and hands the blood-soaked lash to Mr. Nestbite, who gives him another 50 lashes. When they cuts Billy down this time, he don't howl like the tiger dog, but stands at the ship's rails and looks out to sea, his hands fluttering as though he's trying to calm the waves. Then he turns to Nestbite and points at him. "Blurry big fish come to get you, boss." He draws his finger slowly across his throat. "Ah," he says, like a man choking. The crew moves back at this. Whalemen be superstitious by nature, but they knows this to be beyond mere fancy. Billy Lanny has put a curse on Nestbite, right enough. Nestbite turns away with a sick sort of smile on his gob.
"Pagan nonsense,"
he spits.
"God will punish you."
Mary be right about religion. Them what's given themselves over to it, and what pronounce upon the rest of us in Christ's name, is more cruel than any other. This is the first time since the age of 8 years, when I was first made to tend Sam Slit's whiskey still in the wilderness, that I've been without me daily drink. It's only today, 14 weeks after I was took by Hawk from Brodie's sly grog shop, that I'll be feeling the least bit better. The terrible sweats what come down upon me a day or two after I stopped drinking went away in 2 weeks, and about the same time me gut settled down and me shit stiffened to normal. But the craving for strong spirits never stops. And yet, as I stands here on the cross stays, looking out for the whale, I'll be aware for the first time in many a year of the wind in me face, and the dancing of the white caps, like toy sailing boats stretched to the horizon. The sky has clouded over since this morning when I climbed up the mainmast. What Hawk tells me in our lessons is cumulus cloud, now brooding against a grey horizon, has nudged aside the mare's tails what stretched across the horizon when my watch began. The sun, up above the gathering cloud, beats down warm on me back, and it's excellent weather for a spotting of the whale. Hawk and me ain't yet witnessed a hunt, though we've been among the blue whales twice. We did not give chase, as they're too fast and strong to be harpooned. It is the sperm whale, the next largest in the sea that we hopes to find. I'm eating a bit more these days, though a whaler's daily ration ain't much good. Hard biscuit, what's a weevil's feast, a pound of salt beef or greasy pork, or even horse, and 2 pound of plum duff on Tuesdays and Thursdays. This dreary lot is washed down with long lick, a mixture of tea, coffee and molasses, and 3 times each week a portion of lime juice for the scurvy. By decent folks' standards, the food is pig swill. No man ashore except a starving beggar would touch it. Hunger got me in the end, and I suppose the dead cockroaches in the molasses adds to its taste well enough. Fancy dreaming about eating possum stew again. It'd be fair delicious right now, and the thought of a plump mutton bird split and flattened, then roasted on a fire of live coals is enough to make me drool. I'd eat my own Sunday dinner as well as Hawk's at Mary's table, except she don't want us there no more. But I can't think about that, and anyway I'd give up every morsel of food on earth for a single snort of Brodie's watered-down Cape brandy. I'm a drinking man by nature. I know that now. From the very first taste of the hot whiskey coming drop and trickle from the copper tube in a Sam's slit still, I knew I'd found me true love. I did not come to drunkenness from despair, though I haven't said this to Hawk, what believes I'm become a drunkard because of what happened to me in the wilderness. And without the whiskey jug to fuel me through the bitter cold and rain of them days, the loneliness and the mongrels, I'd have surely died. But I sees it clear now. If I'd been born a prince, I'd still be a drunk. Now I'm just plain thirsty. Desperate for a drop. I got a plan, though. I've been collecting raisins from the plum duff. On good days, there'll be as many as 20 a serve, and in not too many weeks I'll have a handy store. I'm going to dry them and soak them, and then when I'm on galley duty, which is often enough, steal some of the yeast used for baking the skipper's bread to add to them. Sam's slit be of value to me at last. There were nothing that bastard did not know about the fermenting of grog, and I reckon a tolerable good brandy will come from these raisins yet. Yours truly shalt not be denied his grog by these god-gobbing Yankees. Hawk is much pleased that his little brother eats more now. He's patient and tender to me when I sulks, dreaming of the drink. In our spare moments he teaches me to read and write again from books, and a slate he brought abroad with him. Hawk is a fine teacher to me. When he hears something, it remains in his noggin forever after. He can remember each and every word spoken by Captain O'Hara when he pronounced sentence on Billy Lanny. He's made me a copy of the captain's sermon on his slate, as a means of me learning to write again, which is why I can now recall it word for word. Hawk reckons I must write to be educated and read so me mind might be alive to the world beyond the inside of a brandy bottle. The fact that I don't want to see nothing but the insides of that bottle don't worry him. Anyways, Hawk likes to teach me, and I likes to learn from him. And on board ship I finds out something else. I can be a great help to him too, translating his hand language to the other men, though they's picking up a bit of it anyways. Because Hawk is dumb, there's many reckon him deaf as well, and they shouts and hollers at him, so that I need to remind him he can hear as well as they. But being mute, he can't much talk to no one in his language save me, so we've asked to work together. To me great sadness, though, we ain't allowed to man a whaleboat together, because I were declared too small to row with the strength of t'other men. I fights back on this, as I've rowed since childhood, and also on the Gordon and the Franklin when I were in the wilderness. But the fourth mate, Mr. Seb Rawlings, takes one look at yours truly, and that be bloody that. "No whaleboat for you, lad," he says right off. But with Hawk it were different. A week out to sea, Seb Rawlings set a whaleboat over the side with the crew, including Hawk. This were to see if Hawk's amazing size and strength would serve him well with the harpoon. All of us what watched from the deck could see that Hawk were quite steady in the boat, with the 25-pound harpoon held above his shoulder, even though the sea were less than calm. A barrel with a white circle painted on it were cast from the whaleboat, with a light line attached, and allowed to drift away, bobbing up and down amongst the waves. Hawk were then told to aim the harpoon at the barrel while standing full upright in the bow. At first the crew laughed as Hawk launched the harpoon and were thrown on his back again and again, and once even upended into the sea. But Hawk don't give up easy, and with a little instruction, He soon improved. By Hawk's fifth outing, we watched as he threw the harpoon a good distance. He were most accurate, too, often spearing the dot painted on the barrel, and never so much as missing by more than the few inches allowable for the hunting of the sperm whale. Mr. Rawlins pronounced himself satisfied, and Hawk were appointed as standby. What sees that the whaleboat's equipment be all ship-shape before launching, and what can be called upon to crew if someone be ill or unable to take their place for some other reason. It's a terrible disappointment to me that I can't hunt whale with me brother. Hawk ain't happy neither, and makes me say this for him to the mate. Hawk tells Rawlings of me previous life as a timber getter, where I gathered strength in me arms and back, but Rawlings only laughs. A whaleboat be no place for a boy of your size, lad. I would not have you on my conscience, nor as a danger to the other crew. Tell him I'll be responsible for you. Hawk signals to me with his hand. I translates once again, and Rawlings smiles thinly at Hawk. Are you now the captain of my whaleboat? I can see his patience is sore tried, and he dismisses us with a backward wave of his hand. Go on now, be away with you. So here I is, Tommo the Brave, standing on 2 wooden rungs at the top of the mainmast on a 2-hour watch, searching for the spout of a whale but not allowed to join in the hunt, and me without a drink for 106 days. If I does see a pod of whale, I've a good mind to look the other way, but that would be stupid. 2 other men, one on each of the other masts, are also set to looking, and the first to spot a whale receives a week's extra rations. It's food Hawk would relish, as he never seems to get enough to eat. I'm forever worried about Hawk's hunger, and have set about trying to satisfy it with fishing. As little lads, before we was took, Hawk and me were good fishermen, but he lost the skill of it when Mary put him to book learning and clerking, and then sent him to England to learn about growing hops. Hawk still talks of London town sometimes, though he sees it through different eyes to Ikey's. He were in Kent, studying the art of agriculture with little money. He'd pen letters for the farm workers, many of them Irish, Tipperary men and the like, wanting to send word to their colleens or dear parents at home. For 6pence a letter, he'd write the most tender love letters, though he knows nothing of love or women. His letters be so sweet the eyes of his customers would fill with tears, and it got so that before a note were dispatched, it would be read to the whole gathering for their enjoyment. So successful did Hawk become with his flowery phrases that most of his Saturday afternoons were spent in this pursuit, and it made him sufficient coin to go up to London town by train of a Sunday. With 6pence for a cup of tea and a sticky bun, and another for a pint of ale, Hawk would take the omnibus to the East End and Whitechapel, visiting all the places Ikey told us of. In our childhood dreams, London town were a place of palaces and broad streets, where everyone were a toff, and Ikey much respected, a prince among men. Alas, Hawk found the palaces and grand houses, but these was outnumbered 1,000 to 1 by the hovels of the poor and unfortunate, what crawled like ants in every dark corner. Yet these was the very places Ikey meant when he'd spoke to us of the throbbing art of the great city. Ikey's corner of the world was mostly rags, poverty and drunkenness, Hawk reckons. He tells of how often in winter it never grows light, the smog from the coal fires and factories closing out the sun. When the weather got warmer, the stench were unbearable and attacked his delicate nostrils long before the train pulled into Waterloo Station. The fumes made his nose drip and his lungs wheeze, so that after a few hours he longed to be back in the fresh countryside. In winter, walking the streets in the cold, wet and dark, the terrible stench were gone, swallowed by the frost and snow. But this were a time of despair for our big-hearted Hawk, when he'd see barefooted children wrapped in newspapers and rags, begging a penny and near to perishing. He'd take as many as he could to a pie shop and empty his pockets of all he possessed. It was common enough, he says, to find their little corpses under the bridges when they did not survive the cold of the night. Hawk made many a visit to Petticoat and Rosemary Lanes, and found him not much changed from Ikey's tales, though it were the same poverty witnessed everywhere. Sometimes he'd drink a pint of ale at the Pig and Spit, the public house what were once owned by our true mother, Sperm Whale Sally, or as she were known then, Mary Bell Firkin. Hawk tried to find Ikey's old coves, Sparrow Fart and Bob Marley, but to no avail. Some knew of Bob Marley, what they claimed had taken the boat for New York. All had heard of Ikey Solomon, though only some knew what had happened to him. Only one person remembered Sparrow Fart.
and it was thought he'd been transported to Van Diemen's Land or New South Wales, not long after Ikey himself. Hawk visited Ikey's Whitechapel home, of course, and though boarded up at the doors and windows, it were most impressive, a veritable mansion when compared to the rows of miserable houses for the poor what surrounded it, all stuck together with common walls. Though Hawk talks often of the poverty he saw, he sometimes recalls London in spring, when the sky above Hyde Park were duck-egg blue, the sun warm to the back of the neck and the larks singing high in the sky. Daffodils, crocus and bluebells were poking up everywhere in great patches through the green grass of the park. The squares fronting the big houses were ablaze with peach, pear and plum blossom, and the rich folks' window boxes filled with tulips. Then he tells of lovers sitting hand in hand, and old people clapping to the beat as they listen to the military bands play their stirring marches in the parkland rotundas. He recalls the wonders and delights of Vauxhall Gardens, and the pretty girls everywhere. But always his conversation turns back to the never-ending traffic, full of carriages, hacks and conveyances of every conceivable kind, where the tooting and whistling and whirring of rattles continues 24 hours, day and night, like a great living machine, driven by some unknown hand. Tommo, London is every type of misery and despair, though it is filled with delights beyond your imaginings, he declares. But still, I miss the simplicity of Hobart Town, with folks stopping to greet you and pass the time of day. Hawk also remembers his constant hunger while he were in Blighty, for he never got enough to eat. He's been near starving on the Nankin Maiden too, and so I've started to fish for him. In exchange for me kangaroo skin coat, the blacksmith has provided me with a long braided line, sinker lead and various sized hooks. The Maori aboard have showed me how to make lures from cloth and wire, and I've got an arrangement with the cook whereby he keeps half what I catches and the remainder be fed to Hawk and me. The bastard cheats us often, claiming more bone upon cleaning and filleting my catch than a fish could carry. But what we get adds greatly to our rations. Some days I catch even more than we can eat, or the cook can cheat herself, and this is shared with the Maori and Islander crew. Apart from them, the men aboard will not eat fish or shark freshly caught, much preferring salt beef. We've become friends of sorts with these Kanakas, this being a word from Hawaii what means man. Our friendship with the Maori be especially strong, and they welcome Hawk and me to be amongst them sometimes. Though their faces be every inch tattooed, so that they appear to be primitive savages of great fierceness, they's a jolly lot and often laughing. They cannot say Hawk's name, but call him Hawk, what be good enough. Already I've some handy words of their language, which Hawk also begins to understand. They show great delight when I make a word or string together a sentence in their tongue, and are at great pains to correct me when I get it wrong. And so my time when not on watch is well taken up, and not only with new learning at reading and writing. Billy Lanny has taken to showing us some of the many knots and hitches to be found in the seaman's trade. Splicing be the hardest, but I'm learning to turn a neat splice, though Hawk with his big hands is making less progress. Sometimes I play cards in the forecastle, but it ain't the same without grog. It's fishing what is my most important daily task, almost more than gathering raisins. Fish ain't always plentiful, and days may pass without me catching anything. I frets for Hawk when this happens. But though I don't never want to be parted from him again, I doubt that me love of Hawk is stronger than me love of grog. It's near time for me to be called down from this bloody watch. 2 hours spent standing on wooden rungs, me eyes peeled for whales, and the breeze stiffening and growing blustery in me face is most tiring work, and I'll be glad to be back on deck. But just as I'm thinking this, I sees a whale blow. At first I ain't sure, but then another whale breaks the surface, and this time I sees the spouting clear. "There she blows!" I yell at the top of my voice. "There she blows!" I scream, pointing to starboard, my throat hoarse. Now I see him again, a pod of at least 4, and big uns too. One begins to sound, and I see its great fluke hit the water with an explosion, like a small cannon fired against the wind. What I've seen I takes to be sperm whale, although of course I'm no expert. But then the 2 men on the other mast see the pod as well. "Sperm!" one shouts. "4 of them to starboard!" shouts the other. But the call is mine. The first sighting belongs to yours truly, Tommo X. Solomon. I'm too excited to go down the mast straight away. Me heart is thumping in me chest and ears.
I'm needed below, for it's every hand to the task when a pod be sighted. But me knees are gone to jelly and shaking beyond me control. Below me on deck there is a frenzy of activity, men running everywhere in great confusion. Our ship turns slowly to starboard, men adjusting the sails so that we might close the distance between the pod and ourselves. The mates are shouting and waving their arms. The crew prepare to lower the whaleboats by means of the falls, a block and tackle arrangement which sets the boat to swaying in the breeze as they fall loose from their davits. Captain O'Hara on the bridge shouts, "Where away?" for these be the words spoken when a hunt is on. From where I stand all is bedlam. I looks for Hawk, but now the ship has turned I cannot see the whaleboat on the starboard quarter which be his. A whaleman has climbed into each of the 3 other whaleboats on the port side, making the harpoon and rope barrel ready and checking that the oars and all else be ship-shape and in their rightful place. The ship is making good progress in the stiff breeze, sailing towards our prey, which seem not to notice us. Then the falls drop the whaleboat some 2 feet below the level of the main deck, and the remainder of the crews jump in. They takes their places at the thwarts with the oars and the steering oar shipped ready. At last the 3 boats are dropped into the ocean with a foamy splash. As soon as the boats hit the water, the 5 oarsmen in each, including the harpooner, begin to row at a frantic pace, with the mate at the steering oar. The hunt is on. The stiff breeze makes my eyes water as I scan the waves, trying to see the 4th whaleboat and if Hawk be in it. But it's all hands on deck when a whale chase is on, and I got to get down where I'm needed. I scramble down the mast, wishing I'd been chosen to man a whaleboat with me brother beside me. But at that moment I has a second wish, and I pray that Hawk has not been chosen, and that he be safe on the deck below me. He'll not be in the crew lest someone be indisposed, and I tell myself there is nothing to worry about. Then suddenly me heart is full of fear. I'm back in the wilderness, caught in the tall timbers, and I can feel that they are near. Tommo has smelt the mongrels coming, but this time they be after me brother, Hawk.
Chapter 4. Hawk. The Pacific Ocean, November 1856. I'm seated in a quiet corner of the poop deck, my watch completed in 2 hours to myself. I'm here because I can't bear being in the forecastle, a hellhole where those who are not on watch congregate for smoking, conversation and sleep. It's worse than Brodie's sly grog shop, a cabin about 16 feet wide and as many again from the bulkhead to the foredeck, and so low that a person of my stature must bend almost double to walk. Around the forecastle ladder are sea chests, greasy pans, pieces of rancid meat and soap kegs belonging to the crew. Along the walls a dozen small berths are piled high with evil-smelling bed linen, consisting of old foul weather clothes. The one small consolation is that few fleas, lice and bedbugs are to be found. This is not because of the lack of dirt and human ordure, but because of the prevalence of cockroaches. The cockroach is a hunter of these vermin and eats them with relish, being particularly partial to the flea, which it will chase with an insane ferocity. As you lie awake at night in the forecastle with not a stitch of cover except a lather of perspiration, you can hear the cockroaches at work, their wings clicking away busily. All too often an army of them will climb up your arms and legs and scurry across your stomach in pursuit of some flea or congregate to lick the sweat from your body. Though rats are more numerous on a whale ship than on any other vessel at sea, and it is common enough to see them gnawing at the calloused soles of some sleeping Kanaka's feet, they are but a nuisance compared to these vermin. The cockroaches are described in jest as being as big as rats, and the rats as big as cats. If this is an exaggeration, it is not by so very much. There is a shanty I've heard the men sing, and the rats, oh the rats, be as big as dockside cats, and the roaches in the forecastle as big as Sally's flats. Row, row, whalemen, pull now at your oars. We're sailing off to hunt our prey wherever there be whaling, from round the Cape to Boston Bay and down to the Azores. Row, row, whalemen, pull now on your oars. The skipper's docked your pay away with provisions from his stores, with provisions from his stores. In this weather the forecastle is insufferably close. It is seldom cleaned, and the dirt and stench are overpowering. But the men seem to prefer it to the clean breeze and sunshine on deck, and there is always a game of cards going. the players' pipe smoke fugging the atmosphere so that the cards can scarcely be seen in the dim light cast by a whale oil lamp. It is a place of much joshing and cursing, and every hour of the day it seems a fight is about to start. The knives come out at the slightest provocation. Yet it is the nearest a whaleman has to a home, and the men seldom come to blows. It is mid-morning, and a stiffening nor'easterly brings some relief from the heat. Tommo is on whale watch up the mainmast, a task which suits him well as there is still much of the solitary in him. He spoke once of how in the wilderness he would sometimes escape from his drunken master, Sam Slit, by climbing high up into the branches of a river gum. Slit, violent and angry, would fire a musket charged with birdshot to try to bring him down. Tommo laughs at this memory. "Them trees be too high for most of the shot to reach me, and I be too well protected by the mighty branches." I sometimes think of Tommo as a small child who climbs into the branches of a grog tree to escape his own miseries. I wonder how he shall become a man while still he seeks this escape. But then I wonder, am I yet a man? How may I tell? How do we move from the state of childhood to manhood? There must be a moment when we pass over into manhood. We are now 16, but it cannot simply be a time set by others when we are said to come of age. It is, I should imagine, a moment of the heart and of the intelligence, or even, if there is such a thing, of the soul. But perhaps we can also lose our childhood too soon on account of suffering. Tommo is an example of this. He has suffered too much and has been cheated out of his rightful share of childhood, its natural expectations and excitements. He has grown up too soon, and thus is bitter and cynical. But what of the others like him, the street urchins who hunt in feral packs around Hobart Town? Those brats who look at you with snotted noses and old tired eyes, their only ability calculating the gain which might be made from your presence amongst them. Are they still children? Unlike Tommo, they are neither bitter nor cynical, for they expect nothing of life, only their certain death at the hands of others like them, or at the end of the hangman's rope. Perhaps the moment of manhood or womanhood is the moment when we give up hope for ourselves. The feral children of Hobart Town are the flotsam on the tide of humanity. If the clergyman, judge, teacher and merchant, those four wise corners which frame our noble society, are to be believed, there is no hope to be held for any of them. In the eyes of the clergyman, they are lost souls, doomed to a short life of no virtue and a pauper's grave. The judge believes it is bounden duty to punish such delinquent brats for the sins they commit against their fellow man. To the teacher, they are simply the dull-minded infants who pay no heed in lessons and are quickly left behind. To the merchant, they are an easy source of stolen pennies, to be set upon by dogs when they beg for charity. Yet if these pitiable, slack-jawed children had been granted a childhood of love, decency, and some useful learning, they might well have passed naturally into maturity and proved themselves as good as any other person. Even poor Tommo had the early benefits of love and teaching before we were kidnapped. Whilst I was fortunately returned to Mary quite soon thereafter, receiving her love and with it the opportunity to learn, Tommo spent his next 7 years amongst some of the vilest of the human tribe. He has retained his intelligence, which was early formed, and is now only backward in its application. What he has lost is the ability to love and trust. I fret for those lost children of Hobart Town, and every other town, and I fret for my brother. I feel saddened and somehow responsible that I was saved, while my twin suffered. It's perhaps one reason why I'm with him now, forsaking Mary. It is to care for Tommo and teach him what I know, so that together we might turn back the clock and restore the love and trust he has lost. At times, though, I wonder whether I'm rescuing Tommo or he's rescuing me. Have I run away from Mary? Since rescuing me from the wild man, she wishes to know my whereabouts at every moment and seeks to direct my efforts at every turn. Mary loves me with all her heart, but thinks me disadvantaged in 2 ways. I am only a black man, and I have no voice to speak for myself. She sees herself as my protector and as my voice, and it would be ever thus had I remained with her in Hobart Town. How then should I test myself? How then should I come to know my own character, whether I am good or bad, strong or weak? Do my dreams for the future exist only because I am a privileged creature and have no knowledge of the true nature of men? All these questions I think of on our voyage. In the end, I confess that I have longed for an adventure such as this. When I heard that the Nankin Maiden was in port, I was already well aware of Tommo's discontent. I believed that if only Tommo and I were on an American whaling ship which did not permit grog, then he would be safe, and we would both be embarked upon a grand adventure. When Mary bade us gone, I acted on this notion. Perhaps whaling is in our blood? This is a question I also hope to answer. Our fathers were whalemen. Tommo's a giant red Indian by the name of Tomahawk, and mine an even bigger black man by the name of Black Boss Cape Town. Ike has told us how we were conceived, as a result of that legendary night when the two harpooners wrestled for the singular favours of the giant whore, sperm whale Sally. Our mother was said to be imbued with the spirit of the whale, and those who coupled with her won good fortune for their vessel on the hunt. Yet only 2 men had succeeded in bedding her, and sailing under the true blue flag which bestowed her blessing. These men were Tommo's father and mine. When the whaling season brought both their ships into port at the same time, each man was determined to claim her for his own. But in the end, neither man alone was strong enough for Sally, and to heal the rivalry between them, she gave herself to both. It is from this loving that twins were born, one white and the other black, one tiny and one huge, one Tommo and the other me. When we were born and Ike adopted us, he wrote to the Royal Society in London, hoping to gain some fame from this remarkable birth. They replied that while the fertilizing of the one female egg by seed from 2 different males is most unusual, it was not unknown to happen among whores, where numerous and near simultaneous couplings took place, and that it was not a matter of sufficient interest for their record books. Ike always said that if our mother had been a duchess instead of a whore, they'd have taken more notice and we'd be famous. Knowing our birthright, it was only natural that I should choose a whaling ship for Tommo and me to sail on. All on board the Nankin Maiden have heard the legend of Sperm Whale Sally, and some old salts claim they know the 2 giant whalemen, though none has heard of or seen either for several years, and none knows we are their sons. I'm lost in these recollections when there is a shout from high above me. It is Tommo, high-pitched and much excited, shouting that he has seen a spout. "There she blows! There she blows!" he bellows down at the top of his voice. Then the other 2 lookouts start shouting as they too see the whales. For a few moments nothing appears to happen. Then the whole ship springs to life, like a dozing animal suddenly surprised. My recent thoughts tumble into oblivion as I jump to my feet to play my part in the whale chase to come. Seb Rawlings, the 4th mate, has not yet included me in the crew of the whaleboat he captains. Instead, he has selected William Lanny to serve as the 5th crewman, along with 4 Maori whalemen, led by Hammerhead Jack, an impressive giant of a man. I am the standby, and must ensure that all the equipment needed in the boat for a whale hunt is kept in good working order and made ready. Now I climb in while it is still attached to the davits to make one last inspection before the crew is lowered into the sea. I check everything thoroughly, though there is scarcely time. The fast launching of the whaleboat is of great concern to Captain O'Hara. Quickly, I scan the 2/3 inch manila rope in the aft barrel. Only yesterday I examined every inch of this line for fraying before folding it back myself, so I know all 200 fathoms to be in good order. My secret mark is still upon it, which means it has not been tampered with. Below me on deck, I hear Hammerhead Jack lead his men in some sort of savage war cry, a ritual of theirs. I check the splices to the 2 harpoons, which will be attached to the line by means of short warps, and then look over the harpoons themselves. They are of the new double-barbed temple iron, which rotates 90 degrees within the flesh of the whale to form a T-shape which will not pull out. I examine the 3 lances and the 5 pulling oars, the steering oar and the paddles. I check that they are sound and that the rowlocks are well fixed. I make sure that the boat piggin is not holed, that 3 gallons of drinking water in a canvas bag are on board for the men, and that the 2 boat knives which are attached to marline line are stowed. Finally, I see that the small lug sail is in place, with a spare roll of canvas. All is ship-shape. There are over 40 articles in a whaleboat, and I cannot inspect them all now, though I have done so as part of my watch on the previous day. I'm climbing down from the davits in haste, when I hear Billy Lanny beseeching Hammerhead Jack.
"I go crew, Jack. Me back be tickety-boo, #1," Billy says in some anguish.
"Let me see your back then, Billy," a voice demands from behind us. To my surprise, it is not Rawlings, and I turn to see the first mate, Crawlin Nestbite, standing in front of the little Aborigine. Billy Lanny shakes his head vigorously.
"You know, must say, boss, rowing me can do, no blurry problems."
He swings his arms about like a windmill to show that they are not troubled by the wounds on his back. As I drop onto the deck where the whaleboat crew are gathered, Hammerhead Jack grabs me by the shoulders and pushes me forward, smiling at Crawlin Nestbite.
Hawk, good. He be crew, boss."
Nestbite hesitates. Hammerhead Jack releases me, and after removing Billy's hat, which he drops to the deck, he grabs Billy's canvas blouse. He jerks it roughly over Billy's head, and then lifts Billy bodily, spinning him around in the air and planting him down again so that his naked back is facing the first mate. At the sight of Billy's back, Nestbite grins broadly.
"A spine well worthy of God's wrath,"
he says happily, leaning forward to make a closer examination.
"I am not mocked, saith the Lord,"
he pronounces proudly, and steps back well satisfied. My horror at what I see must show clearly upon my face. Billy's back is a great yellow and purple suppuration with maggots among the deep furrows of his infected wounds. Hammerhead Jack shakes his head in commiseration, jerking his thumb in Billy's direction.
Billy, brave man."
Then he clucks his tongue twice.
"Not come, boss. Too much sick to row boat."
He says this firmly, stabbing a large finger at Crawlin Nestbite's chest and pointing to me.
"Hawk, come."
Nestbite does not much like Hammerhead Jack's demand, and anger clouds his expression. His fists bunch at his side. But then he seems to think better of it, and his hands unclench. Though the first mate is by most standards a big man, the Maori is more than a head taller than he. Besides, there is not much time, and the other boats to portside have already been launched.
"Watch thy tongue, Kanaka bastard,"
that's all he says to Hammerhead Jack. Then he turns to me.
Well, if it isn't Mr. Rawlings' fine nigger pupil. High time to see if thou art a good nigger or a gutless one, eh? Mr. Rawlins hath the tropical fever, and Captain O'Hara is himself indisposed. It'll be my privilege to break thee in. Or break thee. Which shall it be, I wonder?
I smile, though I have a great desire to smash Nestbite's teeth into the back of his throat. It is just my luck that both Rawlings and O'Hara are indisposed.
Good. Hawk, good nigger,
Hammerhead Jack says, and laughs happily, not in the least concerned by the first mate's admonishment. He slaps me again on the back. Hammerhead Jack is truly a huge man. He is taller by 4 inches or more than I, and is also wider of girth and in the barrel of his chest. He has a long face and square jaw, which are offset by the height and flat surface of his protruding brow. This already extraordinary visage is framed by 2 great sweeps of hair, which rise upwards and then hook down at the back. They are separated by an inch-wide scar, which runs like a roadway from the front to the back of his skull, giving his hair the appearance of the claws of a carpenter's hammer, which is where Hammerhead Jack's name comes from. At our first meeting, Hammerhead Jack was much taken by the scar around my neck, pointing to his own scar and then running a finger around my neck, carefully tracing the silver ribbon of tissue. Then he shook my hand vigorously to indicate that we had in common a mutilation which it was plain to see he regarded as most handsome in appearance. Our whaleboat is being lowered, and we scramble overboard and into its bows as it passes the level of the top deck. Hammerhead Jack and myself are the last in, following the first mate. The men working the falls lower us into the water with a great splash. Without thinking, I take my place on the thwart, on the far side of the boat, immediately behind Hammerhead Jack at the bow. He turns and gives me a great grin, pleased as punch. "Good hawk," he says. The other 3 Maori laugh. "Good hawk," they shout, welcoming me to the crew and ignoring the scowling first mate who has taken up the sweep oar to steer us. I would have felt more honoured if it had been Seb Rawlings who had chosen me. Mr. Rawlings is no angel, a hard man, but he is fair in most things and respected by the men. Nestbite, on the other hand, is a proper bastard, a bully boy who is much disliked for his harsh punishment of the smallest offences. It is said he is an expert with the blade, and he carries an American Bowie knife on his belt. If someone should so much as challenge him, he will pull it out and fight them. "I'll take the bastard with me axe any day he wants," Tommo boasts. But I've never seen my twin fighting with his axe, and it is my earnest hope I never shall. Sometimes the first mate is referred to as creepy crawling, as he will frequently creep around the decks at night with a whale oil lamp, hoping to find men at sodomy. When he catches 2 men at it, he has the permission of Captain O'Hara for a most heinous punishment. First, the offenders are held down and a spoonful of ground Chinese chili peppers is inserted up their arses. Their hands are then tied behind their backs, and they are allowed to go for the night. If any should render them aid in their agony as the peppers burn their insides, they too will receive the same treatment. The following morning at muster, the offenders are given 50 lashes, inflicted by the first mate's own hand. Then, with their backs open and bleeding, they are made to walk the main deck with huge bags of salt tied about their necks by a cord. The bags rest on their backs, leaking salt into their open wounds by means of small apertures. Their wounds aflame, they must walk until they drop from exhaustion. Nestbite repeats this torture of chili and floggings every day for a week, with the victim still required to complete a full watch each day. After this, each offender is issued with a brass neckplate bearing the inscription, "A son of Sodom," and under this the words, "I am not worthy of God's redemption." Those who have been caught are named brass bimbos by the rest of the whalemen, and there are half a dozen or so on board who bear this attachment. They do so without shame, as if it is a badge of honour, hard-earned, which I suppose is true enough. Crawling Nestbite is a cruel braggart who talks endlessly of his exploits and derring-do with the whale. There is an old saying on a whaling vessel which goes thus: "That which the coward brags he will do, the whaleman true goes silent too." It must be said in fairness, though, that those men who have shared a boat with Nestbite admit that he is not lacking in courage. He is known to be reckless, and because of this, no one who has previously voyaged on the Nankin Maiden will volunteer for his whaleboat, choosing any other by preference. While he takes delight in inflicting suffering on others, he is not afraid to take on a man his own size, even without a knife. That is all that can be said in his favour. The crew are hard men who would turn like a pack of wild dogs on one of their own kind caught stealing or cheating. But they take little pleasure in witnessing Nestbite's numerous cruelties to whalemen whom he believes have offended him or have been neglectful of their duties. Though his Quaker mouth is full of God's words, his dark soul is in the possession of the devil himself. Nestbite employs only 2 expletives, bastard and damn, explaining to all that both words are not a blasphemy or foul language. The first is but the name for a child born out of wedlock, and the second a shortening of the word damnation, which is to be found frequently in the good book itself. If both words are innocent, then never was there a man who could inject more venom into them. I've been out to sea only half a dozen times in a whaleboat, on practice runs while we were becalmed to learn the harpoon. Now the atmosphere is charged. I sincerely hope that I do not let my companions down, for I don't know what to expect. Seb Rawlings, on the last occasion he took me out, pronounced himself satisfied that I have the strength and skill to throw the harpoon. But as we rowed back to the ship, he said, "Ah, yes, lad. But do ye have the courage to stand up to the whale? And will ye use the lance correct?" Do I have the courage? I now ask myself. Will I prove a coward? I cannot answer. I must wait for the moment to come, when I must throw a harpoon into a live whale and not a bobbing barrel, and use a lance at which I've had no practice. I'm thankful that Hammerhead Jack is the harpooner in our crew, and I hope by watching to learn much from him. Seated on our thwarts, we are perilously close to the harpoon rope. This runs from the barrel at the stern, down the centre of the boat, to the crutch on the starboard bow, where it is spliced to the two harpoons in front of where Hammerhead Jack is seated. When the rope is running to the whale, it becomes sizzling hot. Should we suddenly be thrown against it, or move carelessly, it will in a moment cut inches deep into our thighs or slice our arms down to the bone, cooking the flesh it ravages. We cannot see the other three whaleboats, and our late start has caused some anxiety in Nestbite. "Row! Row! Row! Row!" he repeats urgently. "It's first to the pod for us, or I'll see ye flogged and stretched to the mizzen! Row! Row! Row, ye cannibal bastards! Row!" His voice grows ever angrier as he envisages us lagging behind the other boats. I'm not sure how much of this call is understood by Hammerhead Jack and the rest of the crew. Their faces show nothing beyond the strain of pulling at the oars, and they do not quicken their stroke at the mate's admonishment. My arms ache, and I wonder how much longer I can keep up. The breeze seems to me to be stiffening, and the sea is beginning to rise. Nestbite, who steers the boat from the stern sheets, counts the breeze insufficient to hoist the lug sail, and we must perforce row on. As we come over the lip of a large wave, I can see there is new cloud boiling up from the horizon. A sniff of rain is in the air. I have been told whalemen hunting in the Pacific Ocean are not concerned by a squall at sea. The Yankee whaleboat is well constructed from half-inch white cedar clinker planking and difficult to capsize. If it should upend or be swamped, it will continue to float or even right itself. If the sea is moderately calm, it is no great hardship to clamber back in. But in the Southern Ocean around Cape Horn and towards the Antarctic, it is an altogether different proposition. If a boat should be overturned by an errant wave, the crew will often freeze to death. "Pacific whaling be a treat, lad," Rawlings once confided at harpoon practice. "We've naught to bother about except for a mishap with the whale." Then he grins. "Mind," he says, "should the great fishy tail smash down upon you and you be thrown into the sea and not killed outright, with your boat smashed to smithereens, then naught awakes except drowning or being taken by the sharks, who gather at the smell of harpoon blood and tear at anything that moves." Nestbite hoists the lug sail, and I'm much relieved that we can ship our oars and turn to see where we might be going. The whaleboat takes smoothly to the waves, and we are soon making good progress. It is pleasant not to hear the first mate's harsh voice urging us on. Hammerhead Jack calls for water. We are all streaming with sweat, and the sun overhead is as hot as Hades. "A mouthful each! No more, hear ye!" Nestbite orders. The canvas bag is passed to Hammerhead Jack, who hoists it to his lips and takes a long drink. "Enough! No more!" Nestbite yells. "If the hunt is long, you'll beg me for it later." The big Maori hands the bag to me, and I take a mouthful, then pass it back. "That's enough, that's enough," Nestbite keeps saying before we've brought the mouthpiece to our lips. The wind changes direction, and the lug sail begins to flap. "Man the oars!" Nestbite shouts, though we have seen the change and already set to, rowing. "Backs! Put your backs into it, you Kanaka bastards!" I begin to wonder if Nestbite's constant yapping will ever stop. Then we rise over another wave, and I damn near die of fright. Not 40 feet to port, a sperm whale surfaces. The sea around us boils, and our boat begins to rise and rise until we are 15 feet above the highest waves. Nestbite yells to ship our oars. With a thunderous roar of falling water, the giant fish surfaces from the depths. It is a bull, a monster, a creature 100 times bigger than anything I have ever seen before. Its malevolent eye, which appears to gaze straight at me, is bigger than a pudding plate. Suddenly we are drenched, as the spray from its spout pours down like a waterfall upon us. We are too close, and I prepare myself to die in the moments left to me. Terrified, I glance at Hammerhead Jack to see what is to be done. Hammerhead Jack is seated calm as you like, his hands gripping the edges of the thwart so that he might steady himself. He has his back to me, but he must sense I seek him, for he turns his head and there is a grin upon his much-tattooed face. His head and shoulders stream with the spray from the whale's spouting. His lips appear to move, but there is too much noise to hear what he's saying, I think it must be good Hawk. We are suddenly plunged back to sea level as the wave caused by the whale's breaching rolls away and subsides beneath us. The boat begins to spin like a cork in the foaming water, and Nestbite works with frantic energy to steady it by means of the sweep. Then, the very moment the boat is more or less on an even keel, he yells at us to grab our paddles and to row towards the great creature. Row towards? He must be mad. We are practically embracing the monster. Hammerhead Jack ships his paddle, and the boat rocks as he goes to stand at the bow. I look up to see him take up one of the harpoons. He stands, darkly silhouetted against the sky. It is him against the whale, St. George and the dragon, Neptune and the sea monster. For a short moment I gain courage at his immense calm and resolve as we row towards our certain death. We are no more than 15 feet from the great fish, and I can see a multitude of barnacles, scratches and scars upon its black carcass, deeply wrinkled aft of its flippers. Then Hammerhead Jack, with a shout, delivers the harpoon into its side. The harpoon's head is buried a full 3 feet into the whale's flesh. He has aimed for the heart, just forward of the small dorsal hump not far from the whale's great head, which looks to me entirely composed of a nose with a whitish whorl at its end. At first the harpoon seems to penetrate cleanly, in the manner of a neat dart, but a moment later a huge gush of blood spurts from the side of the whale, as though a pipe had burst. Then, just as quickly, the blood stops to a trickle. Nestbite screams to Hammerhead Jack, "Another! Quick, the second! Damn thee, man, thou hast missed the vital part!" But it is almost as though the whale itself has heard the first mate's shouts. Before the giant Maori can lift the second harpoon above his shoulder, the great beast raises its flukes and crashes them down against the surface of the sea. Rolling away from us, the whale sounds, diving down into the depths beneath us. There is another rush of water, and then all hell breaks loose in front of my very eyes. "Aft! Come aft!" Nestbite yells. He has already wound the manila rope around the Samson post, pulling a drag on the line which immediately begins to pay out and is soon screaming through the bow chocks. We are now being taken for a ride, towed by the mighty fish at breakneck speed, faster even than any good four-in-hand upon the macadam road to New Norfolk. Our whaleboat skims the waves, and Nestbite is still yelling at us, "Come aft! In the name of Christ Jesus, aft, you bastards!" We rise from our thwarts and stumble over each other as we crowd to the rear of the boat, careful to avoid the zinging rope. We crouch in the stern so that our bow may rise high and stay clear of the waves, for should it follow the downward direction of the whale, we will all be dragged under. The eldest of the Maori crew has taken up the piggin and is dousing the whale rope with seawater to keep it from bursting into flame. But the moment he goes to take another scoop of water, the line starts to smoke again as it whirls about the Samson post. We now come across the other boats and wave to them desperately for help. But all 3 boats are attached to a smaller cow, which sounds at that moment, and they are too occupied to see us. "Damn!" Nestbite cries. "We are alone with the monster! This old bull will prove too much for us!" He cups his hands to his mouth again and yells for one of the other boats to cut loose from the cow and come to our aid, but they are by now too distant to hear. I'm shaking like a wet dog in a cold wind, though whether from fear or excitement I cannot tell. The rope is paying out at a great rate from the barrel, and despite its turn about the Samson post, which is intended to slow the whale by adding our weight to its drag, we are tearing across the water at a great rate of knots. I cannot believe the speed at which we move. It is as though the whale is a clipper fully rigged, caught in a sudden gale, and we the float on a boy's fishing line suspended from its stern, a mere bobbing cork dragged helplessly through the angry seas. How can any creature in nature be possessed of such enormous power as is the whale? The manila line within the barrel is not attached, and should the whale take it all up in its dive, it will be free of us. Nearly the full 200 fathoms of line have gone, and we begin to think we must soon lose our prey. My silent hope is that we do. Then the rope suddenly goes slack, and we are at once becalmed. Thank God, I think. We are saved. But it seems this is the very moment we've been waiting for. "Pull in! All hands to the rope!" Nestbite calls. We begin, hand over fist, to gather the rope back into the barrel. It is the hardest of work, and soon my hands are bleeding, but there is no respite. The task must be done quickly, and we must be ready for the whale when he breaches. We pull at the rope until it is no longer slack, and so we know it is attached to the whale lurking somewhere below us. The very moment the rope is gathered, the Maori move back to their thwarts. I follow, scrambling to take up my oar behind Hammerhead Jack. "We go," he says happily to me. "Whale come." He makes an upward movement with his hands, and then blows through his lips. Pfft, which I take to mean that the whale will soon surface spouting again. We've been occupied with the whale for 2 hours since the first harpoon, and the sun is fierce upon our backs. I've heard how such fights may last 6 or more hours, until with the coming of the dark the line must be cut and all is to no avail. I cannot imagine how we will sustain ourselves at our present pace if this old bull fights through the long afternoon. Within 15 minutes, the giant whale surfaces about 100 yards away, and we must follow the rope now towards him. At almost the same moment we run into a squall, the rain belting down so fiercely we can only see a few feet ahead. The raindrops hit like birdshot, but they are welcome enough, for we have become heated pulling in the line. With the sheeting rain, I'm once again afraid of our proximity to the giant fish, which we can no longer see. Then, with the rain coming down and the sea misty, we come quite suddenly upon the whale. It is like coming upon a galleon through the fog, its huge shape looming unexpectedly in front of us. It would seem we have arrived midships, as both the head and flukes of the Leviathan are lost to us in the pelting downpour. We take up the paddles again, so as not to cause unnecessary noise. Nestbite looks for our line so that he can determine the whale's head from its tail. For when the old bull sounds again, its flukes could destroy us if we are too close to the tail end. I can hear my heart beating in my chest as we paddle quietly towards the whale's head and heart, so that Hammerhead Jack may make a good shot. Then we see our line, and a moment later, our harpoon sticking out neat as a needle in a ball of tapestry wool. The old bull seems strangely oblivious of our presence. Hammerhead Jack takes careful aim, as much as that is possible in the torrent splashing off the whale's back and cascading into the boat. He gives a shout and makes a mighty throw not 5 feet from the whale. Nestbite wraps the line around the Samson post and screams, "Row! Row! Row! Row!" We're scarcely 30 feet away when the bull begins to roll to windward of us. There is a sound like thunder as the whale's flukes smash down onto the waves, lifting the whaleboat clear into the air. I have no time to think of death as I grip the thwart, expecting to be thrown from the boat at any moment. But by some miracle the whaleboat remains upright and comes down again with a mighty splash into a cauldron of roiling water. As the bull dives, its huge tail towers above us in the air, and then with a great rushing of spray and sea, it sounds, and we spin madly in its foamy wash. We have barely time to make it aft as the whale dives only a few fathoms down before levelling out and surfacing 100 yards away. Then we are off again, hanging on for dear life, with the whaleboat bumping across the waves and the rain like sharp pellets peppering our faces as the whale tows us through the briny. The wet rope seems to pay out even more quickly this time, and the whine of it through the bow chocks pitches high above the wind from the squall about us. Despite the rain, we must still douse the rope as it smokes. We are 100 fathoms through the rope when the rain stops. All that may be heard is the bumping of the bows against the glassy waves and the high whining of the line. Then the rope goes slack. The whale has been lost to sight in the rain, and now Nestbite scans the sea to find him. "Good shot," Nestbite says, plainly excited. "We begin to have him." Again we begin pulling in the rope, and the blisters which have formed on my hands are soon broken and bleeding. Whalemen who crew the boats constantly soak their hands in brine and piss to harden them, but mine have undergone no such preparation, and the coarse manila rope has torn the flesh from my palms in bloody scraps of meat. I recall now why Nestbite is so well pleased that only half the line has been spent on our second ride across the waves. It means that the whale has been struck well and is bleeding copiously from its spout. The blood will coagulate and prevent the whale from easily breathing. At the same time, the beast is weakened and will soon be forced to the surface to try to draw breath. But this does not mean the fight is done. A wounded whale can still move furiously fast upon the waves and can tow a boat beyond the reach of help. With the line gathered a full 60 fathoms or so, Nestbite turns us to the southeast. "Haul in the rope!" he screams. "Put your backs into it, bastards!" Hammerhead Jack sighs deeply, and I look around to see him shaking his head woefully. Then, to my surprise, he says something in his native tongue, and all but myself rest their oars. "What means this?" Nestbite asks in anger. I'm forced to ship my own oar as the giant Maori turns towards the first mate. He makes a tumbling motion in the air with his hands and points in the direction Nestbite would have us row. I follow his direction, but I can see nothing out of the ordinary. Ignoring him, Nestbite shouts, "Take up the slack, ye bastards! Damn thee, Jack Kanaka! Pull!" I sense that his hot voice is not simply fueled by anger at being challenged, but also defiance, as though there is something else afoot which is beyond my ken. I wonder what it could be between the two men. "Haul in the rope, bastard! Or it is the mizzenmast for thee!" Nestbite threatens again. Hammerhead Jack shakes his head adamantly. I search among the many whaling incidents I have heard of for an explanation. Ike knew much of whaling, from his nightly sojourns to the Whalers' Arms Hotel, and would often regale Tommo and me with stories when we were young. And then I realised that Nestbite has chosen to row us into the weather. No whaleman will take a boat to the weather side of a big bull if it can be helped, for it is as close a thing to suicide as might be done in hunting a wounded whale. When a bull whale is struck and comes to the surface, he always rolls windward, and if the whale boat should be close enough to use a lance, he will roll on top of it, killing all within. Even if the boat is further away, the wash from the bull's roll will almost certainly capsize it, spilling all into the sea. A mate must always approach a wounded whale from the leeward side. But Nestbite, who must know this well, will have none of it, and insists we row weatherward. "You'll all be flogged, you Kanaka bastards! I swear it in the name of Jesus!" he screams at Hammerhead Jack. "You'll not get away with this disobedience! Haul in the rope, you cannibal bastards!" Hammerhead Jack shrugs his shoulders and spits over the side, then says something to the Maori crew. Reluctantly, they begin to take up the slack of the rope, as Nestbite, his face contorted with anger, steers us directly into the wind. The rope has begun to play out again, though not so rapidly. The whale, wherever he is moving sluggishly. Nestbite's calculation has proved accurate again, for we see the whale breach 300 yards from us about half an hour later. We sail towards the bull, and as we close in on him, we see that he is spouting, a spray of rosy water rising high into the sky from his great square nose. "We have his chimney almost afire!" Nestbite yells joyously, pointing to the bloody spray. We have been going 4 hours, and I am bone-weary, my hands hurting beyond any pain I have felt since the wild man lassoed my throat behind his horse. If we must fight this beast much longer, I am not sure I shall bear up. Death, should it come, no longer seems such a bad thing. Hammerhead Jack's tattooed face is most serious, his lips pulled tight and his eyes narrowed. The others also appear unhappy. Nestbite takes no notice, steering the boat directly towards the whale, which barely moves, its fluke slowly slapping the water. I am mindful of an angry man drumming his fingers on the table as he considers his next action. It is as though we are being forewarned that there is still much power in this beast, which must soon take vengeance on us or die itself. All at once I am above my own miseries, aware only of the tension and the sense of death that prevails in the air about us, though whether it is ours or the old bull's, I cannot say. Judging from the expression on Hammerhead Jack's face, I know that we are in mortal danger from this monarch of the deep. The sun, now out again, is warm enough, yet suddenly I am cold, and a shiver passes down my spine. We approach the bull from its windward side, and from behind, keeping as quiet as possible so as not to alarm him. He seems unaware of our presence, his head facing away from our boat. He moves along slowly, spouting the rosy water we have seen at a distance. Under sail, we are well able to keep up with him, moving ever closer to the point where we might fasten. We are 50 yards away when Nestbite pulls down the sail and instructs us to take up the paddles for a silent approach. We have only the 3 lances to make our kill. Then we must ride it out or cut loose. Now the whale turns on his side as though he is waiting for us, and all the while our boat draws closer and closer. Its left side is facing us, the side much favoured by the harpooner, as it gives him a better chance to reach the aorta valve within the heart. The first mate turns the line in readiness about the Samson post.
Right up. We probe.
Hammerhead Jack, who has taken up a lance, shakes his head vigorously.
More blood. We wait some.
I take him to mean that the whale must lose more blood, that it is too soon to fasten.
What have we here? A coward?
Nestbite says. I do not know how much of this Hammerhead Jack comprehends, but he is plainly furious. We stop paddling, and Nestbite screams,
Paddle, you bastards! We must go close, you damn cowards!
For a moment it seems as if Hammerhead Jack will fight Nestbite, for he has taken up the razor-sharp lance and they stand glaring. Each has his eyes locked to the other's in rage. Nestbite with one hand on the bowie knife at the side of his belt.
Coward!
Nestbite taunts and spits over the side. It is this single word which seems to defeat Hammerhead Jack, and with a shrug he turns away. By now we are but 30 yards away. I cannot believe what is unfolding before my eyes. Nestbite has chosen to take us right up to the whale, so that Hammerhead Jack might use the lance as a deep probing blade. The lance is not a natural spear, but a razor-sharp two-sided blade, more like a surgeon's scalpel, spliced to a long wooden handle. It is best used once the whale is substantially weakened through loss of blood. Only then will a whaleboat fasten to the whale. The harpooner's task is to insert the lance and probe for a vital spot, seeking the heart or lungs or major artery to start the final massive hemorrhage. Not only are we on the windward side, but rowing right up to a whale that, far from giving up the fight, is more dangerous now than ever before. It can only be concluded that Nestbite has gone stark mad, for he is taking us right into the jaws of death.
Ship paddles on the whale side!
Nestbite commands. This is my side, and I'm sweating with fear.
Stand off!
Nestbite cries, meaning that I and the young Maori behind me should stop the boat from bumping the whale by means of our paddles held against its great carcass. I have never touched a whale before, leastways one which may kill me for being so bold as to dare. My hands go out at one point when we go closer to the great sea beast, and I feel its wet hide, soft to the touch under my palms. Hammerhead Jack turns quietly to me and motions that I should take up a lance. I do so, but I'm shaking like a leaf, and he can see the fear in my eyes.
Good orc,
he says quietly. He seems calm as he makes his inspection of the whale's flank. Then he indicates a place on its side and points to me and to the lance I am holding. Moving a foot or so away, he swiftly inserts his own lance, which seems to cut through the beast's flesh like a hot knife through lard. Numbly, I follow suit. I'm astonished at the ease with which the blade runs through the whale flesh. Hammerhead Jack twists and probes, churning the malevolent knife to find the blood pipe he seeks, grunting with the effort. I do the same, though I feel sick as my blade buries into the great beast's body, not knowing what it is I seek to find. Suddenly, a great arc of crimson, 10 inches wide, sprays out from where I have made my cut, and both Hammerhead Jack and I are deluged in the sanguinous gush.
Push away and stand off!
Nestbite yells. I'm not certain how, in my bloody state, I find my oar, nor do I recall pushing away from the whale. But we are a full 20 feet away when the ball begins to roll towards us, and his great flukes come up and smash down in a mighty explosion which rings my ears almost to deafness. He barely misses us as he prepares to dive. It is as though a mountain is falling on us, and I am certain we shall be crushed to death. Somehow, the bull's huge bulk misses, and we escape his crushing weight upon us. But with a roar of rushing water, a tidal wave overtakes us, and the boat goes over. I'm underwater, yet can hear the scream of the line as it pays out. I struggle to free myself, knowing I have only moments to reach the surface before I must tangle in the line and be cut in half. I come clear of the boat at last, gasping and taking great gulps of air. The water about me is stained red. A paddle floats past, and I grab it. It sinks beneath my grasp, and then I see that I'm clutching a man's severed arm. I drop it from my frantic grasp and swim the few strokes towards the whaleboat, which has by some miracle righted itself. It is not yet moving, though the line is still paying out with a high-pitched whistle. My terror spurring me on, I lift myself into the half-submerged boat. I rest a moment, sucking in the wondrous air before looking about me. In the water around me other heads have surfaced, and they swim towards the boat, where I pull each aboard as best I can. 3 of the Maori and Nestbite, but Hammerhead Jack is missing. Then I see him, 20 feet away. He is threshing the water with one arm, his head coming up and going down again in a foam of scarlet. A moment more, and I'm sure my courage would have failed, but I'm in the water before I know it and stroking out towards the wounded man. "Leave him! Damn thee, nigger! Leave the bastard!" I hear Nestbite gasp from the boat, but I continue to swim. Tommo and I have been strong swimmers since childhood, and in a few strokes I am upon Hammerhead Jack. I grab him about the chest, and he has the good sense not to struggle, or perhaps he has passed out, and I am able to pull him towards the boat. As I reach the side, which is half submerged in the water, a strong hand encircles my wrist, and I grab back to make a better purchase. But at that very moment the line zings and stiffens, and the boat begins to move away. The whale, which has dived straight down, is now levelling off and pulling away again. "Cut the rope! Cut the rope!" I am shouting, though only in my head, of course. "Leave him, nigger!" Nestbite screams at me. "Let go the damn cannibal!" Then he brings his boot up, and aiming it at Hammerhead Jack's head, kicks viciously downwards to separate him from me, or both of us from the boat, in order to chase his whale. "Damn thee! The lance has perfect set! The whale is ours!" he screams. I have my hand about the wrist of one of the Maori whalemen on board, and my arm hooked through Hammerhead Jack's good arm and about his chest, my chin clasped to his neck. I will not let go, nor will the young Maori who's holding on to me. Blood drips onto my shoulder where Nestbite has crushed Jack's right eye and nose with the heel of his boot. The water around us is stained crimson with the whale's blood, as well as that from the harpooner's severed arm socket. I'm hanging on for dear life as the whaleboat gains speed. Then I see the flash of a blade as Nestbite brings his bowie knife down into the back of my hand. At the very same moment, the whale finds a surge of strength, and the boat's bow is pulled down, and we jerk forward. The first mate, already off balance from his downward strike at me, loses his footing, and with a cry of alarm is pitched over my head and into the churning sea. He is at once gone from sight. How I am able to maintain my grip about the Maori's wrist and still hold on to Hammerhead Jack while the boat is moving, I cannot say, for my palms are minced from hauling in the line, but somehow I do, and with the boat beginning to skim the waves, the two of us have finally pulled aboard. I reach for the boat knife so that I might cut the whale rope and save Nestbite. Before I can grab it, my arms are held by a Maori on either side of me, and I have not the strength remaining to resist. The whaleboat is flying along, and there is no turning back. Nestbite will be drowned long before we can cut the line and return to search for him. Anyway, without oars, we have no way of rowing back to where he fell into the turbulent seas. Nor do we have time to think about the whale. From a large artery at the junction of Hammerhead Jack's shoulder, blood is spouting to the beat of his heart. I pull off my blouse, stained scarlet from the bull's blood now mixed with Jack's. What little I know of binding such a wound I have learnt only from a brief description in a book I once read about the Peninsular Wars. The wounds from a cannon shot cannot be much different to this one, and though I am panicked, I try to recall the exact procedures advised. I cut and then tear some canvas into narrow strips, and taking twine from my pocket, cut a length and tie the pumping artery along with the smaller ones which are still bleeding. Hammerhead Jack's arm has been torn clean out of his shoulder socket. This is fortunate, as it means the socket hole is clean and the arteries protrude so the ties are easily made, even though my trembling fingers are sticky with blood. Using the remainder of my blouse, I make a pad to swab the socket hole and tie it as best I can to the unconscious man's shoulder by wrapping a strip around his chest. I rinse my hand in the bloody water in the bottom of the boat, and I see that my hand is bleeding from Nestbite's knife wound. I look about me and see the weapon lying on the bottom of the boat where it must have fallen when Nestbite did his fatal tumble. It is a handsome bowie knife, long-bladed with a fine ivory handle, the first mate's initials, CWN, inlaid in copper. I put it in the stern, safe above the water. I check the wrist of the Maori who hauled Jack and me into the boat, anxious to see if Nestbite's blade penetrated through my own hand and injured him. But he shrugs and indicates a cut where the point of the bowie knife entered, which has long since ceased to bleed. "Good hawk," he says. It becomes clear to me what has befallen Hammerhead Jack. When the whaleboat overturned and we were caught under it, the whale line kinked and took Hammerhead Jack's arm with it, tearing it from its socket as the whale sounded. It can only be supposed that the giant Maori, in the split second left to him, kept his nerve and hooked his good arm about the thwart. By holding on, he knowingly sacrificed his captured arm, else he would have travelled downwards with the whale to be drowned. Still unconscious, Hammerhead Jack is now held by the eldest of the Maori, his head resting on the man's lap. The older man sits in the stern, his legs and most of Hammerhead Jack's torso submerged in the water-filled boat. He weeps as he tenderly protects Hammerhead Jack's damaged eye with his cupped hand. His tears spill down his purple-patterned face, splashing onto the unconscious giant's chin. All the while he moans and wails in a strange manner, which I take to be the savage way of sorrowing. The two other Maori, both younger men, have begun bailing water out of the boat with the pig in. Thankfully, this is always attached to the whaleboat by means of a marlin line, and so was not lost when we overturned. They too are sniffing and moaning, but remain busy at their task. They work hard, and our risk of sinking diminishes as this wild sea ride with the whale continues unabated. It is then that I see what has become of Hammerhead Jack's right eye. It is a terrible mash of jellied orb, held by a tangle of bloody veins and sinew, now resting on the lower part of his tattooed cheek. I have no time to think, or the task will be beyond me. Using Nestbite's bowie knife, I cut the tangle of sinew high up, so the iron socket entrails fall into his blood-soaked lap. Then with my thumb, I push what's left back into the empty cavity. There is now little blood as I pull the bruised and swollen eyelid over the mess. Hammerhead Jack looks to me to be more dead than alive, so I hope not to have done him much more harm than he has already endured. I bend down and carefully scoop the eye from his lap, and am about to throw it into the sea when the old man grabs my wrist and then cups his hands to receive the tangled mess. He calls his companions from their bailing, and they stand beside him as he begins to chant in a wild, high-pitched voice, the two young Maori punctuating the oration with great belly grunts, deep as a big military drum. Then, when the chanting is finally done, the old man leans over the side and submerges his hands to just below the water, so that Hammerhead Jack's eye floats away into the waves as the three of them sing a strange but beautiful melody, filled with harmonies and a sense of great tenderness. The whale has been forced by its bleeding to surface quickly, and now is some distance ahead of us, pulling the boat at a steady rate of knots. The mast has been snapped off by the whale rope when we overturned, and the lug sail lost along with the oars and paddles. So we are captured, prisoners in our own whaleboat, tethered to a great sea beast which may eventually stop or simply continue onwards until the rope runs out. Either way, we are as helpless as small children, lost in a snowstorm on Cradle Mountain. We have not had a drop to drink for 6 hours, and before then only a mouthful. My head is light, and the horizon dances in front of my eyes. Our hats were lost when the boat capsized, and the sun will surely addle our brains. After what seems like more than an hour, the rope slackens. The old bull turns, and in an arc, heads back in our direction. Now, I think, he has come at last to take his revenge. It is better so, more worthy that we should die this way than any other. We're done for anyway. There has been no sighting of the other boats or the ship, and we are lost at sea. In an open whaleboat we will go through the night well enough, but we will not last long without water. Hammerhead Jack will be dead before the sun climbs to its zenith again, and we who are left will not see too many sunsets after that. Better this quick death at the hands of a worthy foe than a slow and lingering one lying cooked in the bottom of a whaleboat. I think of my death, not in terms of my own demise, which is now certain. No, what worries me is the question of who will take care of Tommo. My thoughts go to him at this moment. Dear Tommo, who I think is slowly mending his ways. Though he is winning too often at cards, and the men are becoming suspicious. He has collected nearly 20 Yankee dollars and various rings, knives and scrimshaw as his winnings, and he will even play for the raisins from their next ration of plum duff. I can only suppose he craves the sweetness, for it is a most curious prize to win at cards. I've told him his gambling must stop soon. If they catch you at cheating, they will kill you, Tommo, I plead. But I don't need to cheat with these duffers, he protests most indignantly. I swears it, Hawk. It's all done above board and on the square. I'm unconvinced. But then again, it would be just like Tommo's luck to be killed at not cheating. What would our poor mamma think? No day has passed on our voyage that I do not think of Mary. What will become of her on her own? I ache to talk to mamma, and I have written many pages of letters telling her of our adventures. But now she shall never receive them, unless Tommo thinks to send them to her when he reaches port, and who knows what state he'll be in then. My heart is heavy for Mary and for Tommo, as I prepare to meet my death. Not 50 yards from us, the great monster slows his approach, and I see that his chimney is spouting thick black blood. We wait, terrified. A dying whale is most dangerous until the final moment when he rolls over. The sperm whale has the largest brain of any creature in the universe, and this old bull has no reason to spare us. As 90 feet and over 70 tons of malevolence bear down upon us, I can see from the sombre expressions on the Maoris' faces that they too are aware of our approaching doom. However, as we draw ever nearer, the creature seems unaware of our presence. We are now no more than 30 yards apart, with no means of controlling our path. The whale's giant mouth opens, blood falling like scarlet ribbons from his upper jaw, missing the great rows of teeth contained in the long, narrow lower jaw. This monster, should we come much closer, will crush our boat to tinder beneath those scrimshaw molars. Miraculously, the wind shifts direction a fraction, and we drift a little further away again. More than an hour passes in this way, as we drift in close proximity to death. The whale moves more and more slowly, his chimney frequently spouting blood and gore in a great scarlet spray. His flukes have grown lethargic, and they slap the surface, making no more sound than that of the wind snapping at bedsheets on a backyard wash line. I think, after all, that our grand opponent is aware of our presence, and with none of his own kind around him, desires to be near us. This prince of fish does not wish to die alone. Ho, great fish, we will meet again at Neptune's tavern, for we will not be long behind you. The sea about us is crimson, bubbling and seething for 200 yards in the bull's wake. The blood pours from him like mud running down a mountainside after a storm. Sharks circle, snapping at the floating, bubbling gore, their fins cutting through the surface in ever-increasing numbers. Then, as the setting sun turns the western sky into a fiery blaze, and the sea grows so burnished the waves' reflections turn us into glowing red men, with a great roaring and sucking of water, the tormented beast rolls over, fin out.
there is a sudden silence. The Prince of the Deep Waters is dead. We are too tired for joy, and must now pull the line in, a task which seems altogether too much for us. But we cannot risk drifting away in the dark and losing our line, for we count it safer to be tethered to the dead bull all night than drift helplessly at sea. If the Nankin Maiden comes a-looking in the morning, a dead whale will be easier to spot from the mainmast than a lone whaleboat lost at sea. Though hope springs eternal, our rescue seems an unlikely event. With 3 other boats having fastened onto the sperm cow, she was a certain capture. Captain O'Hara must tether her to the starboard of the ship, strip her of her blubber and boil it down for oil without delay. There is little chance that he will risk losing this valuable prize to come looking for us. The supposition that an old bull sperm whale would prove too much for one boat to handle, and the natural assumption following it that we have perished under its flukes, is a most reasonable one. Our only hope is that we may be downwind from the ship, so that sailing in search of us would not be an arduous task. It is to be hoped that the master places a great value on his first mate, crawl-in nest bite, for he would not search even to the bottom of a bucket of sea-water for 4 kanakas and a nigger. All the while the sharks have been gathering. They are now in their many hundreds, bumping their snouts against the belly of the whale and tearing upwards at his hide, so that the old bull looks to be still alive but for the great fins sticking up into the air and the white patch now turned red on his underbelly. These jackals of the sea have the only true victory. It is ended, and for what it is worth, we have won this bloody contest, even though the triumph of it will be short-lived before we die. I sit upon a thwart, my hands dripping with fresh blood from hauling in the line, but I no longer care or feel the pain. It is almost dark, with only a sliver of the sun's brassy coin still showing above the horizon. I am weary beyond all endurance, yet there is something pestering at the back of my mind.
Scratch around, look in the dark corners, clear the cobwebs, unlock the doors and open the windows, my dear.
I hear Ike's voice say clearly to me. He would say this when I had lost track of an idea he had previously explained.
If it is something you have thought or known before, then it will still be there, stored in the old noggin box, to be retrieved when you should need it most. But when you look, my dear, do so in an orderly manner, and all will be yours soon enough.
So I go to thinking, letting this nightmare of a day pass once again through my mind. And then, at last, I recall what it is that has been troubling me. When I held Hammerhead Jack in the water and screamed to Nestbite to cut the line, I swear I heard my own voice, not only in my imagination, but out loud. Yet I know this cannot be. I have not uttered a single word since Mary rescued me from the wild man. I touch my throat, then swallow. It feels tender, raw, though this might equally be from lack of water during the long afternoon. Have my ears deceived me? I open my mouth to attempt to make a sound. Chapter 5. Tommo. The Pacific Ocean, November 1856.
If I've spoken against the God-Gobbers what owns this ship, or Captain O'Hara, the master, I now hopes desperately that Christian fidelity might save me brother's life. It's near sunset, and the other 3 boats returned to the ship 2 hours ago with a sperm cow in tow. They says they saw Nestbite and his crew attached to a monstrous sperm bull, what they at once judged too much of a handful for a single boat. The whale were 90 foot if it be an inch, with a ton to every foot. They was all made fast to the cow, and none could let loose to follow Nestbite and his Maori, though all felt sure that the first mate would be forced to cut the manila rope, or that it would run out soon enough. They were sure that the giant sea creature would not find one whaleboat much of a drag upon himself, and would easily outrun the 200 fathoms of harpoon line. But now it's close to dark, and Hawke's whaleboat still ain't returned. Most now believes that the bull's got the better of 'em. It ain't unusual, though, for a whaleboat to stay out overnight if another hour might bring the kill and the moon be bright enough to see by.
There is fresh water on board and a lantern keg with a little ship's biscuit and salt beef, even clay pipes and a quid of tobacco for comfort in the dark hours. But all this, I'm told, is the very tag end of hope by the second mate, Tom Stubbs. If they hasn't returned by sunset, it is likely that the crew, including me brother Hawk, be lost at sea or dead. The men know Nesbite is reckless. Many in the forecastle reckons he has taken one too many chances, that his luck has finally run out. It's 5 months since the last taking of a whale, and it's just such circumstances that make a man careless. Seb Rawlings has come from his cabin where he were confined with the tropical fever. It be his boat what's missing, and he feels to blame for not going out with his crew. He's shaking with the fever, and his eyes is bright as agates, lips cracked and teeth chattering, but he seems to have his senses about him. He asks that I be allowed to take the watch from aloft, where I can look out for Hawk's boat. He says that as the light grows dim in the west, my young eyes might prove better than those of an older whaleman. There's great to do on the ship. The cow is thought to be some 20 tons, and a good catch after such a long time without a sighting. She's already chained to the starboard side, ready for flensing, when the blubber will be cut from her for boiling down in the trypots. Her oil will be enough with what's already been took to fill half the ship's barrels. This is a most important event, for the first half of our cargo will pay the costs of the voyage, and the second half will pay the whalemen and the owners. Whale oil burns clean without smoke, and is used for lamps throughout the civilized world. It be a precious commodity. Not a drop of oil from this cow must be wasted to the sharks or spoilt by the weather, and the sooner the trying out is underway, the better. There's been no talk among the mates of going to look for Hawk's whaleboat, and the men is clearly against it. Only Billy Lanning and myself wants a search party, and we holds no sway at all. Billy calls for a whaleboat to go, with him and me as crew. "Shut your gob!" several shouts at him. "Elbow bastard!" someone else growls. The other Kanakas and the niggers don't want to search neither. The islanders hates the Maori, and the 4 black men, though from different parts themselves, don't seize Hawk as one of them. Nestbite is hated by one and all, and his loss thought a good riddance. 4 Kanakas and a dumb nigger ain't worth keeping the flensing and the tripods waiting for. "Let the cutting in begin!" they cry. None wants to see a drop of their precious booty wasted. Unchaining the cow from the ship and anchoring her at sea while we searches for the missing whaleboat would let a full night pass with 1,000 sharks tearing at her carcass. Meanwhile, getting all ready for the flensing to be done by dawn's light tomorrow would save much of her bulk from being destroyed. Already the water around the boat is full of these mongrels of the sea. If a man fell overboard, he wouldn't last 10 seconds before his flesh-picked bones would sink to the ocean floor. Whale blubber spoils fast in the tropics. After less than a day and a half in the sun, it turns rancid and its oil loses value. There'd be little loyalty on a whaling vessel greater than the promise of coin at the voyage end, and still less if the lost crew be niggers and Kanakas, even if it does include me brother. Me old feelings of love for Hawk are starting to return, like blood coming back into a limb what's been deprived. And with him lost, I'm at me wit's end. It's Captain O'Hara what must make the decision to search, and my only hope is that he be a true Quaker. What's a religion of conscience, so it's said. Nestbite's also a Quaker, and the brother of O'Hara's wife. Perhaps this family tie, if nothing else, will make the master order a search. But in me heart I knows that feelings of family ain't as strong as feelings of greed. O'Hara is a New Englander, and they is notorious penny pinchers. It's conscience against greed, and I ain't yet seen care for one's fellow man hold out against rapacity. As Ike says, "It ain't religion what makes the world go round. 'Tis everlasting avarice, my dear." My mind is filled with anxiety as I climb up the mainmast to the highest of the watch stays. I stand on the cross stays, holding fast to the masthead hoop. The sun's heat is weakening, though the sky is not yet turned to saffron to make visibility difficult. It's fortunate that the hunt took place in a northeasterly direction, so that I need not face direct into the setting sun. It's good fortune, too, that it took place downwind from the Nankin Maiden, so the sailing conditions be good. Tonight is a full moon, and the earlier clouds have cleared. A sighting in the moonlight is by no means impossible. I want to pray,
but I'm not sure how. I ain't had much practice since the age of 7 at bedtime, and then it were only to repeat at Mary's knee the words she gives us to say. Gentle Jesus, meek and mild, look upon this little child. I forget how the rest goes. The only God I knows is the one what comes to sit at Mary's table of a Sunday to escape from the cold and the wind moaning in the organ pipes on Mount Wellington. But I doesn't think our white tablecloth God of the warm brown gravy and the roast mutton is the sort of cove to find a whaleboat what's 1,000 miles out to sea and bring my brother back safe to me. I wonder if you mind very much going out and finding me twin brother, God?
Where might he be, son?
Whaling, sir. His whaleboat be lost or took by a whale. Then I adds for good measure, the master be a Quaker and very pious.
Whales, eh? Sperm, is it?
Yes, sir. I nod me head.
Sperm whale be my particular pride and joy, Tommo. Biggest creature of all, except for the blue whale. What's just a bit too big for my liking. Not quite perfect made like the sperm. There be no other creature in the heavens, on the earth, or in the waters like the sperm whale. Did you know that I gave that creature a brain 5 times the size of man's? The largest brain of any creature on earth. Did you know that, Tommo?
Yes, sir. Hawk told me.
Well then, why do you suppose I done that?
Dunno, sir.
Well, you see, Tommo, every creature's got its mongrels. And the sperm whale, what don't do no harm to no one, has got you lot. The terriblest bunch of mongrels of all. Sometimes, if you've got sufficient brains, it is possible to win against the mongrels.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. It's just that I was hoping...
Pass the salt,
God asks, and then adds,
no day can be judged until night has fallen, Tommo.
Yes, sir, I said, not knowing what that last remark's supposed to mean. There is no arguing with the Almighty, and I'm more troubled than ever. I fears that God is on the side of the whale and me brother forever lost. What God done for Jonah, it don't seem likely he's going to do for Hawk. There is nothing to be seen out there except an albatross what's been following us for 2 days, and the endless waves stretching to the horizon. A gold colour starts to spread in the sky, and if a search don't begin before sundown, it's unlikely to begin at all. Old Tommo's on his own again, just like when I were beginning to feel like a twin, knowing there be somebody else what's connected invisible like to me. First I thinks Hawk a fool for wanting me back, wasting his life over yours truly. Then he become a nuisance, watching me, fetching me back home when I were drunk, looking sad-faced at me. Then, when he brung me aboard this ship, I think it better than staying with Mary, who made me feel so bad, like a naughty child. Later, I planned to jump ship as soon as we were in some port, piss off and leave Hawk to go home where he'd be needed by our mamma. Yours truly would be alone again with his cards and a bottle, what suits me just fine. But now, Hawk feels a part of me again, creeping back into me heart and mind, like when we was brats. Mind, I don't know how I'll feel when I gets me hands on a bottle again. When I came down on deck this morning to find Hawk gone as crew in Seb Rawlins' whaleboat, with crawling nestbite in command, I was full of fear. The feeling of the mongrels being near, what I had when I were aloft, come back so strong it took all me courage to stay on deck and not climb back up the mainmast, to hide up there, like the mast were river gum, and I back in the wilderness again. All day I felt Hawk to be in danger, and that's how I know our twinship is returning. It's like it were myself what's suffering. All day me hands hurt awful, and I thinks at first they're becoming like Mary's. They's rough and battered from the years in the wilderness, but I know it's more than that. It's something bad to do with Hawk. If by nightfall Hawk ain't returned, I'm going to jump to me death from where I now stand. I ain't staying another day on this bloody ship without Hawk. If he dies, I won't even have the black bottle to comfort me. Alone on this ship at sea, I'll be in a wilderness not much better than the last. Sooner or later I'll get in a row over the cards, or a brass bimbo will come for me in the dark and I'll use me axe on him, and that'll be the end of yours truly too. It'll be as certain as the sun coming up in the morning. Suddenly I hears the rattling of chains, and I look down to see men scrambling to the starboard. I can't believe me eyes. They's unchaining the cow from the side of the ship, and 2 whaleboats has been lowered on the port side to tow her away and anchor her at sea. My heart thumps as I watch the men climb the rigging to unfurl the sails, and the Nankin Maiden turns to catch the wind. The sun is setting in a blaze of glory, and the sky is afire as the search gets under way. We sail for an hour and a half, and the moon is now well up. The sea is cast in bright moonlight, and if I had with me one of Hawke's books, I could read it as if it were daylight. It is then that I see the whale, a dark shape looming in the waters a starboard. "Whale-o! Whale-o! To starboard!" I shouts. Me heart is beating so fast it must burst from me chest any moment and drop to the deck below. Then I see the whaleboat moored not 50 feet from the dead monster, but I can't see nobody in it. "Oh, God, please, God, sir, let me brother be safe." I looks upwards through the topmast to heaven. "I promise I shall return to Mary if he's saved." Then I think, oh shit, me and my big mouth. I should have waited till we got a bit closer. In the pouring silver of the night, I see a head raise up above the gunwale of the boat, and then it stands up, and I know it's me lovely twin brother, and I begin to weep like a stupid little brat. We lifts the whaleboat back on board and sets to, towing the monster whale behind the ship. It's the biggest bloody whale killed in the history of the Nankin Maiden, and Tom Stubbs reckons it be the biggest whale ever took by a single whaleboat. There is much cheering on deck, the whalemen having forgot that they was against the search. They's counting only their share of the oil, what now means profit for us all. But I am only concerned to see me brother again. Hawke is the first to climb from the boat, and the Maori follow, carrying between them the limp weight of Hammerhead Jack. It's clear they's been through a terrible ordeal. The boat is now empty, and we sees that Nestbite is not among them. Captain O'Hara ain't a happy man when he realises the first mate be missing. He's tall and frightening to behold, his eyes glowering from beneath midnight eyebrows, what meet across the bridge of his nose. As soon as they has lain Hammerhead Jack on the deck, he calls the 4 survivors to his cabin for an explanation. But of course none is possible. The 4 Maori got no English, and without Hammerhead Jack to talk for 'em, they is staying stum. Hawke, being dumb, can't say nothing without me. Finally, O'Hara says he'll deal with the matter after we gets the cow, and gives orders to sail back to where she's waiting. This is most lucky, for it gives me the chance to find out what happened. As we sails back, Hawke tells me the story of their hunt, and I becomes afeard again. "They won't believe you, Hawke," I says after he explains how Nestbite lost his balance and fell into the briny. "Why?" Hawke says, moving his fingers slowly because of the pain. "It is nothing but the truth, Tommo." "It's a truth what will get you all hanged from the yardarm!" I cry. Hawke is wrung out. His hands is swollen to twice their size and is all red raw flesh. I've had me hands hurt from the pit dogs and the crosscut saw, and blistered once when Sam Slit's whiskey still exploded, but never like this. Never as terrible as this. He is nearly asleep as he speaks to me, his eyelids closing. Yet his great concern is not to tell me what happened, nor that his hands be looked after, but that the skipper should give him medicine to care for Hammerhead Jack. "He will die, Tommo," he signals wearily to me. "Then it will be my fault." "You will die," I says. "They will say you pushed Nestbite if you tells how it was. They won't believe you, Hawke." Hawke shakes his head. "I'm too weary to lie, Tommo. The truth will stand us in good stead." He can't touch a finger to his palms without wincing with the pain, and soon he gives up, too weary to use his hands or lift his arms to talk any longer. I thinks to let him sleep a while. I will hear him out again later, and talk a plan into him, once we is anchored alongside the cow. It is nearly 8 bells when we gets back to where we left her. In the bright moonlight there is so many sharks feeding on her that it'd be almost like watching a school of mackerel in the shallows of Salamanca Beach. But the whaleman is much less worried now about losing bits of her bulk. The bull is good compensation, 3.5 times bigger in blubber than the cow. It's as though he has caught 4 whales. We barely arrives when Captain O'Hara calls for Hawke and the 3 Maori. Seb Rawlings is also called from his sickbed, it being reckoned that they be his crew, and perhaps he may get some sense from them. The 4th mate sends straight for me, where I'm working in the try-house to get ready for the flensing of the whales at first light. That I should be called upon be me deepest hope. With me translating for Hawke, I reckon we has a chance to beat the mongrels. "Evening, Captain, sir," I says, removing me cap as I stands at the door of his cabin waiting permission to enter. O'Hara grunts.
Come in, boy, he barks.
Hawk and the three Maori are standing in the small cabin, and the captain is seated behind a table with Tom Stubbs beside him. Seb Rawlings is also seated, being too weak, I suppose, to be on his feet. With all of us in the cabin, there's scarce an inch to move, and I find myself squashed against the oldest of the Maori. The captain turns to Stubbs.
Thou mayest go, Mr. Stubbs. There is much to be done. Mr. Rawlings will remain as witness.
We push aside to let Tom Stubbs pass. O'Hara points to me without looking up from the ship's log, which lies open before him.
Thou wilt speak to thy brother, and he will tell thee what happened, and thou us.
Sir, my brother has already told me the whole of it. It will be much the shorter if I speaks, and then you ask questions, what I shall put to him. Captain O'Hara looks up sharply, thinking me to be too forward, but it keeps me head down and me hands clasped, humble-like. The sign language be most tedious slow, sir. This will be the quicker.
Is this the lad who saw the pod this morning?
O'Hara asks Rawlings.
He's the one, Captain, Rawlings says. He's reliable enough and not too stupid.
He points to Hawk.
They claims to be twins, though how this be I cannot imagine.
Most curious, the captain says, but there is no curiosity in his voice. And I reckon he don't care if Hawk and me be twins or the first two of the three blind mice.
Speak, boy, he commands.
I tell her the placing of the two harpoons, and how Nestbite passed the other boats and shouted for help, and then how after being towed by the bull, they approached the whale from the weather side. I says nothing of the fight between him and Hammerhead Jack. I tell how Nestbite wished them to fasten to the whale while there was still much life in him, so as they might more quickly open a major blood flow, as the first mate did not think they could otherwise wear the bull down sufficient to take him with one boat.
Mr. Nestbite did confide all this to them?
O'Hara questions. No, Captain, but it were clear enough to me, brother.
Clear enough, was it? Your brother is an expert on the whale and whaling, and what actions to take in every circumstance.
No, Captain, but he didn't think Mr. Nestbite were going up to bid the whale the time of day. It were a stupid thing to say, and I'm sorry the moment it comes out of me big mouth.
Hold thy tongue, boy, O'Hara growls. I'll not take lip from such as thee.
I drop my head. Yes, sir. Sorry, sir, I says. Out of the corner of my eye I can see Hawk is trying to talk to me. I ignore him, not wishing at this moment to meet his eye, but Rawlings sees his movements.
What's he saying, Tommo? What's your brother saying?
He stammers, all a-chittering and a-chattering teeth from the fever. What Hawk's saying is that I should tell the story like he told it to me. He thinks the captain just wants to write it down for the record. Oh, I thinks. Hawk may be the smart one, but he don't know a mongrel when he sees one. Captain O'Hara here ain't just keeping his log, he's holding a trial. He wants revenge for his brother-in-law. I knows this for sure. Old Tommo's nose for mongrels is working well.
What does he say?
The captain demands to know. Yes, sir. He says he's sorry for presuming to know what Mr. Nestbite was thinking about what to do with the whale. He says I must say only what happened, and should otherwise shut me big mouth. I doesn't look at Hawk as I says this, and I can only hope he's got the nous to keep his hands to himself.
Continue,
O'Hara commands, a bit happier. So I tells how the whale rolled to windward and capsized the boat. How only the Maori and Hawk come up again, with Hawk rescuing Hammerhead Jack from the briny after he'd lost his arm.
Did Mr. Nestbite do anything when the whale rolled to windward?
Captain O'Hara asks. It's not a question I can answer. So I turns to Hawk, who gives me a most despairing look, like I've done them in. He has no way now to tell the truth and must go along with my tale. He signals that Nestbite shouted they should ship oars. He said that they should ship oars, Captain, I reply.
Aye, aye,
O'Hara says impatient.
But did he do something?
Do something? I look to Hawk, who says he does not recall anything. Meanwhile, the other's eyes are near closed as they tries to sleep standing up. Me brother don't recall, sir.
Do something with this!
O'Hara shouts,
taking up a bowie knife from under the table and thrusting it blade forward at Hawk. The three Maori jolt awake in surprise and pull back, falling over each other. I am pushed against the cabin door where I bump my shoulder.
"Ha! I have thee!" the captain exclaims. "This is Mr. Nesbite's knife, and there is blood on it! Human blood!"
He stands up and with the tip of his forefinger indicates a dark stain on the blade and points to Hawk.
"Thou didst murder him, and then threw him to the sharks!"
I'm took completely by surprise. Hawk ain't said nothing about Nesbite's knife. I look at Hawk and see that he is smiling and shaking his head. He alone has not flinched when the captain thrust the knife at him.
"Well, answer me, man!"
O'Hara barks. You were right, Tommo. He wants a victim, Hawk says with his hands. Tell him the truth. I used it to cut the mess what was Hammerhead Jack's eye. The blood on the blade is Hammerhead Jack's, and that on the handle is from my hands. I says all this, and Hawk holds up his hands to show their cruel state.
"How came he to be in possession of Mr. Nesbite's knife?"
O'Hara demands.
"A man doesn't leave his own knife lying around, leastways Mr. Nesbite didn't."
He stabs down upon the table with the bowie knife so that it judders as he releases it.
"Thou takes me for a fool, boy! There is a boat knife for the purpose of cutting. Why did not Hawk use that knife?"
Tell him that when the whale rolled, Nesbite took out his knife to cut the line, but we were thrown out before he could do so. He must have dropped the knife in the boat, where I later discovered it. Hawk signals to me. It ain't Hawk's fault he's so bad at lying. He ain't had much practice like me. Besides, he's weary. First he says he didn't see Nesbite do nothing when the bull rolled. Now he says Nesbite were busy cutting the whaling line with his bowie knife and loses it from his grasp as the boat turns over. So I ask you, how could that be? The boat capsizes, and by some miracle Nesbite's bowie knife grows hands of its own to cling to the bottom of the boat so it don't fall out with everything else. But the captain is waiting for me to translate what Hawk's just told me, so I has to invent an explanation quick. Billy Lanning has recently shown us how to tie the short warp to the harpoon rope, and so I says desperate, "He took it off from his lanyard and give it to Hawk to fix the short warp to the harpoon rope, Captain. The boat knife being tied to a marling line in the stern of the boat and the warp to be fixed in the bow. Me brother then pushed the knife into his belt on account that they had to quickly man the oars. He thought to return it later to the first mate."
"This happened just before the whale rolled?"
the skipper asks. He must think me a fool to fall into such a silly trap. I talks to Hawk as though I were asking him the question with our sign language, but what I'm saying is that I'll tell the skipper that the knots were done just before the second harpoon were used. It was then that Nesbite noticed the splice were not right on the short warp. It's a feeble enough explanation what I gives to the captain, but it can't be proved wrong, and it makes some sort of sense. But O'Hara ain't yet willing to give up.
"Then why, I ask thee, did the Kanakas grow most alarmed when I showed the bowie knife?"
he demands, his eyes narrowed. I cannot say, Captain. They be savages, and I doesn't speak their lingo. Then I ask, perhaps they thought you was going to do them in on the spot like? Why, sir, I rubs me shoulder, I myself jumped when you thrust the knife at me brother. Despite his fever and the sweat glistening on his brow, Seb Rawlins half smiles at my reply, and I sees he has no love for the skipper. Captain O'Hara pulls the knife from the table and lays it down, then takes up the quill again and dips it in the inkwell. All is quiet as he writes in the ship's log, and we can plainly hear his quill scratching upon the paper. At last he looks up, scowling. He points the quill accusingly at Hawk.
"I feel there is more to this business than thou hast admitted, Solomon. I warn thee, nigger, I will sniff out dishonesty. I shall pray to the Lord for guidance, and then we shall see what we shall see. Thou mayest go, and thy damned cannibals with thee."
Then he turns to me.
"As for thee, boy, thou mayst be sure I shall find something to cool thy ardour and quell thy impudent tongue."
We turns to go, the Maori shuffling out first, when Hawk signals frantically to me.
Captain, sir, I pipes up from the door of the cabin. Me brother pleads that he be allowed medicines for the injuries the harpooner got whilst most bravely killing the whale. A nigger who cares about a Kanaka. Miracles will never cease. The captain turns to Seb Rawlings. We have a nigger here who cleverly turns Mr. Nestbite's whale kill to the credit of that damned savage and turns himself just as neatly into a ship's surgeon. What think thou of that, Mr. Rawlings? He does not wait for the fourth mate to reply before looking at Hawk. But of course I forget. Thou hast already proved thyself most handy with a bowie knife. He indicates Seb Rawlings with a flick of his head. Thou mayst issue a chit for medicine, though I think it much better for all if the savage should perish. O'Hara seems a little calmer, having rid himself of his spleen. He is well pleased with his crack about Hawk being a surgeon, and with his last jibe about Hawk's supposed use of the bowie knife to kill Nestbite. He twirls the quill in his fingers and muses aloud. The Lord's ways are indeed mysterious. I have the greatest need of a first mate on this ship, and he hath taken my dear brother from me, and allowed the devil to replace him with a cannibal savage, a useless kedger with one arm and one eye, who will draw from ship's rations and return me no profitable labour. He looks up at Seb Rawlings, his right eyebrow raised. Thou wilt charge the cost of the medicines to the Kanaka's share of the lay, and he will be placed on half rations until he perishes, or otherwise proves to be of some further worth to us. The captain is as good as his word, and has found me special punishment. I'm working in the blubber room, where I must pitch up the pieces of blubber to be cut ready for the tripods. These pieces is 4 foot long and weighs nearly as much as me. Working them is usually a task for the biggest of the men. 2 blubber room workers in bare feet cuts the blubber with dangerous sharp spades, and as a consequence of the deck pitching and rolling, one has had 3 toes sliced off and the other 4, this being the badge of their trade. They's fierce men, and don't like seeing the blubber they cut stack up. Get moving, they snarls each time I forks another slab of blubber. We ain't got all bloody day. I'm soon knackered, but there is no let-up. The deck is slippery with oil and whale blood, and sometimes I near collapses under the weight of me blubber fork. Go on, move your arse, be the constant cry from the cutters. Not one comes to me aid, and some push me over when they see me loaded up so that I crash to the floor, falling on me face. Yours truly is a cause of great merriment to all in the try-works, as I staggers to me feet covered in oil and blood. But it ain't the worst what's happened to me, and I will not give in. No poxy bunch of whalemen gets the better of Tommo ex-Solomon. There be 2 hours to go, and every forkful of whale blubber is stained with blood from me bleeding nose. I feels a hand on me shoulder, and I stops, expecting another shove. But it's Hawk, come to find me. I've been asleep and did not know of this, he signals with his hands. They still be swollen to twice their size, yet he takes up me fork and begins to spear and lift the slabs of blubber. Though the pain in his hands must be awful, it is as though he is shovelling straw into a hayrick, such is his strength. One of the whalemen, what has been amusing himself at my expense, now scoffs at me. Without turning, Hawk strikes him with the back of his huge hand so that he flies across the try-deck and lands skidding in the whale oil. It's the first time I've seen Hawk strike a man, and it was like he were brushing away a fly. Then Hawk walks over to the whaleman, who is nursing a bloody nose, and with the fork pierces the greasy duck of his Norfolk breeches so that the tines fit under the man's belt. Hawk lifts him up and carries him across the room, depositing him on the blubber table in front of the mincer. The mincer is a large man himself, dressed in a cassock made from the skin of a whale's penis, and he holds the blubber room man down as though he's about to slice him to size for the tripods, before letting him go again. There is howls of laughter from the men watching. Hawk smiles his big white smile at the others in the blubber room, and they ain't so stupid that they can't see that it carries a warning never to mock me again. I'm most shamed that me brother needs to defend me, though I be too tired to fight it. I tells myself that if it should ever come to an open fight, I'd even the score with me axe. But I know that Hawk's now a part of me, and that old Tommo is no longer alone in this world. And so I finishes me first watch in the blubber room. The men is working round the clock to get the blubber into the tripods,
so that it may be made into good oil, a most difficult task. The whale's tied by chains from its tail and head to the starboard side of the ship, and the cutting platforms, hung from the ship's topside, is lowered to meet it. The cutting tackle is secured to the mainmast and also lowered so that the mates can begin the cutting in. With Crawlin Nespite dead and Seb Rawlins ill, two of the older, more experienced whalemen handles the cutting spades, along with Tom Stubbs and Timbin Hollowtree, the third mate. The men attaches the cutting tackle to the whale using the blubber hook at its end. They cuts a long scarfing line about 9 inches in width on either side of the blubber hook. Then the hook is pulled upwards by the block and tackle, and the mates frantically cuts the blubber to loosen it from the whale flesh. It's as though they is peeling a giant Spanish orange, though the blubber, if you can imagine it as orange skin, be about 15 inches thick. The power for the block and tackle is supplied by men working a windlass on deck, where it's connected to ropes run down to it from the main top. The blubber peels off in a long, intact spiral, what stretches from the whale right up to the topmast, pulling the whale's great carcass hard against the ship. The weight makes the vessel heel, so that when the blanket of blubber is freed, the ship lurches violently back on her beam ends, as though buffeted by a stormy sea. The long strips of blubber, what weighs as much as a ton, are then lowered by the tackle into the blubber room, where they cut into slabs by the blubber room men of the few toes. It is these self-same slabs of blubber which yours truly is required to lift and carry to the mincer. This cove cuts them into fine strips, leaving only the skin attached, so as the blubber now resembles the leaves of a book, known in whaleman lingo as Bible leaves. These thin leaves, not much more than an inch thick, gives us the most oil. The Bible leaves is placed into the bubbling trypots and turned into oil, before being ladled into copper cooling tanks and put into the cooper's casks. If it all sounds simple enough, it seems to me a vision from the cavern of hell itself. At the cutting platform, not many inches from the surface of the water, the sharks is in a feeding frenzy, and the mates stabbing down at them with their cutting spades. This is no sport, for each shark killed means more blubber saved. A shark what's cut with the razor-sharp spade becomes the prey of the other sharks, what's then distracted from the whale carcass as they turn to feed on their own kind. Up on deck, the sails and rigging be completely clouded in black smoke, while the deck is lit by the orange flames what keeps the oil hissing and bubbling in the tripods. This fire ain't fed with wood, for there ain't room enough on a whaler to carry timber. Instead, the whale gives us the means to make its own oil. After the blubber is turned into oil, the skin and bits remaining, known as the fritters, is burnt as fuel. The dense smoke makes it difficult to see. The men about the windlass be blackened by it, their faces like polished blackamoors in the glare of the flames. Every surface of the windlass and the decks, bulwarks, rails and tryworks is covered in oil and slime from the whale. Inside the blubber room we's clothed in greasy duck and covered in oil, blood and blubber, as savage-looking a group of men as could be found on the face of the earth. The smell is beyond the ken of any landlubber. No abattoir or cesspool compares with the evil pong of smoked blubber. This stink, once in the skin, can only be undone by weeks of scrubbing with lye. Us whalemen will be making our presence known to any what stands downwind for some time to come. The Nankin maiden pitches and rocks in the seas, like she's about to be engulfed in flames, and the rats is as many as ants at a picnic. They darts between our legs, feasting on the scraps, till they so bloated with blubber that they drags themselves along in the slime, and may easily be kicked high over the ship's side as though they was footballs. The final task is to take the precious spermaceti oil from the head of the whale. A hole is made in the whale's noggin, and the spermaceti scooped out. This be a whitish, waxy liquid, what's 5 times more valuable than the best whale oil, and is used to make ointments and ladies' cosmetics. It makes the finest candles and incense what the Pope himself uses. The cow we took gives 5 barrels of this stuff, and Hawk's large bull no less than 12. After me first watch, I'm too exhausted to feel shame that I would have collapsed had it not been for Hawk. But Billy Lanny comes up to me in the forecastle, and patting me on the back, says in his peculiar lingo that I has done well. Such a job were for a big pella, and the master be a plurry quacker Christmas sausage, which I takes to mean a bloody Quaker Christian savage. I crawls into me bunk, and I has never slept more soundly in me life. I wouldn't have given a damn if the cockroaches had made merry over every inch of me body.
though they was busy feasting elsewhere like the rats. For 2 days and nights we worked the tripods, and on my 4th watch I am finally able to complete forking the heavy slabs of blubber without Hawk coming to my rescue. With a little help from his twin, yours truly has survived the ordeal what were meant to break him. Up yours, Captain O'Hara, sir. At last we cuts the bloody remains of the whales loose and watches their blubber-stripped carcasses float away. The sharks still churn the water and tear ferocious at them, and 10,000 seabirds darts ever downwards for scraps. The top of the whale carcasses looks like giant rookeries, with birds squabbling, wings flapping and beaks snapping for every available morsel of flesh. In all the time we've been flensing the whales and boiling down their blubber, these birds have surrounded us with a screeching what has drowned out all other noise on deck and below, so that we must shout to be heard at more than a distance of 3 feet. After the whales has floated far enough to the leeward away, so that they be 2 small dots on the horizon, I'm amazed at the silence what surrounds us. It's like the great parties at the governor's mansion I has heard of, now finished and quiet, with every guest gone home again. The first duty now, with the barrels stacked in the hold, is to wash down the decks and housing. This task is a tradition, a right to bring successful hunts in the future. The men is knackered, but they put great heart into the scrubbing of the decks, using absorbent cloths over their hands made from the tendons of the whale. Whale oil is most effective in removing stains of all kind, and soon the vessel is ship-shape. But no amounts of cleaning gets rid of the oily fish stink. Only the forecastle, now lit by candles and whale oil lamps, has a sweet smell. It don't take long, though, for the forecastle to sink back to its former state, and who's to mind? Hawk is more particular about cleanliness than yours truly. Cards and sly grog is seldom found in clean-smelling places, and pipe smoke and spittoons is as much a part of a game of flats as the joker in the pack. A little dirt don't hurt no one. Hammerhead Jack is still alive. He is weak and in great pain, yet he never cries out. Under Hawk's tender care he is slowly mending. Billy Lanny has had a hand in this too. The medicines Hawk got from Seb Rawlings did nothing to keep the Maori's shoulder socket from festering. His face was swollen mightily, and his eye socket leaked pus and gore, despite Hawk cleaning it each day, along with the terrible shoulder wound. For days, Hammerhead Jack were in a constant fever and delirium. His men were ever at his side, never leaving, and it was clear they believed he would die. It was Billy Lanny, ever the curious one, what comes over one morning to take a look, shaking his woolly head and clicking his tongue. 2 days later he'd be back, carrying a small tin filled with live maggots. These worms does not come from his own back, what is now well scabbed, but were procured most cleverly. After Billy sees Hammerhead Jack, he asks me to catch a fish and give it to him. That afternoon when I comes off watch, I catch a nice-sized tuna about 6 pounds. This I gives to him, and he gets the cook to lay it on top of a salt pork barrel in his galley overnight. By morning, all the maggots in the pork has crawled out to find the fresh fish, and Billy scoops them up and brings them to Hammerhead Jack, who is still fevered and unconscious. Billy carefully makes 2 poultices of live maggots and puts one on Hammerhead Jack's shoulder and the other on his eye socket. He binds the shoulder loosely, so as the maggot stays inside, and covers the eye socket from the light. By the following morning the pus has gone, and the wounds be quite clean. Hammerhead Jack is now making a slow recovery with no fevers to plague him. Billy's maggots does the task better than the captain's medicines, what was bought at great cost. It is 2 days after the cleaning and scrubbing of the ship, and we has changed our course. It is said we be headed for New Zealand waters, the talk on board being that O'Hara hopes to pick up another ship's officer there to replace Nestbite. No doubt he plans to make more trouble for Hawk once we reach his port. The crew be resting up from the trying out and cleaning of the ship. The hold is well over 2/3 full with barrels, and there's a feeling of calm. On Hawk's warning, I has lost several card games in the forecastle, and am telling the story of the killing of the sperm bull to as many as I can. All seems well, and so it knocks me for 6 when Captain O'Hara sends Seb Rawlings and Tom Stubbs to arrest Hawk and the 3 Maori,
He plans to try 'em for the murder of Crawling Nestbite. I nearly panics, but then takes heart, for the men's views has changed somewhat. Nestbite is not missed, and the foxhole is a much calmer place for his death. I've been most careful to tell my cooked-up version of the hunt, making much of Hammerhead Jack's bravery and Hawk's courage in rescuing him when he was sinking in the briny in a foam of blood. The crew already sees their bringing in a 90-foot sperm whale as an awesome achievement, and Hawk, Hammerhead Jack and his Maori crew has become heroes of sorts. Although there's only a nigger and 4 Kanakas, there is now a high regard for them, if for no other reason than each man on board will be more flush for their courage. They has not forgotten either Hawk's backhanding of the cutter what scorned me. The man's name be Bob Jenkins, and he's known to be a good fighter with a knife and unafraid with his fists. He's not small with it, 14 stone and almost 6 foot, with good weight in his shoulders and nimble enough on his feet. News of Hawk smashing him to the deck and then forking him up to the mincing man has spread throughout the ship. It has earned Hawk respect for his Herculean strength. The story grows more exaggerated daily. Jenkins is much shamed and vows he'll have his day. When the master sends Rawlings and Stubbs to fetch Nestbite's crew and put them in chains, there is much unrest among the men. Hammerhead Jack is also brought into custody, and on the Sabbath all is made to stand before the mainmast in front of the entire crew. Captain O'Hara is again dressed in his black Quaker suit, with a white lace bibby at his neck. Only his greasy stovepipe hat be the same as other days. He has in his left hand the Holy Bible, which he holds against the pocket of his long coat. He looks round at us and begins to speak.
We are gathered together here on the Sabbath, and in the name of the Lord, to witness that justice be done in the trial of the whaleboat crew under the command of the first officer of this ship. I have spent much time at prayer in the concern of the murder of Mr. Nestbite, and have asked for higher guidance on the matter.
O'Hara frowns at the prisoners, what stands with their heads bowed before him.
I am not mocked, saith the Lord.
There is a groan from the crowd, for we have witnessed the Lord's word translated through the prayers of O'Hara before, and of course through those of the recently deceased Nestbite too. The Lord's instruction seldom turns out merciful to a whaleman. The crew be generally agreed that if Christ Jesus were the skipper of a whaling vessel, there'd be none on board what would sign on with him, even though he could walk across the water to harpoon a whale.
I have asked Mr. Rawlins to speak on behalf of the prisoners,
Captain O'Hara now says.
There being no one in their midst who can do so.
Me brother Hawk can, Captain, sir,
I shouts.
if I may translate for him.
The crew shouts their agreement. O'Hara has seen that the crew is of a contrary mood, and knows he's got to make his authority felt.
We has heard sufficient of thy translations, boy,
he snaps.
Thou and the nigger have not the sagacity to make a case for the defence.
Sir, I speaks only that me brother might speak. He is not without wit, and is well learned at books. Has he not the right to defend himself? May he be allowed to decide if Mr. Rawlins be his defence, or if he would speak for himself and the Maori?
I trembles at me boldness, but I must speak for Hawk or die in the attempt.
Oh, yes. Thy brother we know already to be an expert at judging the whale after 3 months at sea, and he is a ship's surgeon too. Perhaps he is to be the judge and jury as well,
O'Hara says sarcastic.
Captain, sir, it be one of the rules of the sea that a seaman may speak in his own defence if he be accused.
I braves the mongrel once more, not knowing if what I say be true, but it becomes clear from the men's cheers that it is. O'Hara's face grows red as I speaks, and he begins to shake.
Silence,
he roars.
I am the captain of this ship, and the law is mine to make while we are at sea, and make it I shall.
He draws breath.
There is none amongst the Kanakas who can speak English. Thy brother could accuse any of the crime, and they could not defend themselves. Mr. Rawlins will speak for all.
He turns and points to me.
As for thee, boy, I will tolerate no damn sea lawyers on my ship. Another word from thee, and it will see thee stretched to the mizzenmast. Thou art naught but a troublemaker.
The man is silent after this outburst. What shall become of Hawk? I despairs to myself. Then suddenly a weak voice is heard. Hawk, speak. Hammerhead Jack croaks. He is being supported by the two younger Maori, for he is too weak to stand on his own feet. Him speak me. He slowly raises his good arm and touches the two men on either side of him, then points to the old man. Hawk speak Maori all. O'Hara turns angrily to Seb Rawlings.
What's he say? What's the savage say, Mr. Rawlings?
He wants Hawk Solomon to speak on their behalf, Captain. Seb Rawlings answers quietly, plainly gobsmacked. Perhaps, sir, it be best so done. O'Hara slaps the Bible to his knee.
In the name of the Lord Jesus Christ, have I not made it abundantly clear how we shall proceed? Thou shalt defend them, and I prosecute.
He holds the Bible above his shoulder, so that all may see it.
The Lord God Almighty will be the judge.
There is much murmuring and shuffling of feet amongst the crew, but nothing further can be said. It is clear to all that Hawk and the four Maori is doomed. My stomach grows cold. The mongrels is winning.
I shall read from the book of Jonah,
Captain O'Hara thunders, opening the Bible.
And God created great whales, and every creature that moveth, which the water brought forth abundantly. God hath himself given us this abundance. The sperm whale is God's gift to us, if we should observe his ways and be true to his faith. This we see to be near his first pronouncement in the book of Genesis, chapter 1, verse 21.
Captain O'Hara raises his head to look over us, for he stands on a small platform surrounding the mainmast, what makes him taller than any man standing, except for Hammerhead Jack and Hawk, what's at eye level with him.
It is here we see that Jesus Christ our Lord created a special dispensation for those who hunt the whale. The great fish is his gift to mankind, from the abundance he hath brought forth from the waters. He gave not permission to the fisherman to hunt the skipjack or the mackerel, nor to the hunter to hunt the deer or the mountain lion. But to the whaleman he gave the greatest creature upon the face of the earth, for hath he not made man in his image?
O'Hara pauses and looks about, holding the Bible aloft.
If you need proof of this, I shall give it you.
He has the Bible marked with a bookmark made of whalebone, and he flaps it open and begins to read.
And the Lord spake unto the fish, and it vomited up Jonah unto dry land.
The master looks up and says with deliberate quiet,
The book of Jonah in the Old Testament, chapter 10, verse 2.
I thought the Quakers didn't sermonize, but said their prayers silent amongst themselves, but O'Hara is just like a preacher in his pulpit.
Thus spake the Lord God, he continues, proving that he places God-fear in man above the whale, that he hath given them dominion over the whale, causing the whale to vomit up upon dry land that which hath been taken against the will of God, the creator of heaven and earth.
Captain Mordecai O'Hara glares at us for some moments. It's as though he wants one of us to challenge his Bible learning.
Would any amongst thee dispute the word of God?
He asks. Only Hawk among us would be able to do so, for he read the Bible twice over on his voyage to England, it being the only book on board other than the apothecary for a ship's surgeon, what he read 5 times. But he has his back to me, so I cannot translate for him.
Now comes the case for the prosecution,
O'Hara announces. He looks up to the topgallant as though for inspiration from on high.
It is plain for all to see that God favors his Christian children in the contest between whale and man. Or why else would he command the whale to vomit the prophet Jonah back onto dry land? I have been the captain of a whale ship a full 20 years, and in that time have lost many a whaleman to the sperm, but only this once a Christian man. At all other times they have been heathens."
He points to Hammerhead Jack.
"Like this Kanaka, niggers, cannibals and savages, or papists from the godless South American ports, or the Portuguese, or men from Dublin. If not them, then heathen from the East Indies and godless limeys."
O'Hara points again to Hammerhead Jack.
"The Lord hath clearly shown his direction in this, when he took the arm and the eye of this hapless savage, intending him to drown. The arm which is used to throw the harpoon, and the eye to aim it. God's message is abundantly clear. He took this heathen as the whale's sacrifice, knowing well that there is a Christian gentleman aboard."
The master pauses. Well warmed up to his mad notions, he looks about him, then points to Hawk.
"Thou rescued from the sea this heathen Kanaka, and so did clearly transgress the will of God Almighty, who had consigned him to his watery grave by removing his arm so that he could not swim."
There is a grumbling among us what understands what the captain be saying, for many will be wounded in some future battle against the whale. Now he's being told that we won't be rescued lest we is a Quaker Christian like our master. O'Hara takes no heed of this muttering and mumbling from the men, and continues to thunder at Hawk, shaking his finger at him.
"And then, when it behoved God's servant, Mr. Crawl in Nespite, to point out thy disobedience against the will of God, thou didst kill him with his own knife, and throw him to the sharks."
O'Hara speaks as though he himself has witnessed every part of what took place. He snaps shut the Bible, and with his free hand takes Nespite's bowie knife from his coat pocket, holding it high.
"This was the very knife used. The blood of human sacrifice is stained on the blade for all to see."
There is a gasp from the crew, though most has long since lost the thread of O'Hara's reasoning.
"I rest my case,"
Captain O'Hara says, most satisfied. Seb Rawlings argues in Hawk and the Maori's defence. He tells Hawk's story as it were told that fateful night in the skipper's cabin, the version cooked up by yours truly. This he does most credibly, not missing much of the detail. The men already knows the tale well, and they nods in agreement as they hears it. Seb Rawlings be a plain speaker, and it's clear they believes what he says to be true. There's all known danger while hunting the whale, and they knows the peril of being on his windward side. At the end of the mate's speech, the crew claps. But their support has no effect on the captain. He steps forward.
"So be it," he says, most abrupt. "Now to the judgment of the Lord, who looks into all our hearts that he may find the truth."
O'Hara drops to his knees on the deck, and clasping the Bible to his chest, raises his head towards the topmast and begins to pray, his lips moving silently. The men stands awkward, heads bowed, caps in hand, waiting, none daring to move, till a full 5 minutes later when O'Hara opens his eyes and rises, still holding the Bible to his chest.
"I am not mocked, saith the Lord,"
he says in a deep, slow voice. Then he turns to Hawk.
"The Lord Jesus Christ hath spoken to me in a clear voice, and I am commanded to say to thee, thou, Hawk Solomon, and thou, Hammerhead Jack, and your fellow Kanakas, have received the sanction of the Lord Christ Jesus, who hath sentenced each of thee to 50 lashes. Furthermore, from each of thee shall be confiscated that portion of the lay, the profit from the oil rendered from both whales most recently caught, when the final disbursement shall take place. This is the will of the Lord, till ye may be judged by temporal justice, the will of courts ashore."
The men break into hubbub, and O'Hara waits for them to quieten. The sentence is harsh, but those what stands before the master of a whaling ship are brutal men. If they cares to give credit to a god at all, they counts his bounty by the number of barrels contained in the hold. They praises him if there be many, and curses him if there be few. O'Hara now turns to the three mates.
"Mr. Stubbs, Mr. Hollowtree and Mr. Rawlings. Ye shall each administer 50 lashes upon the 3 Maori men, and I shall fulfil my Christian duty by doing the same," he points to Hammerhead Jack, "to this damned kedger." Then he pauses and looks over the heads of the men gathered about him. "Bob Jenkins, where art thou? Come forward, if you please," he commands. Jenkins, the blubber cutter what Hawk has forked to the mincer, steps out of the crowd. "Yes, sir, Captain," he says, touching his cap. "Thou shalt take the lash to the nigger." Jenkins grins widely. "I shall do me very best, Captain." It be agreed that the mate shall go first, then Jenkins, and finally the captain. The lashings is terrible, and there is much yelling and groaning from the 3 Maori, what collapses to the deck sobbing when they is cut down. They are brave lads, and the crew does not reckon them cowards for this. 50 lashes with the knotted rope has been known to kill a man, and there's very few like Billy Lanny what be strong enough to accept such punishment in silence. Then me brother's blouse is removed, and he is tied to the mast. Jenkins steps forward, holding the bloody rope with a great grin upon his ugly gob. I vows that if ever we be ashore, and I discovers where he is, I will take with me axe no less than 3 fingers from the very hand what holds the lash with such pleasure. Jenkins flogs me brother, and Hawk jerks with each violent blow. Hawk makes no sound, but because he is dumb, the men don't see this as courage under the lash. Many winces, though, at the force Jenkins puts behind every blow. The blubber man grunts with each lash he places, and Hawk gets much the worst of the 4 beatings. My eyes smart with tears, and I tremble with anger. The sod will pay for this. At last it ends. They cut Hawk loose, and he stands bleeding, though his head is not bowed. Slow tears squeeze from his eyes as he looks at me and sees that I too am weeping. Meanwhile, poor Hammerhead Jack is being lifted to his feet by the 2 mates, Tom Stubbs and Timbin Hollowtree. He is too weak to stand alone, and when the Maori were beaten, he were left to lie upon the deck. Now he struggles to rise with the support of the 2 ship's officers. There is no fear in his eyes, though it's clear he has no strength left in his great body, and has lost much weight since the whale hunt. Through me tears, I see that Hawk is talking to me with his hands, and wants to address the captain. I brush my eyes and step forward. "Permission to speak, Captain, sir," I say respectfully. O'Hara stares at me. He has already taken the blood-soaked lash from Jenkins. "What is it, boy?" "Sir, me brother Hawk wishes to address you." "Hast thou not had enough then, nigger?" O'Hara scowls at Hawk. Hawk speaks to me rapidly with his hands, and I translate. "Me brother wishes to accept the lashes on behalf of Hammerhead Jack." A murmur of shock passes through the crew, and only then do I realise what me lips have said. "Hawk, no!" I protest, but he fixes me with such a look that I have no choice but to go on. "The Maori is much weakened," I hears myself say. "He will die if he receives the knotted rope." "It is God's will that he should die," O'Hara thunders. "The devil hath taken possession of thy soul, nigger. Thou hast once before disobeyed the Almighty in this matter. Now, damn me, thou wouldst do so again." O'Hara is shaking all over, his fury risen to a pitch. The lash in his hands drips bright red onto his boot. Now some of the crew what's been grumbling starts to shout. There is a growing anger amongst them, for they realise that Captain O'Hara means to kill the giant Maori. Hammerhead Jack be only a savage, but our good captain has gone beyond what even these port rats will stand. The islanders have also realised what is afoot, and they too is growling, their fists held taut to their sides. Me heart begins to pound. The pack is turning on its master. It is then that Seb Rawlins steps up to stand beside O'Hara. He has the captain's Bible, and he raises it up. "Silence!" he shouts. "Be silent!" The men quietens down a bit. "Silence there!" Rawlins shouts again, pointing to a small group of Irishmen what still mutters angrily at the back of the pack. "Silence, you lot, or you'll have me to reckon with!" Finally all is quiet, and he begins to speak. "Captain O'Hara has already shown much of God's infinite mercy in dealing with this matter.
Rawlins says. I know him well enough to say that he will again put this matter to prayer, so that God's will may be done. O'Hara jerks back in surprise at the fourth mate's words, but he holds his tongue, allowing Rawlins to continue. The fourth mate points to Hammerhead Jack. If God should intend this Kanaka to die, he would have done so by means of natural causes abundantly available to him in the past few days. So, if the Lord God be our judge, as the captain has told us clear, and I be the defence, then I must ask Captain O'Hara to allow the judge of heaven to make a decision on this new request. I must most humbly ask, does God the judge wish the Kanaka to die at the hands of the prosecution? Or will he accept the plea for mercy from the defence? If he is the merciful judge, then I ask that he make the same judgment he hath made for the prophet Abraham, that Hawk Solomon, like the ram caught in a thicket near Abraham's sacrifice of his son, be allowed as a substitute to the taking of a poor man's life. I'm astonished at Seb Rawlings' learning. His knowledge of the Bible is even more amazing, for he does not seem religious, and is the only one among the mates what ain't a Quaker. Captain O'Hara suddenly shakes himself, as though Rawlings has called him from some sort of pious trance. So be it, he growls. He hands the lash to Rawlings in return for the Bible, and once more goes to his knees on the deck. We all hold our breath as we wait for the result of his silent prayer. Finally, after 3 or 4 minutes has passed, he rises and turns slowly to Hawk. There is something of God in all of us, even in thee and the savage whom thou dost wish to spare the lash. The Lord hath spoken to me, and thou shalt take unto thyself the Kanaka's punishment. Hawk's back already bleeds freely from Jenkins's flogging, and the top of his canvas breeches is soaked full to his knees with blood. But he is calm as they ties him again to the mainmast. The captain takes up the lash and begins lashing me brother. I can't do nothing but watch as Hawk silently takes the savage blows. The mongrel's his back and beating me twin. You bastard, I sobs to myself. I'll get you too, whatever the cost. You, O'Hara, and you, Jenkins, both shall taste the edge of my axe. I swear it or I die. O'Hara pants with the effort as he completes his gruesome task, Timbin Hollow Tree counting each lash. Hawk's once smooth ebony back is ripped to raw and broken flesh, the runnels of one lash running into the others. The captain's bibby is completely blood-stained, his dark coat wet to the front, and he has small scraps of red flesh caught up in his black beard. He strikes again, and Hawk gives a soft moan. At first I doesn't realise what I've heard, but another groan follows, and yet a third, this time louder. I cannot believe my ears. Sobs catch in my throat. It is the first sound I've heard from Hawk's mouth since the day we was kidnapped.
Chapter 6. Hawk. The Pacific Ocean, January 1857. Tommo has spent all his gambling winnings on medicines for my back and for the Maori. This is mostly sulphur ointment and cheap enough ashore, though Tommo has been made to pay almost as much money as a whaleman would receive in wages after a successful 2-year voyage. It is beyond all reckoning for the cost of medicines. Captain O'Hara has extorted this payment as further punishment, and I have begged Tommo not to purchase the ointment, thinking we will heal as fast without it, but he will not hear of it.
If I spends all I has, it's in the best cause, he replies, and then grins. The lashes came hard, the winnings was easy.
Our ship is sailing towards New Zealand waters from our position south of the Cook Islands. Captain O'Hara seeks a new first mate, or if not a first, then a new mate with experience, who has led a whaleboat crew. There has been a robust migration of free settlers to the New Zealand shores, though not too many decent folk are among them. Even the missionaries are more concerned with buying up the land than preaching God's word. The Europeans are largely from New South Wales, including escaped convicts and a great many ex-convict deserters from ships. It is estimated that there are 3,000 of the latter scattered throughout the islands of the Pacific Ocean, and 500 again in New Zealand. It's said that they have heard the wail of the wahine, and their bastard half-caste children may be seen on every island where there is a native tribe. This new generation is strong, too, for they seem to be immune from the white man's diseases, which now play havoc among the Kanakas. These new settlers have brought with them the European diseases of influenza, measles, smallpox, venereal pox, and consumption, as well as other maladies. Measles has killed tens of thousands of islanders, and as many again of the Maori. For every half-caste and white child born in New Zealand, 10 Maori children have perished. This much I've learnt from my reading. It is amongst this motley crew that O'Hara hopes to find the man he needs. And so we sail to the whaling settlement of Korora Rika in the Bay of Islands, a town long known as a centre of infamy and drunkenness, where at least 300 whalemen reside. The men are much excited about leave ashore, for they hope to encounter the dark, restless-eyed woman, as the Maori wahine is known amongst sailors. I cannot say that such a prospect does not excite me also, for I am a man, and so by nature weak of flesh. I have not yet taken a woman to my bed. I can only hope that the lighter, brown-skinned Maori will not see me as a nigger and despise me for the colour of my skin. 6 months have passed since we left Hobart Town, and it will be good to feel land under our feet again. All the same, I would think O'Hara much better advised to sail on across the Tasman Sea to Australia, where he would more easily find a mate to suit his needs and meet our needs as well. Tommo and I intend to jump ship in Sydney or some other civilized port at the first opportunity. We have grown weary of life at sea. Although it has provided me with a great adventure, this has been offset by a catastrophe and a brutal punishment which I did not deserve. In truth, whaling is mostly an adventure to speak about at a later time, in the comfort of a warm parlour or in the company of men at an alehouse. Mostly it is endless days of great tedium and repetition, with the hunting of the whale a rare interlude that we have encountered only once these 6 months. We spend Christmas aboard the ship, a hot, sultry day with little wind. There was naught to mark it as a special day, save an hour-long sermon from the captain. Our rations were unchanged, salt beef and long lick, with not even a fish from Tommo to add to our repast, his efforts that day being unsuccessful and much curtailed by the captain's prayers. For the Maori and Islander crew, Christmas was a day as any other, but for me it was a time of homesickness. Though Tommo and I are Jewish by birth, still Christmas was always observed in our family because of Mary, who made an occasion for yet another roast dinner. My thoughts turned time and again to our mamma, home without her boys. I wondered if she had spread her white tablecloth out. Probably not. She doesn't like to fuss over herself. Tommo was no comfort either that day. It being Christmas, the crew are merry enough, and it is a grand opportunity for a game of cards in the forecastle. Tommo does not share my sentiments, as there was no Christmas for him in the wilderness. When I came to sit with him at cards, the look he gave me made me feel more his keeper than his twin. I'm not yet fully convinced that Tommo has forsworn the demon grog. My hope is that his enforced abstinence may prove permanent, and will rob him of the will to gamble, for grog and cards go hand in glove. With the one practice, the other must surely follow as night follows day. The infamous settlement of Korora Rika is just the place to test Tommo's resolve, and I am ashamed to say I have great misgivings. I'm not at all sure that Tommo does not try to gull me with his claims that his need for ardent spirits has been quenched, and that he will forsake gambling when we come ashore. He plays cards at every opportunity, now saying it is money for the medicine we need to cure our backs. He still wins too often for my comfort, and each day I fear the men will flush him out in his use of relocation, but when I warn him, he merely laughs. I ain't going to relocate with these partners. They all be ploughboys and dockside scum before they comes to whaling, half-wits and duffers. You insults me natural talents, Hawk, to say I relocate with them lot. Relocation was a favourite expression of Ike Solomon's. In the beginning, Tommo's skill with cards came from Ike's assiduous training. He taught us when we were small brats how to palm a card and a host of other nefarious tricks, each of which he would refer to as one of life's little essentials, my dears. The idea of these little essentials was that if a man should find himself in Timbuktu, broke and knowing nothing of the people, language or society, he could, through their use, earn himself a plate of food, a roof for the night, and an ounce of shag. Ikey's little essentials were a means of survival until the morning. Ikey placed dexterity with a pack of cards at the topmost of these essentials, even before reading and writing.
Every man on earth will gamble if he be given half a chance. The deck of cards may be found from Bombay to Peking, Samarkand to Sydney, Cairo to the Cape of Good Hope, and London to New York. Like the roach, the flea, and the bedbug, they are universally to be found wherever men congregate. The flats be a universal language, my dears, known to every level of society and transcending every tongue that man doth babble. There are rules to be learnt by observation, and once mastered to be broken. In any game of chance, as much of the chance as possible must be removed, and success in any card game may be assured by placing a card where no card is thought to be. Relocation, my dears. That is it in a nutshell. And the most important requirement for relocation be dexterity, nerve, courage, and a nimble mind.
Relocation? You mean cheating? I once ventured when he talked of this.
Cheating? Did I hear you say cheating, my dear?
I nodded.
Cheating be something what's done by them what's stupid and quickly found out. Cheating is in the dark. It looks over its shoulder. It pads on tender feet. It is a sneak, a dark thing. Cheating is not for the likes of you two, my precious little gentleman. Relocation is the word of princes and kings. Cheating is for beggars and vagabonds.
But is it not another name for cheating, then? I asked again.
Most certainly and decidedly not, Ikey replied. Nimble minds, nimble fingers that never tremble, and a look what betrays not the slightest beating of the heart go into relocation. All the skills of relocation depend on it taking place in the open, in the broadest daylight, completely kosher, cards seen by all who play with you.
Ikey grabbed a pack of cards and shuffled it in a blur, spreading it with a great flourish across the table, with every card in its right place and right colour. 1 to 9, 10 Jack, Queen, King, Ace of hearts, spades, diamonds, clubs, and jokers at the very end.
Now that ain't possible, he crowed. If a man should shuffle a deck 1,000,000 times, and then 1,000,000 more, it ain't possible for the cards to come out in the right colour, correct sequence and nomination. It ain't possible, but you've just seen it done, my dears. Right in front of your very eyes, shuffled and spread, fair and square. That be the noble art of relocation.
He pushed the cards together again, and in a flash shuffled and spread them into a fan shape once more.
What's missing, gentlemen? The 10 of all suits, Tommo shouted gleefully. Very good, Ikey said, pushing the deck together again.
He shuffled and spread, and there were all the 10s, sitting back in their rightful place.
Now you see it, now you don't. But you don't know you don't see it, until it turns up in a flush or a straight when it's least expected.
Ikey scooped the cards into a deck, and without looking he said,
A jack, is it? Snap.
Down went a jack.
Fancy a 9 of hearts and diamonds to make a much-needed pair. Snip, snap. Or an ace to make the trump. Snap.
Tommo and I stared, open-mouthed, as he lay down one card after the other, not even looking at the deck in his hand.
What a lovely coincidence, don't you think, my dears?
Then Ikey pointed a long finger at us, his eyes rolling.
Never an extravagance, you understand. A royal flush or 4 of a kind be a most dangerous postification. They must come naturally, by means of chance and skill, but never, you understand, by relocation. Winning at the flats must not be come out with a drum roll, but with the timpani of fingernails on a velvet pad. Modesty of purpose, my dears, that be the golden rule. The card you need when you need it, and sometimes, if the pot be a small one, a restraint even with the restraint already shown. The great knack of winning, he continued, is to look as if at any moment you might lose. Touch the forehead with the fingertips, rub a little, sniff, click your tongue, but not too much. Nothing bolsters the courage of a punter more, or deadens the brain more effectively, than a little acted clumsiness and a downcast expression. guards, my precious little gentleman. We'll buy you food and shelter, a good cigar and a little companionship wherever you be on this mortal coil. Learn the flats well, and they will be your friends forever." Again he rolled his eyes and spread his long fingers. "But one more caution. Never practice relocation when it ain't necessary. Relocation is a compliment to be paid only to those who be your equals in the game you play."
From that moment on, Tommo took to the flats like they were an extension of his fingers. Even as a brat, he always carried a deck. He'd constantly finger the cards in his pockets, calling for me to name one and then producing it blind as though by some sort of magic. His skill astounded me, for my hands were clumsy and my mind elsewhere in books. When we were kidnapped on the mountain, Tommo had in his pockets a deck of new cards that Ike had given him for helping at the races. He later told me that without them, he could not have survived, for Ike was right. The gambler is to be found in every man, whether nabob or woodcutter. Even the damage done to his hands didn't stop him. Ike had been most pleased with Tommo's talents as a little lad. There was only one other his age who could match him, he said, a boy in London by the name of Sparrowfart, also trained by Ike in his Methodist Academy of Light Fingers.
"Sparrowfart, if he should be here, would be too good even for you, Tommo, my dear. You must work harder to beat the splendour of the sparrow."
And that, I think, is part of the trouble. Even in the wilderness, after losing all that you could call his life, Tommo took with him Ike's challenge. Whenever it was bleak for him, which seems by all accounts to have been most of the time, he would seek the comfort of the cards.
"I'm going to beat the splendour of the sparrow,"
he would say to himself. This he has done, but his astonishing skill has brought with it a life that will destroy him. Since Captain O'Hara's flogging, we have grown even closer to the Maori crew. Tommo, who is more clever than he knows, has begun to speak their language, and I to understand it. Hammerhead Jack confounds us all with the speed of his recovery, and with Tommo feeding him fresh fish, he grows stronger every day. Tommo has been catching much tuna lately, and Jack eats it raw, taken with a little salt and molasses which we save for him from our rations. My back is healing well, though I never thought that I should learn to sleep on my stomach. As my wounds begin to bind, I often wake with a great itching to find 100 cockroaches grazing upon the scabs like contented cows. At first this disgusted me to the point of crying out, but Billy Lanny, who is an expert on matters of the lash, bade me be patient and led me to understand that these vile vermin do much good. Like the maggots in Hammerhead Jack's suppurating arm and eye, they keep the wounds clean. We've learned that Hammerhead Jack is of the Ngāti Hoa tribe, though his hero is Honihiki, leader of the Ngāpui. Jack tells me that Honihiki was the fiercest of warriors and also the first chief to sign the Treaty of Waitangi, which recognized the sovereignty of Queen Victoria over the land of the Long White Cloud, or Aotearoa, as the Maori call their country. Though Hammerhead Jack is too low-born to be a chief himself, he is most intelligent and a natural leader of men. Hammerhead Jack has taken to walking about the deck again, and the whalemen, whoever they be, Kanaka, white man or nigger, have a new respect for the one-armed giant. His missing right eye makes him most formidable in appearance, so that grown men stand aside as he passes by. If Captain O'Hara should happen along, then Hammerhead Jack will grin his big white smile and be as pleasant as can be imagined in his greeting. But his smile does not soothe the Quaker master, who growls and scowls, and sometimes, if he is close by, spits over the ship's rails. Never does he return the Maori salutations. Tommo has asked the other Maori what they might do when we make a landfall in New Zealand. They shrug and point to Hammerhead Jack.
"It is for him to say."
Although he is not rangatira or noble-born, they see him as their leader. But of course, Hammerhead Jack will be put ashore without further ado. Captain O'Hara has bled him dry of his share of whale oil entitlements, and regards him as a useless kedger not to be tolerated on board a moment longer. What perhaps he does not understand is that he loses all 3 Maori when he throws Hammerhead Jack aside. He will lose a whaleboat crew of much valuable experience, aside from me. Tommo has grown more excited by the day as he coaxes a voice from my throat. At first I could make only a feeble grunt or two, but he is wondrously patient, and spends hours mouthing sounds he thinks I might produce, vowels in particular. I doubt if he remembers that they are called vowels, but he offers these sounds as though by instinct. He works with me until the pain in my throat is almost unbearable, and then has me gargle with seawater. He insists I gargle every hour, and when he is not on watch, he attends to it himself. Already I'm making progress, and hope in a week or so to say my first 2 words. These Tommo has decided upon, as well as the following 2. The first will be Tommo Solomon, and the next will complete the sentence, Tommo Solomon loves me. By the time we enter the harbour at Kororareka, I am possessed of a voice that, while slow to form the words on my tongue, has a complete enough vocabulary of sounds. These sounds have grown familiar to my ear, although my pronunciation is not always correct. The trouble is that while I hear the words as I have always done, my tongue cannot yet form them clearly. But I am on my way, and before long shall speak as a normal man, with perhaps a deep rasping that comes from a throat grown rusty in all the years I have been without a voice. It is a strange sensation that I may now communicate without waiting for Tommo to cast his eyes in my direction first, and I'm not yet accustomed to people looking upon me when I speak. It seems odd that their attention is not on Tommo or Mary, as the case may be. I have grown so much a listener over the years that I doubt I shall ever be the main spokesman in any conversation. Ike would often say that I'd been given a great gift in being without voice.
Congratulations, my dear. You have been forcibly given the gift of listening. That be very high up on the order as one of life's little essentials. Your ears be perfect tuned to savour the essence of every voice you hear. Mostly we drowns out listening with the need to hear our own voices. No man finds a voice sweeter to his ear than his own. But if you wants to know what's in a man's soul, listen to him. Listen to his silences. They be louder than his words. Then listen to his speech. Listen to what he's saying behind his voice. The conversation going on in a man's head be the one that tells you the most.
By following Ike's advice, though of course I had no option but to do so, I have indeed learnt a great deal about people. If the relocation of cards was Ike's major gift to Tommo, then the skill of listening was his gift to me. Listening is my true language, and I do not think I shall ever forsake it. Kororareka is a settlement with nigh 2,000 Europeans and numerous natives. The Maori to be found here are for the most part a poor-looking lot. They dress in flaxen mats or dirty blankets, though some who have prospered from port trade are in silk-top hats and polished boots, with gold watches attached to chains looped across their large bellies. A few quiet families are to be seen, and children also, half-caste, Maori and European, many of them dirty and barefoot with snotty noses. It is a town well past its prime, though that itself was short-lived enough, I'm told. Kororareka is a whaling town, possessed of 5 hotels, numerous grog shops, gambling hells and brothels. Drunkenness and lechery are everywhere to be observed, with the Maori man and his wahine consorts as bad as any whaleman. The dark alleys are filled with laughter and the grunts and groans of whalemen who have waited long enough to be serviced by the honey-skinned wahine at the cost of a silver shilling and a jigger or two of Bombay gin or sailor's rum. It is in this very town that Hammerhead Jack's hero, Honahiki, confronted the British some 12 years ago. Grown tired of British duplicity, he withdrew his allegiance to the crown and showed his contempt for the symbol of British sovereignty by cutting down the flagstaff from which the Union Jack flew. He then sacked the town. Most Europeans contend that the reason for the chief's outrage was that the British had imposed onerous customs duties on Kororareka so as to encourage trading vessels to call at the new capital of Auckland instead. This meant that the local Maori were deprived of their earnings from the port's trade in flax and ship spars, pigs and potatoes. But Hammerhead Jack refutes this. Honahiki, he says, had come to the conclusion that the Treaty of Waitangi was most treacherous to the Maori people, for it was an attempt by the settlers to steal their land. From our conversations with the Maori on board, we have learnt of some of their beliefs. Paramount among these, as far as we can understand, is that by swearing allegiance to Queen Victoria and signing the Treaty of Waitangi, the Maori believed unequivocally that they had transferred merely the shadow of the land to the British monarch, and that the substance remained their own.
We cannot sell the land to the European, for it is not ours to sell, explains Hammerhead Jack. One man, one chief, does not own the land. The land is owned by the Maori people, and they would all have to come to one voice and one opinion if they were to give up forever their land.
Hammerhead Jack waves his lone paw and makes a point too obvious to contest.
Why would my people sell what is their mana, their spirit, their life force? Papatuanuku is our Earth Mother, and we her children. Who would sell their mother? Land, he explains, may only be gained by one tribe from another through war. Then it may be used by the victors, but it is still owned by the Maori. It keeps our mana, which is the same for all the tribes. The Pākehā, who wish to use the land, may purchase its shadow, if the Maori tribe who control it agree. But though he may enjoy it and grow his crops upon it, or graze his sheep over it, he may never own it. The substance must always belong to the Maori people. Only the shadow of the land may be sold to the Pākehā.
It is a difficult concept for us who are not Maori, but it is Ike again who helps me to comprehend the idea. For Ike believed that property was also
one of life's little essentials.
When telling me of the marvels of London, he would always explain how the English nobility are able to retain their fortunes and protect themselves against loss, even though they might spawn children who are drunkards and wastrels. The gentry build great terrace houses in the most salubrious parts of the city, which may be leased for a period of 100 years. If the purchaser of the lease wishes to vacate after only a few years, he may resell what remains of the 100-year period to another lessee, who may do the same again until the 100 years are up. Then the property reverts to the descendants of the nobleman who built it. They will then put it up for lease for another 100 years, and in this way the aristocracy of England never lose the property they own, even if their sons prove profligate in the extreme and squander their inheritances. I think upon this, and decide that it is not so very different from the Maori selling the shadow of the land, but retaining its substance. The British themselves have created a precedent, and it would seem to me that those who own most of the land in Britain have their own kind of mana. They see themselves as the guardians of the spirit of their land, always maintaining the substance while leasing the shadow to any newcomer. The great chief, Honahiki, came to the conclusion that the mana of his land, its spirit and nourishment, had been stolen by Queen Victoria. The Maori people had become her slaves, for only the shadow had been given to them, and the substance taken by the Europeans. Already 20 million acres of land have been purchased by the whites, who see this land as belonging to them for eternity. They see no cause for future redress to the Maori people, and what they have claimed they will defend, if necessary, at the cost of Maori lives. I am deeply saddened by this knowledge. If, as I have come to think, a good man must have a conscience, then the New Zealand Maori is much cheated by the rapacious white, who has shown no conscience whatsoever in his dealings with the land's original owners. Who amongst us is a good man, then? As always, the Church, which claims to be the custodian of the conscience of man through the salvation of Christ Jesus, is foremost among the greedy. It claims a large portion of the 20 million acres, some of which have been purchased at a cost of £10 for each 400 acres, most of which has been obtained for a few trinkets. From the beginning, when in 1814 the Reverend Samuel Marsden, notorious chaplain of New South Wales, was instructed to establish the first missionary settlement in the Bay of Islands, Christ has become the major property owner in New Zealand. Jesus is now Hammerhead Jack's landlord. There is no admission from the pulpit that the Church only owns the shadow of the land. Instead, these holy men give twice on Sunday praise to God that he has bequeathed them in perpetuity this new land of milk and honey, this second Canaan, this green and pleasant paradise upon the earth. It was this which caused Honahiki to become disenchanted with the British since the signing of the Treaty of Waitangi. Queen Victoria, in return for dominion over Honahiki's people, promised so much, but instead her rule has brought the Maori guns with which to kill each other in ever-increasing numbers, disease, drunkenness, and a dependence on the white man amounting to virtual slavery. This is the real substance of her promises, so that the Maori are but a shadow of the mighty people they once were. This is the New Zealand to which Hammerhead Jack returns, without one arm and one eye. A young whaleman who has been thus used by the white man is coming home for more of the same. Since Honahiki's vengeance destroyed the town, Kororareka has grown back in a most higgledy-piggledy manner and shows no promise of improving. The buildings, but for a very few, are rickety tin and timber affairs, with no sense of permanence about them. We are not anchored in the bay more than 12 hours before we learn that there is much foment among the Maori people. The great chiefs are once again on the warpath. Our friendship with Hammerhead Jack is cut short when Captain O'Hara dismisses him from his service. It is a sad moment for Tommo and me. We have both grown most fond of the giant Maori, whose arm stump is not yet completely healed, but which he assures me will soon enough be cured with the good medicine of his tribe. Our friend will take with him only his few belongings, and a paper given him by O'Hara which shows how his lay has been fully and legally used up with the provision of goods from the ship. Of course, there is no mention that these goods were in every case medicine to which he was freely entitled. The Maori is made to place his mark upon a duplicate, and this is witnessed by Tom Stubbs. He will be rowed ashore on the morning tide. I carefully explained to Hammerhead Jack in his own language that what has been done to him is unlawful, and that he should complain to the colonial authorities, who may impound the ship while his case is heard. But he scorns this.
I am of the Ngāti Hoa. We do not go snivelling to the British. Their laws have robbed us of our mana and turned my people into drunkards.
He gives a bitter laugh.
Look at me, Orc. Why should they take the word of a one-armed, half-blind Maori against the white captain of a whaling ship who professes himself a Christian like Queen Victoria?
I've long since known that Hammerhead Jack is not an ignorant savage, and that he understands much more of the English language than he would admit to. I have also come to respect his understanding of the Maori situation with the Pākehā intruder. He has often been surprisingly even-handed, admitting that much of what has happened to the Maori since the white man came is due to the wars they have waged amongst themselves, albeit with the use of the white man's gun.
Our people must stand together against the white man, or we are lost,
he has said often enough. But I cannot convince him to pursue his case against O'Hara.
If I complain against this madman O'Hara, then I am again a member of the British tribe.
Hammerhead Jack turns aside and spits his disgust.
Accepting their justice and their ways in the past have not been good for my people. Why should I trust them to give me justice now?
I search for words in my disbelief.
You mean you will simply let this man go free, having beaten you and then robbed and cheated you?
Hammerhead Jack throws back his head and laughs.
With your new voice, will you complain for me, Orc? Yes. Yes, I will go with you,
I insist. For a moment I feel almost confident that the law will prevail against the Yankee whaling captain.
Don't be such a bloody stupid bastard, Orc,
Tommo interrupts.
It's bad enough a Maori complaining. What hope has a nigger got?
I'm at first hurt by my twin's outburst, but then I see the point and smile.
You could do it, Tommo,
I reply, feeling brave.
I will prepare an affidavit and tell you what to say. there would be no problems with the colour of your eyes and skin. Me? Tommo says, shocked. I trust them buggers less than Hammerhead Jack does. You can stuff your affidavit up your bum. Then, to my surprise, Hammerhead Jack, who gives no sign that he is listening, speaks to us in English. We do Mori way, Hawk, he says quietly. The following morning, with the 6 o'clock tide, Hammerhead Jack is lowered into a whaleboat, carrying only a small canvas bag with his belongings. He waves his single arm at me as I stand much saddened by his departure. Hawk, good, he shouts, then throws his head back and laughs. His laughter carries across the water, and I am forced to laugh too. He be a good man, Tommo says softly beside me. I hope we meets again. We are permitted to go ashore that afternoon. The whole crew has been granted shore leave, with the exception of the 3 remaining Maori, who are placed on watch by Captain O'Hara under the supervision of Seb Rawlings. The skipper has refused them leave to go with Hammerhead Jack, though it is plain they wish to follow him. He says they must see out the voyage and guards them closely. O'Hara and the 2 other mates are also to go ashore, and a whaleboat will be beached for any who wish to return on board 15 minutes before the midnight hour. From the first of the morning light, Tommo has been anxious to go ashore. My heart is filled with trepidation that he will not be able to resist the first grog shop we come upon. There is nothing to do in this whaling town but drink and fornicate, and we have been told by the Maori that the pox is rampant among the wahine who frequent the grog dens, gin shops and brothels. You must not take these women, Hammerhead Jack warns us. I am much afeard that Tommo will not be able to resist the temptation of hard liquor, and so I conceal from him that I have money, hoping meanwhile that he has spent what coin he has won on medicine for our backs. But of course I'm deluding myself. The lack of money never vexes Tommo. He is a prime example of the value of Ike's little essentials. With a deck of cards and a space at the table, Tommo can have cash in his hands in a matter of moments. Even if no card game is to be found, he will win the drink he needs by demonstrating his sleight of hand to the wonderment of all who watch. He can pluck a card from behind a whaleman's ear. He can make him shake the sleeve of his coat to watch the ace of spades he has nominated just a moment before fall from beyond the cuffs. He can even pluck one from the bosom of a doxy. But Tommo surprises me when we come ashore. We visit many a grog shop and all 5 hotels, and even a brothel, where we pass the time until the madam sees we are not customers and throws us out. Tommo asks me to buy 2 packs of cards, as he says his old ones are too well worn to be used on board, and the others think he cheats by knowing every crease upon them. He picks 2 packs, one red and the other blue, both made by Delarue and Sons, and asks me to hold them for him until we return to ship. And then it is onwards again. We enjoy the music, and at one hotel, the singing of 6 wahines who render love songs in a harmony to break any sailor's heart. Tommo will not tarry long at any place, but wants to see every hellhole, grog den, gin palace, rum shop and hotel in this poxy whaling settlement. Card games are everywhere to be found. Men are going furiously at them in the 1-shilling hells where they beckon him over and invite him to play. But Tommo shakes his head and grins. Too easy to take your coin, lads. It is as grand an exhibition of abstinence as ever I've seen, and I'm truly proud of Tommo. In the course of the evening we meet every whaleman who has come ashore from the Nankin Maiden. At a hotel which is more salubrious, though only by comparison with the others, Captain O'Hara is to be seen seated in a private room leading from the main saloon. He is interviewing seamen to find a replacement for the late and unlamented Crawl-in Nestbite. Several men sit on chairs outside this room, with their knees held tightly together and their caps on their laps, in the manner of men anxious to make a good impression. They're a seedy-looking lot, with raw faces and complexions which suggest that the rum bottle is a frequent gargle against the debilitating effects of inclement weather. O'Hara will be hard put to find a Christian gentleman among this scurvy assortment. Tommo moves ever onwards from one hellhole to another, but never a glass of spirits touches his lips, nor a deck of cards his hands. His blue eyes dart everywhere,
and it is as though he is drinking in the sights and sounds he has missed for so long, that they are grog enough for him. I am so proud of him, for he has been true to his word. I'm already envisaging our happy return to Hobart Town, and to our dear Mary, whose forgiveness I have begged for in a long letter telling of our adventures. This I posted as soon as we came ashore. I am hard put to keep up with Tommo, for I am like a lumbering cart horse, and he like a yearling with spirit. My back is not yet completely healed, and hurts where my blouse sticks to it in the evening heat. After 9 hours ashore, I am anxious to return to the ship. I've not told Tommo that we have the means to pay for a doss house and a morning meal, eking out small coins for the ginger beer and sarsaparilla we are drinking. I fear he will have us up the whole night, visiting every nefarious establishment in town, though I believe we must nearly have done so already. At last, Tommo agrees to return to the ship. Before the midnight hour, we are back in the forecastle, sober as two judges, with only the cockroaches and the snoring drunks who have made it back aboard to keep us company. Tommo has bought a bag of boiled sweets for the 3 Maori, who have been forced to take the watch. He goes to give them their sweets. I can scarcely summon the energy I need to climb into my bunk, and am asleep on my stomach before the first cockroach climbs up my leg. The following morning, Tommo and I are summoned to Seb Rawlings' quarters, and asked if we know the whereabouts of the 3 Maori. The watch, he says, has reported us as coming on board just before midnight, and being unusually sober as well. He points to Tommo. You were observed talking to the 3 Kanakas not much later. Tommo does not deny this, explaining about the bag of sweets, and I am quick to support him in this matter. I was back in the forecastle not 10 minutes past the hour, Mr. Rawlings, Tommo says. That is right, I volunteer, though I have no way of knowing whether it be true. Besides your brother, who else saw you? Rawlings asked Tommo. Tommo shrugs. All who was aboard and not on watch were drunk and snoring in the forecastle, Mr. Rawlings. Only the night watch what saw us return in the whaleboat, and the 3 Kanakas would know we was aboard. He shrugs again. As you already knows, Mr. Rawlings, sir. Rawlings scratches his forehead with the tips of his fingers, as though to smooth out the frown etched upon it. On a whaling ship, there is not much that the crew do not know about the mates. It is known that the skipper remained ashore overnight, and will spend tonight ashore as well. So too will Stubbs and Hollowtree. They have done Rawlings' duty watches while he was consumed with the fever, and now, in return, he will remain on board and take their duties as well. Rawlings is silent for some time. Then he says musingly, We have searched the ship. There is no whaleboat missing. They could only have escaped by monkeying down the anchor chain and swimming ashore. He points to the town, bathed in the early morning sun. It is a good 2 cables to the shore, and this bay is well known for its sharks. It is not clear whether he says this in admiration, or whether he thinks the Maori have likely been drowned or eaten for their trouble. At any rate, the 3 Maori lads have seemingly escaped the ship, and Seb Rawlings isn't happy. He has lost what remains of his whaleboat crew, with only me, the new chum, remaining. Worst of all, he must explain this to O'Hara when he returns on board tomorrow morning. You 2 will be on watch today, and tonight you will be manacled to your bunks, he barks. But why? I ask. We have done naught. You returned to the ship sober last night, he retorts. Aye? I say, my voice questioning. 6 months at sea, and you go ashore and return on board sober? I know you're not to be religious. Do you take me for a fool, boy? We are Temperance Union, Mr. Rawlings, sir, I attempt. Ha! You lie. He points to Tommo, but he's still looking at me. Your brother is a gambler, and I have heard tell of how when we were in Hobart Town, you were seen dragging him aboard from out of a notorious grog shop. We were seen on shore last night by most of the crew, sir. They will vouch for us, Tommo says. Christ Jesus! Rawlings exclaims.
No whaleman who ever lived returns from shore leave with a dry throat after 6 months at sea. They come back with sore heads and empty pockets to a man.
He paces the tiny cabin and then turns abruptly.
I shall know what you two have been up to, or I shall ask Captain O'Hara to strap you to the mizzen stays.
Tommo, meanwhile, has his head bowed, but now he looks up slowly to meet the mate's angry eyes.
We thought you was your own man, Mr. Rawlings, but now we see you as no different from the others. Shut your gob, boy! Rawlings shouts. You two were friends of the Kanakas. I'll vouch you're all in this together.
But Tommo, to my surprise, will not be quiet, and now baits Rawlings still further.
Oh, I see. Guilty again, is we? What will the Lord Jesus decide our punishment be this time, Mr. Rawlings, sir?
Seb Rawlings' face is close to apoplectic, and he struggles to speak.
Right. You will both be manacled and locked up below decks without rations until Captain O'Hara returns tomorrow morning.
We have been alone in the dark with the rats and the cockroaches since yesterday morning. We have lost track of the time. Tommo, whose instincts are better than mine in such things, thinks it must be near to morning again. We're in a dark hole amidships, a place where the harpoons and lances are kept under lock and key. No sound reaches us from outside, and the only noises we hear, other than our own voices, are the creaking of ship's timbers, the squeaking and scurrying of rats, and the tick-tick-tick of cockroaches. We spend much time flicking off these last vermin as they clamber about our arms, legs, and necks. This is a most difficult task with shackles and manacles on, and there is a rattle of chains each time we make the attempt. The worst of it is the heat and our thirst, for we have had nothing past our lips but long lick, and that taken just before Seb Rawlings called us to see him yesterday morning. There is not sufficient room to lie down, and we are forced to sit with our backs to the wall and our knees pulled up. My back is soon wet with blood and pus as I must lean against the wall, and my new knit skin and the scabs covering my lashes break open again under the pressure. In all, it is a most uncomfortable situation, though we pass the hours at talk, and I learn more of Tommo's lost time in the wilderness. My twin has seen much in his 7 years away. He never speaks as though he is sorry for himself, but is matter-of-fact and often humorous. When I complain about our dark, cramped conditions, Tommo laughs and says, "Ain't nothing compared to the cramped quarters known by Sam Slit when the timber getters turns on him." "Oh," I say, "so he finally got his comeuppance." Tommo has told me how Sam Slit would often give a drunken timber getter a pint of whiskey from his still for the use of the man's half-caste Aboriginal woman or his little daughter. It was not so bad for the women, he said, who would get drunk anyway and not care what he did to them. But oh, how the little girls, no more than 10 or 11 years old, would weep all the while and plead for mercy, to no avail. Sam Slit would have his way with them, then beat them unconscious and rape them again and again. In the morning he would send them home to their huts in the forest, bruised and bleeding, with a flagon to soothe their daddy's hangovers. "This time it were different," Tommo recalls. "This time he kidnapped a 6-year-old half-caste called Gracie. Half-castes, particular if they be dark-skinned, be thought fair game at any age in the bloody wilderness. Ain't nobody what's going to make much of a fuss. But this time, Slit picked the wrong sprat, for her daddy were a big fella among the timber getters and not from a near settlement. He were most fond of his little black girlie. Slit took her without permission or in exchange, for he were drunk and liked the look of this little urchin, and thinks he will square it with her papa later. But Slit, what's been drinking raw spirit, beats her and fucks her and kills her in the process." "Sam Slit was your master. Didn't you run to tell someone?" I ask, horrified by the story my twin is telling me. I cannot imagine he would stand by and let such a thing happen. "Run to where? Tell who? This is the wilderness, ain't nobody to run to." I can feel the bitterness in his voice. "By wilderness laws, what he done were normal enough. Besides, I weren't there. I were out setting possum traps and come back to find 4 timber getters at Slit still. They had slung him on a long pole like an animal,
tied wrists and ankles, and they are moving him out. He's moaning and groaning, but they've tied his mouth and his face is raw meat where they've beaten him. The little girl is slung over her daddy's shoulder like the 2 dead possums is slung over mine. I can see the dried blood around her mouth and nose where she's bled from inside. "Oh no, Tommo," I exclaim. "You need not say any more." Tommo is silent for a while, then sniffs in the dark, and I wonder if he's crying. He sniffs a second time, and now I'm sure he is. But a moment later he speaks. "No, I'll tell you. After all, it's a story about cramped quarters." He tries to laugh, but it comes out sad. Then he says, "Besides, that little half-caste dying gave me the courage to come back to you and Mama." Tommo draws a breath, then continues. "I follows the men carrying Sam's slip most of the day, and that night they makes camp. I don't know how the little half-caste girl has come to be near Sam's slit still, for these seem to be timber-getters what are after Hugh and Pine, for we has moved high up the Spring River, into the mountains where the big trees grow. I could only think they was on their way somewhere and made camp near slits, which in itself is deep enough into the wilderness for the law not to venture. But now these cutters take slip much further in than I've gone before. We more or less follows the course of the river all the next day and that night. I camped sufficient far away and downwind so I can make a small fire and cook me 2 possums. One I eat, and the other I put into my tucker bag with some berries I gathered during the day. On the second day, we follows the river again, climbing up past several waterfalls. We are much higher up in the mountains, and it's late in the afternoon when we comes to a clearing. It's here that the timber-getters has their camp. It's about an acre cleared, and to me surprise, they has several bullocks, which I know is used for dragging timber, but I can't think how they could be brought to such a spot. There is pigs and goats, and a host of chickens, a proper village-like, with meat drying and a smokehouse for fish, and 3 saw pits dug with platforms in working order, and in 2 of them a hewn log, half sawn. I've heard of the Deep Pine people, and seen some from time to time when they passed along the river on the way to Port Davy. But I has always thought them lone men, or 2 or 3 together at most. Ticketed leavers, debunked convicts, mostly Irish, who cuts the hew and pine high up on the Spring or Davy and floats it down the river. Now I sees there is about 30 people what lives here. 6 men and 4 women. 2 or 3 families sharing land is not unusual closer to settlement, but I didn't know that it went on so deep into the high timber. The men's white, but the women half-caste, all with babes to their breasts, except for one. An old toothless hag, bent over with her paps exposed and hair to her waist, but with a baldness to one side of her head. The rest is brats of every size and shape, light and dark. Some wears a worn wool coat or a knitted jumper much holed, but most are in possum and kangaroo skin, barefoot and snot-nosed dirty. Tommo laughs in the dark. I has only come to cleanliness since returning to Hobart Town, so I don't know why I should remark on the state of the children. They was no more dirty than I were myself. Anyhow, I finds a sassafras tree what looks directly into the clearing, and I climbs high into its branches, where I was well hid. As soon as the men comes into the clearing, the brats and women run towards them, laughing and smiling. But their expressions change when they see Gracie's body. The children fall silent. The women begin to keen. One what I takes to be her mamma, a scrawny half-caste woman, falls to her knees, tearing at her hair. The women reach out, lifting her up, and taking the dead little girl from her papa's arms, they all goes inside a hut. Sam's slit is still alive, God knows how after such a journey. I'd have thought they'd make him walk and save themselves the trouble, but they has carried him trussed all the way, and I thinks him dead, but he's alive all right, and with his gag removed he's screaming and cussing and begging. He is tied hand and foot, and left to sit in a small enclosure, surrounded by the bark huts of the timber-getters. The children gathers round him, at first fearful and then bolder. They pokes him with sticks or throws dust at him till it gets dark. The night is cold, and I climbs down when the camp grows silent and makes a small burrow to sleep in, eating some of the possum. I wakes at dawn and climbs back into the tree, where I'm well tucked away by the time the sun comes into the glade. Sam's slit is still lying in the enclosure. The pigs grunt about him, and the chickens scratch and squawk and dash away, wings flapping, with each of Sam's outbursts. He seems to have gained strength, and is back to his caterwauling, yet I ain't seen him get food or water. I thinks how small and pathetic he looks, though in truth he were a big man with a huge belly, and hands like soup plates. Hands that more than once near killed me. But now he's just a piece of dog shit in the dirt, like he called me, and I wonders how he could have held me afraid to run away so long. I break into Tommo's story.
I too have wondered this,
I confess.
You were familiar with the wilderness, and grown quite independent, and certainly big enough to leave. Yet you remained with this terrible creature. Why, Tommo?
I cannot see Tommo's face in the dark, but I can hear him breathing. He sniffs, but remains silent for some time, so that I think I've upset him. Then he says simply, "Grog. I couldn't leave the grog. I'd leave, but be back in 2 days. The craving were too much for me to bear." I'm glad I cannot see Tommo's face, for I can hear in his voice that he is ashamed of this weakness. I know that but for the darkness around us, he could never have said this.
Tell me more of Sam's slit,
I prompt. Well, another full day passes, when the children taunts him and pokes him with sticks, and some of the older ones spits or kicks at him. As for the men and women, well, it'd be as though nobody knows he's there. They pass him all day without looking, even when he screams and begs them for water. I've eaten all of the 2 possums, and think that I must scavenge about if I am to stay put. So next morning at first light, I find a nearby stream with the mist rising upon the water. It's a good hour for yabbies, which be plentiful, and I catch a freshwater crayfish as well. But I ain't going to cook these and risk the smell of smoke. Pine has wake early and is ever alert for the smell of a fire if it does not come from their own cooking fires. It's not long past dawn when I finds a new tree. Now I'm hidden again, high up in a tall gum, where I has a better view into the clearing. Then I realise something's happening. It's still early morning, but other folk has come into the clearing, small groups of 2s or 3s with their children. They has the same rough look, and most are men, though some be women, white and half-caste. By midday there's 50 or 60 counting the children, and folks keep coming till early afternoon. I ain't taken any water with me when I climb me tree at dawn, and I've eaten the yabbies raw, what's made me thirsty. But at about 10 o'clock it rains for half an hour, when I'm able to get a drop. Sam slit has his mouth open to the rain, and is covered in mud as if he were an old sow. His eyes are now great blue bulges where the bruises have formed from his beating, and he be altogether a sight for sore eyes, so to speak. After the rain, a large amount of timber is brought. Great logs what will burn for many hours, as well as kindling and smaller wedges to set them alight. A big fire is laid. Then 2 sets of poles, crossed at the centre about 6 feet from the ground, is planted on either side of the fire pit, which be about 12 foot long and 5 foot wide. About noon, the fire is lit, and soon after I hears the bellow of a bullock and much shouting from the children. Though I can't see what's happening further out in the paddock, it ain't too hard to guess. They's slaughtering the bullock and will have a feast tonight. The 2 cross stays will support the pole on which the bullock carcass will be hung. Now I sees that 4 men are took to work in one of the saw pits. It be as if they is at some game, for each pair competes with the other at sawing, and there is much laughter and close examination of the cut. Then, when the log is cut through, I see that they has sawn a perfect plank, not more than 1 inch thick, 15 or so inches wide, and 12 or 15 foot in length. Tommo pauses. I know something of sawing in the saw pit, and what they's done with the 2-handed pit saw be masterful. The beautiful pine, what looks the colour of churned butter, is perfect cut to an even thickness. It bounces springy on the shoulders of the 2 men what carries it, catching the afternoon light as though it was some bright blade itself. About 2 o'clock of the afternoon, the bullock, fully dressed, is carried to the fire. It's fixed on a pole what goes through its centre and extends through the neck and out its arse. It is carried by 10 men, 5 on each end. The bullock is placed carefully between the cross stakes, so that it's suspended above the glowing embers, now burning red and free of flame. To either end of the poles are attached 2 handles, so that the beast may be turned to the needs of its roasting. An hour later, the air rising up to me is filled with the delicious smell of the roasting bullock, and my stomach growls at the thought of the feast to come. Night comes quickly in the wilderness, and by 4 o'clock the shadows is long. The fire is spluttering and sends up puffs of smoke when the fat, rich juices of the bullock drips upon it. The beast is beginning to get nice and brown, having been turned from time to time by 2 men on either side of the spit pole. Sam's slit is still sitting in the dirt, no doubt made as hungry as me by the smell of roasting meat. His clothes is now caked with drying mud, and his face is swollen with the bites of insects. The children has grown weary of taunting him, and he is silent and alone. He's too weak or weary to wail, and has rolled on his side in the dirt, perhaps asleep. The pigs, goats and chooks has taken to snuffling and scratching about him as though he were part of the scenery. With the parakeets quiet at last, and the currawong took to call in the evening into coming, 2 men walks to a clearing directly under the tree where I'm hid. They carry long-handled spades, and they beat away the bracken and the fern before they begin to dig a grave, what I presumes to be the last resting place of the soon-to-be-departed Sam Slit. But after they've been digging a while, I see that the hole be much too small, and I realise it's for the little girl, who, I admit, I has quite forgot. Then I sees the coffin brought, and the men and women and all the children gathered round, now nearly 100 in all. The coffin's been made from the pine plank I seen being cut, and it is now placed within the hole. The folks all gather close, and the little girl's papa speaks. He has the voice of a leader, and it carries clear to where I sit high in the tree above the small grave. I remember what he says to this day. "We seem queer folk to others, though not to ourselves," he begins. "A people driven deep into the wilderness, though not by persecution, though God knows we've all seen enough of that, but by a need to be left alone. A need to be away from the Protestant and his shackles, and his 200 years of dominion over us. We have no priest to bless us, and our Latin catechism is all but forgotten. In God's eyes we are as lost sheep, for we have not confessed our sins these many years. But we have ourselves, and our freedom." He looks upwards as though he's looking for the Almighty, and me heart nearly jumps out of me mouth, for he's staring direct up at me in the tree, and I'm sure I'll be found. But then he looks down again and continues talking. "Here in the wilderness, no man and no law shall tell us what we shall or may do," he says to all about him, "nor where we shall go or what we shall be. And most of all, no man shall use his hands to take or use what be ours, hard won with the sweat of our brows, or given as the seed of our loins." He stops and looks about him, then turns his eyes to the small coffin. "We do not have much, but what we have is hard-earned, under a clean sky. It is honest bread. And most of what we have is our kin and our kith. If any of these be hurt or beaten or harmed, then we all be so hurt and beaten and harmed. And we must take into our own hands the means of justice required of decent men who live in the sight of a righteous and almighty God. Whomsoever harmeth one of my little children, harmeth me, thus saith the Lord." The little girl's daddy stops and looks around him again, as though straight into the hearts of each of those what stands about the small grave. All is hushed, though the little girl's mamma is heaving great silent sobs. "Gracie were but 6 years old, and she were harmed, she were broken, she were killed." He points to the area near the fire, and his voice thunders. "Damaged and broken and killed by yonder beast. He used her as meat for his fornication. He has the mark of the beast upon him, and he must be returned to the beast. He will be sent to the devil, to Satan himself, to the very fires of hell, where he will burn forever."
There is a long silence, and then he says softly, "Amen." Throughout this sermon, the only other sound heard be the cry of a baby once, and the night call of the mopoke. But now a fiddle plays the hymn, "Abide with me." The grave is quickly filled with the soft, solid thud of earth clods hitting the timber. None sings to accompany the lone fiddler, and the small community breaks up soon after. But they return to the fire where 4 of the women tend to the roasting of the bullock. What follows is a great feast. They're not drunken, as such affairs is known to be when wilderness folk comes together. There is now some hymn singing and later songs of Ireland, to which the fiddler plays a most melancholic strain. High up above in the tree, I is starving hungry. I even envies the dogs what stands at the edge of the firelight, snarling and yapping over each bone tossed to them. Soon even the dogs have eaten their fill. It's getting late, and the smaller children has fallen asleep on their mother's laps. What remains of the bullock is taken away, and I thinks that I may soon be able to climb down from my tree, as all takes their contented bellies off to sleep. But I am mistaken. As soon as it's quiet, the men what have seen to the remains of the bullock return. They carries a fresh pole, on which the head of the bullock, still attached to the bloody hide, has been arranged. It is trussed in the same way as Sam's slit were trussed when he was took away from the still, hanging downwards and tied to the pole by its hoofs and forelegs. They places the bullock hide beside the fire, though not so close that it catches the light. All the men now stand in a semicircle around it. The night is very still, and several men light beeswax candles, cupping the flame in their hands, so that with the moonlight and the blazing fire I can see every detail. Then, from the darkness beyond the perimeter of the fire and candlelight, I hears Sam Slit screaming. He's brought into the lighted circle, carried by 3 men. His ankles and wrists is bound as before, and his legs has been tied about his knees with strips of green hide, so that they remain straight and he can't kick. They places him beside the bullock skin, holding him to the ground. Suddenly, I sees the old hag with the half-balded head and bare titties to her waist. She breaks through the semicircle of men and steps to where Sam Slit is whimpering and gasping. She has a basket over her arm, as though she'd be out shopping, and she places it beside Sam and removes a knife. She stoops over Slit, who is bug-eyed with bruising, and as he begs for mercy, she cuts away his clothing until he lies naked upon his own dirty swaddling. I'm looking directly down on him and can see his great airy belly heaving in terror, with his fat worm lying slack against the inside of his thigh. The old woman cuts a length of twine and ties it tight at the base of Sam Slit's cock as he screams and pleads. Then she takes up a clay pot from her basket and dips her hand in it. Her fingers is coated in white stuff, what I takes to be animal fat. She greases Sam all over. When this is finally done, she begins to work the fat between his legs. To my astonishment, I see Slit grow until his great purple knob stands hard against his belly button, while he howls like a dog against the pain of the cord, what cuts deep into the flesh of his erect prick. The only sound from the men what forms the circle is a clearing of a throat or someone turning to spit at his own feet. Then, as though knowing the exact moment, the old hag grabs up her knife and slices off Slit's stiff cock. She holds it up a moment for all to see, then throws it into the fire, where it sizzles, the animal fat catching fire, turning the embers into sudden flames. There is a small spurt of blood, and a terrible screaming from Slit, but the cord acts as a tourniquet, and the blood soon stops. The old woman now makes a loop of twine and slips it over Slit's knackers. Again she pulls tight to Sam's yells of pain. She grabs his balls in her hand and pulls hard so that the skin stretches a full 6 or 8 inches, and her blade slices again. This time the twine is held so tight that there is very little blood at all. Sam Slit is now jerking, screaming and sobbing, snot running from his nostrils.
The old hag beckons with a bloody claw, and 4 men take Slit up, 2 by the legs and 2 by the arms. As they raises him from the bloody bundle of clothes, I see that he has shit himself. 6 men, 3 on each side of the bullock hide, pull open the bloody skin. Then Sam's slit is lifted over their heads and placed within the hide. The wet rawhide closes round him as he jerks and struggles, but it is a snug enough fit. Cramped quarters, you might say. With his arms and legs bound, he can't do nothing but beg for mercy. The old hag takes a stick and lifts Sam's dirty clothes and drops them into the fire, where they smoulders a while before being devoured. With her bare paps hanging to the surface of the bullock skin and the ends of her stringy white hair tipped with Sam Slit's blood, the old hag begins sewing up the belly of the beast with an awl and twine. She's busy as a pox doctor, barely aware of the men standing round her, as though it be a job not in the least unusual. When she finishes sewing, she takes up the knife again and cuts the rawhide around Slit's face so that he can see and breathe but make no other movement. The old biddy now puts down the blade and takes up Sam's knackers. Forcing open his mouth with the handle of the knife, she pushes them into his mouth so that both his cheeks is blown out with the 2 horrible gobstoppers. The bullock skin, filled with a different beast, is now lifted on its pole and placed across the roasting coals, each end fitted into the cross stays. I watches from me tree as the well-basted Sam's Slit is steamed and then roasted inside the bullock. His full gob prevents him from crying out, so that he bakes in the silent flames of hell. The moon is at the centre of the sky when I climbs down from my tree. All is asleep among the dogs at the fire or gone off to their bark huts. I'm stiff from sitting up there for so many hours, but now as me feet touch the ground I want to run and jump, whoop and do cartwheels through the moonlit bracken. It's as though a great burden's been lifted from me soul. 7 years of fear and hatred are gone. When Sam Slit first took me I were no bigger than Gracie, and could not fight back but only scream and sob as he used me. Then, when I grew older, he got me on the grog, so I were too weak a character and spirit to run away. But now, with the beast devoured in the flames of its own belly, I was free at last. I'll be no longer too ashamed to come home to you and Mary. For the first time I got some hope that the mongrels upon the earth can be defeated by decent men.
Tommo is silent for a spell. Then he says softly,
But always I'm reminded that the small and the innocent is the ones what get sacrificed. Even me freedom from Slit comes at a price. A child named Gracie died for it. I vowed in her name that as long as I live, I ain't going to let the mongrels win against the small and the weak, against those what cannot fight back.
I sit, stunned in the dark. The pain of my back has been forgotten as Tommo talks, and now we are both silent. Then Tommo speaks again, quoting the words of Gracie's papa.
We do not have much, but what we have is hard-earned under a clean sky. It is honest bread, and most of what we have is our kin and our kith. If any of these be hurt or beaten or harmed, then we all be also hurt and beaten and harmed. And we must take into our own hands the means of justice required of decent men who live in the sight of a righteous and almighty God.
This is a different twin from the one I thought I knew. Tommo has led me to believe that he is uncaring and cynical, hardened in the ways of the world, too damaged to care about his fellow man, concerned only with where and when he may find his next drink. Now I perceive in him an anger, one which he will not always use judiciously, as witnessed by his answering back of Rawlings, and our subsequent incarceration in this dark hole. But I tell myself it is a much better Tommo. There is much of my old twin come back, the smart-mouthed though always caring little boy, whom I knew and loved so well before we were parted.
The years in the wilderness have not destroyed him completely, I'm sure. His abstinence ashore last night has given me great heart, and I am filled with optimism for our future. Tommo reaches out in the dark and clasps my arm in both his manacled hands.
O'Hara and Jenkins hurt and beat you and the lads. My kith and kin.
He adds quietly,
And so I've remembered the words of Gracie's daddy. And I have kept me vow.
Chapter 7. Tommo. Kororareka, March 1857.
Staying sober that night was the most difficult task of me life. At every gym palace, grog shop, brothel and hotel, temptation stared me in the gob. 2 minutes at a game of cards in a 1 shilling hell and I would have had a brandy in me trembling hand. If Hawke had known that I stayed sober only to make sure of the whereabouts of Jenkins and O'Hara, so that I might keep me vow of revenge, he would have been happy to see me gutter rolling drunk, being stranded on these godforsaken shores, sitting in a jail cell at Kororareka, is a bloody high price to pay for what we'd done. But our revenge worked even better than I'd hoped, and we are well rid of the Nankin maiden, though she still waits in the bay for her master to return from the surgeon's hospital. Twice in 2 days we've been manacled and put in custody, first by Seb Rawlings and then by the local constabulary. We used to go before the district police magistrate when next he sits, though who knows when that might be. The other prisoners reckon that we'll be taken to Auckland. Hawke is still furious that I acted against O'Hara without talking to him first. Now he sees how clearly I gulled him when we was ashore. He thought me show of temperance were from a new resolve to remain sober. I'll never get another drink in me lifetime if Hawke's got anything to do with it. I've even lost me raisin wine, the result of nearly 7 months of saving the raisins from me plum duff and winning them from the rations of the crew when they lost to me at cards. I gave the cook 5 big mackerel for the yeast I needed to speed the fermentation. Me ship-brewed grog were about a week off being ready when we was arrested and thrown into this foul nest. Now I won't never have the satisfaction of getting as full as a tick on board and thumbing me nose at Captain O'Hara and his pious Quaker owners with their bloody dry cask of float. Never mind, I thinks to myself. Our revenge on O'Hara and Jenkins be even sweeter than such a fine drop would have been. We are sitting in this bloody cell where the vermin is as plentiful as on board ship. We have seen few rats and cockroaches, but the fleas and lice are back, and at night the bed bugs, so that we is always scratching. It is a good time to work with Hawke on his voice, which comes along fine, but is still very much on the rasp and low to the ear. I has to teach him to open his mouth and throw his voice wide. Honest, sometimes I don't know how me twin survived growing up without me. Hawke has ideas what would make him the laughing-stock of men what know life for the misery it is. If those in authority ever knew his secret thoughts, they'd arrest him for sedition. But as I comes to think of this, perhaps they would not. He knows so little of the evil what lurks in men's hearts, that those in power may well take him to be a harmless fool. Since his voice has begun to recover, Hawke speaks much of man's conscience, and has the peculiar notion that men must form a brotherhood and act responsible, the each for the other.
We have a new country, Tommo. Why should we accept that we must follow old ways, old laws? Why must the poor be accepted as beyond redemption, and not worth the smallest charity? He asks.
Because, for the most part, the poor be idiots, I says.
Only because they have no opportunity,
Hawke answers. Rubbish! Poor ain't an opportunity not given. It be how we looks at the world. He stares at me amazed.
Bloody hell, you are right. How we look at the world. A way of looking at themselves and their own kind.
It'd be the first time I've heard Hawke cuss with his new voice, and I laugh at the sound. When I were took by Sam Slip, I was just a 7-year-old brat, Cheeky, though, and bright, with an answer for all, and a bit of a joker, wouldn't you say?
You were all that and more, Tommo.
Hawk chuckled softly. But when Sam Slip beat me and abused me, I become a different boy. Soon I were like a kicked dog. When me master called, I'd come, me eyes filled with fear for the beating I expected. But I would still come. What else could I do? I were a child and in the wilderness with a wild man. So I gets accustomed to it, tries to please him and be a good boy. Soon I don't remember that I were ever any other way.
That's what I mean, Hawk exclaims. You were taught to expect naught but blows and curses. That is what you received, and soon you thought the world no different.
That's right, says I. That's why your brotherhood of men won't work. Men ain't kind to them as they don't have to be. Not in this hard old world.
No, that's just it. We must change the conditions of the world. Men of conscience must stand together and change the conditions.
What a load of codswallop, I says. There be only two conditions what exist in this world, Hawk. Strength and weakness. The strong shall destroy the weak. That's how it's always been. And I'll vouch that won't never change long as we live. Your fine ideas of conscience won't change anything neither.
But you said yourself in the dark that you took a vow to defend the weak, to look after your kith and kin. That is the conscience in you, Tommo.
Bull, that ain't conscience. The mongrels kicks you, and you finds a way to kick back, like we done to O'Hara and Jenkins. That'd be revenge, and well took, too.
Tommo, you went too far. You and the Maori, what you did that night was not right.
I look at Hawk and shakes me head. What we did were no worse than what they did to Hammerhead Jack, and what O'Hara and Jenkins did to you and the other Maori.
We could have gone to the law, Hawk says. We could have had the vessel impounded and our complaint heard.
The law? You heard what Hammerhead Jack said about British law? Well, he were damn right. 4 Maori and a nigger against the Yankee captain of a whaling ship what's known for his Quaker piety. The case heard by some drunken district magistrate. For God's sake, Hawk. I think about how surprised Hawk were when we was taken out of the dark hole and brought to a crew muster before the mainmast. First up, Hawk thinks it must be the crew count before we sail. I ain't sure the plan has worked, so I don't know what to expect. We stumble out of the darkness into the brilliant morning sunshine, and our eyes is blinded for a time so that we need to be led by the boatswain what's come to fetch us from the hold. The shouting of the crew alerts Hawk that there is something new afoot. As we pass, some of the men touch us on the sleeve, and some grin and wish us well under their breaths. Our eyes begin to get used to the bright light, and I sees the 3 mates, Stubbs, Hollertree and Rawlins, standing beside the mainmast. O'Hara ain't among them, and Jenkins too is missing. Good, I thinks. The 3 mates are grim-faced, and all has their hands clasped to their chests, watching Hawk and myself. I am glad Hawk don't know what we've done, for he's a hopeless liar and might give the game away. As for yours truly, well, the wilderness taught me all I needs to know about lying. I'm all innocence in appearance, though not too innocent. That'd be just the same as looking guilty. Instead, like Hawk, I has confusion writ upon my gob, as if I be silent saying to myself, what's going on then? Several of the men are pointing to the mainmast, a foot above the heads of the ship's officers. Hawk looks up, and I follows his gaze. He gives a gasp, and this is followed by me own, for what I see is not expected. Hawk's horror be genuine as he grabs me with both his manacled hands.
Look! The mast!
He shouts in his rusted voice. There, nailed to the masthead, is the hand of Captain Mordecai O'Hara, chopped off at the wrist with his gold signet ring still on his 3rd finger. This time it don't wear the ruby of Billy Lanny's flesh as it did the day of his beating. The captain's hand has been nailed stoutly to the mast with a 3-inch copper nail, the fingers pointing to the heavens as though giving praise to the Almighty. A thin line of dried blood runs all the way from the mangled wrist to the base of the mast, and gives the evil appearance of a hand stuck on the end of a rod. Beside it, like two pale sausages nailed likewise with Cooper's barrel nails, are a forefinger and middle finger. What I knows belongs to Jenkins, for the ginger hair below the knuckles glints in the morning sun. I gasps and grabs back at Hawk's arm, feigning shock and horror. But inside I be pleased as punch, silently singing the praises of Hammerhead Jack's lads, what has done so well. God bless the Maori. To hell with British justice, this one's for Gracie, I says to myself. Well, of course, it's presumed we be guilty, and the boatswain now pulls us roughly by the manacles to stand in front of the three mates. It is Stubbs what speaks first. "What say you?" he shouts, looking at Hawk. What can Hawk say? He knows nothing. He is still shaken from the shock, and I hopes that they do not think it is because he is afraid. But with Stubbs' question, he seems to realise what might be afoot. Hawk is ever the optimist, but he ain't stupid.
"Say,"
Hawk says, removing his cap.
"I'm deeply shocked at what I see."
He gestures with his manacled hands to O'Hara's hand and the two fingers nailed beside it.
"Who has done this terrible thing?"
The men have crowded forward, straining to hear Hawk's voice.
You are in this!
Rawlins shouts, pointing to Hawk and then to me.
You two are part of this!
Part? How? You know well enough we be locked midships all of last night, and the board ship yesterday your instructions. I cough lightly and then add, Sir, so as to show me disrespect, but not too much, for I clumsily remove me cap from me head and hold it to me front. Hawk scowls at me. He's put two and two together. He knows I am up to my neck in it somehow, though how he still ain't sure. He knows Rawlins is a fair man at heart, and does not wish to put him altogether on the captain's side. But Rawlins has little choice. He's got to take us to task, as if he were O'Hara himself. He's only the fourth mate, the most junior of the ship's officers, but he were in charge of the ship when the Maori escaped. And I doubts the other two, Stubbs and Hollow Tree, will take the slightest share of the blame. Seb Rawlins is in big trouble, and he must get to the bottom of this affair or be disgraced forever. No doubt there will be an official inquiry. Perhaps, I thinks, Rawlins can be pushed into saying or doing something foolish, which might later be in our favour. Where the mongrels is concerned, yours truly is all for playing the crowd, and Rawlins is now on the side of the mongrels.
You are in this, bastard!
He yells, spitting the words at me. Now is the time to be humble. Mr. Rawlins, sir, I begs your indulgence. As you know, the Maori took leave of the ship well after we returned the night before last. You yourself did muster us the morning following to ask if we did know of their whereabouts. But of course we did not, I say innocently, and Hawk nods his head. We is now too deep into this affair for him not to go along with me, and I sense that he knows what I'm up to with Rawlins. I continue. Then you locked me brother and me up till we be fetched but a few moments ago. I turns towards the men. It'd be easy enough to ask the men if they seen Hawk and myself all the night ashore, and also if ever they did see us together with the Maori. There is a rumbling among the crew, and some nods their heads. Aye, they be with us, several call.
Quiet!
Calls Hollow Tree, who ain't said a word until this moment. As a matter of fact, sir, along with several of the men here, we was at the Whalers Hotel at a late hour where we seen Captain O'Hara talking with some of the locals there. I assures you, Mr. Rawlins, sir, he were hale and hearty at the time we left to return to the ship. Aye, several of the men shout at once. That be God's truth, we'll swear to that.
Well then, what be this?
Stubbs shouts, holding aloft me kindling axe. Hawk gazes at me in shock. It's a surprise to me too, but I quickly explains. Joshua Stokes, who were the watch, will be my witness that not 10 minutes after me and Hawk come aboard from shore, I reported me axe stolen, sir. It were took from the forecastle where I has me things, and it were gone when we returned. Stokes steps forward.
Aye, sir, that be right. The lad did address me on this matter.
Stubbs steps 2 paces towards the mast, and lifts the small axe and fits it to a deep cut within the wooden mast, some 4 inches below Captain O'Hara's hand. The axe head sinks a full inch into the stout timber and fits snugly so that Stubbs may leave it there.
"It were discovered here this morning at daybreak," he says accusingly.
"Find who put it there, and you has the man what stole it, sir," I shrugged. Now Hawk speaks beside me.
"I should be most grateful to have it returned to my brother, Mr. Stubbs, sir," he says in his gravelly voice. "This is a ship full of villains, as may be clearly seen."
He points to O'Hara's severed hand.
"I fear for Tommo's safety unless he may defend himself."
The men falls to laughing uproariously, so that the solemnity of the occasion is destroyed. There ain't a man on board what's sorry for the captain, nor for the blubber-room bully Jenkins.
"Shut thy trap!"
Stubbs shouts at Hawk, and pulls me axe out from the mast.
"Thou and thy brother be in this up to your necks!"
"Which will soon enough feel the hangman's rope about them," Rawlins adds. "There is blood on the blade. Human blood." He points at it and looks darkly at Hawk. "This is the second time human blood has been found on a blade of your doing. Last time it was Nestbite's knife. Now," he brandishes the axe above his head, "this." The men grow silent. I should learn to shut me big gob, but Rawlins is after me brother, and it comes out without me thinking.
"I am not mocked, saith the Lord,"
I say for all to hear. Well, Hawk and me is taken back to the dark hole, though it be plain to see the men ain't happy that this should happen. But this is a whaling ship, and they ain't likely to mutiny over a spot of injustice, leastways for a sprat of a lad and a nigger. Most has been on board a full 2 years, and the ship's hold is nearly full with oil. Besides, with O'Hara's hand lopped off, they probably think they will return to Massachusetts. There ain't a man among them what would sacrifice his share of the lay, even if our lives be in certain danger. As soon as we is back in the dark, Hawk ticks me off. He's fit to be tied, and I'm glad I cannot see his face, and that his voice is not strong, so that he must often rest as he shouts. But he grabs me arm with his manacled hands and shakes me till I think he will rip me shoulder out. My lip is bleeding from biting back the pain.
"Tommo! You're a damn fool! We are done for!"
"No, they got nothing on us. We was locked in, snug as a bug in a bloody rug, here in this dark hole," I protest.
"Your axe! They will say you gave it to the Maori! Don't you see? We are implicated!"
Hawk yells again, his throat raw and hoarse. For a moment I wish he never got his voice back. What he says is true enough, though. I did give me axe to the Maori when I told them where they might find Jenkins and O'Hara. But they agreed it should be thought they'd pinched it. I did not think they would return it.
"Tommo, my people will kill O'Hara,"
Hammerhead Jack said to me several days before we reached New Zealand. "No," I tells him, "we must cut off his hand." He pauses, thinking, then frowns.
"Why we not kill him?"
he asks, puzzled. "He's no warrior. He's a coward," I says. "He must live with the memory that he's a coward and a mongrel."
"What is mongrel?"
I don't try to explain, though perhaps I could have done, for I has learnt a bit of the Maori tongue. Instead, I says, "Every time O'Hara lifts his arm, he's going to remember that he cannot steal from a Maori, nor beat him when there is no just cause."
"Nigger too. He cannot beat Hawk."
"Yes, he must be punished, for he is a mongrel," I says again.
"Ha! Mongrel,"
Hammerhead Jack says.
"Mongrel."
He sounds the word and seems to like the taste of it. Then he picks up my axe with his good hand. I were using it to cut a tuna when he comes upon me on the aft deck. He takes the axe head in his huge paw and tests the edge with his thumb, drawing a thin line of blood. He whistles in admiration, for it keeps it as sharp as a barber's razor.
"Your hand has held this axe, Tommo,"
he says in his own tongue.
You must give it to us so a Maori hand may hold it when we find this mongrel. This way we will share the pleasure of our utu with you and Orc.
You can have me axe, Hammerhead Jack, I says excited, but don't tell Orc. Hammerhead Jack shakes his head and laughs loudly. Oh, good. Not tell Orc, he replies in English. He holds the axe in his hand as though weighing it.
It has your mana. It will come back with this mongrel's blood upon the blade, Tommo.
I can't say I didn't know what would be done with my axe. But when Hammerhead Jack nailed O'Hara's hand and fingers to the mast, he did so without me knowing. It were an act of incredible bravery, what I greatly admires. I can see it were done in order that Captain O'Hara would forever know that it were the Maori what had wreaked their vengeance upon him. Tommo's mongrel has been punished at last. I also know that Hammerhead Jack returned me axe, thinking that because it were reported stolen, the blame for what had happened would be placed squarely at his feet. Hawk and I would be innocent, even if we was under suspicion. The axe the final proof that the Maori alone were guilty. Now, with Hawk shouting at me, I realise that Hammerhead Jack is a warrior and don't give a fig for the British coming after him. I'd be surprised if he'd gone after O'Hara himself, though. He's too intelligent, and still too weak to take on the captain or Jenkins with only one hand. One of the other Maori must have done it, and now that they has escaped back to their own people, the law would have trouble finding the culprits amongst the tribe. Hammerhead Jack would know little of the law, caring only that me axe, me mana, be returned to me, and that his beloved Orc be safe. It takes some hours to convince Orc of this, and he still ain't completely happy with yours truly. But I think he is slowly coming to the view that British law would never have helped us out in New Zealand. Besides, I point out, when Hammerhead Jack said he did not trust in the law, you said nothing. I thought you knew the bastard would get away with it, and I wouldn't have the opportunity to keep my vow. Hawk stays silent, and I think perhaps I have him. Then he speaks quietly.
I have written it down, Tommo. Every word O'Hara said to us, every syllable. Sooner or later, he would have come to port in Hobart Town, and with Mary's help, I would have him in front of the governor and brought to trial.
I've learnt something new about me brother. He is patient and has a long memory. Will you do so now? Now that O'Hara has lost his hand? I asks. Hawk gives a short laugh.
You may be damn sure of that. I shall make the law work for small men as well as those who have influence. If we do not force the judge or the magistrate to do his duty, then we cannot complain that we are hard done by. Poor men should have fine lawyers too.
Ha! And how's your penniless beggar going to find such a lawyer?
We will build a land where Mistress Justice is once again blind, the way she is supposed to be. Alas, she has long since seen her blindfold removed, so that she now judges those who supplicate in front of her by the cut of their clothes, the base or haughty accent on their lips, and the depth of their purse.
I shakes my head in the dark. He's got his voice back all right. How on earth can I make this big nigger see that he tilts at windmills? It is late in the afternoon when, with a rattle of keys, we is brought once again on deck and handed into the custody of 2 police constables. Though he asks why we are arrested, not a word is spoken. The men gather around and there is some protest, but finally all our worldly goods is thrown into a whaleboat and we is rowed ashore. The only word spoken is by one of the 4 oarsmen what stand on the shore as we is led away. It is one of the Irishmen. God bless you, lads. Don't let the bastard British grind you down. Keep your Irish up, you hear now? He shouts. This morning the jailer comes in to see us. It is the first time we've spoke, though he has been here a week. He's a big man, dressed in a uniform much the worse for wear, with most of his recent breakfast on its front. He looks like a walrus, with a ragged ginger moustache and no beard, and his whiskey-pocked and bloated nose is like a polished plum planted in a hairy red nest. His cap sits askew on his head, with hair like the straw of an old scarecrow poking out. His eyes are dull as raisins, and his ears large and bright scarlet where the light shines through 'em. This is a deep-drinking, thirsty man if ever I seen one.
"Morning, lads,"
he says in a mournful tone. "Morning, Sergeant," we replies, standing up with a clanking of chains.
"Nottingham's the name, but not the sheriff of Robin Hood fame."
If this be a joke, it comes out flat.
"Best stand to attention,"
he says, and we brings our feet more or less together.
"Well then, lads, you're off to Auckland," he goes on. "Your vessel be there now. Sailed 2 days since with your one-fisted skipper aboard."
He looks up at Hawk.
"You're a big feller, ain't you? Nearly as big as Hammerhead Jack."
He scratches his chin as though he's thinking.
"Now there's a big feller in more ways than one, what say you?"
"He's a big feller, very tall," we mumbles without much enthusiasm.
"Big troublemaker, too. Can't say I'm glad he's back. Been in the wars, from all appearances. Whale got him, was it?"
Hawk nods.
"Dangerous big fellas, whales, but not as dangerous as big black fellas, eh? What do you know of the savage?"
"Who?" we both says.
"Hammerhead Jack," he says. "What know ye of this hand-lopping affair?"
Hawk speaks to me with his hands, though he does not look at me as I read them. Watch him carefully. I nods me head as though I am listening to Nottingham, and then reply in sign language. "Drinking man."
"What says ye then of this affair?"
the sheriff of Nottingham asks again. "Nothing. We knows nothing, sir," I answers quickly. He points a stubby finger at me.
"You the one with the axe?"
"Axe, sir?"
"You know. The weapon what did the dastardly deed."
"I'm sure I don't know what you mean, sir. Does he mean, did I own the axe?"
"Aye, and use it."
"Use it? No. It was stole from me and used elsewhere by persons unknown." Our jailer spins around, amazingly quick for such a stout cove, and sticks his same podgy finger into Hawk's chest.
"And you be the one who murdered the first mate, ain't you?"
"Oh," I says, quick and cheeky. "All settled then, is it? We be guilty, is that it?"
"Would be if I had me way. Take you out the back, string you up the nearest tree together with the big Maori and call it a damned good day's work. One of each kind of villain, black, white and brindle. Couldn't be fairer than that now, could it? Shame you can't just do it these days."
"Well, I'm thankful for that."
Hawk sighs softly.
"Now it's down to Auckland, magistrates on the bench growing hemorrhoids, juries sitting on their arses twiddling their thumbs, and when all's said and done, probably the same verdict, hanged by the neck until you dies. Going to Auckland be just a waste of time and taxpayers' money."
"And Captain O'Hara? What about him, Sergeant Nottingham? As you thought that he might be the real villain?" I points to Hawk. "Ask me brother to show you his back." Nottingham dismisses this with a toss of his hand.
Could be, quite possible. But it ain't, see? Because it wouldn't be right. Wouldn't be the decent thing."
"What do you mean by that?"
Hawk asks.
"It's all about sides, ain't it? Sides and ingredients. Yankee whaling ship skipper, Christian Quaker gentleman, that be one side. Ingredients on that side be a lopped off hand."
He stops and looks at us hard.
4 Maori, a nigger, and a white man what carries a razor-sharp axe about his person. Ingredients here be the bloody axe what done the deed. That be t'other side."
"What about British justice in all of this?"
Hawk asks.
"Justice don't come into trials. White jury, Christian folk, or profess to be. Yankee whaling ships what come regular into port be good for business, and ain't to be discouraged under any circumstances. And like I said, Quaker Christian captain with a ship what's a dry cask afloat, so the crew drink the port dry at top prices when they comes to land. That's more commerce. This be the case for the plaintiff."
Nottingham sniffs and grabs his nose with his forefinger and thumb, wiggling it vigorously.
"Maori and niggers known to be heathen savages what can't see reason,
Don't have no discipline, lest both be brought about by means of a good flogging before the mast. That be the case for the defence. What say you then, gentlemen of the jury? Guilty or not guilty?
Nottingham says all this in a steady drone. Now he pauses and looks down at his naked big toe poking out of his broken boot. He wiggles it as though he's surprised to find it there. Then he shakes his head slowly and squints up at us. I might be a gambling man, but I wouldn't venture threepence on your chances. You'd be pushing wet dung uphill with a broken stick, lads. Best confess and be done with it, eh? You say you're a gambling man, sir? I asks.
Could be.
He sniffs through his tangerine moustache.
Depends, don't it now?
Play the flats, then?
Been known to play a hand or two from time to time. Fancy yourself, does you? Didn't your daddy tell you never to play cards with strangers?
With friends? You play with friends?
Hawk asks. Poker, is it, or whist? I butt in before he could answer Hawk.
Play the odd game in town now and then,
Nottingham says without answering my question. What, in them 1 shilling L's, full of chumps and oars? I'll wager there's not a decent game to be found in this old town, I laughs.
Look, lads, you'll be in enough trouble. Don't go looking for no more. This town's got a poker school what's too rich for your blood.
Aye,
Hawk says.
most wisely spoken, Sergeant Nottingham. On the other hand, there could be a quid in it for you.
Nottingham looks at Hawk shrewdly.
Cost you 5 sols to sit in.
I whistle. £5. I has no idea if Hawk's got this kind of money. I look at him showing me surprise, but he signals she'll be right. That'd be a big game, I says to the Sheriff of Nottingham.
Too big for me, and I suggest it's too big for the likes of you mangy lot.
If you can get my brother into the game, we'll go 50-50, what say you?
Hawk challenges. A greedy look comes into the jailer's eyes.
You've got £5 to wager?
Could be. Depends, don't it now?
Hawk mimics him cleverly.
50-50.
Hawk nods.
And if you lose?
No onus,
Hawk replies. If we loses, you gets our confession, signed, sealed and delivered, feather in your cap and all, I says. I can hear Hawk's sharp intake of breath at this offer.
A feather in me cap, eh? A written confession.
Nottingham removes his cap to show a bald, shiny red pate, spotted with bright brown freckles like stars in the night sky. Then he punches the inside of the dirty, misshapen cap with his fist. The crown flaps loose, and 3 dirty fingers wiggle through the gap.
Even with a feather, it ain't never going to be much of a cap.
He grins, showing gappy yellow teeth.
There's no more promotion for Sergeant Nottingham. This be my final patch, my last station of duty.
You mean you'd rather have the money?
Asks Hawk, coming straight out.
What do you think?
Nottingham grins.
Well, says Hawk, what I think is that you think my brother and I will be condemned whether we are guilty or not. Would that be correct?
Nottingham smiles a secret little smile and shrugs.
That's about it, lads. Ain't no jury in this land what's going to condemn your Captain O'Hara for a bit of Maori and nigger flogging.
I'm impressed at how quick Hawk's grasped the situation. Nottingham be a man what's condemned by his own habits, a drinker and a gambler, and a failure at both. Shit, I think suddenly. That's what Hawk sees for me. He sees Nottingham. He sees his desperation, his despair, in me future. That's the difference between Hawk and me. I sees a mongrel, clear as daylight. Not a very important mongrel, mind, but one what can cause us harm and what's got power over us. Hawk sees a man what's on the bones of his arse, what's closer to prisoner than to policeman, trapped by what he is and where he be. A man what's dying, same as the town around him, sinking into nothing. Hawk is a fair man, fair in his heart and mind. He don't understand that fair be not understood by such as Nottingham, or even, matter of fact, by such as me. Fair don't come into the reckoning of poor folk. Hawk sees someone to be pitied, and yours truly sees danger. Hawk be about to mess things up proper by trying to get Nottingham to let us escape for £5. Hawk don't understand how a gambler's mind works. This game of poker. We're in, then? I takes up the question again.
50-50.
50-50, solemn oath, I shoots back.
Remind me what happens if you lose.
I shrug. You ain't no worse off, and we still be Auckland bound. But if we wins, what then? I asks. This is the moment of truth. I sense that even Hawk knows this. I try to keep the smile on me gob, hoping that I haven't struck too early, that me smile means it don't seem too important to know the answer if I've read him wrong. Nottingham don't know for sure if we've got the 5 sols, but he's got to figure we must have, or there's no point. Thank God Hawk ain't shown it to him. Then I thinks, Christ Jesus, what if Hawk don't have it and he's bluffing? Nah, Hawk don't have the gall. He's got the money all right. Nottingham has to figure he has too. So what's his options? He can take it by force. There'd be 3 constables as well as himself, and we be in chains and manacles. £5 be a lot of money. Or he can gamble there's more to come if I can win at poker. It's time for all Ikey's lessons to pay off. Sergeant Nottingham, sir. If you be so good as to remove me manacles for 5 minutes, perhaps you'd care to witness the skill what's been brought to our side. Nottingham looks me up and down, and I guess he figures there ain't all that much to me, and that even he might make a show of capturing me should I try to scarp her. Besides, the cell is locked behind him. We wait, and he don't say nothing. If he says no, we're done like a dinner.
Righto,
he says, and taking the keys from his belt, opens me manacles. Well, it's all sporting stuff. Ace where no ace should be. Ace, king, queen, jack dealt straight off after Nottingham has himself shuffled the pack. Take a card, please, Sergeant. Any card. I offers the pack wrong side up, and he selects a card blind. Turn it over and put it down. I points to the 4 picture cards already spread face up. He turns his card and puts down the joker. Amazement writ all over his rough gob. Then he smiles, and I know he's won. Greed be the most dependable of all human characteristics.
Righto, you can count me in,
he growls. Just a moment, Sergeant. What about our winnings? Hawk asks.
50-50,
he says indignant. Ah, not what you win, what we win. Nottingham looks puzzled. If we are Auckland bound, Hawk continues, and if, as you say, the verdict is already decided. There is a long silence as Nottingham stands thinking, looking down at his broken boot. Then he slowly raises his head and looks squint-eyed at Hawk.
You means what price freedom?
Hawk stays stum. The jailer seems to be thinking again. Then he says quietly,
£50.
£50? Fuck, I'm took completely by surprise. 50 quid I'll wager be nearly 6 months' salary for a police sergeant. But Hawk don't even flick an eyelid. How big is the game? He asks, cool as you like.
5, 6 with him.
Nottingham points to me. Can't do it, Hawk says firmly. £5 stake for each player. That's only £35. If each isn't prepared to lose more than his buy-in, we can't make the 50. Even if Tommo cleans them all out, which isn't likely. Let's say £20, which will be hard enough. Shit, Hawk's got £20 on him, I thinks. If Nottingham accepts, he'll offer him the money right off, so that we can scarp her, never mind the poker game.
There's some what will be willing to lose more than their stake,
the jailer says.
They don't muck around.
He pauses.
You scared, is it? Sorry, lads, but I ain't sticking my neck out for less than 500.
Hawk shakes his head.
Sergeant Nottingham, it isn't reasonable.
Nottingham laughs, his fat stomach wobbling like a jelly.
It ain't a reasonable world, son. It ain't reasonable that the jury should hang you in Auckland, but take my word, they will. £50, that'll be my first and last offer.
You're on, I says suddenly. With £20 I can build a proper scam. But Hawk's right. To take £50 from a single £5 in game is damn nigh impossible if they's good players. Even if it does a whole heap of relocation, I'll need 2 games to set it up. But it's got to be 2 nights, 2 games. Over 2 games, we've maybe got a chance, I says to the jailer. Nottingham looks doubtful.
2 games? I don't know if these gentlemen will like that.
Tell you what they won't like. They won't like playing with a stranger for 1 game only. Nottingham accepts this. He said himself he don't play cards with a stranger.
50-50 if you should not make the £50 for your freedom,
Nottingham says again. We both nod. It is sheer bastardry, but what can we do? £50 in your hand and you let us scarper, right? I want it from his lips once more. He clears his throat like he's even nervous to think of it.
Yes, but I'll have to come after you, mind. Do me duty.
Hawk smiles.
By going in the wrong direction, I sincerely hope.
Aye, I'll do that by and by,
Nottingham says, still shifty. 2 games, right? I persist, bringing them 2 back to the business at hand. £5 on the table to buy into each game. The second 5 held at the end of the first night as surety for the next, right? I points to Hawk. Me brother to hold the second game buy-in in trust overnight. Oh, I adds, and 2 new packs of cards. De La Rue and Sons, no other. 1 blue, 1 red. We breaks the seals at the table. Hawk looks at me and I shrugs. In for a penny, in for a pound. Worst what can happen is we're transported to Auckland and strung up. I'm making a book on Nottingham's greed. He's a gambler himself. He'll be itching to sit in on the second game, and I hopes to make it possible. Nottingham's a mongrel, and mongrels has to pay.
Right, 2 games,
The jailer agrees.
I think I can arrange that all right, but
He points at Hawk.
I don't think they're going to let a known murderer hold the stakes overnight.
I see Hawk scowl, and his eyes grow hard at Nottingham's accusation that he can't be trusted. Safer than a bank, I pipes up quickly. We ain't going nowhere, is we now? Nottingham laughs, relieving the tension.
Righto. The nigger holds the buy-in, and the wee lad gets new cards, De La Rue and Sons. By the by, what's the ante?
Let's say 5 shillings.
5 shillings?
Nottingham thinks for a moment, then nods.
Fair enough, lad.
With the right to raise it before each hand? The jailer hesitates, then says,
Well, let the others decide. Though I can't see they'll object.
We leave it at that, and Nottingham returns the Queen's bracelets to me wrists. As soon as he's gone, Hawk asks me in strong lingo what exactly I think I'm doing. How much money has we got? I ducks the question. He hesitates.
£25,
he says. I act shocked. Shit, why didn't you say before? I thought I were going to have to work with 5. That I'd have to work a scam where we comes out square the first game so's we got the deposit for the second. 25 quid, eh? That's a king's bloody ransom. Now we can have a proper strategy. I grin. With that much, the very best Ike Solomon be possible. I pretend to think for a moment. We'll lose 15 right off.
Thicken the plot and sweeten the pot, as Ike would say.
Lose? £15? Hawk shouts, aghast. All these surprises, he's getting his voice up nice and strong. I roll my eyes in the manner of Ike.
Can't win in the first game, not kosher, my dears.
Not to be considered, quite out of the question. Absolutely forbidden and not to be entered into, I says, mimicking his voice. Hawk laughs despite himself, then grows serious again.
What if we're taken to Auckland before there can be a second game, and we've dropped £15 in the first?
Trust me, I reply. Nottingham won't let that happen. He's a gambler what feels he's going to get lucky. But I can't say I ain't worried. Any cove what plays regular in a £5 buy-in is either cashed and most professional in his handling of the flats, or apt to practice a little relocation himself. Either way, such a cove don't much like losing to strangers and is likely to get violent.
No grog, Hawk says suddenly. Promise me, no brandy, no spirit.
Gambling can't be done without drinking, Hawk, I protest. Folks get suspicious if you don't keep the tipple going.
Hawk works his hands in the Ike manner. Drink and think go together like boys, bishops and bedchambers. It has been known to happen, but it is a most unholy alliance, my dears.
He can do Ike even better than me. I sigh and nod me head. At this rate, I ain't never going to taste another drop. The game takes place in the jailer's office that very night, which leads me to think Nottingham ain't quite the innocent he seems. A high-stakes poker game don't come about this quick unless the players expect a pretty evening at someone else's expense. What, I ask myself, is Nottingham up to? It could mean two things. He's told the players we're easy fruit, ripe for the picking, but that'd be stupid because he knows we ain't. So he's not going to shit on his own doorstep, is he? He's the one what has to live in this town. It might mean he's got a two-way bet. All the other players is in the game together against me. A case of mutual benefit. Well, I thinks, there's no point in getting too clever at reading the bastard. I'll find out soon enough, because that's what the first game's for, ain't it? Hawk is allowed in the room, but he must be seated 3 feet behind me, and we is both shackled by the ankle to a chair leg. It's a curious sort of group, but no more strange, I suppose, than what's to be found in any seaport. Seated about the table is a Maori bloke, Hori Hura, what the whites rudely call the hairy horror. He is a merry fella, what wobbles with laughter after every sentence. He can barely reach the card table for his big belly. He is accompanied by Messrs. Tate and Lyle. These last two are small, rough-looking gentlemen, though they wear good cloth suits and clean linen with boots what has seen a shine. They is known as Maple and Syrup on account of the fact that they's inseparable, and their names is the same as what's on a Tate and Lyle maple syrup tin. It turns out that both Tate and Lyle come to New Zealand as boys in 1844, transported on the Mandarin from Parkhurst Penitentiary on the Isle of Wight, young felons to be apprenticed to settlers. But they soon ran away from their masters and took to living amongst the Maori to avoid the law. This is how they met Hori Hura, himself only a young'un. He is much taken with the Pakeha boys, who soon learn Maori and teaches him English, including what Ike would call a host of lively expressions fit to burn the ears off a churchwarden. They also teaches him the flats, and now, for many years, they's become his partners in trading. Most curiously, there is no mention of what sort of goods this trade be in. But they complains that much of their former customers is now took to Auckland, where they themselves wants to go. I reckons their trading be of a gambling nature, with visiting sailors their patsy mark. With so few ships now calling at Kororareka, and most stopping off at Auckland, they thinks to move their shady operation to the larger port. Maple and Syrup speak of their past with pride. Packhurst boys is well known in Tasmania too. Such boys almost exclusively start out with a record as thieves. They's nurtured in vice and repeatedly convicted in the Quarter Session Courts of London town until they finally appears at the Old Bailey. There, they's given their free passage out to New South Wales or Van Diemen's Land or to New Zealand. Ike told of how, when he first come to Van Diemen's Land, he would keep an eye on the Point Pure Reformatory near Port Arthur, where the Parkhurst boys were transported, just in case the one and only Sparrow Fart did suddenly appear among 'em. So, I says to myself, if these two bastards, Maple and Syrup, be on the straight and narrow as we're supposed to suppose, then our jailer be the real Sheriff of Nottingham, I be Robin Hood and Hawk Maid Marian. Then there is the Portuguese, Captain de Silva, a small, dark man with a goatee beard and a most handsome moustache, waxed and curled high to almost touch his earlobes. Nottingham introduces him to all, saying he has only come into harbour yesterday. When he went into the police station to post bond for his crew and pay his customs duty, he happened to inquire if there be a friendly game ashore. The last of me erstwhile partners for the night is Mrs. Barrett, what's in fact a man, thin as a rake, wearing a woman's dress and shawl, hose and boots. His grey hair is tied in a bun behind his neck, and he has a long black and very thin Jamaican cheroot in his mouth. His nose and cheeks is tattooed, most unusual. An English rose on each cheek, one full blown, the other in bud, with the leaves and stems joined across his nose and his brow. It is a more friendly-looking tattoo than that of Hoary Hura, who, like Hammerhead Jack and the other Maori aboard the Nankin Maiden, is covered in black squiggles and circles over every inch of his ugly gob. Each player has brought along his preferred tipple. Hoary Hura has rum, Maple and Syrup has Cape Brandy, Captain De Silva drinks a Porto wine, and Mrs. Barrett has Bombay gin. Me gut is howling like a dog at the moon with all these elixirs of heavenly transport placed before it. In their shining bottles they be so near to me, yet so far from me reach. I has to concentrate all the harder for not drinking than if I was swilling it down, on me road back to drunkenness as Hawk fears. To rub salt into the wound, Nottingham explains to all assembled that because I be a prisoner of Her Majesty, I cannot consume ardent spirits. This be a ploy suggested by Hawk, so me abstinence ain't thought strange. So here I am, dealing the cards for stud poker with a mug of stream water, which I'm obliged to sip, to the constant chaffing and the pretended commiseration of all what sits comfortable and comforted with their favourite tipple at their elbows. Now the flats be a game of two characters, Ikey would say. It is popular thought that if you know the man, you know the game he'll play, but that, my dears, be purest codswallop. Cards bring out the best and worst in a person, and often the opposite to what's expected. Timothy Timid can play like a lion, and Terrible Tim like a lamb. The flats be the other person in each of us. Find this second person, and you've got your patsy mark. It's soon apparent that Hoary Hura and Maple and Syrup be skilled enough, but lack true intelligence. The other two, Captain De Silva, the Portuguese captain, is a careful player, highly skilled, but one who ain't prepared to venture too much. Mrs. Barrett appears to be the one to watch. Cunning as a rat, he strikes like a cobra. A very pretty player of the flats indeed, but a mite too hot-headed, and I think he is working a scam, which I will soon enough locate. I loses slowly but steadily to each of them, dealing them good hands each time it is my turn. I'm losing less than I had hoped to Hoary Hura and his Parkhurst boys, who are towards the end of the evening a little too drunk, and do not take all the opportunities my generosity affords them. Each ends the evening with their buy-in still intact and a bit more besides. Captain De Silva wins £3. Mrs. Barrett is the winner for the night with £7. 3 taken from the captain in the final hand, when only the 2 are left in the game, and De Silva is forced to see Mrs. Barrett by matching his last bet or dropping out. I'll be surprised when he chooses to drop out, as I know he holds a better hand than Mrs. Barrett. This brings me to the whole point of the night. While I has managed to lose nigh upon £15, I has also been able to substitute both packs with me own, which I have previously marked. I have took in with me the brand new red and blue packs Hawk bought me on the night we went ashore from the Nankin Maiden. These has been marked in Ikey's secret manner, so it be almost impossible to discover. By the end of the night I has both decks substituted, and I know every card on the table. This is why I know that if the Portuguese captain had asked to see Mrs. Barrett, he would have taken the pot. He's most cautious, and this worries me some, for I also sees in him a hungry predator. In all, we are down £14 and 16 shillings when the game finally comes to an end. With Mrs. Barrett the big winner, local pride is intact, and I has established that this fine lady man is not in league with the other 3 locals, nor is he near as good as De Silva. I cannot be sure that he ain't in cahoots with Nottingham, but my final reading of him is that he cannot be relied on to win consistently. Nottingham would know this too. As for the other 3, they are clearly a syndicate, and Nottingham would, I reckon, be most reluctant to make a deal with them. Besides, he is all scowls at me loss, and most hard put to show a brave face. I got to conclude that our jailer has took us in good faith as a partner. But I still reckon there is something I has missed, something I has failed to speculate upon. Scratch around, look in the dark corners, I hear Ikey saying to me. It will be there, stored in the old noggin box. Anyway, it'd be a neat enough evening's work, and all are willing to put down their £5 stake for the following night. It is decided, at Nottingham's suggestion, that we will play 5-card draw tomorrow. Stud poker, the game we've been playing, is a great game for cheating if you knows what you're about. You only has to make sure you have the whole card you want, and a good dealer can deliver the right card to make up a winning hand whenever he wishes to place it. Poker is a game where cold decking is easily possible. That is, substituting a marked deck, as I has done during the course of the game. It is a trickier business with 5-card draw, though, and there is more chance to be discovered. I believe myself a good enough player with an unmarked deck, and am confident I can hold my own with the silver. If, in an emergency, I must substitute my own deck, I'm a good enough mechanic to do it. Hawk now asks Nottingham to put the 2 decks we have used tonight in the jailhouse safe. I has already removed my own marked cards and replaced the originals, and so I am delighted when our jailer refuses.
"We'll play with new cards tomorrow," he says grandly. "Captain De Silva has agreed that I should have the money from his winnings to purchase them."
For my part, I am all brave smiles at my losses, just what might be expected from a good amateur, what finds himself out of his depth, but has too much pride and not enough sense to give it away.
"Better luck next time, eh, lad?"
they all says, patting me on the shoulder, pleased as punch at the way things has gone. Nottingham then collects the pot and makes Hawk give him £5, so all can see we has the stakes for the next game. Hawk looks suitably long-faced when he hands over our 5 sovs, and Nottingham is most unhappy that we have lost so badly, but is trying not to show his anger to the other players. Nottingham gives the £30 to Hawk to keep, and we is unchained from our chairs.
"See you tomorrow night, lad. Could be your night,"
Syrup shouts as we is led back to our cells. We can hear them laughing, all high and mighty. When we is locked in again, Hawk sticks out his manacled hands.
"You said we'd lose £15. We only lost £14 and 16 shillings. Where's the other 4 shillings?
"Escape money," I laughs, handing over the 4 shillings. "I was keeping it for our expenses on the open road."
"The open bottle, more like,"
he says, a touch tetchy. "That ain't fair, Hawk. Twice the Maori pushed his rum bottle to me when Nottingham weren't looking. Help yourself, Tommo," he says. Hawk nods and grimaces.
"I wronged you, Tommo. I'm sorry. It's just my own misgivings over the whole affair. The fat Maori and those 2 villains from Parkhurst, Maple and Syrup, I think they are the most dangerous."
"I know," I says, "but they's poor mechanics and cannot match the play. Their cheating is only for chumps what knows no better."
"We could ask that they be seated away from each other."
"Nah, that would alert them that we're on to them. Besides, it'll make no difference. I'll take them slowly tomorrow night, driving the pot up only at the end when they be well out of the game. And what did you think of Captain De Silva and Mrs. Barrett?"
De Silva is kosher, I think, and I only caught Mrs. Barrett relocating once.
"He's done it 7 times. He's got an apron pocket behind his shawl," I laughs. "He's quite good, but not too quick on the draw."
7 times, eh?"
Hawk exclaims.
"Not much help then, am I?"
"Course you is. Poker games can turn nasty at any moment, and having you behind me be of great comfort in a room full of villains. They'll think twice about coming at us." Hawk laughs.
"Big and clumsy. That's me. I don't know how I'd go at fisticuffs. Never tried it. Besides, our legs are shackled to the chair."
He pauses and then asks,
"How are we going then?"
"I know they're second natures now," I reply. "The Portuguese captain worries me. I left him out of my favours tonight. He's an outsider like us. There ain't no need to gull him, so I lets him play his natural game to gauge his skill. I didn't observe him to be relocating even the once. And it'd be astonishing that he managed to come out ahead in a game where I gives the others so much help." I turns to Hawk suddenly. "Watch him tomorrow night. Forget the others. Watch if De Silva does anything different when he asks to see someone's hand. Watch him when he folds. Anything, you hear? Clears his throat, touches his nose or earlobe, crosses his legs, wiggles his foot, sniffs, bites his nail, touches his eyebrow, runs his tongue over his lips, the smallest thing. Fingers his moustache, twirls it, taps his knee or the table. if he does anything before he makes his play. It just could be we've got a wild card in our midst.
What if he doesn't do anything?
Don't worry, he will. He can't help but show his excitement, though he fights with all his might not to show it. Look for his gesture. I promise it will be there. It always is. Remember what Ikey said?
The flats be the other person in each of us.
Outside, De Silva be the calm one. Inside, he's got Mexican jumping beans in his stomach. Now listen well, Hawk. The lamplight be behind you and throws the shadow of all of us against the far wall, where your head is the tallest in the outline. When you sees De Silva make whatever sign it is, clear your throat once. Wait a moment, then lift your hand to your head as though to scratch your noggin, leaving one finger in the air. I'll see your sign in the shadow. Hawk grins, and I know he is glad he has a part to play. There's hope for the lad yet, I thinks. A little corruption will do him the world of good. Something to lighten that heavy bloody conscience he's always carrying around. As soon as his guests have gone, Nottingham is in to see us, and loses no time in telling us of his extreme displeasure at me performance. He calls me a wee lad what couldn't win at a game of marbles. He cannot trust me to win, and demands that he takes me place at the table and play with our stake. Of course, we refuse, but after much argument and cussing from our friend, Hawk agrees to advance him our last £5 against the 50 promised if we should win, an outcome which Nottingham seriously doubts. He jumps at the offer of having a stake in the game and leaves us a bit happier. I has not told Hawk that I thought Nottingham would demand to sit in on the second game, nor how well this would suit us, but he has worked it out for himself. The lad is definitely progressing. That were well done, I says to him after the jailer has left.
What was?
Bringing the bastard into the game.
What do you mean? We had no choice, Hawk says. He was threatening to cancel the game tonight, and we are down nearly 15 quid.
I spoke too soon. Hawk will ever be an innocent. Nottingham, as I expected, be just arrogant enough to believe he may save the situation if he should take me place at the table. As Ikey were fond of saying,
a compulsive gambler always feels at his luckiest when he watches someone else lose, and very soon convinces himself that it will go different for him. This be just the perfect time to invite him into your game, my dears.
Right, I says, trying not to laugh at Hawk. You done well. Hawk knows he's got the wrong end of the stick, but not why. He shakes his head.
What is it, Tommo?
You don't know, do you? I laughs. Letting Nottingham into the game were a stroke of genius.
It was? How so?
He's even more confused. Before the night be out, I'll vouch we will halve our debt to him, says I. I lies awake the rest of the night, trying to work out what is going on. Finally, I reckons there is only one way that everything fits. I knows I've got to be careful not to imagine what isn't, nor see coincidence for someone's clever and deliberate ploy, what's easy enough to do when playing cards. By morning, I realise there can only be one explanation. The Portuguese whaling captain and Nottingham are in a scam together. This seems most strange, and I don't wish to explain it to Hawk. There is too much speculation involved, and Hawk is one to work with the facts alone. But in me mind, I see it clear as day. Nottingham was harping on a bit too much about playing himself. At first, I'd thought his whinging about me abilities with the cards because he'd be a compulsive gambler who thinks he can do better. Nottingham wants me to think this, but his real purpose is in fact to lose, so that he cannot be seen to be in league with De Silva. He will lose to me because it is a debt he can deduct from what we already owes him, and still we will be in debt to him. Now I feel sure that the reason De Silva has agreed to pay for new cards is that he will first mark them for himself. Nottingham, I realise, has never believed I can win. Me skills with the flats he has seen simply as a young lad grown overconfident and showing off some trick. The jailer just can't bring himself to believe that a wee lad can take on the great De Silva and win. Tricks I may have, but 5-card draw, he knows, is much more than sleight of hand. How Nottingham knows of De Silva's skill, I don't know. But I swears the other 4, what are also locals, ain't in the know. for they treats him too obviously as a stranger. I remember how very careful Nottingham were when making the introductions to say he were newly acquainted with the whaling captain, what he claimed had sailed into Corora Rica only the previous day. If De Silva cleans up, Nottingham will say he thought the captain were just another patsy mark off a whaling ship, and at the same time point out that he too has been a victim of this cunning poker pirate. Captain De Silva is certainly the best poker player of the five, and I expect also a master at relocation if it be necessary, though I have not observed him at this. Last night he lay low and watched the other players, so as to take greater advantage of them tonight. This is the sign of a very good poker player and a professional gambler. If he is playing with a marked deck, this will not harm his confidence either. By losing last night, I've shown Nottingham that he were right about me, that I does not possess the skill to win the 50 sols required for our freedom. He thinks of me as the fool in the school, but still with a stake of £5 to lose in the second game, and also what Hawk has loaned to him. Mrs. Barrett, he knows, is the hasty type, what will think he is going through a lucky streak, and so bring last night's winnings back to the table. Hoary Hora, Maple and Syrup will argue to themselves that if they can win when they is not entirely sober, there will be easy pickings to be had when their heads be clearer. Nottingham, I feel sure, thinks that before the evening is out, the Portuguese captain will take all Hawk's money and Mrs. Barrett's, the Hairy Horrors and the Parkhurst boys as well. A clean sweep. I'd wager that the plan is to let Mrs. Barrett lose all he made last night except for his original stake, and perhaps a trifle more. Then, before taking this also, De Silva will allow him to be the last to fold from the game. A local player will have had a series of good wins, so proving the game straight, despite the visiting captain surprising us all with his amazing skill. I takes me hat off to Nottingham. It is well thought out. He has made only one mistake in all this. He knows that in the first game, De Silva has played to hide his skill, but he don't know that the same is true of me. The fact that he has managed to get Hawk to stake him the £5 to partake in the second game will only convince him of our callowness. Nottingham must feel himself a pretty clever fellow all round. He will still deliver Hawk and me to the law in Auckland without tarnishing his name as a policeman, jailer and servant of the Queen. What's more, he will do so at a profit to himself. My only concern, therefore, regards De Silva. Will he buy Nottingham's theory that I be just a brash lad? Or does he see me as his equal and therefore dangerous? If this be the case, he will be most wary and on his guard tonight. I decided to continue acting the amateur and showed too much excitement when I chanced to win. There was one last thing. If the new cards supplied by Nottingham be marked, it will confirm that Nottingham and De Silva be in this together. Well, the first thing I gets right is that I has picked Nottingham for a compulsive gambler. In our game tonight, he loses his £5 stake in the time it takes me to win £10. I makes a right fuss each time I win £1, as if I am a silly child what can't believe his good fortune. I even lend Nottingham £5 against his promissory note. Meanwhile, Hawk, what through his years of being dumb has developed the habit of keen observation, soon sees a pattern emerging in the Portuguese captain. Each time De Silva holds a good hand or has relocated a card, he taps the tip of his left whisker. It be the tiniest gesture, but it be there. Hawk clears his throat, pauses, then scratches his head, and his finger rises above the shadow thrown across the wall in front of me. I soon gets the drift, and refrains from calling De Silva whenever he has a strong hand. Nottingham soon takes out another IOU from me, and then another, till he owes me £20. I ain't yet certain that the decks are marked, but know that if they are, Nottingham cannot read them, and the marking method be De Silva's own. When Nottingham asks one last time for credit, I refuse, and he is the first to be forced out of the game, amid much mockery. I sense his fury, though I am still playing the lucky clown, with me tongue sticking out of the corner of me mouth like some country yokel. I win a little, then lose it again, and then win a little more, all the while holding me own. De Silva is winning slowly but surely at the expense of the 4 local lads, and is gradually wearing down the weaker players. This is the ploy I would myself use in his position. My mission at present is simply to stay in the game and match me skill with the whaling captain, letting him slowly build his winnings at the expense of the others while I build me own. 3 hours into the game and all the locals is cleaned out. But the process of taking their money has been played with much skill by De Silva, and if I may say so, yours truly. We raise 'em in small amounts to suck 'em in, and so keep 'em in the game right to the end of their money. They has all committed considerable more pounds above their previous night's winnings, and it is a pretty example of how to empty an opponent's pockets. I exclaims at each De Silva win, so that the attention is taken away from me when I too win a hand. It is joyous, clever poker, for each of the locals is made to believe that at any moment their luck will change for the better, while they is being drained of every penny they possess. I admires De Silva's patience and skill, and he now has a large amount of gelt in front of him. Although I has been winning and losing steadily, I am still only £15 ahead, so the remainder of the winnings sit in an untidy pile in front of the captain. By my reckoning, nearly £50. It is now only him and me as we continues to play. I am long since convinced the deck is on the straight, and has not been shaved or marked. I'm playing against a very clever fella, a master at the game of 5-card draw. De Silva will challenge all me wit, but I am confident that me talents are sufficient to match his, and perhaps a little more. I make sure that I seems no different in appearance and skill to the others, just fortunate to have lasted in the game as long as I have. I doesn't have the funds I will need to take him on if he should want to raise the stakes, but he plays me the same as them, raising me only small amounts. Gradually, though, I starts to work up the stakes, while sustaining some narrow losses to him, so that those what watches us groans and exclaims at me bad luck and grows excited as I win. I don't know if they see that I lose with a small bet and win with a larger one, for they's took to drown in their sorrows at their own losses. I reckon that if you asked them, they would say that it only be a matter of time before the whaling captain has me cooked as a plump bird, ready to be carved up and eaten for his dinner. But I am playing well, and have clawed back half of De Silva's winnings, though he is still much the favourite and has not yet lost his confidence. He is touching his whisker more frequently, and Hawk is practically took to having a fit of coughing. Any observer of his fingers would think the lice in his hair be biting most vicious tonight. De Silva is just beginning to be of two minds about me. He's far from a fool, and I know he will soon see that he is against a superior player, or at the very least a player to match his every skill. Then he will panic and try to end the game. At last we reaches the stage where I feel that if De Silva gets one truly big hand, he will grow impatient and risk everything. I can see that he has finally worked out what is happening. He is angry at me for winning or losing each time by only a very small difference in cards, and so encouraging his ignorance of me true ability. He thinks he deserves to win, so soon he will make his big move when he holds an unbeatable hand. It is now that I must cold deck him. The moment has come, there will never be a better one, to substitute the deck concealed on me person for the one on the table. The deck be already stacked and awaiting its chance. Up to this point, Hawk's signals have kept me out of trouble, and I has proved the better player, but now I needs extra luck. A deck stacked for me, and not for the captain. It's my turn to deal, and using the stacked deck, I deal De Silva a truly high hand, a medium running flush. I can almost hear his inward sigh of relief. God himself has dealt him a hand he knows cannot be beaten. So the Portuguese captain raises the pot by £5, and I does the same. He bets another £5, and I raises him again. He would teach me a lesson and puts down another 5. I does the same. Now he can do nothing but fold or keep raising me. His temper is rising. He cannot believe his hand can be beaten, and he must punish me. He raises again. Soon I have but £5 left on the table in front of me, and De Silva 10. De Silva's eyes are shining. He has lost his reason and now thinks only of the kill. He wants the lot, and with it, my humiliation. He raises me £5. I has no option but to fold or see him, and I slowly pushes me last fiver across to join the heap of money in the centre. The moment me money touches the pile, De Silva is unable to restrain himself. With a huge smile what shows off his 6 gold teeth, and some fast babble in what I takes for Portuguese, he puts down his medium running flush. His hands shake with the thrill, because he thinks he has won the night. I stays calm, though I admit me heart is pounding. I lay down a running flush as well. Mine is only one number higher than his, but it is enough. One tiny little number different, and the pot is mine. The game is over. Yours truly has taken the loot. Every bloody penny. De Silva groans, and the other 5 players cannot believe what they has just seen. I look at him and point to the £5 in front of him. What says you, Captain? Another hand? De Silva shakes his head and slumps in his chair. He can scarce believe what has happened. He's been made to wager everything on one card and lost. The emotion I know to be always contained within him now bursts to the surface like a dam wall breached by floodwater. His face crumples, and he buries his head in his hands and starts to weep, his shoulders heaving. It is Ike what comes to me mind again. When you wager everything and lose, show nothing. When you wager everything and win, show even less. Cards played well be a game as cold as ice, my dears. I reaches over and scoops the pile of money to me side of the table, close to £80. I picks up his hand from the table, and then me own, and calmly shuffles the deck. With a little relocation, I replace it with the original, so that my own marked deck is returned to me. If Nottingham and De Silva has marked the deck and should examine it later, they will see that it remains what they bought. Hawk and me are away, clean as a whistle. I hands the deck to our jailer, who has gone purple from rage. Alas, poor Sheriff of Nottingham, Robin Hood has slipped through your fingers once again. I smile at the other players and thank them most cordially for the 2 games. Then I nods towards Hawk, but says nothing. Finally, I turns back to the jailer. What say you, Sergeant Nottingham? A bit of luck for the wee lad, eh? Nottingham turns away from me, unable to contain his anger or meet me eye. I silently apologise to Ike for this transgression of his laws of behaviour. It is the biggest game I has ever played, and also the neatest win. I would have liked to play De Silva clean, for in the end I was sure I had the better of him. Nottingham's promissory notes, plus the £5 stake money Hawk gave him, takes care of £25 of our freedom money. And while we still have to give him another 25 to make up the 50, we have Hawk's original £25 back, plus close to 30 more. Our freedom has come to us at a great profit. I lean back and give the gelt to Hawk, who I am proud to say don't smile. He folds the notes carefully and puts them into his pocket and slips the gold sovereigns into his purse. I turns back to the table, and suddenly the old fear rises in me like swamp mist. Here, in the smoke-filled room of Kororareka jailhouse, I sniff the early morning scent of the wilderness, smell the wet damp earth under my nostrils as I lie over the skinned hewn log with my breeches down around my ankles. My heart is beating furious again. The mongrels are here, in this room, and they has us trapped. I turn quickly to see that Maple and Syrup have come to stand on either side of Hawk. I look round. The hairy horror is standing beside the window, holding his rum bottle by the neck, his great ugly tattooed phiz smiling drunkenly. His tiny eyes as hard as black agates, and I know Hawk and me is in danger. The huge Maori smashes the bottle against the windowsill. The bottle is not more than half empty, and a shower of dark rum splashes into me face and over me blouse, so that me eyes sting, and for a moment I can't see nothing. I'm too frightened even to lick at the rum, and when me eyes clear, I sees Horihora moving slowly towards Hawk with the jagged green bottleneck clutched in his enormous fist. "You give back me money, nigger," he growls.
Chapter 8. Hawk. Kororareka, March 1857. I have just completed putting our winnings away when the 2 Parkhurst boys come to stand on either side of the chair to which I'm shackled. I'm feeling most proud of Tommo, who has won us our freedom, and so I take little notice of Maple and Syrup. They're both small men, now somewhat tipsy, and I do not feel intimidated, though perhaps a trifle uneasy. Nottingham seems most agitated by the events of the evening, and his complexion has gone from a rose to purple hue. This I cannot understand, as he will soon be £25 the richer. I suppose he's playing the bad loser. With the £20 in markers that we have, and the £5 buy-in he owes us, he will no longer collect the full 50. I hear the sound of glass shattering, and a shower of dark liquid hits Tommo in the face, splashing across his blouse as Horihura smashes his rum bottle against the windowsill. He pushes the jagged neck and shoulder of the bottle towards me. Maple and Syrup grab at my arms, and of course my ankle is shackled to the chair leg. Nottingham is grinning evilly, and behind him Mrs. Barrett and Captain De Silva have backed away in alarm, their hands and backs flat against the opposite wall.
"Hawk!"
Tommo yells as the two Parkhurst boys cling tighter to my arms and the huge Maori draws closer.
"The chair leg! Break it!"
I'm not quite sure what happens next, for I have never fully tried my strength, other than to lift a firkin of beer 10 times above my head as a joke for Mary's brewery workers, and to punish Jenkins when he tormented Tommo. But I stand up as much as my shackle chain allows and jerk my arms free, sending the two villains flying backwards across the room. Then I lift the chair and with my free hand break off the leg. With the chain and the chair leg attached to it, still about my ankle, I face the hairy horror. He hesitates a moment, giving me just enough time to swing the broken chair at him before the neck of jagged glass slashes towards my face. Horihura takes the blow on his shoulder, staggering sideways a single pace, and the glass misses me. From deep inside of me comes a rage so cold and hard that everything in the room seems to slow down. I drop the chair, which appears to bounce on the floor, and I watch as my left fist takes an eternity to swing through the air and connect with the jaw of the fat man in front of me. He too moves backwards, and I hit him again with my right hand, the bones in his nose smashing beneath my bare knuckles. The broken bottle drops from his hand and he starts to fall. His eyes roll to white as the back of his head hits the stone floor.
"Get Maple and Syrup!"
Tommo calls out, and I turn. It is at that moment that I feel a terrible pain in my own head, and all goes black. We're back in our cell, and I'm manacled and shackled again. My head throbs mightily, and my back, not fully healed, is wet with blood. I imagine it is torn open again, though I feel no real pain except for my head. Tommo, too, is much bruised about the face, and has lost his blouse. His torso is black and blue, and one eye, a persimmon shiner, now completely closed. His lips are swollen so that he looks somewhat like a parrotfish. If he's any indication, the two of us must be a very sorry sight indeed.
"How's you feeling?"
asks Tommo.
"Crook," I croak. "My head feels broken open."
"That's because it is,"
Tommo says.
"You've blood on your back from your head where they hit you with the chair, but it's stopped bleeding now."
I suddenly remember and grab at my pocket where I've put our winnings.
"Don't bother yourself,"
Tommo says bitterly.
"Bastards took the lot."
"Nottingham? Where's Nottingham?"
"Buggered if I know. Ain't seen hide nor hair of the sod since last night."
"What's the time?"
I ask.
"Past dawn. But not much. The birds ain't been singing long."
"What happened? Did you see?"
Tommo tries to grin through his bruised lips.
"I never seen a better left and right thrown. Bam, bam! You poleaxed him."
"Did I? What happened after that?"
Tommo tells me that when I turned around to hit Maple and Syrup, Nottingham picked up the broken chair and smashed it down on the back of my head, so that it was dicky birds and bursting stars as I joined Horihura on the floor.
"Meanwhile, there I is, trying to break the leg off me bleeding chair, same as what you done."
Tommo attempts a cheeky grin and shrugs.
"Mind, it must have been a much stronger chair, because the bloody leg don't budge. Then the two Parkhurst boys rush over and beats the living daylights out of me. When they's given me face a good going over, they topples the chair and puts the boot in, while Nottingham just stands by and watches. One of the bastards kicks me on the side of the noggin, and I'm history. Next thing I knows, I wake up back in here behind bars."
Did you see who it was who took our winnings?
Nah, must have been after. I woke up and it was black as pitch in here. My first thought were to find you. Me ankles are tied, though me hands are free, and so I feels about and finds your head, and me hand comes away full of blood. Jesus, I thinks, they's killed you. But then you moans, so I knows you ain't dead. Yet. I was shitting myself until enough light come to see you was going to live.
Only just,
I groan. I lift my manacled hands to touch my head and realise that I'm swathed in a sort of turban. I sniff the sour smell of rum and realise it is Tommo's blouse torn into strips. My brother has taken the shirt off his back to bandage my head. The sun is well up and pushing through the little barred window high up in the wall of the cell. I think I shall die of thirst at any moment. Then there is a rattle of keys, and the door swings open. The dark shape of Sergeant Nottingham stands there, the daylight streaming into the cell behind his fat silhouette. Beyond Nottingham is another man. As our eyes adjust, I see that he is a constable, who carries 2 tin mugs and half a loaf of bread before him on a small wooden tray. He puts this down at Nottingham's feet and withdraws. Tommo pulls himself over to the mugs using his arms. They've used handcuffs to manacle his ankles. He reaches out for the water, but Nottingham's broken boot comes down on his hand. "Not so fast, lad. Well, well. A touch thirsty then, is we?" Tommo does not look up.
Yes,
He sniffs. "Yes, Sergeant Nottingham, sir."
yes, sir.
Tommo says again. Nottingham kicks at one of the mugs, and it spills all of its water as it rolls across the cell floor to rest at my feet. "One to go, lad. We must have proper manners now. Show respect for our betters. It's not yes. It's yes, Sergeant Nottingham, sir." Tommo is silent a moment. Then he snaps.
You're a mongrel bastard, Nottingham.
Nottingham kicks the second mug over. "Oops," he says. "Excuse I."
Where's our money, Sergeant Nottingham?
I ask. "Oh ho! The nigger speaks. Money? What money?" He feigns confusion.
We struck a bargain. £50 for our freedom.
"Money? Freedom? I'm sure I don't know what on earth you're on about, lad. Bribe, is it?" He throws back his head and chuckles. "Oh, I see. A bribe. You're offering me a bribe. Fancy that. £50. Nottingham clucks his tongue several times. "Afraid I can't give a known murderer freedom at the cost of £50, or even 100. Matter of duty and respect to my vocation."
Sir, I am not a murderer,
I rasp.
Mr. Nestbite's death was an accident which occurred while hunting the whale.
Nestbite? Nottingham frowns and touches the side of his bulbous nose with the tip of his forefinger. "Oh, yes. Yankee from the whaler, wasn't it?" The jailer shakes his head slowly. No, lad, not him. This be another murder altogether. A second murder. I have arrested you for the murder of Horihura." He dusts his hands together and lifts his boot from Tommo's hand, then kicks him in the ribs with the toe cap. Tommo goes rolling over but manages to bite back the pain. "As for you, let's call it accessory before the fact. Aiding and abetting to the crime of murder most foul." Nottingham smiles expansively. "The motive being attempted robbery. £78 took from 5 honourable gentlemen before you both were most bravely apprehended by yours truly, with the help of Messrs. Tate and Lyle. Attempted jailbreak valiantly prevented. Wouldn't be at all surprised if there's a commendation in it for me, and a medal from the governor presented to them too, for courage in the face of extreme danger." Nottingham farts loudly, then pats his belly and burps, highly pleased with himself. "This time the jury won't even be put to the trouble of choosing between a heathen nigger and a Christian Quaker gentleman. This time there be 5 witnesses, All men of good repute, including a police officer. He waves his hand airily and chuckles. The magistrate in Auckland will be delighted that he has been saved a long, tedious trial. I listen to Nottingham with growing consternation. The fat jailer has tricked us out of our money and has me destined for the rope.
It was self-defence. An accident, Sergeant Nottingham, I cry. He was coming at me with a broken bottle. You saw it yourself.
Broken bottle? No sign of a broken bottle. No witnesses to a broken bottle. Nay, lad, that won't wash. Won't wash at all.
You're a bastard, Nottingham, Tommo spits again. I beat your scam, and now you've robbed us of what's rightfully ours.
Nottingham's mood changes quickly, and he points angrily to Tommo. You're a brash young lad, Solomon. I'd bite my tongue if I were you. Evidence is clear enough. You and the nigger escaped from your cell and come across the five of us playing a nice friendly game of cards in my charge office. He changes back to his laconic self. No harm in a game of cards now, is there? Tried to rob us, you did. Demands our money or else. Threatens us with a chair leg. Ripped right off it were. Horihora bravely leaps to our defence and is knocked to the floor and killed before the rest of us manages to overpower the two of you. Nottingham pauses, shrugs, and grins. Except for Captain De Silva, who has sailed away to whaling on the morning tide, there are four of us what will swear to the truth of this in front of the judge. I look at Nottingham, shaking my head.
6 into £80 is only £13 and 6 shillings each. If you'd taken our side, you would have earned yourself almost twice, £25, even after you redeemed your promissory note. It makes no sense.
Don't you tell me what makes sense, nigger. What don't make sense is that the likes of you should escape Jack Ketch. I shall take pleasure in watching you dangle from the beam.
You never did intend to let us escape, did you?
I say.
You tried to work a double scam,
Tommo shouts.
a double cross. It was the Portuguese captain what was meant to take the night with a running flush.
Nottingham doesn't deny this, but sends a gob of spittle to the floor. You'll be going to Auckland tomorrow. Took by a boat, full of manacles and shackles, he says. Then he stoops and picks up the half loaf of bread. Maybe you'll have better manners when you be a little more hungry and thirsty, eh, lads? With this he clangs the heavy door shut, taking the bread with him. We look at each other, waiting until the rattle of keys dies away, and we can hear Nottingham's footsteps departing.
What on earth are we going to do?
Groans Tommo.
We must try to get a message to Mary. Have her call upon the governor so that he might intervene. Talk to Governor Gore Brown over here.
It'll take too long for her to get here. We'll be dead by then.
You will not die, Tommo. Only I, perhaps.
I hasten to comfort him. Tommo swallows.
I wouldn't want to go on without you, Hook.
Of course you would.
I try to remain cheerful.
You could get drunk every day with nobody to nag you.
Tommo falls silent for a while, and then begins to talk.
More than once in the wilderness, I wanted to give it away, toss it in, just walk out into the river and keep walking. But you were always there with me. I didn't know what had become of you. Maybe the same as me, but I knew you was not dead, felt it in me bones. As long as I felt that, I could hang on.
He grins.
I admits I done it with the help of Slit's whiskey still. Without that,
He shrugs.
I don't know.
Then he says slowly,
That were drinking with hope. The hope that one day we'd be together again. If the mongrels gets you now, strings you up, and leaves me here, that be drinking without hope. I'd sooner be dead. You and me together on the gallows, Tommo and Hawk together to the last breath.
Come here, Tommo,
I say. Tommo crawls over to me.
I can't hug you because I'm shackled, but you can hug me, little brother,
I say to him. Tommo grabs my arm in both his hands and, putting his head against my shoulder, begins to weep softly.
Oh, God, I loves you, Hawk,
he sobs. I can feel that he weeps not because of our predicament, but for all the years in the wilderness, all the loneliness. He cries for all the love in him that has dried up and shouldn't have.
I love you too, Tommo,
I say.
More than ever I can say.
And there we are, both of us bawling our eyes out. It is Tommo who finally clears his throat to speak.
You know what gives me the screaming shits most of all?
What?
I sniff.
The fucking mongrels has won.
Only when the trapdoor opens under our feet. We aren't dead yet,
I say. But there is not a great deal of conviction in my voice.
Looks as though this time the Sheriff of bloody Nottingham did get Robin Hood. What a turn-up for the books.
Tommo sighs. I try to lighten the subject.
Know what gives me the, shits?
What? He asks.
I never had a chance to know Mate Marion.
You still a virgin, then? Well, I never.
Tommo laughs. I nod my head and grin, imitating Ike.
Absolutely and with certainty and not to be doubted, my dears. The wiles of the fairer sex be most mystifying, and bedding one what's not a whore is a most tricky set of peregrinations, and not always a journey of the art worth the sweat of one's brow.
Tommo laughs again.
It were the only nice part of the wilderness. Women wanting a taste of liquor for a favour granted.
I think to myself that I wouldn't wish it that way. Once, perhaps, just to know what it feels like. But then I'd want something different. Not that I know anything about loving a woman. But I've seen how Mary looks at Mr. Emmett, and he at her. I don't think anything is going on between them. Their different stations in life don't allow it. But the softness you can feel between those two, that's what I'd like to have. Tommo interrupts my thoughts.
You ain't missed a lot. Swiving's a bit disappointing, really. Well, the sort of stuff I has done anyway.
He laughs.
Knee tremblers, sort of. Breeches still on.
I try to imagine what he's talking about. I think of these knee tremblers and my size, and I can see in my mind it isn't possible. Besides, I'm a nigger. I don't suppose any woman would have me unless I paid for it.
Tommo, have you, been in love? You know, like in the library books?
I ask. I don't like to admit to him that I've read everything in Mrs. Dean's Hobart Town lending library, including the romances.
Nah, he says. I reckon love only happens in them stories.
I hope not,
I says. I must have sounded wistful, because Tommo shakes his head.
Christ Jesus, Hawk. What's wrong with you? First you want men to have a bloody conscience. Now you want a woman what loves you. And you want to love her back. You got about as much chance of finding a woman to love as you got of giving mongrels like Nottingham a conscience. Better keep on pulling your pud. That way you'll meet a better class of woman than what would think to mix with the likes of us.
I laugh. Tommo, as always, is the practical man. I can well imagine the dainty little lass that I'd like for my own, but I can't imagine anyone like her agreeing to marry me. Anyway, it's all pointless, isn't it? Nothing but divine intervention will save our lives now. I think of our beloved Mamma and her life's motto, I shall never surrender. I cheer up a bit at this thought. Perhaps I can delay the trial. I have read a little of the law. Mary always being anxious to know her rights, and the other brewers in Hobart Town ever threatening to force her out of business by means of the law. In their opinion, a woman has no right to be in brewing, and moreover to be successful at it. Subpoenas, it seems, are a way of life with the pure merino brewers. Beer and barristers go together like a horse and cart.
What's that noise?
Tommo asks abruptly. His ears are all the sharper for his time in the wilderness.
It's people,
he answers himself.
coming our way.
We fall silent, both listening.
A mob, marching,
Tommo says.
coming closer. Here, maybe.
Then I hear it, faintly. I cannot tell from what direction. We wait, and by the shouting and marching grows louder.
What do you think it is?
I ask. Tommo shrugs.
Buggered if I knows.
The noise escalates until we are sure it's a very large mob heading towards the jail. Strains of singing float towards us, mingled with shouting. Tommo listens intently, trying to make out the words.
Shit! They're after us! He cries.
Now I can hear it for myself.
Utu! Utu!
Revenge, revenge.
Maori,
Tommo says quietly.
oh no. They's after you for killing the hairy horror.
We listen as someone shouts for silence, and there's a hush as someone addresses the crowd. It's Nottingham, but his voice is quickly drowned out by a great roar of protest as the thunder of stones rain down on the corrugated iron roof.
Utu! Utu! Utu!
The chanting takes up again, though some of it is lost under the rain of rocks. We hear cheering and the sound of running and more rocks being thrown. Then we smell smoke. Fire!
They's burning us down,
Tommo cries again.
The bastards is burning us out!
Suddenly, there is a rattle of keys and the cell door is flung open. 4 Maori push through the door with others crowding behind them. Beyond them, I can see nothing but smoke. There is no one to save us. They drag me out of the cell, cursing and shouting. I struggle as much as I can, but the manacles and shackles restrain me. 2 of them, both big men, have me by the legs and 2 about the shoulders, and then others rush in to join them until a dozen hands are attached to me. I hear Tommo yelling behind me, but there is no way I can turn round.
Tommo! Get out! Don't fight!
I scream, and then begin to cough from the smoke. I am carried out to the front of the jail, and there is a terrible baying from the crowd, which surges forward, shouting, Utu! Utu! The crowd is now all around me. My abductors lift me high above their heads, while others push and strike at the howling mob, beating them back as frantic hands try to claw at me. If my captors let me go, I will be kicked and torn apart by the angry mob. The posse abducting me force their way through the roaring crowd, shouting threats and using their fists, until we reach a horse-drawn cart. I'm thrown into it, while several of the Maori leap aboard, sitting upon my body, and at the same time shouting and kicking at the crowd, who now surround the cart, holding on to it. Soon we are clear of the main mob, though others continue to run after us, and some to hurl stones. A shower of rocks hits the cart, and also one of the Maori who sits upon my chest. He gives a gasp and is knocked senseless, slumping forward. I am sure my end is near, but my most immediate concern is for Tommo. If the crowd gets hold of him, they will tear him to pieces. I begin to sob for my twin, whom I shall never see again. By now we are pulling away from the town of Kororareka. As we travel up a small hill, I can see a great billow of black smoke coming from the jailhouse. The road is deep-rutted, and the cart bounces badly, so that my blouse, stiffened with the dried blood of the previous night, grates against my back, which is soon again soaked. Tommo's turban bandage is also leaking blood, which I can feel running down my neck. I have not drunk water since the previous night, and know without it I will soon faint from exhaustion in the day's heat.
Kahore owai! Homehe we moku!
I croak. Have you any water? Please give me some water, I beg in Maori, though I must repeat myself several times to be heard above the rattle of the cart. A bottle of water is held to my mouth, and I drink greedily as it rattles against my teeth, but it is too soon removed. I feel much recovered, though sick at heart when I think of Tommo at the hands of the mob. For over a week I am transported on the back of that cart, with no word of explanation from my captors. They give me food and water, but they do not engage in conversation with me. Fatigue and injury have dulled my mind, and I am a passive enough prisoner. We have long since left the road and taken paths that lead through forest glades or cut through the tutu grass that often towers high above the cart. For 7 days we pass no human settlement, but as the shadows begin to fall on our 8th day, we come to a village beside a small mountain stream. The others climb down from the cart, and I am left to lie alone. Soon children with big brown eyes and serious expressions come to look at me. They are for the most part naked. Each time I move in my chains, they scatter like startled chickens, but they soon enough return to stare silently at me again. I dare say they have not seen a nigger before, and I am to them as curious a sight as an unknown species of wild beast. It is not long since the Maori have forsaken cannibalism, and there is often talk that it is still practiced in remote regions where the Pakeha are afraid to go. Perhaps this will be my unhappy end, to be eaten at a great feast. I'm almost resigned. The law will not find me here, and even if it should, the courts would treat me no better than the Maori. After the authorities have broken my neck, they would feed me to the worms, which I think is no better than the cannibal's cooking pot. In days past, the Maori believed that to eat your enemy made you strong. The chief must inherit the strength of the chief and all the others he has killed in battle, and to do so, he must drink their blood and swallow their eyes, so that the spirits of his victims add to his power, his mana. All this Hammerhead Jack told me in the long days we spent together at sea. When my friend's eye was destroyed by nest bite, he explained that it was no great tragedy, for it was the right eye and not the left. The godhead of a chief and the spirit of the Maori lives in the left eye. Had his left eye been destroyed, he would not have wished to survive, for he would have lost his mana. From what I have observed of the white settlers and their soldiers and policemen, the Maori people will need all their strength if they are not to be reduced to the status of beggars and drunkards in their own country. I have seen what has been done to the Aborigines in Van Diemen's Land, and hope that the same will not happen to the Maori. Perhaps it is better after all that I be eaten in an ancient ceremony than die in ignominy. I would much prefer a warrior's sharp teeth to slow consumption by maggots. Despite my misery, I smile to myself. After all, what Tommo calls Mary's white tablecloth religion is based on a good Sunday roast. I can hear God sitting at the table of the Maori chief. "Did you say a nice leg of pork, my dear?" God asks the chief of the cannibals. "No, sir," says the chief. "This be a nice leg of hawk." But then my humour changes. I am too sore and uncomfortable not to feel pity for myself. I think about my neck, how it seems to have an affinity for the rope. I lift my manacled hands to touch the band of silver tissue, the bright scar caused by the wild man when I was 7 years old. It is now a well-defined track where the hangman will neatly fit the final loop of hemp to break my neck. That is, if Nottingham and his Auckland jury should catch up with me. What a sorry end I shall have either way. When I took Tommo from Brodie's sly grog shop, I was bitterly saddened by Mary's anger and banishment. And yet I had thought that we might have a great adventure together and return to our mamma with Tommo sober and both of us much experienced in the world. Now, in the late afternoon, with the shadows falling in a strange village, I think of how little luck poor Tommo has had, how his mongrels have followed us, and how, through no wrongdoing of our own, our young lives will soon end, him burned to death in the prison or torn to pieces by a mob of angry savages, and me eaten by same. The children are clambering more boldly upon the cart, and some reach out and touch me, then pull their hands away quickly as though I have burnt their fingers. I ask for water and try to smile, but they are completely taken aback at the sound of my voice. They leap wildly from the cart and scatter, the smaller ones fleeing helter-skelter, their tiny feet shooting back puffs of dust as they run, yelling in terror, as if followed by a wild black beast. And then a large voice rings out. "Hawk! Hawk, good!" And this is followed by a great laugh which resounds in the gathering dusk. It is none other than Hammerhead Jack. My old friend soon has me ensconced in a large hut where a couple of plump older wahinas minister to me. They cut away my blouse and gently remove the coarse linen from the broken wounds on my back, laughing every time I wince, as though it is a huge joke. They clap their hands whenever I find a word to use in their language. The women make a poultice of leaves and sticky ointment which they apply tenderly to my skin, packing it in with black mud which is left to dry. Whatever the medicine is, my back is soon quite comfortable. Next, they remove Tommo's turban bandage and shave the hair from the back of my head, using the edge of a sharpened shell which proves most effective. They laugh at my springy black curls, which one of the women gathers in her hand and cups to her thighs. After much cackling at this, they tend my head wound most caringly. I drink what must be a gallon of water, and eat a large dish of yams and sweet potatoes with a little meat mixed in. Finally, the kind women remove the poultices and bathe me, laughing all the more when I will not submit to the removal of my breeches. They carefully wrap a blanket around my shoulders. It is well into the evening, with a 3/4 moon risen in a clear, clean, starry heaven, when I am taken to the marae, the meeting place, to attend a hui, a gathering of the men. I am asked most politely to sit on a bright woven mat before the elders, the rananga, while the rest of the men are seated behind me. This, I surmise, is the kawa of the marae, good etiquette, which shows respect for me. Hammerhead Jack then addresses the gathering, speaking too quickly for me to understand everything he is saying. I soon realize, however, that he is telling of our voyage and the killing of the sperm whale. He points often to me, whereupon the elders facing me smile, and those behind me murmur their approval. My giant friend's arm socket is much improved, and the skin, though tender in appearance, has no suppuration and is clean and healthy looking. The wound from his missing eye has healed up completely, the skin about the socket puckered like a Christmas prune. In the meantime, the left eye seems to have grown curiously larger and brighter in his huge head, and it is not so difficult to believe that his godhead lives there. This eye is most commanding. It opens wide and darts about as he talks, almost as though he is a cyclops. Hammerhead Jack has the same air of authority about him as he did on board ship, while he still shows respect and pays obeisance to his chief. The chief is a man not much older than him, a tall, solidly built rangatira, though somewhat smaller in stature than the whaleman. Finally, with a grand sweep of his good arm and a big smile, Hammerhead Jack points to me and says, "Hawk, good!" Then he bids me stand. After much poking out of his tongue and slapping of his thighs, he finally rubs noses with me. Amidst cheering and clapping, the chief, whose name is Wiramu Tamehana, bids me sit again. He calls out and beckons to someone seated behind me. Presently, a young Maori about my age comes to the front, and speaking tolerably good English, translates the chief's speech of welcome to me. I later learn that Wiramu Tamehana speaks excellent English and has been well educated by missionaries, but chooses not to use the invader's tongue. Chief Wiramu Tamehana first thanks me for saving Hammerhead Jack's life, and says that his people are much honoured to have a brave man among them. He asks me to remove my blanket and show the lashes I have taken on behalf of his tribesmen. "Here is a man who has given his blood for the Maori people. Is he not our brother, and welcome in the Ngāti Hoa tribe?" the young translator declares. The chief tells me I am welcome to stay, and that they will hide me from the Pākehā policemen who might come looking. There is no mention of the death of Horihura, and it is clear they do not see me as guilty of any crime against one of their own people. The Maori chief ends by saying that his people cannot trust Queen Victoria, who has taken their mana, their land, their prestige, and their substance from them, and left them only the shadow. They have 20 muskets and ammunition, and the men are well trained in the use of the taiaha, the fighting stick, which during earlier skirmishes against the Pākehā proved much superior to the British soldier's bayonet. At this the men show their delight, stamping their feet and slapping their thighs to make a thunderous whacking noise which reverberates through the dark night. The chief then holds up his hand to silence them. "We cannot fight the Pākehā. We are one tribe only, and too few. We must come together. All the Maori people must speak with one voice." Some of the men voice their consternation when he says this. and I can see the elders are not of one accord on the matter. But Chief Tamihana does not wish to discuss it, and instead invites me to talk. I am still not well, and have only a little voice left, so I ask the young Maori who speaks English to stand close. I speak slowly, using as many Maori words as I am able, and thank them for saving my life. I offer my service to the tribe, though I have no training in firearms, and admit that despite my size, I am no warrior. I have never killed a man. "We will teach you, Orc!" Hammerhead Jack shouts jovially. "It is much easier than killing a whale." This is followed by much laughter from the others, and I begin to wonder whether my offer was wise. When the merriment lessens, I agree with their chief that the Maori people must speak as one voice.
Many voices speaking at the same time can only be heard as a babble, I say. The Pākehā have the governor who can listen to their many voices and speak for them as one voice. Their unity is their strength.
I do not take this further, for the chief has already made his point.
I can read and write and have some knowledge of how the white man thinks, I say,
thinking this a poor substitute for these warriors' experience, but it is all I have.
I have studied the methods by which the soldiers of Queen Victoria fight, and this may also be useful. To know the mind of the enemy is always of some advantage.
And how was the mind of the enemy, Captain O'Hara, when we chopped off his hand?
Hammerhead Jack asks gleefully. It is clear they all know the story because there is another wave of laughter among the men.
I am not sure that it was a wise thing to do,
I say, trying to force a smile. Now the men are completely silent, and I can see from the expression on Hammerhead Jack's face that he is confused. Then the chief addresses me in English, to my surprise.
Orc, do you know much of the missionary talk?
Some, I say,
but I'm not of their faith.
Me neither, though I know some of their ways, he says,
as the lad now translates his words back into Maori for the elders.
Does it not say, an eye for an eye, and a tooth for a tooth, in the missionary's black book?
I nod. Indicating Hammerhead Jack, the chief continues.
Well, my blood brother has lost his eye, and not taken the white man's eye in return.
He points at the shoulder joint, which once held the giant Maori's arm.
And the Pākehā has taken my brother's arm, and we have only taken a hand in return. Why is this not wise?
The Pākehā have laws, which when they are disobeyed, lead to severe punishment. We should not take the law into our own hands, but must wait for a proper judgment,
I reply, though it sounds rather foolish even to me. But the chief does not at once dismiss this.
Ha! He exclaims. Then which is the more important? The laws of Queen Victoria, or the laws of the Pākehā God?
In theory, the laws of God.
The chief can see that I am struggling with my reply, and raises his hand.
We are told that we must obey Queen Victoria, who is the most powerful Pākehā. But we are also told that even she must obey the Christian God. Is that not true?
It is true, but...
I begin. The chief stops me.
So, the laws of the Christian God say we must take an eye for an eye and an arm for an arm. When we take only a hand in return for an eye and an arm, and do not return the beating you took and the other Māori took to their backs, why will the Pākehā whaling captain think we have acted badly?
Tamihana pauses.
I am told he is a Christian. Why, under the laws of his own God, should he not be grateful for losing only his hand?
It is difficult to argue with the flow of his reasoning. I have read the Bible twice over, and there is much within it I have come to respect. To me, the stumbling block has always been that men piously preach God's laws on the Sabbath, but practice man's laws on the following 6 days. Any fool may see that the two are in direct contradiction, that in fact greed and corruption transcend charity and compassion in society.
The Maori have much to fear from the Pakeha laws, but we cannot defeat them by ignoring them, I venture. We must learn to use their own laws against them.
Ha! The chief points to Hammerhead Jack. Like my brother, the Pakeha laws have only one eye. The other is blind, and cannot see the Maori people. The governor never does anything if a Maori is killed. Only when a Pakeha is killed.
I shrug. The white man will not leave New Zealand. They will not go away. Queen Victoria has the Treaty of Waitangi, the paper which is signed by many of the Maori chiefs.
Then we must tear it from her hand. She has stolen our mana, the chief replies.
It is said that since the Maori people have learnt to use the Pakeha guns, they have killed more than 20,000 of their own people, and as many have died from the white man's diseases. There are now as many Pakeha as Maori in New Zealand.
I know this from reading the Colonial Times back in Hobart Town. The chief shows no surprise at my words, and sighs.
You are right, Hawk. We are allowed to kill each other as we please, and Queen Victoria does nothing to stop us. Only if we kill the Pakeha must we go to jail. Is this not strange? Did she not swear at the treaty that the Maori and the Pakeha would be the same under her law? Or do you think Queen Victoria likes us to kill each other, so the white man will soon become greater in number than the Maori? What can I say? I am young and not wise.
I take a deep breath and gather my courage.
But you are right, Chief Tamihana. You will only be strong when you speak with one voice. Now you are single tribes and can easily be divided. As long as tribe fights tribe, and Maori hates Maori, the Pakeha will always win. Believe me, I am on your side, Wirimu Tamihana. The Pakeha do not win because their laws are more just or their god is more powerful, but because they all fight for one queen.
The chief nods.
I will think upon this. I am the Ariki, the descendant of the eldest son of each generation, since the Maori came here from beyond the clouds and the bending of the earth line. I will talk to the ancestors.
Then he asks again.
You think the Maori must have a leader? Like Queen Victoria?
The notion is, I can see, a new one for Tamihana, who frowns as he thinks about what I have said.
It is not for me to say, Chief Tamihana. I do not know the Maori customs.
I search for further explanations.
But one big tribe which fights together under one leader will win the war over many smaller ones which fight alone. Ah! One tribe, one war. You are a good man, Orc.
The chief smiles.
Oh, good!
Hammerhead Jack cries, amidst much cheering. I wait until the noise has died down.
I would like to ask something for myself, I say to the chief.
Chief Tamihana nods, granting me permission to make my request. I turn to Hammerhead Jack.
My brother, Tommo. Can we find out what has happened to him?
The men laugh anew, and I look about me in distress. How can they laugh at this? Hammerhead Jack knows we're twins and very close. He grins broadly. Ho! The little axeman. His single eye grows wide and shines bright, as though it has taken in the light from the missing other. Tommo is Maori also. He will join you in 2 days, Hawk. He holds up 2 fingers. We will welcome him when he comes. We have taken him another way to confuse the Pakeha policeman. He is with the old man and the others who were together with us in the whaleboat. Hammerhead Jack takes a step towards me and puts his huge single arm about my shoulder. Tommo, good. Oh, good. I try very hard to restrain myself, but all can see the bright tears that run down my cheeks and the stupid smile upon my black face. Though we are fugitives, for the moment, Tommo and I have beaten the mongrels. Book 2. Chapter 9. Tommo. The Land of the Long White Cloud, June 1858. We's been gone nearly 2 years from Hobart Town, and has lived among the Maori for over a year. We's playing it safe, even though there was never any warrant for our arrest. From what we've heard, the authorities believe that the Maori attacking the prison was seeking revenge for the death of Horihura. No doubt we's thought to be well and truly dead. The government troopers wasn't too keen to come in search of us even if we was still alive, for there'd be a growing dispute between the white settlers and the Maori people over possession of the land. A bad quarrel is brewing, as the settlers become more greedy for Maori land, and the Maori chiefs more suspicious and unwilling to sell. To send troopers in search of them what's killed 2 criminals, what was going to hang anyway, weren't deemed in the best interests of the colony. Instead, the old business has been quickly forgotten in the name of diplomacy. Sergeant Nottingham were given the boot and retired on a government pension. We hears he's become another drunk, cadging drinks in Kororarika's hotels. Maple and Syrup has absconded to Auckland, while Mrs. Barrett ain't been seen since the night of the card game, his whereabouts unknown. De Silva, of course, sailed happily away. What a rescue it were! Smoke and shouted everywhere, and I'm thinking it's all over for me and Hawk when he is carried out of the cell by 4 savages. Soon after, 3 blokes grab yours truly, and I expect we'll both be torn to pieces by the mob. As they push me out of the cell, I sees Hawk through the smoke. He's been carried over the heads of his captors to the front of the jail, and I tries to follow him as they takes him towards the door. But then what's got a hold of me shoves me down a passageway towards the back of the jailhouse. In the corridor we comes across Nottingham. He's on his hands and knees, with blood coming out of his nose and mouth, coughing and wheezing from the smoke. "You mongrel bastard, Nottingham!" I screams. "Your scam failed, didn't it, you two-faced bludger?" I suppose I should have saved me voice to pray for me life, but at that moment I hates the sod so much I don't give a damn. Me brother's going to be killed 'cause of him, and I only wish I had me axe so I could do the same to him. I hope the fire roasts the miserable pig like Sam Slit. I can hear the crowd outside howling for blood. Strange, I ain't afraid for myself, only for Hawk. Without him, there ain't no point anyways. Might as well be back in the wilderness or dead. I only hopes they make it quick. I don't want to die slow. Hands clawing at me, feet kicking and stamping, me bones crunching under their sticks and stones. The mob is braying now. It's a weird sound. They must have Hawk, I reckons. I wish they'd kill me first, so I don't have to bear the pain of hearing me brother bashed to death. "May you rot in hell, Nottingham!" I screams as I'm bundled out the back door. "Him mongrel, Tommo!" shouts one of the Maori, holding me about the shoulder, then laughs. I stares around in surprise. It is one of me mates from the Nankin Maiden. In me panic, I haven't recognised him. What's happening here? I thinks. There's no one outside the back of the jailhouse, and then what's running me towards the bay are laughing like it's a huge joke. Pretty soon we comes to a canoe well hidden on the beach, and we're off across the water and out to sea. We travels up the coast for several miles, then leave the canoe and head into the wilderness. For over a week, we walks through mountains and valleys. Several times we comes to a stream and we stops to bathe. It feels like we're going in circles,
and we does much of our walking in rivers to lose our footprints. Finally, towards the evening of the 10th day, we come to the pa of the Ngāti Hoa tribe, and then into the village, and there's Hawk sitting large as life with Hammerhead Jack. Though me Maori friends has told me often enough along the way that Hawk would be all right, I were feared he could not make it through the mob unharmed. Hawk be just as happy to see yours truly as I am to see him, and to me mortification he lifts me high above the ground, swinging me up in his great arms as if I be some snot-nosed brat. But I can't wipe the grin off me stupid gob, as the tears roll down Hawk's cheeks. Hammerhead Jack roars with laughter, and I can see he approves.
"We are safe from the mongrels here, Tommo,"
Hawk tells me as he returns me to the ground. And so we has been. But in the course of the year, I've learnt that life among the Maori can be as bloody difficult as life aboard ship. They have so many taboos, things they can and cannot do. They call this tapu, and it is ruled over by the chief and the priests, the tauhanga, what are the keepers of the tribe's history and law. The tauhanga are big men round these parts, second only to the chief himself. Chief Wiramu Tamihana is not only the tribe's leader, but also a kind of god. His tapu comes direct from the spirit and is the absolute law. All that the chief touches becomes tapu, or as white folk might say, holy. We've only been in the village a couple of months when we sees how powerful this tapu be. Hawk and Chief Tamihana is sitting together talking, with the chief smoking his pipe. By and by they takes a walk, and the chief, not thinking, leaves his tinderbox behind. 4 ordinary blokes happen by, and seeing the tinderbox, stops to light their pipes. But when they find out whose tinderbox it be, they realise they has committed a terrible sacrilege by using it, and they dies of fright. Truly, they dies. They's all stone dead, not 12 hours later, of the fear brought on by the tapu. Tapu is most powerful in the chief, and he can get whatever he wants in the tribe just by saying it is his backbone or his right arm or some other part of his body. When the chief says this, he makes whatever it be sacred, so that no one else, including the owner, can go near it again. If a single drop of the chief's blood be spilled upon an object, then it is tapu and can only belong to him. In the common people, tapu is a more simple and practical thing. Say a man finds a piece of driftwood on the beach. He needs only to cut a notch in it with his axe, and it becomes tapu and his property. What would Ike think of this business, I wonders with a smile. A man can simply pull a single strip of flax across his doorway, and no person can enter it until he returns to remove the tapu. A most efficient means of protecting your property. Of course, for the white man, property be only owned by evidence of a government deed and protected by a gun. Tapu has often made it hard for the Maori to deal with the Pākehā. Many white folks don't bother to learn the importance of their taboos and don't respect their rules. Living amongst the Maori, I has come to understand much about tapu, but I still makes mistakes. Hawk, though, has gone to much trouble to learn some of the complex tapus and laws of the people. This has come in most handy in his dealings with the Ngāti Hoa tribe and many others. Me brother has become a big man among the natives. Myself, I've had enough of adventures to last me a lifetime. I want us to move on, to find our way back to Australia. Being here ain't much different to being on the Nankin Maiden, as Chief Tamihana don't allow grog in his villages. Something what makes Big Brother Hawk happy, of course. I am now almost 2 years dry, though not cured in the least of me desire for the fiery grape. Not a single day passes without me thirsting for a drop. Hawk, meanwhile, is determined that we stay on in this dry place to repay our debt to Hammerhead Jack. Debt? What do you mean, debt? We don't owe no debt. You saved his life. You are wrong, Tommo, Hawk says in his patient way, what makes me want to kick him in the bollocks. I only helped him back into the whaleboat. You saved him from the whale, and from being flogged to death. Maybe, he replies, but he saved both of us. 2 lives. We owe him at least 1, Tommo. Me own, I suppose, I says sarcastic-like. No, Tommo, you needn't give up your life, but there is much we can do to help. Hawk reckons that a great injustice is being done to the native people by the white men. His conscience has got the better of him. The world be full of mongrels, and now, with as many settlers in New Zealand as there are Maori, they've taken over this place and claimed it for their own. What can Hawke do to change this? Nothing. But he won't listen. And now he tells me that war is coming. War? I shouts. War between the Pākehā and the Maori? And you wants us to be a part of it? On the side of the Maori? I scream at him. What can we do? A nigger and a skinny runt. For God's sake, let's scarp her while we still can.
Tommo, we can't. Not now, he says, pleading.
What? Why not? You going to be general in the army or something?
Advisor, no more, Hawke answers calmly. The Maori must unite. The tribes must be brought together, or they cannot prevail against the government troops and the settlers.
You know what? I says, truly angry now.
What?
You're going to get us killed, that's what.
Listen, Tommo. The settlers, with the connivance of the government, are stealing Maori land. As long as the Maori are divided, they have no hope of impressing the governor. They have no collective power to claim their rights under the treaty.
Where'd you learn all this rubbish, Hawke? Nobody has no power to exert against no British government. You think we's got power to exert? You think the Aborigines in Tasmania, what's practically all perished at the hands of the government, had power? You think Georgie Augustus Robinson, the government man what was meant to protect the Abos, was their true friend? All he'd done was herd Truganini and her people into nowhere, so the whites could take their land. What treaty is you talking about, mate?
Waitangi. The Treaty of Waitangi.
Waitangi, that piece of shit paper? The Maori may as well wipe their asses on it for all the good it will do them.
It says the Queen will guarantee the full, exclusive and undisturbed possession of their lands and estates, forests and fisheries, and other properties they may collectively and individually possess, so long as it is their wish and desire to retain the same in their possession.
Hawke quotes all this right off, so that I want to punch his face in. I shrug. The government's changed its mind then, like it always does.
No, there's more,
says Hawke, his eyes gleaming.
It is in the rest of the treaty that they are boxing clever now, thinking to evade their responsibility with misinterpretation.
Misinterpretation, is it now? Shit, Hawke, wake up!
Listen, this is what the New Zealand companies say.
And he takes to quoting again.
We have always had very serious doubts whether the Treaty of Waitangi, made with naked savages by a consul invested with no plenipotentiary powers...
What's plenipotentiary mean? I asks. Hawke and his big words.
It means someone what has been given the full powers of the government, like an ambassador.
Hawke answers.
Where was I? Oh, yes. Invested with no plenipotentiary powers, without ratification by the Crown, could be treated by lawyers as anything but a praiseworthy device for amusing and pacifying savages for the moment.
Hawke stabs at the air with his fingers.
We cannot allow this to happen.
We? What's this we? Hawke, we is not Maori. We is supposed to be British, remember? Shit, we is supposed to be on the other bloody side, mate.
No, they are also British, the Maori.
British? Now I'm curious. How come? Off he goes again, and I think what a bloody bore he's going to be if he ain't careful.
In consideration for consent to the Queen's government, the Queen will protect all the Maori people and give them all the rights and privileges of British subjects.
Hawke looks at me steady.
So you see, they are the same as the settlers in their entitlement, but their land be taken away from them with a clever ploy, a misrepresentation.
There ain't nothing new in that. That's what governments do for a living. Mis-bloody-represent.
Tommo, you must understand this thing. It is like we said on the ship. It's a matter of conscience. Good men working for the common good of the common man.
He sees me doubtful face and adds,
not letting the mongrels win.
I jerk my head and snort. The mongrels always win when they's the government. Hawke ignores me, and if there were a tub nearby, I swear he'd have took to thumping it.
The Maori do not possess the land individually like we do. Land is owned by the tribe,
and if the individual should use it for his own, it is only by permission of all the tribe as represented by the chief. The tribe allows him to use the shadow of the land, though the substance, the soil itself, belongs to all. It has been their way, their law, since time out of mind.
But it ain't our way, is it? I insist.
That's right, says Hawke. But the British government understood this difference and recognised it. The treaty states that land can only be sold to the government with the full permission of all the tribe and its chief. Settlers may not buy land directly from any individual, only from the government. But the settlers are doing so, and the government is turning a blind eye.
There you are! What the eye don't see, the art don't grieve over.
I claps my hands and laughs.
Put down your spectacles, gentlemen. The little queen in London town owns all the aces in New Zealand. Can't expect her to see across the sea, now can we?
No! It's not right, Tommo!
Hawke shouts.
It's deliberate cheating. It's Queen Victoria cheating her own subjects of what's rightfully theirs.
So you wants to go to war against her? You must be mad.
The Maori people have a saying. For women and land, men die.
And Tommo also has a saying. We ain't got no women and we ain't got no land, and so I'm telling you straight, we ain't going to die for fuck all or nothing.
Hawke laughs despite himself. The Maori people must speak with one voice, and Chief Tamihana wishes there to be a Maori king to bring all the tribes together. This he has almost accomplished. A new king will be announced in the next few months.
A king for them, a queen for us? You think that will solve the problem?
Tommo, Chief Tamihana has a most persuasive argument. He asks, is there not Queen Victoria of England, Nicholas of Russia, Louis Napoleon of France, and Pomara of Tahiti, each a native monarch for their own people? Each nation is separate, and I also must have a king for myself.
Sure, and we already has a queen. Why should we help him?
Hawke looks hurt. Tommo, the Maori have always had their wars, one tribe hating the other. That's the government's strength, to encourage one against the other, to divide and conquer. Since the musket was introduced to them, the Maori have killed more than 20,000 of their own people. I can help Chief Tamihana to make peace among the tribes.
He's breathing heavy now.
They have agreed to a king of their own, but there is still much dissension between them on other matters. If they may be united, then they will be a force to be reckoned with. Their wishes cannot then be ignored by the governor.
Hawke grins suddenly.
For the first time in my life, my colour is useful. I am neither white nor brown. I am as black as the ace of spades, so I have no axe to grind. I'm no threat to either side. This makes me the perfect go-between.
That's right, it'll be no different to always. Everybody hates the nigger, so now everyone can hate the black go-between. You'll be perfect for the job of being hated, I says.
Please, let me do this, Tommo. I've been given my voice back, and I must use it well. What better way than to stand up for what's right and honest, eh? Chief Tamihana is a good fellow. He wants peace and unity. He has shown us great charity, you know this. He has not spared his hospitality, and his people have treated us like their own kind. We have so much to be thankful for.
Hawke, we can't live with the Maori forever.
I brings my face close as possible to his.
We's got to go home soon.
Hawke's eyebrows shoot up in surprise. Home? To Mary? You are ready to go home?
He has this big smile on his gob. Hawke's been writing to Mama, and she to him. Chief Tamihana has arranged for our mail to be collected from Auckland. Mama writes all her letters to Mr. H. Abacus, as the authorities reckon Hawke Solomon's dead, and he'd soon enough be a wanted man if he weren't. Hawke's explained the need for secrecy to Mama by telling her that we deserted the Nankin Maiden. He ain't said nothing about her boys going to prison and escaping, though. Hawke read Mary's recent letter aloud to me. She is well, and the brewery's going nicely. He misses her and longs to see her again, I know. But I ain't ready yet for more of our Mama. We've got to get to Australia, I says now. There's more gold being discovered in New South Wales. Mrs. Barrett said so in the bloody poker game. And where there's gold, there be card games. Hawk looks disappointed. And grog? Yeah, but I reckon I'm cured. I lie. After this, after Chief Tamihana has managed to bring all the tribes together with the new king, I promise we shall leave. And who will be this Maori king? Wiremu Tamihana, is it? There is an edge of bitterness to me voice. I don't like this business of a Maori king. I'll wager nothing good will come of it. No, he does not wish it for himself. His ancestors are not powerful enough. The tribes have chosen Chief Potatau Te Wherowhero to be crowned next month. King Potato? I laughs. Queen Victoria versus King Potato? What a contest that will be. Her ancestors, William, George, Charles, James, Elizabeth and all the bloody Henrys, I say, mixing up all my kings and queens, them against King Potato, onion, leek, taro, cabbage, carrot and beetroot. Hawk don't smile at my little joke. The Maori's ancestors be just as important as England's kings and queens, Tommo. Just as noble. But you are right, it is an uneven match. The Maoris' belief in the malignancy of their dead ancestors adds a host of terrors to the real evils which beset them. It will be difficult to convince them to make the accommodations necessary for uniting the tribes. As Hawk predicts, Potatau Te Wherowhero is announced King of the Maori in August. In the months what follow, I grows to admire me brother for his patience in trying to bring the tribes to one mind. My respect also grows for Chief Tamihana, who is much put upon by the other chiefs and the tohunga, the priests of the various tribes, but who always listens to all points of view. In the end, most of the tribes in the north are united. All that dissent are a few small ones, and the mighty leader of the Taranaki Maori, Chief Wiremu Kingi. By now, Hawk and I both speak the Maori tongue well, and Hawk's voice has a deepness and calmness what makes men listen. But there is one thing left that he must do to earn the authority he needs, and I am much puzzled when he comes to me one morning. Tommo, says he, they wish to make me Maori. Might as well, I quip, thinking to myself it means nothing more than what's already happened. No, you don't understand. They wish to tattoo me, to give me moko. What? I cries. You gob and all? Tamihana says if I do this, the other chiefs will listen to us the better. They will name me the Black Maori. I look at me twin brother and shake me head. Hawk, you promised as soon as they got themselves a bloody king we could leave this place. How'd you be at home with all them purple whirls on your face? Hawk thinks for a moment. It isn't much of a face by my reckoning, so no harm will be done there. As to what folks would think at home, they think I'm just a nigger anyway. Marks on my face will just confirm their view that I am a primitive savage. Hawk is smiling, but I sees the hurt of all the years underneath, the humiliation at being thought a black bastard. He is now 7 feet tall, and at 17 years old, nearly full grown. He is taller even than Hammerhead Jack, and his strength be enormous. What he says about his gob makes me sad. I'm not sure I knows what handsome is meant to be in a man, but when me brother smiles it makes other men feel the world is good. The wahine, I've noticed, looks upon him with desire. Which brings me to another matter what's troubling me. The Maori laws are strict about women, and Tamihana has barred us from being with the tribe's wahines. Yours truly has been a mite frustrated. Will they give you the right to take a wahine? I asks Hawk now. It seems he's thought of this too. I've asked for us both, and it is yes. He smiles shyly. No chance, says I, most alarmed. I ain't going to have me gob scratched with blue lines for no bloody woman. The tohunga and the chief will make a special dispensation for you, Tommo. If I become Maori, as my twin, you are also Maori, even without tattoos on your face. Without the tattoos, but still with the wahine? I laugh, but me heart misses a beat. Hawk nods, grinning as well. But I still don't want him to do it. I can survive. Pulling the put ain't so bad. Don't let them bugger up your face, Hawk.
Like I said, it's not much to bugger up.
Hawk laughs and turns serious.
I would think it a great honour, Tommo. I have much love and respect for the Maori race.
Don't do it, Hawk! I shout, angry now. You'll be sorry forever.
No, you don't understand, Tommo. These will be the marks of my conscience.
To hell with your conscience! You'll be stark staring raving mad.
Please, Tommo, I must do it. Show that I'm not afraid to be different, not afraid to fight for what's right and fair.
Your fight is going to get us killed. I shrug and look up at him despairingly. Nothing I say is going to change your mind, is it? No, says he quietly.
I love you, Tommo, but I don't seek your permission in this. I want only that you should understand.
I understand you're a bloody idiot, I snort. But the anger has gone out of my voice and I gives up. Do what you like, it'd be none of my business. Hawk grins.
Thank you, Tommo. Perhaps I'll look the better for it.
And that be the oddest thing. Hawk, with all his Maori tattoos, looks like a general. The blue swirls and markings are just visible on his black skin, but they seem to add to the strength of his face. Like I said, I don't know what handsome be, but Hawk is now a man what you is forced to look at with a lot of respect. He appears about 25, and there is no mistaking him for a lad no more. Life in the village is also getting better. There is a little wahine I've had my eye on for months, what looks at me the same. Most Maori women be too big for me, towering above, but this one be a perfect fit. After Hawk's tattooing, I talks to Chief Tamihana, and he gives me the nod. Maybe it comes natural with the Maori wahine, but it were never like this in the wilderness. My woman's name is Makareta, and I am taken with her. She has a most beautiful disposition and laughs all the time. There ain't nothing she won't do for me, and I'd be just as happy to care for her. I got no notion of what might be love like Hawk sometimes goes on about, but whatever this be with Makareta, it will do me just fine. We often goes walking together in the forest to gather koroi, the beautiful scarlet and black fruit what grows at the top of these giant trees. I shimmies up their huge trunks, jumping like a monkey from branch to branch, as I've done so often in the wilderness. And Makareta laughs and claps her hands. She says I do it much better than the Maori lads. Other times we gather berries, what's so delicious that half is always eaten by the time we gets home. I know something of the ways of the wilderness from me past, but Makareta teaches me more. She loves the birds, and they are of a great variety here, carrying on, shrieking, chirping and calling out, so as you can hardly hear yourself speak. I know the wren, the flycatcher, the robin and the bellbird, of course. She teaches me to recognise the calls of the pio-pio, the thrush what be different from ours, the popakatea, the piwakawaka, and the riroriro. This last one's a funny name for a bird, though riroriro be somewhat like the sound it makes, like some small steam engine starting up. Makareta knows all the forest plants. She was taught by her mother what knows much about herbs. She can name all the ferns, maybe 100 or more. Also the many parasites and climbing creepers, their huge coils and slender vines festooning the massive branches. She knows every detail of their bright leaves, blossoms and fruits. What's to eat, what's poison, what can be used to cast a spell or stop a pregnancy. I've always thought the wilderness a dangerous place, but now I marvels in the infinite variety and cunning of Mother Nature, and sees the beauty of the lichen, moss, fungi and vines. The graceful clematis is everywhere, its white blossoms the shining stars of the forest firmament. Makareta takes great joy in teaching me what she knows, and in turn wants to know everything about me. But the things I should tell her about myself I'd rather she didn't know. So I shows her some card tricks, and tells her about Mary. I even teaches her some of the nursery rhymes, Three Blind Mice and all the rest, as well as the songs Mary taught us when we were young'uns. I tell her about climbing Mount Wellington and spearing yabbies, and some of me and Hawk's boyhood adventures, before we were took by the wild men. After that I don't say nothing, and she soon knows not to ask, for she sees the look in me eyes. I think Hawk is secret pleased about me and Makareta. He could have any wahine in the village, for he is now made rangatira, what best translates as a gentleman of high status among the Maori. But he has not yet taken a wahine for himself. I think even Chief Tamihana has took to wondering about him. He's always suggesting this wahine or that one, but Hawk laughs and says he will know when it's right and keeps busy with his work. There are some things about Hawk what's got nothing to do with our being twins. After much fussing and shouting and to-ing and fro-ing, most of the objections of the other tribes are gradually sorted out. It takes many weeks, but at last the tribes agree to abide by the laws of the new Maori king. Our Chief Tamihana has become known as the Kingmaker and Peacemaker. At last, I think, Hawk's work be done. But Hawk is of a different mind. Not yet, Tommo. We have not yet got Chief Wiramukingi of the Taranaki to join the King movement. Then, after he's done that, and all the tribes are united under your King Potato, then will you stop meddling? Hawk frowned. The Pākehā and the government are most upset at the proclamation of a Maori king. Tamihana will need me at his side a little longer. He looks at me, appealing. Please understand, Tommo. And so he stays. I has been given the task of training 55 young Maori warriors in the art of the fighting axe, an art what's been invented by yours truly. It's one of me few talents. I've always been good with a hand axe, fast and accurate. Now I has worked out ways to fend off spears, knives and even bayonets with the axe handle. Chief Tamihana wants Hawk and me well instructed in the use of the taiaha, the Maori fighting stick, a weapon most formidable. In return, I'm to train his men with the fighting axe. This ain't difficult, as the Maori are already skilled in using the hand axe for shaping their canoes and carving, and they quickly learns to use it as a weapon of combat as well. Over many weeks, I shows them how to throw it, so the razor-sharp blade finds its target every time, but mostly we works on hand-to-hand techniques. I calls me band of merry men what I've trained Tommo's Mongrel Killers. The Maori can't pronounce this, and so they has named us Tommo Te Mokiri, what I think sounds most pleasing to the ear. It's no time at all before this new Maori king of ours has a flag, a magistrate, a surveyor, a council of state, a police force, and all the trappings. I be sure Hawk has a hand in setting up all of this, though he denies it. The Pākehā are not well pleased by these events, and liken it to treason. There'd be a lot of hostility, and some, even most, would march upon the new king to put a stop to such disloyalty to the Queen of England. Chief Tamihana, ever the moderate, says, "The king on his peace, the queen on her peace. God over both, and love binding them to each other." I often thinks Chief Tamihana and Hawk both be idiots, birds of a useless, peaceful feather. But Governor Gore Brown, a most pompous man, I gathers, thinks that the Maori will soon take to fighting amongst themselves. Hawk, who gets the newspaper from Auckland, reads the governor's opinion. I trust that time and absolute indifference and neglect on the part of the government will teach the natives of the folly of proceedings undertaken only by the promptings of vanity and instigated by disappointed advisers. Hawk laughs, setting the paper aside. I think we, along with Tamihana, are the disappointed advisers. What say you, Tommo? I say governors won't deal kindly with disappointed advisers what stands up to them. Like I said before, it's time to scarper, mate. In truth, I has grown more content with life among the Maori, what with Makareta and all. But I sniffs trouble brewing, and sure enough me instincts be right. 6 months after Patato's crowned king, a row breaks out between the colonists and the Atiawa people of the Taranaki, which is where the settlers most badly want to buy land. Chief Wiramukingi declares his tribal lands is not for sale at any price. He ain't, he says, going to sell even a blade of grass or sod of earth or handful of dust to Governor Bloody Gore Brown. He knows that all the government will do is promptly sell it to the settlers. It's bad news that the first chief to tell the governor to go to hell is not of the King movement, and some thinks this is why the government has chosen to go against him. Chief Wiremu, though he be most powerful, now stands alone against the Pakeha government. Our chief, Tamihana, thinks this an opportunity to influence the Taranaki chief. He offers Hawk's assistance, and the tribes agree that the Black Maori should go to the Taranaki to help in the negotiations with the governor's men. He can help with translations between the two parties. For once, the governor is feeling the pinch. Only 7 of 26 million acres of land in the North Island has been purchased by the settlers. So Gore Brown ups and says,
The Europeans covet these lands and are determined to enter in and possess them, rightly if possible, if not, then by any means at all.
No excuse I or by your leave, or does you mind? What a mongrel bastard he turns out to be. Well, Chief Wiremu ain't having a bar of it. He ain't selling, and that's bloody that. So Governor Gore Brown starts to do a bit of reinterpreting of the Treaty of Waitangi. He reckons that if a Maori what tills or uses a piece of land he has inherited desires to sell that land to the government, he can do so without the permission of the chief and the tribe. He can even do it over the chief's head, so to speak. It is the first time this be said official-like by the Crown itself, which means Gore Brown intends it to become the law of the land. Soon enough, the governor finds a Maori turncoat by the name of Teitira, who offers to sell the governor some land at the mouth of the Waitara. Quick as a flash, his nibs agrees, provided a title can be made out. But, with Hawk cleaning it up for the governor's tender ears, Wiremu sticks to his story. Listen, Governor. Notwithstanding Teitira's decision, I will not permit sale of the Waitara to the Pakeha. Waitara is in my hands. I will not give it up. Never, never, never. I have spoken. And he storms off in a proper huff, like Hawk says he should. Things go from bad to worse when Mr. Paris, the governor's district land purchaser, decides that turncoat Teitira's title is valid, and the governor can buy his land at the mouth of the Waitara any time Teitira cares to name a price. Paris sends in his surveyors to peg it, and a cove named Octavius Carrington marks it out neat as you like.
This is the Crown's land now,
he announces, bold as brass, to the applause of the greedy settlers, what soon hopes to purchase it for themselves. Oh no, it is not, says Wiremu. This is my land, and my people's land, and my ancestors' land. He then sends in the women of the tribe to pull out the surveyor's pegs. There's trouble coming, big trouble, I says to Hawk. Time to back off, mate. What? Says Hawk. Back off? Tommo, we've got right on our side. Tamihana thinks all the Maori will be willing to come together over this, and if he can persuade Wiremu to join the King movement, this will be the first time we are a united front. The governor won't dare to go against all the tribes at once. Just you watch him, says I. Sure enough, 10 days later the government declares martial law and sends in the troops. So much for the king of the United Tribes. Queen Victoria, it seems, don't give a fig about the Maori, I says to me stupid brother with all his high hopes. But Chief Wiremu is a man of his word, and he don't frighten easily. He builds a Maori fort, on the disputed land. The governor sends in his troops, and the two sides face each other. It be clear that the government has the better forces with muskets and artillery at the ready. We're done for, Hawk says bitterly. I blame myself. I didn't think the governor would go so obviously against the Maori. I have to persuade Wiremu not to fight, or his people will be destroyed. This is a fight we cannot win. So Hawk sneaks off, and under cover of night joins Wiremu in his pa. I am beside myself when I discovers him gone. Even when the game is up, me stupid brother won't save his own hide. I am all for going after him, but Makareta begs me to stay. As she sees it, Hawk's gone to stop a fight, and the chief will listen to the Black Maori. I hope she be right, and perhaps I have come to care for my wahine more than I thinks, because I agree to stay with her, to wait and worry. The tribes of the King movement are on the alert at the threat of war, and are watching the crisis most careful. Their informants be everywhere, so we hears all as it takes place. With the government and the Taranaki fighters facing each other, the governor sends an ultimatum to Chief Wiramukingi. To the chief who obstructs the Queen's Road, you have presumed to build on Her Majesty's land and to stop the free passage of persons coming and going. This is levying war against the Crown. Destroy the places you have built. Ask my forgiveness, and you shall receive it. If you refuse, the blood of your people will be on your own head. I shall order the men to open fire upon you if you do not obey my order. There ain't no road, and there ain't no need for free passage. The land is not the Queen's, but is in dispute. Until this is resolved, it belongs to the Maori people, according to the treaty. But the governor's guns are pointed at Chief Wiramukingi's pa, and Hawke, we hear, is desperate for the chief not to fight. Wiramukingi be no coward, and it takes great persuasion. But at last he agrees, and he leaves the pa swearing an oath of revenge as he watches the governor's troops destroy his fortifications. In the 6 months what follow, Hawke tries to convince Chief Wiramukingi to meet with the governor. Ever the peacemaker, he argues that a forceful case may be made by the Maori, using the Treaty of Waitangi as evidence. They might yet save the day if they appeal to the Colonial Office in London, or directly to Queen Victoria herself. But Wiramukingi ain't in the mood to listen to Hawke's advice or any other. Instead, he declares war against the Pākehā. He explains his position in the most powerful letter to a chieftainess of his own blood.
Peace will not be made. I will continue to fight, and the Pākehā will be exterminated by me, or by my younger brother, Te Haparona. It is well with your children and us. We die upon the land which you and your brothers left us. We are here eating the English bullets. My friends, my parents, this shall be my work forever. What though my people and I may die, we die for Aotearoa.
Can we go now? I beg Hawke when I hears of this. There's no more need for the Black Maori to stay. The war is declared, and we has no part in it. As much as I care for Makareta, I'm afraid for my own skin, but more for me brothers. There is talk among the settlers of the Black Maori what be 7 foot tall and speaks English well enough to trap the tongues of the governor's men. Hawke is thought to be a Maori of an extreme dark colour, for his tattoos are most correct, and he is of the Rangatira, and so assumed to be high-born. But his identity is a mystery. No one knows his true name, and when he speaks to translate for any of the Maori chiefs, or even for King Potatau himself, he's introduced only as the Black Maori. King Potatau has decreed that it is tapu to talk of Hawke to the Pākehā, so his secret be well kept. And so the rumour is begun amongst the Pākehā that the Black Maori is the true power behind the tribes. It is he what threatens to destroy them, a new general who will come silent in the night and murder their women and children while they sleep. Hawke reads aloud from the Auckland Herald to me.
Black is the colour of the devil, and the Black Maori has all the appearance and characteristics of Satan himself. His hair is black and close grown to his head, and is easily likened to the devil's cap. His nose is large, and his eyes dark as pitch, and evil in every malevolent glance. If he lacks a pointed beard, it is only that his cunning has caused it to be shaved from his chin. His ears cannot be so well disguised, and are pointed like a goblin's. He speaks with a most acerbic tongue, enough to burn the ears of any gentleman, and not to be tolerated in the presence of the fairer sex. If a child should perchance come upon him unexpectedly, it would ever after be in a state of dreadful fright, the image of the devil burnt into its memory forever.
Hawke, you know what they says of you. They think you a danger to them, and they will try to get you. Let's go now, while we still can, I plead when I hears this. But Hawke ain't going to be swayed.
Tommo, I must see this through, or I am a coward. I have done everything I can to avert war, but the Pākehā will not relent, and are determined they should have land in the Taranaki, land the Maori do not wish to sell. If Wiramukingi relents, it will not end there. This is the beginning, not the end, of the settlers' true rapacity.
He stops, scratches his noggin, then adds,
Besides, there is something else
What, ain't you done enough?
It is the way the Maori plan to fight, the organisation of the pa.
The pa? But it looks like a most excellent fortification.
The Maori pa is a fort, usually built upon a hill with palisades of logs, trenches, earth ramparts and underground chambers, as well as a river or some natural defence on one side. It is most difficult to attack, and I don't know what Hawke could be on about.
The pa is about defence. This is fine for tribal war, but in these battles the Maori are often outnumbered by their British attackers, who also have superior arms and artillery.
But it has stood them well in the past. They talk of great battles won, of fighting the British troopers to a standstill from the pa.
Sometimes, yes, Hawke agrees. But how well they remember the victories, and how soon they forget the defeats. In the end, most attacks against the Maori pa were victorious for the British. The Maori are brave men who would willingly die for their land, but they are constantly under siege when they fight from a pa. If not beaten at arms, they can eventually be starved out.
But it be their way of protecting their women and children. How else should they fight?
Hawke looks serious. I do not love war, but have read much of it. Perhaps there is something to be learnt from the wars of England and their military procedure in battle.
You're going to teach the Maori to wage war from books? I ask. Hawke, they's warriors what come to it from generations, and you hates violence.
Sometimes there is no other way but to stand and fight. If we must do so, we might at least fight prepared with a knowledge of the enemy. The Maori do not have this. They have not designed the pa against the use of artillery. For their own wars, where they use spears and fighting sticks, it fares well. It may even be somewhat effective against the musket, but it is defenceless against an artillery piece, which can pound away remorselessly for as long as the Pākehā likes, day and night.
So what is it they must do?
They must avoid pitched battles, Hawke answers.
You mean they should run away?
Well, yes, in a manner of speaking.
Hawke clears his throat, and I resigns myself to one of his lectures.
During the Peninsular War under the Duke of Wellington, you know, the general who led the British and won at Waterloo, where Mary's medal comes from.
Yes, I know who you means, I say impatient. Mount Wellington be named after him.
Well, the Spaniards, fighting in their own country, which they knew well, devised a new way of fighting Napoleon Bonaparte's troops. They engaged in little wars, guerrilla wars, as they called it. The idea is to strike by surprise and then withdraw, so the enemy never knows when you'll strike or where you are. You ambush them, keep on the move, never fight a pitched battle. In this way, much smaller forces can oppose much larger ones. Artillery is rendered ineffective, and the battles are waged with muskets and hand-to-hand combat.
Hand-to-hand fighting?
I'm thinking of me fighting axe. Yes, small, fast units that can do a maximum of harm in a very short time. The Maori have shown that with their fighting stick they can combat the British bayonet. If they can be persuaded to fight this way, I think they will prove most effective.
With a fighting axe too, I says excited. It'd be an ideal weapon for this kind of war. Hawke nods.
Yes, but I don't know if I can make Wiremu agree to my ideas. The Maori are stubborn in their ways of fighting. I worry that their ancestors, speaking through the Tauhanga, could forbid it.
He scratches his brow.
You see, the Maori do not like to leave their land to fight. They think that they must hold the ground itself, defend it under their feet. I must persuade them that they might win the war with these tactics, that they can take their fight onto the lands the settlers have stolen, then return in peace to the land they still hold.
Hawke's eyes shine as he thinks of how all this might be done.
If the Maori adopt these tactics, they should attack the settlers on their farms and drive them into the towns, make them afraid to venture back onto their land. Then the Europeans would be under siege, with no crops to harvest or livestock to slaughter. The troops would have to come out after the Maori to regain vacated territory, and they would be ambushed, never knowing where the enemy was going to strike next. There are not sufficient of them to protect the Pākehā farmers, to guard every farm, as well as the army's lines of communication. The Maori irregulars will strike wherever the governor's forces are not to be found. This will not be a war the British can win with artillery, using accustomed fighting tactics.
Suddenly I see that what Hawke says makes sense. The Maori know the land and can move fast and silent across it. Their great war canoes can creep up the coast, attack and be away again. They'd be proven at close fighting. By drawing the British into the mountains, they could easily ambush them. If the troops remain on the plains, they could attack them at night, coming down from the mountains, where they hold their women and children safe. You think if the Maori do this, they can win? Hawke shakes his head.
No, in the end they cannot win, because the Pākehā are not willing to leave New Zealand, and there are as many of them now as there are Maori.
So whatever method of war the Maori use, it'd be a waste of time. I sigh, shrugging my shoulders.
No, not at all. That is the whole point, Tommo. The Maori must resist, or they lose everything. If they fight from the Pā, they will soon be defeated, and their land confiscated by the government and given to the white man. They must harass the settlers, chase them with their women and children off their farms and into the towns. If the British troops can never engage them in pitched battle, then if the war can continue until the settlers' lands fall into decay and cannot be ploughed or harvested, until all their livestock is killed or captured, and until the towns are brought to the edge of starvation. When this happens, the government will call a truce.
Hawke grins and spreads his hands.
This time, the Maori will have power on their side in the negotiations, and the government will have to listen with some humility. This time we will hold most of the aces.
Has he put this method of warfare to Wirramukini? I asks.
I have done so, and he has said he will think on it.
I grab Hawke by the arm. Then Hawke, please! Ask Chief Tamihana if I can join you with the 55 fighting axes from our tribe, the Tommo Te Mokiri.
No, Tommo, it isn't possible.
Hawke throws up his hands in alarm.
You must not endanger yourself. I am but an adviser and will not myself fight.
His eyes grow wide.
You could be killed.
Hawke, if you won't ask him, I will find a way to do it. Tamihana is well pleased with our skill with the fighting axe. If he lends some of his trained warriors to Wirramukini, then the chief will surely want to join the King movement. The Maori will be a united force, like you want. I know Hawke's got to see the logic in this. After a while, he says,
I will ask Wirramukini, but only if you do not fight with them.
I laugh. I am no hero, but I'm never going to get a better chance against the mongrels. I shakes me head. I trained them, and I got to be with them when they fight. They will reckon me a coward otherwise.
Then I will not ask him, Hawke says firmly.
Hawke, I will find a way to fight, I swears it.
Tommo, if you get killed, why should I want to live?
I look at him, furious now. Hawke Solomon, when you were in Wirramukini's Pā and the governor sent his ultimatum, tell me, if Chief Kingi had decided to fight, what would you have done? Run away?
I had resolved to fight, Hawke says quietly.
There. And did you think how I might feel? Here I am, shitting myself that me twin is going to get killed.
Tommo, Tommo, Hawke pleads, placing his hand on my shoulder. You don't understand. I don't want you to die for something I have done.
Well, we bloody near did in Kororika jail for something I done. Hawke sees I ain't giving in and changes tack.
Right, Tommo, let's go to Australia now. I will talk to Chief Tamihana. He knows nothing of my warfare plan. I will tell him it is time for us to leave. I'll say to him I can do no more for Wirramukini and ask his help to get us onto a ship back to Australia.
Bull, I says, jerking my shoulder away from his hand. You only want to go because of me. I pauses and swallows hard. Of course I still wants to leave this damn place sometime, but not as a coward and not because you wants to save me bloody useless life. And most of all, not so your stupid conscience be always troubled because you ran away when you knows you should have stayed. I'm shouting now, and I wish I could punch his fancy tattooed gob, smash his big white teeth in. Besides, I yell, Makarita be expecting a baby.
Chapter 10. Hawke. The Land of the Long White Cloud, December 1859. Wirramukini is set on war. He and his Atiawa people have reached the end of their tether. The governor and his government will have no further discussions with the Maori. Such is the white man's greed for land. Once again, I am sent by Chief Tamihana to persuade Wiramukingi to join the King movement, so that all the Maori on the North Island might speak with one voice. I tried to convince the old chief of the advantages to be gained from waging guerrilla warfare as well.
What know you of this war, Black Maori? He asks. It is not the Maori way to leave their women and children. Have you yourself fought by these methods?
I have to confess to him that I know of these tactics only through books.
Ha! Books! Missionaries have books. What have books to do with making war?
I explained to him that the British are fond of writing about their military tactics and methods of fighting. It is one of the ways in which they have conquered the world. They learn from history. This seems to impress the chief, but he is still obdurate.
We have beaten the Pakeha before. I shall build tunnels underground in our forts, so that the big guns cannot harm us.
I tell him that this is an excellent idea, but that a pa can only be defended for a limited time. If they cannot bring you out by means of muskets and artillery, they can starve you out, Chief Kingi.
That is true. It has happened before. But perhaps we will defeat them before it can be done.
It is possible that your fighters will be victorious once, or even twice, but the Pakeha outnumber you in men and firepower. Sooner or later they will defeat you. At this remark, the chief grows furious.
Are you a coward to speak of defeat? We will kill all the Pakeha. They cannot defeat us. This is our land, Maori land. Be gone. Come back only when you will talk of victory.
I leave the hui, thinking that I have disappointed Tamihana. Expelled from Wiramukingi's presence and his tribe, I can do no good here. But it is late, and I cannot travel until morning, so I prepare to rest. Before I can close my eyes, a messenger, one of Kingi's warriors, enters my hut.
Chief Kingi wishes to see you at once, Black Maori, he says.
I wrap a blanket about me and go to the marae, where the rangatira are still assembled. The old chief is silent a moment. Then he points to me and barks.
Black Maori! We have watched you now for many months. Why have you not taken a woman from our tribe? Is a Maori wahine not good enough for you? Answer, please.
How can I tell him that I am a virgin? I have all the markings of the rangatira, and though I have just turned 19, I look much older. I have had no time to look for a wahine, I say, to find one who would take me willingly.
Willingly?
The Maori chief looks puzzled.
I shall find you one.
I thank him, but say that I would like to choose her for myself. His eyebrows shoot upwards at this.
My choice is not good.
Your choice is most excellent, Chief, but it is a feeling I seek. I put my hand to my heart. A feeling in here. Wiramukingi thinks this very funny, but after he has stopped chuckling, he says,
I have heard of this feeling, but it comes later, when a woman has been with you a long time and she has proved a worthy wife and given you many children.
He sighs as though he is talking to a young child.
It is a good feeling to have for an old woman who is a precious thing. How can you have such a feeling before you know what you are getting? When a wahine is still young and you have not tried her out.
Then, before I can answer, he adds,
Perhaps she is barren, perhaps she cannot cook, or the milk in her breasts does not make your children strong. What if she is bad-tempered or lazy, cannot weave flax, or sings like a crow? What then of this feeling?
There is no Maori woman who sings like a crow, I reply, smiling. How can I tell him that if I should love a woman, none of these things would matter to me? I shrug. It is something I cannot explain. Chief Wiremu looks at me shrewdly.
Tell me, Black Maori, have you taken a woman to your bed?
The rangatira, who have been following our conversation with interest, wait tensely for my reply. I have never lied to the Maori, but I think now is the time to do so. But Mary has trained me too well. No, I say softly. The assembled men howl with laughter and look at me in disbelief. Only Wiremu doesn't laugh.
That is good, Black Maori. The Maori only die for two things, for women and for land. You will show us how to fight better for our land, and I will show you how to choose a good woman to die for. A man cannot go to war without having known a woman. If you die now, your ancestors would regard you with shame.
But, I stammer.
What is it?
The chief grows impatient. I am most honored that you would choose a woman for me, Chief Kingi, but do I understand she is henceforth to be my wife, forever? This brings a fresh outburst of laughter, and Wiremu shakes his head.
There are a great many young widows in the tribe. I will choose one for you, and she will bring her longing to your need. That will be marriage enough for the time being. She will not be your wife, Black Maori. We go to war, and I would not have it that she be widowed twice over, and so become bad tapu.
The chief waves me away.
We will talk of your warfare after you have become a man.
Some of the rangatira grin, but most nod their heads solemnly. I walk from the hui feeling small and ashamed, knowing all eyes are upon my back. My heart is pounding as I try to think how it would be with a wahine. I have asked Tommo what it is like to make love, but his answers do not provide much enlightenment.
Same as pulling yourself off, he offers. Only better, and lots more happening upon yourself.
Like what? Tommo thinks for a moment.
Softer. And her doing things back to you.
What sort of things? Tommo looks a bit foolish.
Kissing. Her tongue in your gob, you know, touching.
Tongue in my mouth? What for? Tommo grows impatient.
It's nice, tongue in one soft place and cock in t'other.
Oh, say I. Even though I have thought 1,000 times about kissing, I've never imagined it as having anything to do with tongues. Soft, sweet lips touching my cheek, or even sometimes my own lips, but I've never envisaged tongues anywhere but safely in their owners' mouths. Watching me, Tommo suddenly gets a most mischievous look on his face.
Not to mention 69.
69? What is 69?
Christ Jesus, Hawk! Didn't the blokes at the brewery teach you nothing? Frenchies call it 69.
He grabs a twig and writes the two numbers in the dirt.
Look, can't you see?
I tilt my head to one side, but all I can see are the numbers roughly marked. What's to see? Tommo looks plainly exasperated now.
Your cock in her mouth and your tongue in her pussy.
Really? I'm taken completely by surprise and try to imagine such a thing happening. I'm not at all sure I should like it, I finally respond.
Or just her doing it,
Tommo says. Just her?
Yeah, sucking you. Your cock in her mouth.
Oh, is all I can think to say. This shocks me less than the idea of doing things to her with my tongue. What more should I know? I ask softly, my heart pounding.
Lots, Tommo says. But I ain't telling you no more. You'll find out for yourself soon enough.
We're both caught up in our own thoughts, until Tommo breaks the silence.
It's the softness,
he confides.
Softness all over. And creaminess.
He has a faraway look in his eyes, and a half smile. It's a look I have not seen on his face before, and it pleases me, for it contains none of the old bitterness. Perhaps it is the first sign of real happiness I have seen in him. All the same, Tommo's description doesn't match the dreamy picture I've got in my imagination. My picture is a bit hazy, I suppose, and has the scent of roses about it, the rustle of crinoline dresses, and someone very pretty standing on tiptoe so her ankles show. Her kiss is like a summer breeze touching my cheek. And in my dreams, making love is something done politely, although I am not sure how. I know I would wish it to be most decent and allowing of every possible sensitivity, but exactly how to bring this about I can't imagine. In my mind, it just happens, and then is all over, beautiful and not spoken of, except with quiet looks. Who would be the woman to let me love her so? As far as I can see, there are but two choices. At one end of the scale, there are the dockside whores, women damaged by life who would take a nigger the same as anyone else if he had the price. Then, at the other end of the scale, where I want to be, there is a prettiness pure as the driven snow. I don't rightly know what it would be like, loving all that purity, sort of like trying to touch a beautiful perfumed ghost. In the days following Chief Kingi's promise, I find myself looking at the Maori women, who are all most attractive. I can't help myself. I look at their lips. They have beautiful lips, soft and luscious, and I imagine them kissing me with their pink tongues inside my mouth, and elsewhere too. I try to put these thoughts from my mind. Nobody, I tell myself, is going to kiss a nigger that way, unless he pays extra for it with a whore. As Ike always said,
To brood over what you can't have, be stupid, my dear.
On the other hand, he always added,
But to believe you can't have something, be even more stupid.
So I decide to keep the thought of it alive, but tucked in the back of my mind, just in case Ike is right. It is my 4th sleepless night since my conversation with the chief, and the moon outside my hut is near full. The night is warm. Thoughts of softness and creaminess keep drifting about in my head, although I am tired and it is late. There is an owl hooting somewhere, and soft laughter coming from one of the groups around the fires. I think of Tommo and Makareta, and how gentle Tommo is with her, though he does not say much. I think too about Chief Kingi, and how I hope to teach him guerrilla warfare from the books I've read. He, a great warrior afraid of nothing, learned from me, who is afraid of a pop gun. I must be mad. I must have fallen asleep, for I feel a stroking of my body. Soft hands glide across my chest and my belly. I am in a dream, a beautiful dream. I move.
Hush.
It is a woman's soft voice.
Do not open your eyes, Black Murray.
I do as I am bid, and feel a touching on my lips. A wonderful softness from her mouth seems to go through my whole body. My heart starts to thump. I can hear it. Boom, boom, boom. Her hand moves down across my belly, and her lips seem to melt over mine, opening my mouth. How this is done I cannot say, but there it is, the creaminess, as her tongue moves into my mouth, and at the same time her hand reaches me where I have grown hard. I have already removed my coat and blouse, the better to sleep, but now her hand works at my breeches, as her other takes my palm and places it on her breast. My fingers are hungry for her softness, and her nipples soon grow firm from my touch. I now lie naked inside my blanket. My eyes are still closed, and I dare not open them for fear that I am dreaming. The woman speaks to me, her voice soft but clear.
Oh, Black Murray, I have wanted you so very long. I have eaten you with my eyes, and I have tasted you in my heart 1,000 times. I have moaned for you alone in my blanket, and my mouth has cried out to hold your manhood. My breasts have grown hard from longing for you, and I have brought pleasure to myself in your name.
I am almost fainting with desire, and her hands are everywhere at once. She places her lips upon mine, and her tongue seems alive in my mouth. Then she draws back.
Black Murray, open your eyes. I want you to see the woman who would make love to you.
I open my eyes. Moonlight is flooding into the hut and throws a silver sheen across her skin. She is beautiful beyond belief, her breasts cast upwards and generous, and her stomach clean curved as she sits on her heels beside me. Her thighs are strong, smooth, and shining in the light, and I can see the curve of her buttocks and the narrowness of her waist. Her dark hair falls across her shoulders, shadowing her eyes so that I cannot see into them. I open my mouth to speak, but she presses her finger to my lips.
Hush! Do not speak.
Now she begins to kiss me across my chest and belly, moving lower and lower, and then her lips part and take me into her mouth. Oh, oh, I cry. Oh, I am in heaven. I fear I cannot last a moment longer as her soft lips stroke up and down, and each time seem to take in most of me. Then, when I am sure I shall die, she withdraws her lips from my trembling hardness. A moment later she is astride me. Her hand guides me so that I sink into a softness and a creaminess I have not imagined in my wildest dreams. Oh, God! Oh, oh, oh! I moan.
Black Murray, you must wait for me,
she says, panting now, her voice urgent.
Wait!
I don't know how she can believe I am in control enough to do anything.
Wait, wait, I will tell you when,
she gasps. Her eyes are closed and her mouth half open, and I can see her white teeth and pink tongue. I want to tell her I cannot wait a moment longer, but all I can do is moan as she moves up and down on top of me. Every part of her is pressed against me, her slender body caressing my skin. Now her lips are upon mine and her tongue is in my mouth. The softness and smoothness is everywhere, and I must die, for I cannot live another moment without release. Then she takes her lips from mine and begins to moan.
Now, she says, now, Black Murray, hard, hard, I must feel your hardness, now.
With this permission, I lift my body from under her and roll her over onto her back, driving into her. Her legs clasp about me as she opens up so that my every inch is taken deep into her. I cannot stop the explosion inside me.
More, more,
she screams, her nails raking my back. I feel nothing but the delight of her.
Oh, oh, oh,
she cries, and more of the same, which thrills my ear. She gives a loud and glorious moan, and then a sigh. I drive the harder into her wetness as her voice dies to a whimper, and her hips push back up into mine. Her arms come around me, and she draws my head into her breasts. Then my explosion is over, and jerking wildly, the world collapses, and me with it. I am emptied out, and my youth has flown away. We are gleaming wet, panting together, our breath hot about our heads. I have never felt more a man, never more alive, more embraced by love and tenderness. I fear I shall not again in my life have another moment as beautiful as this.
You are a warrior now, Black Murray,
the woman says at last. Pushing me gently away, she rises, so that once again I see the length of her legs, the curve of her waist, and the beauty of her glistening breasts. Her hair falls across her face as she kneels again. She brushes it away as she wraps the blanket about me and kisses me.
Ah, you are beautiful, she smiles. You are beautiful, and you waited.
Then she gathers up her own blanket, and rising, wraps it about her and moves to the door. "What is your name?" I call urgently, for I do not want her to leave. She pauses at the door, the moon shining on her face.
Hinetitama.
She laughs softly, and then is gone in the moonlight. "Will you come to me again?" I call, but there is no reply. I lie still, a great smile upon my face. "Hinetitama," I repeat. Flooded with happiness, I fall into a deep slumber. In the morning I am summoned by the marae of Chief Kingi and the rangatira. When all are seated, the chief addresses me.
5 days ago, we talked to the boy, but today it is to the man.
He grins.
Did you dream well, Black Murray?
I laugh. Better than I ever have. Thank you, Chief Kingi.
That is good. Your ancestors will be most relieved.
Laughter follows this reply, also applause, and then no more is said of it. The thing is done, and I am welcomed. I feel as though something different has happened between these people and myself. Something I cannot quite understand.
We will talk of these small wars of yours,
Wiremu Kingi says.
You will tell us all you know. Like the British, we too can learn from books, though blood is better.
Only when it does not belong to your side, I reply.
Ha! There is no shame in dying. If you have fought well, it is an honor,
the chief replies. I shrug. There is also no shame in living if you have fought well.
Black Murray, keep your sharp tongue for the Pakeha!
Wiremu Kingi rebukes me, but I can see from his eyes that he is not insulted. I have known a woman whom war has made a widow in your tribe, and all I can say is that the dead must grieve greatly for their loss. I hope that this compliment makes up for my forward manner. The chief laughs suddenly.
Well spoken, Black Murray. You are right. Our strength is more in the living than the dead. Already the Murray have done too much dying in these battles. It is not only the dead who grieve their wahine. The tribe laments the barrenness that is then forced upon them. You will tell us more of this new way to fight the British.
I spend the remainder of the morning outlining the principles of guerrilla warfare and listening as the rangatira discuss it among themselves. This is a most equitable process, and Wiremu Kingi shows a great deal of patience. The Tohunga argue fiercely that the ancestors will frown on a departure from the practice of fighting from a pa, but the chief is most persuasive.
In addition to this new way of fighting, we will build a great pa in the mountains, where our women and children will stay with sufficient warriors to defend them,
he declares. Perhaps the tribe should build many forts in the mountains so that the women and children can keep moving, I suggest. Food may be stored in secret caves, for I've been told there are many such places, and few are known to the Pakeha. We can control the mountain passes so that they cannot penetrate. Then we can attack them on their own ground, always where they least expect us. The mountains and the forests are where we will hide.
The Maori always hold the ground under their feet. We cannot defend ground which is not our own,
proclaims one of the Tohunga, an old man who is much respected.
Ha! It is all our ground, the chief snorts. Our land, which the Pakeha have stolen from us.
But the old priest will not be dissuaded. He has been most persistent all morning and much involved with the thoughts of the ancestors in the matter of this new way of warring. He shakes his head as I further my argument. The pa was a strong place from which the ancestors defended their land, a fort built upon their ground and under their own feet. But since the Pakeha have brought the musket here, more than 20,000 Maori have been killed defending their forts. These are not Maori who have been killed by the Pakeha. These are Maori who have been slain by their own kind. Those who have used the white man's gun to kill their own people. These traitors who know the pa well have defeated it with the gun. The British have even more guns, huge ones that can tear down the palisades and tear up the ground. The Maori pa cannot always withstand the British system of war. We must have another system. There is much concern among the rangatira at this denigration of the pa. Chief Wiramukingi is patient though firm, and in the end he rules that we will try this new kind of warfare. He turns to his younger brother, War Chief Haparona, who has a mighty reputation, but who has said little during the discussion, leaving the task of reconciliation to his brother.
What say you, Haparona? How shall we fight?
All are silent as War Chief Haparona speaks.
The Māori are quick to fight and slow to learn, but I do not agree that we must give up the system of the forts.
The men murmur their approval at this, and my heart sinks.
There are times in war to attack and times to defend,
the War Chief continues.
With the Pakeha we have always defended, and sometimes this has been right, and sometimes it has been wrong. Black Māori is right. We must use both systems to be effective in this war.
Wiramukingi turns to me and nods that I should reply. I've been so anxious to persuade him to embrace my new method of warfare that I have not seen the whole situation as clearly as Haparona has. War Chief Haparona is our commander, and what he says is right. It shames me that I have not understood this more clearly before, I say with my head bowed. The old chief responds.
You are not born a Māori, nor have you been a warrior, so you would not know the advantages of fighting a defensive action from a well-constructed pa.
He turns to Haparona.
Will you allow the Black Māori to be a general under you, to advise you in his ways?
Haparona walks over to me and places his hand on my shoulders.
I shall prepare the feathers for a general's cloak.
He laughs.
It is not often I must look up into another man's face. The women will need to gather many more baskets of feathers for the Black Māori.
I tell Wiramukingi that I am greatly honoured, but since I have not proved my courage in battle, I would be happy to be an adviser only. The chief appears surprised at this.
And if we should be defeated, who shall we blame? A mere adviser? Bah! We must have a general, so that he is worthy of being put to death should he fail us, or of being honoured should we succeed.
The rangatira laugh heartily at this and approve the appointment. Chief Wiramukingi then says,
Black Māori, when you persuaded me not to fight the governor in the Waitara, that is something only a good war chief would do. You shall be a general for us, like those the British have, and we shall call you Black Hawk.
And so I have been named General Black Hawk. I am a little afraid that I shall let the Maori down in this whole affair. Though they have agreed to fight small wars, they are by no means unanimous, and the Tauhanga, led by the old priest, are against it. I shall have to prove myself very soon with War Chief Haparona, or I shall be greatly shamed, and Chief Tamihana will be disgraced by me. I return to my tribe to tell my chief of Wiramukingi's decision. Of course, I must also tell Tommo. Tommo is not amused.
Have you gone crazy?
He screams, banging his fist hard down on the table.
General Black Hawk, is it? You think the Pakeha don't already want your head on a plate? Listen, mate, they'll string you up by your balls outside Auckland Post Office while singing the flaming Hallelujah chorus.
But you said you wanted to come with me. You and your fighting axes, Tommo te Mokiri, I say.
Yes, but that were when it was just me and you. Me, a regular soldier, and you, an advisor safe in the background. Nobody'd know nothing about us being there. Then when it's over, or if it goes badly, we can scarper, piss off, slip into the night.
He pauses and glares at me.
Now you're a fucking general. The flaming Pakeha will see it as treason. Remember, we're escaped prisoners? They're going to have your guts for garters, mate, if they ever puts 2 and 2 together and gets 4. Mine too. But I got to be with you, Hawk. I'm not letting you go on your own.
Tommo, please wait here, I beg. What if something goes wrong or we are captured? Makareta is with child. You would not wish her to be a widow.
Makareta already knows we got to go away, Tommo snorts.
I've told her I'll come back someday to fetch her and the child. I'm coming all right, but that don't mean you ain't an idiot. Promise me when this is over, if we comes out alive, we're going to get out of here. I nod my head. Promise, Hawk. Swear it on Macareta's baby. I promise we'll go back to Hobart Town as soon as Wirramukingi's war's over. No, I don't want to go back to Mary yet. We'll go to Sydney. Sydney, then, I promise. We're sitting in Tommo's hut, and I'm glad when Macareta comes over with some food. She will cool Tommo's anger. It's difficult to be angry with Macareta present. She has a mischievous grin, laughs often, and loves Tommo with all her heart. She cannot help but touch him as though he is part of her every desire. What will you name the baby? I ask her, hoping to end the unfortunate subject of General Blackhawk. Iki, Macareta smiles. Ike, Tommo corrects her. I laugh. I'll wager he'll be the only Ike Solomon who is a Maori in the whole world, or ever to come. But what if it is a girl? How shall you name her? Macareta frowns and looks downcast. I would want a son for Tommo. We have not thought of a name for a girl. I hesitate a moment, then venture. If it is a girl, may I suggest a name? I know. You want to call her Mary, don't you? Says Tommo, now somewhat mollified. No, I had thought... Hinetitama? Macareta gasps and brings her hand to her breast. That is a name which may only be used for a Maori princess. It cannot be, Blackhawk. They will not allow it. Hinetitama is the daughter of Hineahuone, woman made from earth, the first Maori woman. The mother of the earth called her daughter Hinetitama, the dawn maiden, because her cheeks were the same color as the morning light. That is beautiful, Macareta. If you should have a girl, I will ask Chief Tamihana if he will grant his permission to name her thus. I am Rangatira. Perhaps he will allow this honor through me. He will not, Blackhawk. The Tohunga and the ancestors would be angry. I do not want a tapu on my child. She is most distressed, so I change the subject. It will be a boy, I say quickly. There is a saying among the Pākehā that a mother's beauty is stolen by a girl child in the womb, but if it is a son, the beauty remains. I smile. And you, Macareta, are more beautiful than ever. Tommo sighs and rolls his eyes at this sentimental notion, but I can see Macareta is pleased. Besides, her good manners will not allow her to show further disquiet. Her frown disappears and she laughs. You are right, Blackhawk. We will have Iki Slomon and save everyone much trouble. Ike, Tommo repeats. Ike Solomon. He rolls his eyes as though he has tried to teach her 100 times and failed. Macareta ignores him. Now you must eat, she says, putting a large steaming clay pot of fish and vegetables down in front of us. Ike Solomon never saved anyone any trouble. I laugh as I reach to fill my platter. Tommo chuckles too. So what's wrong with Mary? He asks. It is our mamma's name after all. Nothing, I say. Mary is a fine name, Tommo. Well then, says he, it's settled. Mary it is if we have a girl. But my thoughts have flown back to Hinetitama, and as soon as I return to the village of Chief Wirramukingi, I try to find her. It is a large village of 1,000 souls, perhaps more, but a widow of such beauty would, I feel sure, be well known. My hopes are quickly dashed. All the wahine I ask about Hinetitama look anxious and shake their heads. We have no wahine of that name, General Blackhawk. Not in this tribe, they say. I come to believe it is a conspiracy, led by Chief Wirramukingi, to keep me from Hinetitama, and although I search widely, she is not to be found. I take to looking at every woman's face I pass. There are many who are great beauties, but the Maori are of the Polynesian race, and perhaps the most handsome people on earth.
Although many are comely, none could be mistaken for Hinetitama. I know from Makareta's explanation that the chief has honored me with a princess, not just an ordinary wahine. But this makes it stranger still. A disappearing princess is surely an odd occurrence. Perhaps after all it was a dream. I have resolved, if ever an opportunity arises, to ask Wiramukingi if he will let me see her again. My heart is broken by her disappearance, and I try hard to concentrate on matters of warfare instead. I am now so engaged with the Maori and their struggle that I am too busy for thoughts of home and too occupied to yearn for our dear Mary. Christmas passes unnoticed amongst the tribes, although I send our greetings to Mama. I have not told Mary of my close involvement with the Maori fight against the Pākehā, informing her simply of Tommo's recovery to health in Tamihana's village. If she suspects I dissemble, she says not a word, nor does she refer to the bitter argument that preceded our leaving. Instead, she writes of the brewery and of the loving thoughts she holds for her two boys. I am anxious about how we shall ever get to see her again, but for now we prepare for guerrilla warfare against the settlers, and my mind is much occupied with this. In great secret, War Chief Haporona and I plan our first attack against the settlers. But before we can carry it out, martial law is again declared in the Taranaki by Lieutenant Colonel Murray, who is commander of the militia and the Taranaki Rifle Volunteers, a mounted corps armed with carbines, revolvers and swords. The Pākehā soldiers do not wait for us to come against them, but immediately attack, looting and burning several Maori villages without warning. The war has begun in earnest, for it is now clear from these actions that the settlers will use whatever force is needed to occupy Maori land. "We must drive the Pākehā from their farms into New Plymouth," I cry. "Empty the whole countryside." New Plymouth is a town of some 2,500 souls, which depends on the surrounding countryside for food, or else must obtain it by sea. War Chief Haporona agrees, and small units that can move quickly over the terrain are sent out in a series of daring nighttime raids. In each are 2 or 3 of Tommo's fighting axes from Chief Tamihana, and they prove most effective. Tommo has lengthened the handle of the axe so that it may be used to fend off a bayonet, or even in the manner of the taiaha, the Maori fighting stick. In these raids we do not kill the settlers, but simply force them from their farms with their women and children, thereafter burning and looting their homes and taking possession of their livestock. Soon New Plymouth has become the only safe haven for all the Pākehā in the district, and the countryside is empty save for the Maori. The soldiers have fortified the town and created a citadel on the site of an old Maori pā, now known as Marsland Hill. From here they plan to defend New Plymouth against our attack. We are well pleased with this development, for we have no intention of attacking the town, but only plan to contain the Pākehā within it. It is now that War Chief Haporona and the old chief show their great skill as leaders. Haporona commences to build a pā about 9 miles from New Plymouth. He has studied the trenching systems the British have used to fortify the town, and he constructs his pā with a double row of palisades containing rifle pits and similar trenches. We also have underground passages to protect us from the British artillery. The pā holds 100 fighting men, whom Wiramukingi places under the command of War Chief Haporona and his chief aide, a Maori war leader named Tamati Kapene. Though 100 men is not much of a fighting force, we hope that it sends a direct challenge to the British militia to come out of New Plymouth and get us. We trust they will think this small force presents a great opportunity for a victory, and an easy one at that.
They will think it is the old times, when the Māori fight on the defensive, Haporona explains. And it will give them great heart. This is the way they think they know how to defeat us.
After much debate, I persuade Wiramukingi to purchase 100 double-barreled shotguns. At first, the rangatira and even the chief are in great doubt about the wisdom of this, thinking the new rifled muskets to be much the better weapons. They have long used shotguns to shoot duck and small game, and have even fought with them before, but they have only a few in their armory. It is my plan to use the shotgun as the main weapon of defense, to entice the British near and greet them with a hail of buckshot at close range. Though I know little of guns, my argument is simple enough. A shotgun charged with buckshot is deadly when used close up, which is the way fighting occurs in the pā. It has double the barrels and hence twice the firepower of a musket. The fact that the shot will pepper widely is to be recommended in close combat, and at 10 or 15 yards it will kill more effectively than the poo, the musket, with its single lead ball. As I point out to the War Council, we will have the shotgun and the long-handled fighting axe, as well as the taiaha, the spear and the musket. All the enemy will have is the musket and the bayonet. At close range, when the British storm the pa, we will be the better armed. Oh, so now General Black Hawk would be an expert on fighting in a pa. Do I not recall he was altogether against it not so long ago? It is the voice of Haparona's aide, Tamati Kapene, who from the beginning has opposed me in almost every endeavour. He is against guerrilla warfare and would return to the old methods if he had his way. Tamati Kapene is in charge of organising the defence in the forts, and though he is most talented, he is vainglorious for a man of no more than 25 years of age. Even I, at 19, can see this. As the son of a chief, he has risen quickly, and he is said to be a brave man. I do not contradict him, but simply answer that we are no worse off with the shotgun and the axe, for we still retain all the traditional Maori weapons as well as the musket. We have added the shotgun and the axe without losing anything, I point out. My argument carries the day. But although in favour of the shotguns, War Chief Haparona has decided that I shall remain an observer when the Maori fight in a pa, until I am well enough acquainted with the Maori fighting system. Meanwhile, my brother is also preparing for war. Tommo's men have not yet been tested in open warfare with the long-handled fighting axe, which the Pakeha have come to call the tomahawk, after the American Indian weapon. This is, of course, a coincidence, and not intended as a compliment to me and Tommo. However, it is not lost on the Maori warriors, who think the Pakeha must fear the new weapon to have named it in our honour. I explain the real origins of the axe's name to Haparona, for of course the Pakeha do not know about Tommo, and still think of me only as the Black Maori. But he laughs. General Blackhawk, it is our luck that the men think it so. They will follow you and Tommo the better for it. In Haparona's pa, there are 15 axe fighters from the Tommo Te Mokiri, and among them is my twin, so that I'm secretly most afraid for his life. We are still waiting for the British to come after us, when Hammerhead Jack turns up. I have come to fight with my brothers, he says simply. I have one eye and one arm, but one eye is sufficient to see the British. My one arm will use a fighting axe, and my eye will see it finds its mark between the two eyes of the British soldiers. I ask if Hammerhead Jack might be my aide, and it is agreed. Tommo is greatly pleased by this. He has spent much time teaching Hammerhead Jack the fighting axe, and knows him to be a formidable opponent who will do much more than his share in any fight. He is much reassured that he will be by my side in the event of close combat. A few days later, in early March, we hear that the British have moved out of New Plymouth with a contingent of 400 officers and men, as well as a naval detachment with artillery. Although they have only 9 miles to go, they come with a long baggage train of wagons and carts. I send out a small war party to reconnoitre, and they report that the column is exceedingly well guarded by the 65th Regiment, and that the Navy is well equipped with heavy artillery. It is as though they expect to be attacked at any moment, for horsemen constantly patrol their flanks. This is not surprising, as the surrounding country is wooded, scrubby terrain, crisscrossed by ravines and gullies, with giant flax providing plenty of cover. Given their surveillance, it will be difficult to catch the British column by stealth. Moreover, there is little hope of cutting off their supplies. The Maori do not have much respect for the British regular, who fights in the ordered and predictable manner of Waterloo and the Crimea, but I believe it will be a tough battle. The British build a large redoubt overlooking the river, and this becomes their base. War Chief Haparona and Chief Wiramu Kingi decide our forces are too few, and their reconnaissance patrols too well armed to attempt to ambush them. So in the time-honoured manner of the Maori, we wait for the enemy to come to us. In the meantime, we send urgent word to Chief Tamihana and several other chiefs asking for their support against these superior odds. My chief, Tamihana, has already sent 15 axe fighters with Tommo, but he sends a dozen more and encourages the Ngāti Manyapoto, the Waikato, and the South Taranaki tribes to also come to our aid. Though we are still greatly outnumbered, Our overall strength is much increased by the time the British attack. It is the 17th day of March, 1860, a bright morning without so much as a cloud in the sky. A rainstorm last night has made the approach to our pa heavy going. At last Tommo and I are at war, though I very much doubt that I have the stomach for the killing of men. As the fighting gets under way, I quickly become accustomed to the crack of musket fire and the whine of bullets, even the swish of an artillery canister or the boom of cannon shot. We are mostly underground when the firing from the British lines is at its heaviest, and we fire back at them whenever the occasion allows. The explosions produce much sound and light, but little harm seems to be done. Some of our palisades are damaged, and much mud and soil is kicked up from the cannon fire. Once a roof catches alight, though this is quickly doused. Tommo is most impatient.
When will they come?
He asks repeatedly. Like me, he is a greenhorn, anxious not to make a fool of himself. Towards afternoon, a shot from the British cuts the rope which holds our flag. A red banner, more there so that we should have a flag like the British than for the purposes of any loyalty. The Maori die for women and land, not for this piece of bunting, which we name the Waitara flag, so as to annoy the governor. The flag flutters to the ground, close to the palisades outside the pa, and we do not think to retrieve it. Then, in the late afternoon, during a lull in the firing, we are met with an amazing sight. The British, ever the heroes, have sent 2 horsemen to capture our fallen banner. Up gallop these 2 cavalrymen, bent on glory. Up come our muskets, bent on destruction. Bang, bang, bang. One of them is dead, while the other is medal-bound, for he has scooped up the red flag with his homemade lance, turned his horse in a shower of mud-clods, and galloped away again, showing us his horse's arse. I dare say they will one day hang the flag in Westminster Abbey as one of their battle honours, telling their children of the bright bunting hard won from the ferocious Maori in a noble war of the Empire. Meanwhile, the first man in this battle lies dead in the mud, and we are happy that it is an English trooper and not a Maori warrior.
Do we have another banner to throw into the mud?
Shouts Hammerhead Jack, to much laughter among the men. At sunset, the British decide to cease fighting for the day. They have been pumping shot and cannon fire into us since the early morning, and have by now done considerable damage to the pa. It is too dangerous to repair our fortifications, and there is some doubt in my mind that we can take another day of bombardment. We have seen from the firing that we are greatly outgunned, and that the British still have much the superior numbers. At the War Council, however, there is some elation at the day's events. We have not lost a single man, our food and water supply is intact, and our men remain in high spirits. Tamati Kapene is the first to speak after the general has summed up the day. He is full of bravado and looks meaningfully at me.
We have proved the value of the pa to all who may have doubted it. The British guns cannot harm us. Their artillery fire is like flies on our skin, and their cannons are no more than noisy mosquitoes. If these pests should come tomorrow or the next day, we will brush them off with contempt.
War Chief Haparona, who has observed that his aide's remarks are directed at me, now speaks.
What say you, Black Hawk? Have you now observed sufficient of pa fighting to see its value?
Chief Wiramu Kingi watches me closely. I nod before speaking. I can now see well the virtue of the pa. It is a most excellent system of defence, a brilliant fortification, War Chief Haparona. Then I am silent.
Ha! Chief Kingi snorts. I think there is more, Black Hawk. Your eyes say there are more words waiting in your head.
I hesitate a moment. With great respect, has it been observed what the British artillery and cannon have done to our trenches and palisades?
Nothing!
Tamati Kapene shouts.
Our palisades stand firm. They will hold the battle through.
In 4 places the cannon fire has filled in our trenches, sufficient to allow both horses and foot soldiers to cross them without difficulty, I say. In 6 places the first row of posts is knocked down, and the second palisade is also damaged. With a little more cannon and artillery fire, we will be breached. Tomorrow, towards afternoon, if I am not mistaken, the British will be upon us with their guns and bayonets. Tamati Kapene points to me and yells, "This man is wrong! If they come, we have sufficient defences. They will pay with their lives!" "And we with ours," I reply quietly. "Coward!" Haparona's aide shouts, pointing straight at me. A deep silence follows, and I hear Hammerhead Jack whisper beside me, "You cannot accept this insult." We are seated in a circle. Tamati Kapene is but an arm's length away, and I know he is looking to challenge me. I have my eyes to the ground, and I do not look up to meet his. Suddenly, it is as if I am back at the jail in Kororareka with maple and syrup holding my arms, and Horihura threatening me. I am not sure where the anger comes from, but it is there, slow and cool, rising from somewhere deep within me. My right arm shoots out, and I grab Haparona's aide by the throat. In a trice, my left hand joins it, and at the same moment I rise to my feet, so that Tamati Kapene is jerked upwards. The aide is a big man, but he now seems slight enough, for I pull him higher and higher, until his feet are well off the ground and his head above my own. I can see the young Maori's eyes as they near pop from his head. His arms flail and his legs kick wildly. Then they stop, as though the strength has gone from them. My fingers tighten, and there is still more pressure I can bring. I would not need it all to kill him. "Put him down, Black Hawk," Haparona says in a low voice. I drop his aide, who falls to the floor unconscious. It is only then that I feel the strain in my arms from lifting a human of more than 200 pounds in weight and holding him in the air as a child would a rag doll. "Sit, General Black Hawk," Wiramukingi commands, and I sink slowly back to the ground. The old chief signals for two warriors to drag Tamati Kapene out of the way. With the heat gone from me, I wonder if I should apologize. I make to open my mouth, but Hammerhead Jack squeezes my shoulder. "Oh, good," he whispers in English. "No talk. We will leave tonight, before the moon rises," is all Haparona says. "Tell your men to be ready." "What's going on?" Tommo asks, as I tell him to make his axe fighters ready to move out. "Nothing," I say. "Tomorrow the small wars start in earnest." "About bleeding time," he replies. Before we leave that night, Chief Kingi calls me to him. "So, Black Hawk, we live to fight another day, eh? Is it always so with you, to run in the face of a fight? Soon they will no longer call you General Black Hawk, but instead General Back Off." I am mortified by these words. "Chief Kingi," I stammer, "to die foolishly does not make a man a hero." The old chief looks at me a moment. "You are right, General Black Hawk. Tonight, Tamati Kapene would have died foolishly at your hands, and he would not have been a hero." "I am sorry, Chief," I say. His eyebrows shoot up. "Sorry? You are sorry? I am not sorry, Black Hawk. The Māori are a stubborn people, sometimes even boastful. We are given to exaggerating our prowess at war. If you had not acted as you had, there would have been no small wars for you. Instead, I would have sent you back to Chief Tamihana like a dog with your tail between your legs. We would have stayed to fight the British, and we would have been soundly beaten. I am most grateful for your support, Chief. But I am told Tamati Kapene is a bold warrior, and I have humiliated him. I have yet to know if I myself will behave with boldness in this war." "He is bold and stupid. We have many like him. Sometimes the Māori give their lives too quickly." The old man begins to laugh,
We will soon enough see what you are made of, General. We go to a place called Waireka, where we shall build a pa. But in the meantime, you will harass Colonel Murray and his regulars. It is good country for your kind of fighting, and then we shall see what we shall see of this campaign.
We leave the pa while the British slumber. Later I learn that at first light the British pound the pa with artillery fire, thinking to take it in the early afternoon. When after 3 hours there is still no return fire, they keep firing, thinking it is a ruse to lure them closer. Then, towards noon, they send in the cavalry with swords drawn, and find that the enemy has escaped from right under their superior British noses. We have melted into the surrounding countryside, and now it is my turn to fight. I have sent out raiding parties, for we have news that some of the Pakeha have returned to their farms, believing that Murray will soon finish us off. I know I must quickly put a stop to this. Fear of the Maori's power to strike anywhere at any time is a most important aspect of our campaign. Over the next week, my men raid the settler farms, and we come by many horses, so that we now have several dozen fighters mounted on horseback, myself sometimes amongst them. Our attacks are designed only to instill fear, and to make a livelihood impossible by destroying property and stealing livestock. It is only against the army that we wage war. We enjoy good success against Murray's regulars, harassing, ambushing, and killing several of his troopers. Our small wars are proving most effective, but the Maori take to it easily and are well disciplined in action. The broken-wooded country provides our warriors with ideal cover, and our ambushes are swift and devised more to disconcert than to take many lives, though some of the British soldiers give up their lives stupidly. I have convinced the Maori that to destroy a supply wagon or ammunition cart is more important than taking a trooper's life. Soldiers, I point out, fight on their stomachs, and we are making it as difficult as possible for Murray to feed his troops. Already much of their food must come by sea. As a result, we have captured or destroyed several wagons. Murray has only one trump card, the Taranaki Rifle Volunteer Company, and this he uses badly. We seek to avoid these sharpshooters at all cost, and I later learn that they are the first British volunteer force to engage an enemy in the field. It is curious, and yet another measure of British arrogance, that Murray and his imperial officers much underrate these men, and do not give them credit for their knowledge. Nor do they allow them the opportunity to come out after us. I thank God for this, for the volunteers are able to match us in almost every respect. They are the sons of men from Cornwall and Devon, and nearly 20 years of Taranaki life has moulded them into expert bushmen, familiar with the forest tracks and the terrain, and thus able to meet us on level terms. Some are on horseback, and being more skilled riders than we, are able to move swiftly to harass us. Chief Wiramu Kingi and War Chief Haparona know well the families who form much of the 100-strong Rifle Volunteer Company. The Atkinsons, Smiths, Hursthouses, Baileys, Messengers, and Northcrofts are all respected as good frontiersmen and as hard, brave men. We know we would be in for a good fight if we were to come up against them. But while we have only to contend with Murray's slow-moving and often badly led regulars from the 65th Regiment, we enjoy the upper hand. We are now based at a strong pa at Waireka, only 5 miles from New Plymouth, and it is from here that I direct my patrols to look for any brave settlers who think it safe to return. Each patrol is only 6 men, 3 axe fighters, 2 shotguns, and a musket. Tommo commands one of the raiding parties, for I cannot contain him any longer. He must, he says, lead his men by example. Only 10 days have passed since our confrontation with Murray, when Tommo's band comes across a well-defended homestead, and for the first time encounters serious resistance. He tells me later that there were 4 muskets aimed at them from a well-secured position in the farmhouse. These rifled muskets are most accurate, and Tommo's band is pinned down behind a small copse of rocks and scrub. One of his shotgun warriors is wounded, though only lightly. They are not close enough to use the shotguns, while the warrior with the musket is no sharpshooter, and provides little enough firepower against the 4 settlers. Tommo instructs his musket to keep firing at the farmhouse. The wounded man, too, is told to fire his shotgun as a diversion. Tommo takes the remaining shotgun warrior and the 2 axemen, and they creep up to the rear of the farmhouse, while the others draw the settlers' fire. Tommo is hoping that the settlers will think they have wounded or killed the other 4 Maori. He has commanded the 2 Maori left behind to fire as rapidly as possible for about 10 minutes, hoping that the enemy will retaliate with equal determination. His ploy works perfectly. Tommo and his men reach the homestead when both sides are firing with gusto, and the noise allows Tommo to break down a door at the back of the farmhouse and enter. What follows is simple enough, as Tommo's band takes the settlers completely by surprise. The house is filled with smoke from the muskets, and when they reach the room from which the men are firing, Tommo and his men let go a blast from the shotgun, further filling the room with dense smoke. At the same time they rush in with their axes, Tommo in the lead. It is over in a moment, and 4 men soon lie dead at the hands of 3 axe fighters. It is only then that Tommo discovers, to his horror, that 2 of them are mere lads of 10 or 11 years old, that they stood bravely by their guns. Tommo is shocked and deeply ashamed. The 3 Maori with him swear that with all the smoke from the muskets and shotgun, it was impossible to see well enough to gauge the age of the 4 people in the room. Each of those 4, they feel sure, would have killed them with an easy conscience had the surprise attack been the other way around. Nevertheless, Tommo believes that his fighting axes have spilt bad blood, and he is anxious to go out again at the first opportunity to fight Murray's regulars.
Give us a go against the British bayonets. I've got no stomach for killing little boys, he says sourly when he returns that night.
I try to comfort him and remind him that in the wilderness as a 9-year-old he was deemed a man and could as easily have been killed by any timber getter.
I know, he says, but lads 10 years old ain't yet mongrels in their hearts.
Like Tommo, I am already sickened by this war. I fear Wirramukingi may be right, and that I shall become General Backoff whenever I may find an opportunity to avoid bloodshed. The British are enraged when they discover the killing of the 2 boys at first light the next day, even though it is quite clear that it was a terrible mistake. We fight only against the volunteer militia and the British military. Our enemies are those who have obtained Maori land without the permission of the whole tribe, or who fight to gain even more. Ours is a fight against greed, not against women and children. But the boys' death strikes such terror that they cannot go unpunished, and we wait for the soldiers to march against our pa. We expect the British forces to attack us later that morning, but they do not issue forth from New Plymouth until 1 o'clock, a strange time to commence battle. We manage to keep them at bay, although their cannons and the artillery fire from their naval contingent keep us contained. For the first 3 hours, it all seems to go in the usual way, the softening up process by the British with us returning fire. And there is not much damage done except to a few palisades. Then, to our enormous surprise, the British regulars from the 65th and the Navy artillery contingent withdraw and set off to return to New Plymouth, leaving only the militia to hold us down. It is well before sunset, and the volunteer militia, valiant and capable as they are, have only the old, slow-loading, smooth-bore muskets. As we will later learn, they have each been issued with only 30 rounds of ammunition to hold us for the night. Such is Colonel Murray's contempt for the Maori and disregard for the local volunteers. For once the numbers are on our side and our weapons superior to theirs. There is great rejoicing in the Pa, and we send patrols out to harass the militia, intending to take them in a full frontal attack during the night when their muskets are least effective. They are not fools and retreat to a nearby farmhouse where they construct a palisade. It is soon apparent that they cannot hold out against us. I am anxious to go in with a large force from the Pa while daylight lasts, but this is an offensive under the control of War Chief Haparona. Haparona decides to wait until nightfall. My fear is that these are settler militia who know the terrain and will use the cover of darkness to escape as we did. It is here that I make a mistake of judgment, which costs us dear. So that they will not think to attempt escape, I use my men to harass the militia in the farmhouse and keep them pinned down. Unbeknownst to us, they have conceded that they must die in a night attack. With only 30 rounds of ammunition per man, they decide to use up all their firepower, hoping to intimidate my patrols before they perish, brave men all. For an hour they fire repeatedly as we wait for night to descend. Then Haparona's warriors will go in with their shotguns and we with our fighting axes and spears against the settlers' swords and muskets. A great many of Haparona's warriors have assembled some distance outside the Pa, ready to go against the enemy, when the Navy suddenly reappears. Later we learn that they have heard the gunfire, and so have decided to disobey their orders to return to New Plymouth, choosing instead to march towards the sound of firing. A terrible bloodbath ensues. We are trapped in near darkness between the militia and the PAR by the naval artillery fire, and are cut to ribbons. Many of our warriors die before we are able to scatter into the night. What had seemed like a certain victory for the Maori before sunset is by moonrise a dreadful defeat. The single initiative of a lone naval commander who decided to disobey Murray's instructions has saved the day for the British, at a great loss to the Maori. If we had destroyed the volunteer militia here, it might well have made all the difference to the outcome of the war, for these volunteers are the most effective force the British possess. I am not blamed for pinning the militia down, so giving them cause to fire back sufficiently vigorously for the retreating Navy to hear their guns. Nevertheless, I blame myself. During April, the British received considerable reinforcements from Australia, and many settlers returned to their land, thinking the Maori defeated. The new forces, eager for action, lose no time in moving down the coastline, burning and pillaging our villages, hoping to starve us over the coming winter. We cannot meet them head-on, for they are too well equipped with light artillery and grape shot, and the most terrifying Congreve rockets. We must begin the old process of instilling fear into the settlers all over again. I send out patrols to burn every farm in those districts where we had not previously been, and where the settlers have thought now to return. We carry off their cattle and horses, and what food we can find, as the Pakeha forces are doing to our people. The governor, however, makes a great display of warning that we mean to kill all Pakeha, including the missionaries. It must be obvious to him, though, that had we wished to do so, we could already have killed a score or more of the Pakeha settlers. The Maori are upset by the governor's words, but I am not unduly concerned by them. I explain that it is the European way to build up hatred for the enemy. If the devil were to wage war with the angels of heaven, he would declare the enemy to be wicked and vengeful. It is in the very nature of warfare to make the enemy out to be monsters. Governor Gore Brown is only proving himself to be very good at it, I advise the council. The ways of the Pakeha are strange. Do not the enemy also deserve honor? Are they not also brave warriors? War Chief Haparona asks. It is called propaganda. They think it will aid their cause and will make their war seem righteous in the eyes of their own people. War is only righteous when you defend your land, your women, and your children. It is not righteous when you wish to steal another man's land, Wiramukingi declares. We, the Maori, have fought each other for generations, hoping to take each other's land, make slaves of the other tribes' women and warriors of their children. But we did not call this a righteous war. We did not try to justify it, as the British are doing. Murray promises to avenge the death of any white man killed, and the newspapers run lurid stories of those who have been tomahawked and scalped in the manner of the North American Red Indians. They have picked up the name of General Black Hawk, though they seem not to associate it with the Black Maori. They conclude that the Maori have recruited the famous Red Indian fighter, Chief Black Hawk, to teach them how to use the tomahawk on their Pakeha victims. I'm not sure such a man as Chief Black Hawk even exists. Perhaps he is simply the invention of a newspaper reporter with a fevered imagination. Nevertheless, there is much speculation among the Pakeha population that more North American Indians have arrived by ship, landing higher up the coastline. The paper reports a reliable rumor that there are more ships en route, with whole tribes of tomahawk-wielding Indians bound for New Zealand. This in turn fuels further fears that a legion of redskins, led by the legendary Chief Black Hawk, will soon attack New Plymouth on horseback, whooping their dreadful war cries as they scalp women and children. Rumours aside, if we can keep the soldiers at bay until the winter, we may become strong enough to achieve an equitable truce in this war. The onset of winter works in our favour. The heavy rains make movement of the large British baggage trains near impossible. The roads turn into quagmires and the rivers are flooded. We are less hampered, and our guerrillas roam the countryside until we have driven all the settlers back into New Plymouth. By June we have recovered our strength somewhat, and working in difficult conditions, we construct 2 forts at Pukete Kaere. I am forced to reconsider much of what I thought about fighting from afar. I now realize that Maori have a genius for earthworks and fortification, and that we will need to meet the British head-to-head if ever they are to be brought to a truce. When this time comes, we shall need the forts to have some advantage in the proceedings. The two forts at Puketekauere are backed by heavy forest, the immense kahikatea trees. Wiramukingi takes Tommo and me into this primeval world of giant trees, ferns and damp. Tommo is at once at home.
"Ah," he says, laughing, "I knows this world of tall trees. If we was to fight in this, I would become a general and we would surely win."
Chief Kingi sighs.
"Not so long ago, much of my country was covered in great forests like this one. Now the Pakeha have shaved us like a bald head, cutting down the trees which are older than our ancestors and have stood since time dreamt in darkness."
He turns away and spits on the ground.
"They cut them so that they might grow grass for their spotted cows. Once there was the cry of birds in the morning, and the song of every kind of winged creature in the world filled the air. Now, where the Pakeha have stolen the land, it has become silent, and only the caw of the English crow is to be heard."
He pauses and smiles sadly.
"If you listen with a Maori heart, you may hear the earth trembling and weeping for the glory of the great trees. If the Maori do not hold on to their land, the Pakeha will kill everything that is beautiful, so that they might make New Zealand like the faraway land of Queen Victoria, where there are no more tall trees to sweep the skies and brush the howling wind into whispers. The trees are the groves of life. Without them, we are not ourselves. We are naked."
I think of Tommo in the wilderness, and our own sweet land of Tasmania, cousin to this one, where the giant gums grow as tall as the kahikatea. There the timber-getters harvest the hewn pine, and trees 1,000 or more years old are bashed and beaten to the ground by the saw and the axe. I wonder how much longer they too will last upon this earth. Will our home become like New Zealand, a land shaved and broken by the plough of the white invader? Alas, we are of the same breed, and I cannot see how it will be any different. Perhaps in our drier land it will be even worse. Looking at this forest, it is clear that we have placed the forts well, for no British column could think to gain access and attack us from the rear. To one side of the forts is a swamp. The water in some parts is well above waist height, and it contains vast areas of sucking mud. To the other side is the heavily timbered country we can control. In the foreground, where the British will be forced to attack, lies thickly grown fern with abundant flax. It will make any approach, no matter how well organized, most hazardous. We have built trenches and scarps 20 feet high, and innumerable palisades. Both forts are a work of genius, and give the defenders a great advantage against any assault by the British regulars. After all is ready, we hold a final war council to discuss our tactics against the British. We have learnt much of guerrilla warfare since the disastrous engagement at Waireka. With new regular forces coming from Australia, we do not expect that they will depart from conventional military tactics.
"These troops will not know New Zealand, or the manner of the Maori," War Chief Haparona announces. "Therefore we may fight them in our own way. What say you, Black Hawk?"
I'm quick to agree, and point out that the terrain we occupy is not only easy to defend, but also allows us to attack the enemy's flanks. Hammerhead Jack, an excellent tactician, has suggested to me that we also use the swamp to our advantage. Now I put these thoughts together. Should we not also come at them from outside the forts? They will think that, as always, we will only defend ourselves, and so they will leave their flanks exposed. If we can attack them from our positions in the woods, from within the flax and out of the gullies, and you are holding them down from the forts, they will make for the swamp, believing it to be good cover. That is where our axe fighters will take them. It is a bold plan, and Haparona is not sure we have sufficient men to both attack and defend. From their encampment less than a mile away, we know that the British have much the superior numbers. Finally, it is decided that I should have command over the trenches outside the forts, and also have small roving bands with shotguns hidden in the forests, gullies and clumps of flax. Tommo and his axe fighters will be positioned in the swamp with their long-handled fighting axes, while others will wield fighting sticks to ward off the British bayonets. We have erected our flagpole in full view of the British camp. This time the flag is a black cross on a white field. We hope that they will once again seek to capture it. We soon discover that Hupperona was right. The troops sent against us are plainly new regulars, greenhorns from Australia, under British officers equally inexperienced at fighting our kind of war. The volunteer militia are nowhere to be seen, and we are most grateful for this. I know that these local men are much too skilled to be drawn into attacking a position so well constructed and defended as our two forts. After the disaster at Waireka, it is our turn for some luck. The British officers appear quite casual in their preparation, and barely send out patrols to reconnoitre the terrain over which they must advance. It seems almost as though they expect some mild-mannered skirmish, a pleasant morning's outing for their men. The British attack at daylight on the 27th of June, and are almost immediately in trouble. Our muskets start to pick them off from the trenches and the forts, and their advance is made most difficult by the heavily ferned terrain. The British think first to attack our flanking trenches, and foolishly but valiantly charge with bayonets, but we simply retreat from the first line of defence, leaving them to face a second set of trenches beyond. Heavily loaded with equipment, they are exhausted, and now within reach of our double-barrelled shotguns. We begin to cut them to pieces with buckshot, so that they are soon forced to retreat. Not one trooper reaches us, though we shoot several at very close range. They turn to run with their entrails hanging to the ground and blood spurting from their mouths. They cannot even cry out, taking but a few faltering steps before they collapse and die. The British will later report that the storm of shot they ran into was worse than that of Balaclava. As the soldiers withdraw, we come at them from the wooded flank and out of the gullies and flax, driving them towards the swamp where Tommo's men lie in wait. The black powder of the muskets creates a great deal of smoke, and we fight as though we were in a forest fire. It is Hammerhead Jack who directs this action, for he seems to know every Maori position and when to employ it. It is he who is the true general, and I will make this known to Hupperona, lest I receive credit which I do not rightly deserve. The retreating British regulars, thinking the swamp will provide cover and give them protection, are soon waist-deep in water, and now Tommo's men attack with their fighting axes and tire sticks. It is slaughter of the most terrible kind, and the cries of the dying are pitiful. Soon the corpses are so numerous that they float bumping against each other in the water, which has now turned the colour of blood. Those who manage to struggle back to higher ground are cut down by our warriors, who have emerged from the forts to attack the fleeing soldiers. What remains of the attacking column is forced to retreat under cover of their artillery fire. The British have been routed, and the Maori have established a new way of fighting. I return to the pa, sickened at the sight of so much blood and death. Wiramukingi and Hupperona hail me as a hero, though I feel far from heroic. I've had enough. The Maori now know how to wage war differently, and much experience has been gained. I can play no further useful part in their affairs. Tommo is right. It is time to leave. Wiramukingi addresses me in front of the Council of War.
You have proved yourself, General Black Hawk, and your methods have changed the way the Māori will fight the British from now on. We owe you a great debt. Our ancestors will honour you as long as the Māori stand upon this land. Tonight we will celebrate our victory, and you will be foremost among our many warriors.
I know I should think this a great moment, but I am war-weary and most anxious to find Tommo, whose men have taken the brunt of the fighting in the swamp. The attentions of Chief Kingi and War Chief Hupperona and the other high-ranking warriors mean I am forced to remain with the War Council until well after dark. In this time I am able to extol the virtues of Hammerhead Jack as a born leader of men, and I declare him a better general than ever I shall be. I have already sent Hammerhead Jack to find my brother, and expect them both to be waiting for me. Finally I am able to take my leave, and go to tell Tommo that our task with the Maori is complete, our debt repaid in full. but Hammerhead Jack is waiting alone outside, and I see at once that something is wrong. "What is it?" I ask in alarm. "Where is Tommo? Where is my brother?"
Hawk, he has not returned from the swamp. 5 of the axe fighters are not back, and he is among them.
"Have you searched?" I start to shake him by the shoulder where his arm is missing. "Have you sent men into the swamp to look for him?" My panic is growing rapidly.
Hawk, I have come out of the swamp to tell you. I have been in there myself with flax torches, and the others are still searching among the reeds.
I notice for the first time that he is wet up to the waist. His breeches are covered in mud and he is shaking from the cold.
The water is full of the bodies of the British, and we have found 3 of our axe fighters dead.
Hammerhead Jack pauses.
But not Tommo.
"We must keep looking. I will come with you." I turn to run out of the park, but Hammerhead Jack grabs my arm.
Wait. It is full moon in an hour. We can see better then. You must eat first. You have not taken food today. You will have no strength, Orc. The swamp is freezing and treacherous with sucking mud. You will surely perish.
"I must find Tommo!" I shout, tearing away from him. My heart is pounding, and I think I will die of the fear that has taken hold of me. "Oh, God! Oh, Mama! Ikey! Help me now!" I begin to run wildly towards the swamp. Chapter 11. Tommo. Puke Te Kaore, 27th of June, 1860. I'm sitting up to me waist in a bloody swamp, near shitting myself. The redcoats are everywhere. There's smoke covering the battle so it's hard to see, but wherever there's a clear patch, there's 6 British to be seen, loading, firing and panicking. I had to open me big gob about the long-handled axe being better than the bayonet, but even after Waireka, I got me doubts. I've learnt a great deal from how the Maori handle a fighting stick, but it's different when a trooper with bad blood in his eyes is coming straight at you. Him with a reach of 6 foot or more, and me with an axe what don't extend more than 2 foot. All of a sudden it don't look too promising. Ever since we took the farmhouse and them 2 young lads was killed, it ain't been the same for me. I've seen how the axe kills now. I've thought about that moment 1,000 times. Could I have known they was lads before we struck 'em? The room were filled with smoke from their muskets and from the shotgun blast, so we couldn't see hardly nothing at all when we entered. I know I axed someone, but who I couldn't tell. Just a neck and a bit of shoulder in the smoke and confusion. Our blood was up and running high because we'd won the day. But when the smoke cleared, 2 young lads lay dead next to the 2 grown men. I don't reckon I'll ever get over that. So young and brave one minute, and then hacked meat at me feet. Oh, God. What would our poor Mama think of me? We've been waiting here in the rushes for nigh 3 hours, having come into the swamp from the back. It's the middle of winter and bloody cold. I'm thinking of Orc in the trenches and worrying for him. But he says we're not to come out, we're not to fight in the open. Instead, we must wait for the British to come to us. Let the swamp slow them down, then take them by surprise. I know me lads, though. They can see the British be a mess already on the higher ground, and they'll want to go after 'em. I pass on the word, no one must move until I say. But these be young warriors, anxious to be blooded in battle. They won't like the idea of holding back, freezing their bollocks off while there's a hot fight going on. How the hell does Orc know the British will come? He's pretty new to the business of being a general. The lads have waited 3 months to have a second go at the British soldiers. They're spoiling for a fight. Me, I'm not so keen no more. Not after Waireka in the farmhouse. When we comes back from that raid, the Rangatira called us heroes. Our attacks on the settlers be proof to them that we're of true value to them in this war. I'm not so sure. Waireka just about finished us off. Tommo Te Mokiri lost 6 good men that day. Now me boys are waiting for another chance to meet the British, and their turn will come soon enough if Hawk be right.
He reckons the redcoats will run to the swamp for cover. I hope he's right. Can't hold me lads back much longer. Suddenly it happens. I watch, hardly believing my own eyes, as the first soldier comes running towards the swamp. He's stumbling out of the smoke towards us, not charging with his bayonet, just running for cover, scared witless, fleeing the shotguns what's pumping hot. I pray the lads will wait, not take him at once in a rush and give the game away to the rest. I send out the word to let him come right up to us, right up to the bulrushes where we hide. The redcoat is splashing through the shallows, knees pumping high, trying to go faster. Flush, flush, flush. It's heavy going, because his boots stick in the muddy, sucking bottom of the swamp, and he's panting and gasping, eyes popping. And they's all heading our way, coming thick and fast through the smoke. I can hear the Maori shotguns. Ba-bam, ba-bam. It's a different sound from the muskets, what sounds more like a ba-boom-wap. The shotguns are working fast, and the redcoats are turning and making straight for the swamp. Any moment now there'll be 10 or 15 of them upon us, and twice as many more behind. Hold it, lads. Not now. Let them come in deeper, nearer. Take your time, I orders under me breath. Me fear has left me, drummed out by the pounding of me blood. Next instant there's a face in front of me. It's black from gunpowder and almost comical looking, the eyes red-rimmed and showing white eyelashes. The soldier's in up to his waist, with half of his musket under water. All he wants to do is get to the safety of the reeds and rushes. He's looking directly at me, but his eyes show no recognition of what they see. The axe in me hand seems to know its own way, and I feel the blade bite into the man's head, soft as butter. The poor sod don't have time to think, from the moment he sees me to the moment he's dead. Now the British be everywhere around us. Some is trying desperately to fire, but most has come into the swamp with their muskets unloaded and not ready to use their bayonets. They're belted and booted, and their shako caps sit high and awkward upon their heads. They be weighed down with their packs and most clumsy like. With us bare to the waist and carrying nothing but our light fighting axes, it ain't no contest. The men at the front are forced towards us, as others come in behind them, pushing them forward in their haste to gain what they think is the safety of the swamp. Another redcoat comes at me now. He's seen his mate die and he's got his bayonet at the ready. "Bastard!" he shouts, and tries to run me through. It's clumsy stuff in the water, and I brush the bayonet aside, hitting him on the jaw with the butt end of the axe handle. His head goes back at the impact of the blow, baring his neck with the strap of his shako biting into it. It's clear and clean-shaven, and me blooded blade finds its mark. It is all too easy, and he don't even have time to cuss again before he's a gargle of frothy blood sinking into the water. His eyes look sort of surprised, though his neck is almost cut through, and he's already dead before his head hits the drink. All around me there's screaming from the British, and shouting and grunting and whooping from the Maori lads. The strange thing is that the redcoats keep coming. They can see us clear as daylight now. Well, maybe not that clear, given all the smoke. But they must not know that trouble lies ahead. They're at the edge of the mud, not yet in the water, but they don't turn back. They just keep coming, shoving on those in front as they line up to die at the hands of the Maori axe fighters. And then I hear the shotguns on the flanks driving them towards us. Ba-bam! Ba-bam! If they keep coming like this, we'll soon be too weary to kill them all. We're fighting in the water, and the mud is heavy going, and there's too many of the dumb bastards for one afternoon's killing. From the corner of my eye, I see a soldier coming at one of my lads from behind. The Maori don't see him because he's fighting another trooper with a big yellow moustache what's trying to stick him. "Die, nigger!" shouts the moustache. The redcoat behind has his bayonet ready to run me lad through the back. I got no choice, and me axe leaves me hand. It flies through the air and takes the trooper in the back of his head, splitting his skull and lodging itself tight. The other man sees this and stops for 1 second, and that's enough for the Maori's axe to take him. I starts moving towards him, shouting to the Maori lad to grab me axe. The trooper I've hit has sunk slowly into the swamp. He is dead, but he must be resting on his knees somehow, his head still showing above the water. Me axe handle pokes up out of the crimson water still stuck in his skull. But in all the noise, the lad I've saved don't hear me, and moves forward to take on another redcoat.
In the back of me mind, I think I hear Hammerhead Jack shouting behind the smoke on the higher ground. There are bodies floating everywhere, troopers' jackets stained dark from the swamp water, with little air pockets of brilliant scarlet bobbing above the surface, bright lilies in a blood-red stream. A few wounded redcoats try to beat a retreat in the shallows, but they don't last long. The mud sucks at their boots, and most slip and fall to their knees. The Maori lads have stopped their whooping, and has turned into a killing machine. The axe kills more surely than the musket, and more swiftly than the bayonet. Its aim in a good warrior's hands is always to the head or the neck. I'm wading towards my own axe, its handle now only 6 inches above the surface. The trooper's head has gone under. I hear a shot ring out, and suddenly I'm knocked over. I'm down under the water, kicking out wildly, trying to catch me breath. Bloody hell! I've been hit. There is a terrible pain in my head, and I tries to come to the surface, kicking and flailing my arms. The top of my head bumps against something, and I push against it. I try with all what's left in me to push me noggin past whatever's in me way, but I can feel my strength failing. Then it's lights out for yours truly, and I don't remember nothing no more. When I come to, all is blackness, and I can't open me eyes. Around me frogs is croaking and crickets chirping. I know I'm in water, suspended like, not floating, though I'm not sure how my head comes to be above the surface. I am frozen stiff, so I can't tell whether my feet touch the bottom or whether I float upright. I try to force my eyes open, but they stuck closed. Perhaps I think they are open, and I'm dead, or I've been blinded by the musket ball what hit me. Me head aches something terrible, but I have my senses about me, only I can't move or see nothing. Slowly it comes to me. My eyes are stuck with blood, dried blood, my eyelashes glued together. In the distance I can hear singing. It's the singing what brings me back. The Maori is singing in the forts, singing their victory chants and shouting their fierce war cries. I must try to get my arm up, but it too seems stuck. How is my head held up out of the water? Why don't I sink? I try to work my eyes open again, but cannot. Then I use me name. It's Hawk, shouting, "Tommo! Tommo!" His voice is hoarse, as though he has been shouting a long time. I try to answer, but nothing comes. Then I hear a swish of water as if someone passes nearby, and small waves lap against me head. Hawk is passing me, calling for me, and I can't say nothing. I can't lift my arm or kick or shout out or move me head. Inside I'm screaming, and for the first time I truly know how it must have been for Hawk when he were dumb. An hour or more passes, and then someone goes by again, calling out in a desperate voice. It is Hawk, still calling my name, though his voice be near gone. Suddenly there is a bump as Hawk brushes into whatever is holding me. I hear a gasp and a great howl, like the cry of a hurt animal. Hawk pulls frantically at me, sobbing in big gasps as he lifts me from the water in his arms. "Oh, Tommo! Oh, Tommo!" he bawls. "Oh, Tommo, what have I done? I have killed you." He splashes out of the swamp, and I hear others shout, then Hammerhead Jack's voice. I'm laid down on firm ground, and a head is put to me chest. It is Hammerhead Jack again. "Tommo, good," he says. He starts laughing. He can't stop, and others join in. Then everything goes dark as I fall asleep or pass out. When I awakes, I can see again. I'm lying beside a fire, wrapped in blankets, and my whole body aches as though it has been clubbed. But I ain't cold anymore, though my head still hurts fierce. Hawk is seated cross-legged beside me, his head on his chest and his hands in his lap. He is asleep. I am so tight-wrapped I cannot move, though I can wiggle me toes and move me fingers. Best of all, I can see, but me throat's terrible sore from the cold, and I doubt I can talk. I look at Hawk sleeping, and the tears run down me face. Don't know why, but I can't stop crying. Maybe it's relief because I can see again. Maybe it's seeing Hawk. He has deep lines under his eyes, and his mouth is pulled down from tiredness. Hawk and his stupid conscience got us into this bloody mess.
Why can't he just be like other folk and not care? Not give a bugger for naught like his brother Tommo? Then I think of Macareta and the baby what's due any day now. Maybe it's even come. God bless me soul, I could be a father already. Macareta were nearly a widow. With a shock, it hits me that I do care. I cares about the 2 young lads we axed, about Macareta, my unborn child, Hawk, even Mary. But still in all, I don't know how much I care. Would I have done anything different if I'd known those 2 settlers were mere lads? Even if one was pointing a loaded musket at me gut? Would I risk me life to save his? I don't think so. Hawk, he would. But not yours truly. That I doubts very much. That's the thing about me brother. He don't measure how much he cares. If a man is kicking a dog, he's going to stop him, whether it be a flea-bitten mongrel not worth tuppence or a squatter's prize sheepdog. It don't bother the big bloke. Hawk just gallops to the rescue, bugles blowing, nostrils flaring, huffing full of indignation. Hawk can't bear what's unfair in this world. I, on the other hand, know everything's unfair. There ain't nothing fair about this sodding world. The mongrels don't never go away. We has beaten the British, but I know it's only this time. They'll be back. The Maori cannot win. The Pakeha wants their land, and they'll get it, come hell or high water. Hawk opens his eyes and sees me looking at him, sees me tears. Tommo? I smile. Tommo, speak to me. He reaches out and shakes me. You all right? I nod. Can you speak? I open my mouth and a small croak comes out. Throat sore? But you can speak? He asks, anxious. I nod again and he smiles. It's Hawk's real big smile, what can't be resisted. I smiles back, my gob nearly as wide. It seems I owe me life to a dead British soldier, the redcoat I killed when I threw me axe, as a matter of fact. When Hawk found me, my head were jammed in between the dead man's legs, the back of me neck tight against his crotch, me axe still sticking out of the floating corpse. The redcoat's knapsack kept him floating, and my feet touching the bottom of the swamp held him level in the water. His big British bum were the resistance I felt when I tried to come to the surface. It ain't a pretty thought. My head up a soldier's arse for 10 hours. In 2 days I have me voice back. There's a wound to the side of me head where a musket ball grazed me, taking some air and a bit of me skull as well. I guess I'm lucky. I could have caught pneumonia in the freezing water. All them years in the wilderness must have toughened me up. And now I'm just a bit snotty and chesty and has a terrible headache. But I'm alive and grateful. And best of all, it's the end of the Maori Wars for Hawk and me. Sydney, we is going to Australia. It's the first thing I says to Hawk when me voice returns. Hawk is too relieved at hearing me speak to object, and he nods his head. Enough of war and killing, Tommo. We cannot do any more here. I know Hawk would rather head for Hobart Town, but I don't want to go back to Mary, not just yet. I'm not ready for the brewery or for Mama and her green eyes looking at me, even though I know she wants us back and will do anything to accommodate us. In her last letter, she underlined the word anything 4 times. She's talking about me. She'll have me back however much trouble I be. She wants her precious boys home, she says. But I knows in me gut I'm not ready to see her again yet. We'll make our fortunes in New South Wales first. I'm certain of that. A gold rush be a gambler's paradise if you plays your cards right. For a man who can do a little relocation, there ain't no better place to be. I'm not intended for hard work of the digging kind, but with cards we can clean up. Then I'll return to New Zealand and bring back Macareta and me baby. Mary will have a grandchild, and yours truly will be a respectable citizen, puffing his pipe and nodding his head, and looking like he knows what he's doing when he most probably don't. I think about the grog. I ain't been near the black bottle for nigh on 4 years now. Perhaps I be cured of the drink at last, but I ain't been tested yet. Sometimes the craving still comes upon me awful. It gnaws at me gut, rips and snorts, and leaves me tongue hanging out, panting for it. Other times it goes away for days at a time, and I thinks it might be over. Perhaps having a woman and child to care for will help. I wants to get back to our village and see Macareta, to hear her soft, happy voice,
to have her hold me tight in the dark, and if our baby be born and she be well enough, to make love to her again. Now as I lies here and thinks of sweet Macareta, I realise how hard it will be to part from her and from our Maori friends. They've been so good to me, Hammerhead Jack and the others on the whaling ship, with their axe revenge on Captain Mordecai O'Hara and our escape from the jail at Kororareka. The one-eyed, one-armed giant is overjoyed at my recovery. This morning he comes to me and says, "Always, Tommo, when we fall in the water, Orc comes to fetch us." He throws back his ugly noggin and roars with laughter at his own joke. But mostly I owes me thanks to Macareta, what loves me in every possible way. When I cries out in me sleep, she soothes me and holds me tight, or quietens me by letting me love her. At last we take our leave from Chief Kingi and War Chief Haparona, for I am strong enough for the journey back to our own tribe. There has been much praise heaped upon us and lots of feasting. Our fighting axes has killed more British than the muskets or shotguns, and I am made rangatira. I am pleased, for it means Macareta will have a higher status in the tribe of Chief Tamihana, and when we're away, she'll be especially well cared for. Chief Tamihana has grown in reputation among the Maori tribes, for though he is known as the Kingmaker and Peacemaker, he is now also known as a chief what is prepared to fight. His axe fighters has played a decisive role in the Atiawa people's victory. Hawk, in particular, has been honoured for the work what he's done, and the honour is equally Tamihana's by rights and tradition. In his farewell speech, Chief Wiramu Kingi says that we has both honoured the Maori people in battle. Hawk has proved he has the heart and mana of a Maori. There is nothing he cannot ask of the Atiawa tribe, save a chieftainship, what can only be bestowed by birth, though all says Black Hawk would make a very good Maori chief. Hawk, as usual, don't ask for nothing. He just says it's been an honour to serve the old chief and his brother. Honour? I near loses me flaming life, and Hawk speaks of how privileged we be to serve. The chief says they want one of our ancestors to be included in the Maori tribe, to become an ancestor of the Atiawa. What ancestors, thinks I? Ike Solomon be the only male what we knows, and he ain't either of our natural fathers. Ain't no good telling them about our true papas neither, because we don't even know whether they be alive or dead. Maori can't have no female ancestors on their Council of the Dead, so we can't give them the fat old whore, sperm whale Sally, our true mother, or Mary, what I reckons might be of some use to them. More than them, we ain't got no ancestors to speak of. But to tell the Maori that would upset them something terrible. You must give the Tohunga the name of your greatest ancestor, and we will include him with our own, him you wish to sit beside the great ones. Will you tell us now who this shall be? Chief Wiramu Kingi asks, very solemn. I can see Hawk don't quite know what to say. He can't insult the Atiawa by giving no name, like we don't want our ancestor to be included in their tribal company. He scratches his head. There is one, he answers, to my surprise. The old chief turns to his tohunga. Black Hawk will give us this ancestor's name, and he shall henceforth be in all your councils. The tohunga don't look so happy about this instruction. They don't seem to think it's a good idea, but they can't come out and say it right there in front of us. Maybe later amongst themselves they will have the necessary arguments. Ike Solomon, Hawk says slowly. Iki Sloman, all the Rangatira repeat. Iki Sloman, Iki Sloman. Ike Solomon, Hawk pronounces it carefully. We have it, Chief Wiramu Kingi announces. Iki Slomon. I'm hard put not to burst out laughing, but Hawk stays serious. I'm most honoured, he says, giving me a sharp look. And my brother is most honoured too, that our venerable ancestor will commune with yours. Our ancestor's wisdom will always be available to the Atiawa. On the affairs of the Pakeha he is a great expert, and will be happy to be on your side. I thank you deeply from my heart, and on his behalf. Tell us of this Iki Slomon, War Chief Haparona asks. To what tribe did he belong? What of his ancestors? What do you know of them? A great deal,
replies Hawk. He belonged to the tribe of Israel, and his greatest ancestor was a most wise king, King Solomon.
A king?
The old chief looks impressed.
And this king, was he black like you?
Hawk ain't going to look at me in case he should laugh. No, he was like Tommo, like my brother. But it is said he took a black woman to his bed, the Queen of Sheba.
Ah. A white king and a black queen. So that is why you are black, General.
Hupperona nods towards me, understanding now how we come to be different, one from t'other.
And Tommo is white.
Well, yes, it was not quite like that, says Hawk, rubbing his chin. But Hupperona don't hear, or don't want to.
Then we are most honoured to accept the ancestor of a great king to sit with our ancestors,
he announces. I think he is glad we got a king, or someone what comes from a king, and is of the Rangatira. Everyone, even the Tohunga, now seems to agree that Ike should be a Maori ancestor of some prominence. Orcs turned two bastards born to a whaleman's whore on a beach into two noble princes. And there's old Ike, peacefully dead in the graveyard in Hobart Town, when all of a sudden, without so much as a beg your pardon, he's whisked away in the middle of some argument about who owes who tuppence halfpenny. Next thing he knows, he's sitting amongst a bunch of fierce cannibal savages, what don't much care to be called my dears, and what thinks him more useful for the cooking pot than for his opinions on the art of relocation. I can hear Ike in my mind as he expresses his alarm at being so abducted.
Most strange and unusual, perplexing, astonishing. A whole sack full of live rats and queernesses, perpetrated upon a most properly dead and eternally slumbering soul, my dears.
Still and all, I reckon the Maori's probably more interesting company than the dead of Hobart Town Cemetery. Hammerhead Jack and the remaining of my troop of fighting axe men returns with us to Chief Tamihana's village. When we arrive at the pa of the Ngāti Hoa, we're greeted like heroes. We're escorted into the village and immediately taken to the marae for a ceremony to end the tapu what's been placed on us as warriors. This is conducted by the priests and makes us Noa, that is to say, normal common folk once more. Hammerhead Jack has told me that not so long ago warriors would feast on the carcasses of their enemies. This were known to be sacred food, tapu to any but themselves. In order for warriors to have the tapu lifted and become Noa again, they was obliged to throw away the remains of the bodies what they'd been eating. Then the eldest female of the oldest hereditary stock, the Wahine Ariki, would eat the ear of the first enemy killed in battle. I, for one, be thankful customs has changed. I already had me head up a dead redcoat's arse, but to have to eat him as well is asking too much of yours truly. Once we have been made Noa, we gather at the marae for a great hui, and there is much speechifying. I am made Rangatira. Hawk receives a feathered hat and wears his black feather general's cape for all to see. Hammerhead Jack then tells the story of the battle so everyone might hear it firsthand. He speaks of Hawk's wisdom and of my part in leading the fighting axe men. He tells of how I saved the young warrior's life, of how I was struck down and how I were rescued, giving it all in the most exact detail, including how I killed the soldier and then got me head stuck up his arse. All assembled laughs heartily at this, and one of the elders points to the bandage on me noggin.
"Is that why you cover it?"
he asks, to much merriment.
"So, Tommo," says Chief Tamihana, "your new name shall be the man whose face has seen the worst thing possible in battle."
I blush, for I think the chief is making merry again at my expense. But the Maori do not think this a joke, and they nod sagely and clap at me new name. A warrior's name earned in battle be like being a knight of the realm to the English. Then each of the axe warriors is named and honoured with a new song. Their names are took in by the Tohunga, and the dead is committed to their ancestors' care. War Chief Hupperona and Chief Wiramu Kingi have sent a special envoy to Tamihana, what now praises the tribe's warriors. The speech is long and boring, and tells of the part each Ngāti Hoa warrior played in the Ātiawa's great victory. It is most flowery, but our Rangatira takes in every word, and I can see they'd be terrible proud of all us lads. Then we go to a great feast the women has prepared in our honour, with 15 pigs slaughtered. I am by now desperate to find Macareta, for I ain't been permitted to go to our hut. I had hoped to find her among the women what prepares the feast, but she ain't with them. Nor was she in the crowd what came out to greet us when we arrived. I can't leave the hui until I am given permission, and it's very late at night before I can slip away. I has only just left the edge of the great fire when I am met by Macareta's mother.
Come quickly, Tommo. Macareta is birthing. How is she? How long has she been in labour? Since you came back, since sundown.
What? Why didn't you fetch me? I cry. Macareta's mother gives me a look.
How may an old woman interrupt the affairs of men? She says. Come, there is no time.
Outside our hut, several women wait anxiously.
The old women are with her,
says one as we approach. I got to see her. I begin to shoulder my way to the door. The women all draw back.
It cannot be. It is bad tapu for the father to witness the birth,
Macareta's mother says sternly.
You must wait, please.
Then tell me, how is she? But Macareta's mother goes into the hut without answering, and one of the women brings me a drink of bush lime fruit.
It is a difficult labour. She is not well, she tells me,
then asks if I want something to eat. I say no, and sit down to wait. From inside I can hear Macareta groaning and crying out. The sound tears at me very soul, and I keep asking to go to her, but each time I am most sternly refused. My hands are tied. It would only frighten Macareta to see me because of the tapu. Another hour passes, and the feast is still going on, with a great deal of singing and merrymaking. I wish Hawk were here, but I know he can't be. Chief Tamihana will want him to stay at the feast all night. Suddenly I feels them. The mongrels are here. I rise, not knowing what to do. I can feel them crawling under me skin, and the hair at the back of me neck stands on end. I swipe at me arms, trying to brush them off, and beat at me shoulders. Macareta's mother comes out of the hut, shakes her head, and starts to keen. It is the terrible shrill sound of women mourning. The others take it up immediately. They do not even look to where I am sitting, and it is as though I do not exist. Death has possessed their throats, and there be no place for a man within their heads. I push past them and run into the hut. One of the old women stands holding a small bundle what is squalling. Our baby. But Macareta is lying on a flaxen mat with much blood around her. She is breathing heavy, and a rasping noise comes from her chest. Her lips is cracked, and she is in a lather of sweat, with tiny bubbles coming from her nostrils.
Macareta?
I whispers, crouching down beside her.
Macareta, it's Tommo. Tommo's come home.
There is no sound from her lips, only the rasping of her chest. I take up her hand and hold it in my own.
Macareta, it's Tommo. Can you hear me? It's your Tommo come home from the war. She is dying, the woman says. You have a daughter.
I do not hear her at first. Then slowly it sinks in that she is talking to me as if Macareta be already gone. The pain in me heart starts to grow, not all at once, but quick enough. It climbs up into me throat where it fills me till I know I'll choke with it. "Oh, God, please don't let her die," I hears myself say, though whether it be inside my head or out, I don't know, for me fear and pain is blocking everything out. I put my arms round Macareta, who is on fire to the touch. I bring her hand to my lips and then crouches down and holds her in my arms. I rock her gently until my fear begins to fade and I can breathe and speak once more. "Please, Macareta, please don't die. I need you. If you live, I will stay here. I'll stay with you forever. Please don't die. Don't let the mongrels get you, me darling." I feel Macareta's hand come up slow and touch mine. Her mouth moves painfully, and she whispers once, "Tommo." She is too weak to say more, but I can see she is trying to speak. Her lips open, then close again, then open. She is trying hard to gather breath. "What is it? I love you, Macareta," I sob. I feel her squeeze my hand again. There is no strength left, and it is less than a child's hand putting pressure to mine. Then a tear falls from her left eye,
Another follows from the right, rolling ever so slow down her beautiful sweet face. They roll across her cheeks and over her chin. In a whisper I can hardly hear, she says, "Tommo, it is a girl. I am sorry." Then she opens her eyes and looks at me, and I sees the love she feels. "Tommo, will you forgive me?" "Margareta, it doesn't matter. Please, please, live me, darling." I'm sobbing, shrieking, unable to hold back any longer. "Please." I am now begging her, but she gives a small sigh, and the life goes from her. I weep and weep. I do not hear the midwife leave with the infant. I cradle Margareta in my arms and rock her, as though if I should hold on tight enough she may live again. Everything is still. Outside the women are keening. It is like a pack of dogs baying at the moon. The mongrels have won again. Me head aches, something fierce. Me tears are frozen to the back of me eyes like shards of glass. Tommo needs a drink. Yours truly needs the black bottle.
Chapter 12. Hawk. The Land of the Long White Cloud, July 1860. Tommo has gone. He left before dawn's light. I retire from Tamihana's feast at sunrise, too weary to think, and am immediately met by the old woman who is Margareta's mother.
"Margareta is dead," she announces the moment I appear.
Dead? I cannot comprehend what I hear. Dead? I repeat. Death through violence has been around me for so long that a death unrelated to war seems somehow impossible.
"She died in childbirth," her mother adds.
Now I am suddenly alert and cry out in alarm. "Tommo! Where is Tommo?" I should think first of dear Margareta, but it is concern for my twin which comes crowding into my head. Margareta's mother shrugs.
"He is gone. I have not seen him."
I try to gather my wits. Tommo gone. He cannot go without me. He is grieving, I feel sure, and cannot be far away. "I shall send some young boys to find him," I say to her. "What of the child?"
"It is a girl. We have found her a wet nurse and taken her away. She is small but healthy."
I nod, and the old woman sighs and moves away. So Tommo has a daughter, but his child has cost him the woman he loves. Why must my brother always suffer such misfortune? The mongrels, as he calls them, seem to abound in his life. I have not slept for nigh on 24 hours, and think the same must be true for my twin. Perhaps he has gone into the forest and sleeps there. I send several young lads to find him, though God knows how they will do so if he is in among the tall trees. "Do not wake him if he is asleep, but come back to tell me where he may be found," I instruct them, and the lads run off, anxious to do my bidding. Weariness overcomes me. After I have slept a little, I must attend to Margareta, and ask the elders and the tohunga to arrange the funeral rites. When I awake shortly before noon, the young lads are waiting outside my hut. "Have you seen him?" I ask anxiously.
"We have searched everywhere, Black Hawk. He's not to be found. Some of the women who rise early say they saw him leave the village before daylight and take the path north."
"The track to Auckland?" My heart sinks.
"It is the same."
"Thank you," I say. "Let me know if you see or hear anything more." They chorus that they will do as I ask. Slowly my suspicions begin to grow. The demon black bottle. Tommo has been pushed over the edge. My brother is back in the wilderness and wishes to escape into the oblivion of grog. I must speak to Chief Tamihana, but he is still asleep and I must wait. I pace outside his hut impatiently, then go to sit under a shady totara tree. but I'm too anxious to remain seated and soon resume my restless vigil by his door. It is mid-afternoon before he emerges.
"Why do you disturb me from my slumber, Black Hawk?"
Tamahana frowned slightly. I apologize and explain what has happened. Then I beg leave to depart at once, explaining that I fear that Tommo has gone to Auckland.
"Why?"
Tamahana asks.
"Why would he do such a thing? He is Rangatira now. He will have a good life with us."
It is a matter of the heart, I explain. My brother will grieve much over Makareta's death, and will think not to show this to the Maori.
"Why can he not grieve here? We will understand. We are not savages, Black Hawk."
With the Pakeha it is sometimes different. They wish to drink spirits to forget their grief.
"And Tommo has gone to obtain spirits, so that he may forget."
I nod, and Tamahana continues.
"We will send a message to our people. They will soon find him and bring him back."
No, I must go myself. He is of my blood. Chief Tamahana laughs at this.
"You, the man they want most, would walk straight into the enemy's camp? The Pakeha will murder you. You cannot go, Black Hawk. I forbid it."
Tommo will not go to Kororareka where they might recognize us, I say.
"My friend, they know who you are everywhere. Kororareka, Auckland, even in Wellington, they know of you. They know of the American Indian Chief Black Hawk, who fights for the Maori."
But I do not look like an American Indian. The townsfolk will think me just another Maori. They do not know me by sight.
"Ha! There are no Maori who are so black and stand so tall as you."
Nevertheless, I must go. I must find Tommo before he comes to harm.
"Sit,"
Tamahana now commands, indicating a bench. I sit, and a woman brings us food and drink. The chief's food and mine are the same, but are served separately, as it is tapu to eat from the same dish as Tamahana.
"Eat, Black Hawk,"
he says.
"I wish to talk to you as a friend. It is most foolish to go to find your brother. You must stay here, and I will send others to find Tommo and bring him back to us."
It is then that I tell Chief Tamahana that Tommo and I have decided to leave New Zealand, and with his help return to Australia. He is silent a long while before he replies.
"A man cannot be held against his will. But we will miss you greatly, my friend. We have come to look upon you as a Maori. Your blood as our blood."
He pauses.
"You have brought great honor to our people, Black Hawk."
I struggle to reply. I have only used what I knew. That is all.
"No, beyond that,"
Tamahana says.
"There is one thing you have taught us we shall always remember. Do you know what it is, Black Hawk?"
I shake my head.
"Do you not remember when you lifted War Chief Haparona's aide by the neck after he called you a coward?"
I look up, shocked that he knows of this. I am greatly ashamed to have done such a thing. He is a brave man.
"A brave man, perhaps, but also a foolish one,"
Wiramu Tamahana replies.
"What he did was a thing of tradition. What you did changed this tradition forever."
I do not understand. What did I do? It was over in but a moment, and I thank God I did not kill him.
"Let me explain. If you had not spoken against staying in the pa, no one else would have. When Tamati Kapene called you a coward, he was following tradition. To talk of defeat is to be thought of forever as a coward, and no Maori would have had the courage to do so. There is even a tapu against expressing such a thought. When you lifted Tamati into the air with your bare hands, you challenged the tapu. If you had killed him, as any Mori would have done, the tapu would have remained fixed. When you threw him to the floor and said not a single word, all who watched knew then that it is not cowardly to think about defeat, and to live to fight another day. They knew that the tapu had broken itself.
Wiremu Tamahana spreads his hands.
The victory the Mori have enjoyed against the British in this last battle was because you helped defeat this great tapu, the strongest of them all. We are in your debt, General.
I am astonished at these words. But it is to your people that my brother and I owe everything. When we first came, we were hunted by the law, and you gave us your protection and shelter. Tamahana smiles.
You will always be welcome among the Mori, my friend. But it is too soon for you to join our ancestors. If you go to find Tommo now, you will not last one day before the Pakeha have your life. This time they will not wait to put you in jail so that they might hang you later. They will shoot you like a dog.
He looks directly into my eyes.
Please, give us 7 days to find your brother. I shall send Hammerhead Jack by Ketch. He will reach Auckland before Tommo.
It takes 3 or 4 days to walk to Auckland. By boat, it will take Hammerhead Jack less than half this time. It is a sensible idea. If after this time there is no news, I must try to find him myself, I reply. Tamahana nods.
We shall find Tommo and put him on a ship to Australia.
I am horrified at this. He cannot go without me.
No, of course not,
reassures the chief.
We shall take you to join him and smuggle you on board at night. We will find a captain who may need our friendship should he ever return to New Zealand.
Tamahana points to the dish of yam and pork.
Now, eat a little. All will be well. You shall see.
I take some yam and wonder for a moment how Ike is getting along with the Maori ancestors who were said to feast on unlimited amounts of roasted pork every day. Then I pluck up my courage once more. I have a great favour to ask you, Chief Tamahana. It concerns Tommo's woman and the name of their girl child.
Name? What can it matter what she is called? A girl's name is not important.
I understand and would not usually make such a request, but when we leave, and with the child's mother dead, I would wish for this girl to be well cared for. Her grandmother's hut is tapu, and has been burnt down, as is the tradition. The old woman, too, is tapu, having been associated with the dead mother, and might not live much longer. Last night you made Tommo rangatira. I would not wish for his daughter to be forgotten. Chief Tamahana dismisses this idea with a wave of his hand.
She will come into my household, he declares. We will care for her. The old woman cannot come, but we will see she is fed until her tapu is lifted. Then she can join the child again. You need not worry. The infant shall be brought up as nobility.
I thank Wiremu Tamahana profusely, but again he waves this away.
What do you wish her to be named? He continues. We shall give her a Maori name. Or is it a Pakeha name you want?
It is a Maori name, but it is not an unimportant one.
What is it?
Tamahana asks, curious now. Hine Titama, I say, preparing for the scowl to come. Chief Tamihana keeps his expression blank, but it is some time before he responds.
Do you know that this is a name we can only give to a princess? How can I justify giving Tommo's girl child the name of the Dawn Maiden, daughter of woman made from earth? In our belief, to call a commoner or even rangatira thus would be blasphemy.
unless she were, in her own right, a princess.
I beg your forgiveness, Chief Tamahana. I did not wish to blaspheme against the ancestors. Now the chief looks at me hard.
You knew this was not possible, Black Hawk, didn't you? Why, then, did you ask me?
It was a most foolish thing. I had no right, I say, feeling myself suitably chastised.
My friend, you are young, but you are not foolish. Is it because of the widow who came to you in the night?
You know. My face grows warm. Tamahana nods slowly, then explains.
Wirramukingi asked me why you seemed reluctant to take a woman. If you were to be killed, he did not wish you transported to your ancestors still a virgin. I told him I wished the Māori woman you took to be from the Ngāti Hoa, but he said that while he was responsible for you, she should be from the Ati Awa.
Tamahana laughs, then shrugs.
Ever the peacemaker. I suggested that she be from another Māori tribe, so that we need not quarrel. To this, the old chief agreed. But we wanted to be sure that this woman from another tribe was no less worthy than our own wahine. So we asked for a certain princess, who was the young widow of a great warrior. She was ready to enter life again, to be made Noah.
I try to conceal my anxiety at my next question. If I should wish to find her again, would you tell me how? Tamahana shakes his head.
It is a matter best left alone. We shall find Tommo, and then you will leave for Australia.
I know I should not persist, but cannot help myself. The thought of lying with the widow princess again clouds my judgment. My chief, I have a great yearning for Hinetitama in my heart. Will you help me? Tamahana thinks for a moment, his eyes cast down. Then he raises them slowly to mine.
I will make a bargain with you, Black Hawk. You have two choices. You may find Tommo and leave for Australia, or you may have this woman and the children she will bring you and stay with us. You cannot have a Māori princess and leave the tribe. Will you forsake your brother for her? You must choose.
I look to Wirramu Tamahana and hope the distress I feel does not show on my face. There is only one possible answer. It must be Tommo. Will you send Hammerhead Jack to find him before much harm comes to him? The chief nods slowly.
He will leave within the hour, and he will be in Auckland long before Tommo arrives on foot.
It is a day later when I am summoned to the marae. I arrive to find many of the rangatira and the tauhanga already assembled. I have no notion of why Chief Tamahana has called this meeting, unless it is to tell them of my leaving. I take my seat, hoping that at some point I may be allowed to ask for a good burial for Makareta. It is my wish she might be given some small honour in her death for the sake of her mother and Tommo. Despite my pleas, I have not been allowed to see Tommo's newborn child because of the tapu created by her mother's death and Tommo's presence at her birth.
We are here today to discuss the business of a girl's name, Chief Tamahana announces.
There is a murmur of surprise among the rangatira and the tauhanga. I myself am in some shock. Tamahana pauses for a few moments before turning to speak directly to me.
Black Hawk, we have heard that Chief Wirramukingi has taken one of your ancestors, Iki Slomon, to sit among their own ancestors. Is this so?
I stand, though I am too nervous to look into the chief's face. It is true, Chief Tamahana. My brother and I have been greatly honoured by the Ati Awa, who have declared our ancestor, Iki Solomon, to be worthy to sit among their ancestors.
And did you not explain that this Iki Slomon is of the tribe of Israel, and directly descended from the great King Solomon himself?
Chief Tamahana is missionary taught and knows more of the Bible than I. He will most certainly be aware that King Solomon is an ancient king of Israel, who can hardly be claimed as our direct ancestor. I stammer slightly as I try to explain. Yes, I told Wiremu that King Solomon was a great and noble king of the tribe of Israel. It is also true that the name of Solomon is given to the descendants of the great king.
You talked of the Black Queen, the Queen of Sheba, and of how King Solomon also took her and folded her into his blanket. And in this way, you explained how Tommo has come to be white while you are black. A white king and a black queen, and ever after, the generations to come, both colours spawned.
That was the understanding of Chief Wiremu, I reply, wondering at what point he will denounce this unlikely tale. But instead, Tamahana turns to the gathered assembly.
As I have long suspected, both Tommo and Black Hawk are in their